300 years ago, the world was thrown into chaos when hidden kingdoms and mysterious dungeons suddenly emerged, unleashing hordes of terrifying demons. These creatures declared humanity's downfall, plunging civilization into an era of destruction. But in the midst of this crisis, a new force arose, those known as job changers. These awakened individuals possessed extraordinary abilities, giving humanity a fighting chance against a monstrous invasion and pulling them back from the edge of extinction. Over time, job changers became the foundation of society, delving into these secret realms in search of power, wealth, and resources. Nations placed great importance on their training, ensuring that every citizen had the opportunity to awaken their class upon turning 18. Now, the long-awaited awakening day had arrived for a group of students. To unlock their potential, each one had to touch a glowing blue crystal. One by one, they stepped forward. Some succeeded. Li Wei from Class 3 awakened as a swordsman, while Wang Hao became a crafter. But not all were so fortunate. Wang Wei from Class 2 failed to awaken any class at all, earning the dreaded title of classless. Awakenings were divided into three main categories: combat, support, and creation. The combat category was the most coveted, as it granted the strength to battle monsters directly. In contrast, the creation category was looked down upon, as its abilities lacked direct combat potential, often leaving those who awakened it as outcasts. Excitement and tension filled the room as more students took their turns. A purple-haired student rejoiced upon unlocking the powerful magic swordsman class, while another student broke down in despair after receiving a creation-based class, knowing it would doom him to a life of ridicule. Then, all eyes turned to the next student, Jiang Chun. As he placed his hand on the crystal, something unimaginable occurred. A brilliant light exploded from the stone, sending a surge of energy soaring into the sky. The room fell silent in shock. Someone pointed at Jiang Chun, murmuring that he might be the greatest prodigy the Academy had ever seen. Whispers spread. Was this the awakening of a divine class? The crystal's glow grew even stronger, and within moments, a colossal tree of light took form in the sky, towering over the entire city. This was no ordinary awakening. Throughout history, every divine class awakening had triggered a phenomenon capable of shaking the entire world. Yet, as everyone stood frozen in awe, Jiang Chun remained completely unbothered. One hand still rested on the crystal, while the other casually slipped into his pocket. His gaze remained fixed on the sky, calm, composed, and utterly indifferent to the spectacle he had just created. At that moment, Director Wang stepped forward, his face brimming with pride as he approached Jiang Chun. He congratulated him warmly, declaring him the Academy's greatest talent. Though he had always expected Jiang Chun to awaken a powerful combat class, he never imagined something as extraordinary as a divine rank awakening. Eager to learn more, Director Wang asked Jiang Chun about his newly awakened class. Jiang Chun turned slightly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. With a trace of amusement, he admitted that his class wasn't combat-related. The director's expression stiffened. His confident demeanor faltered as the words sank in. For a moment, he was at a loss, but he quickly regained himself and asked if it was at least a support class. Jiang Chun didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned fully to face the director, lifting his hands to the sides. A set of ethereal, glowing plants materialized in his palms, hovering gently in the air. Then, with a calm voice, he revealed his class, the Divine Rank Creation class, Spiritual Master. He explained that his abilities revolved around enhancing plant growth and nurturing small creatures. A heavy silence fell over the hall. The astonishment on Director Wang's face deepened, his excitement from moments ago now overshadowed by concern. He let out a quiet sigh, shaking his head. No matter how rare it was, a creation class with no combat ability would always be seen as insignificant. One of the professors beside him quickly stepped forward, trying to ease the tension. He assured Jiang Chun that there was still value in his class, pointing out that spiritual masters were highly sought after in research fields. But as he spoke, he hesitated. The special recommendation they had planned for Jiang Chun was now off the table. Instead, he suggested an alternative, pursuing a research career. He even offered to help secure a different letter of recommendation. Before the professor could finish, Jiang Chun cut him off with a polite smile. He thanked him for the offer, then casually slid his hands into his pockets and walked away. He had no interest in their suggestions. Meanwhile, murmurs spread among the students. Laughter erupted as one of them turned to his friend, shaking his head in disbelief. What a joke, he scoffed. I thought he unlocked some overpowered divine combat class, but it turns out it's just a creation class. His friend smirked, raising a hand to his chin. Life's full of surprises, he mused. Everyone thought the Academy's prodigy would become a legend, but now, he's just another nobody. Jiang Chun ignored the whispers and laughter echoing behind him. With his hands still tucked in his pockets, he strode toward the exit, unaffected by the mockery surrounding him. The students continued to gossip, relishing in what they saw as a cruel twist of fate. Unbelievable, one student chuckled. Jiang Chun's been the hardest worker in the academy, always ahead of everyone. And for what? A completely useless class. Another student smirked. Meanwhile, school beauty Lin just awakened some secret combat class. She was ranked second before, but now, she might be number one. Yet, as the ridicule spread, Jiang Chun simply smiled. Just moments ago, these same people had admired him, their eyes filled with respect. Now, with a single twist of fate, they mocked him without hesitation. It was a harsh but simple truth. Strength was all that mattered in this world. As he reflected on the situation, a thought crossed his mind. Why was the creation class so despised? Raising his hand slightly, a translucent system window suddenly materialized before him. System notification. You have successfully awakened the divine rank class, Spiritual Master. But that wasn't all. Another line of text appeared beneath it. Additional awakening effect triggered. Natural calamity insect system activated. Initial mother of insects unlocked. Jiang Chun tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the glowing interface. A slow smirk crept across his face. This class was anything but useless. In fact, it was exactly what he needed. His name was Jiang Chun. In his previous life, he had died, only to be reborn in this world, a world where strength ruled above all else. After the Dark Era, dungeons and monsters reshaped civilization, and humanity had no choice but to worship power. Born an orphan, he had struggled to survive, relying on nothing but his own will to endure. Then, just a month ago, everything changed. A mysterious system window had appeared before him, foretelling the awakening of a hidden force, the Insect Calamity System. It had promised unparalleled power, but only if he successfully awakened his class. Now, as Jiang Chun examined the system's details, his expression sharpened. The insect race, a species so terrifying that it had once pushed humanity to the brink of extinction, was feared as one of the strongest forces in history. During the last natural calamity, 9 of humanity's 12 kings had sacrificed themselves just to seal it away. Clenching his fist, Jiang Chun made his decision. In this world, power determined everything. There was no room for hesitation. If the insect race was the most feared force in existence, then he would not run from it. He would command it. Without another thought, he activated the system. In an instant, his surroundings began to shift. He found himself in an unfamiliar space, his eyes flickering with confusion. Scanning his surroundings, he raised a hand to shield his vision, trying to make sense of where he was. Could this be his sea of consciousness? Before him stood a towering spiritual tree, its immense presence dominating the space. He hadn't expected his innate talent to take the form of a tree. More system notifications appeared, displaying information about his abilities. Jiang Chun possessed multiple class talents, each tied to the cycle of growth and requiring sacrifices to activate. These skills could only be used once every 10 days and only once per target. The first ability, Fruits of All Things, allowed him to accelerate the ripening of fruits by offering a sacrifice. In return, a unique fruit with unpredictable effects would manifest. The second talent, Improved Growth, enhanced the growth rate of all living things by 10%. Whether it was plants, animals, or something else entirely, this ability would hasten their development. However, it came with an 8-hour cooldown. Jiang Chun rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he analyzed the system window. The system had even provided an automatic evaluation of his talents, an unexpectedly helpful feature. While these abilities weren't suited for direct combat, they could still be leveraged effectively. Just as he was weighing his options, a new prompt appeared. Would you like to summon the mother insect? Without hesitation, Jiang Chun confirmed the summon. At once, a dark energy surged from the ground, and a system notification flashed, summoning in progress. He watched as the ominous aura intensified, its oppressive force unmistakable. A few moments later, another window appeared. Summoning complete. Natural calamity rank mother insect. 9 miasma wing, successfully summoned. Jiang Chen's eyes widened as the colossal being took shape. The mother insect was a terrifying presence, her sheer size forcing him to instinctively step back. The system interface revealed her details. Name, 9 miasma wing. Title, Sovereign of Death. History, a catastrophic force of destruction. She once ravaged entire civilizations before mysteriously disappearing during the Third Era. Devouring value, 0%. Affinity with host, 100%. Jiang Chun quickly understood that in order to unlock her true potential, he would need to initiate the devouring process and begin cultivating the next generation of insects. As he stood there, still processing the revelation, the mother insect slowly lowered her massive head and met his gaze. To his surprise, she didn't display hostility. Instead, she addressed him with a single word. Master. Little Nine wasted no time introducing herself, immediately voicing her hunger. She craved the flesh of fierce beasts, eager to devour and grow stronger. A system notification flashed before Jiang Chun, confirming that her growth rate had increased by 10%. The system also presented him with an option to enhance her using a sacrificial object. However, thanks to his unique talent, the first enhancement required no sacrifice at all. Glancing at the system window, Jiang Chun quickly made his decision. If he could upgrade her without using resources, there was no reason to hesitate. Without a second thought, he commanded the system to begin the process. A surge of radiant green light engulfed Little Nine, pulsing with powerful energy. As he watched her transformation unfold, one thing became clear: her strength depended on devouring. She would always be hungry, and keeping her satisfied would be a challenge. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura burst forth from her body, forcing Jiang Chun to brace himself. Her grotesque insect form began shifting, her exoskeleton cracking, her limbs reshaping. And then, in an instant, the monstrous being was gone. In her place stood a tall, white-haired woman clad in dark armor, exuding a chilling presence. Her cold, piercing gaze locked onto Jiang Chun as she took slow, deliberate steps toward him. Above her head, a new system window appeared, detailing her newly acquired abilities. 1. Feed allows her to share 10 times the experience with her host. 2. Poisonous Mist grants her the ability to dissolve into lethal miasma, corroding everything in her path. 3. United enhances all of the host abilities by 20%. Jiang Chun stood frozen, struggling to process the drastic transformation. Before he could react, she suddenly lunged forward and wrapped him in a tight embrace. Beaming with excitement, she proudly declared, "Little Nine has evolved." Jiang Chun blinked, momentarily stunned. This was not what he had expected. His gaze drifted over her new form, and before he realized it, his face grew slightly warm. Sensing his hesitation, Little Nine finally released him, tilting her head up with an expression full of admiration. Without thinking, Jiang Chun reached out and patted her head. She closed her eyes, fists clenched with excitement, before once again calling him master. Then, with a playful yet unsettling smile, she eagerly declared, "Master, I'm still hungry. I want more flesh and blood." A status window appeared above Little Nine as Jiang Chun absent-mindedly stroked her head. Name: 9 Miasma Wing. Abilities: Poisonous Mist, Feed, Fury, Unity. Devouring value: 0%. Must be filled before offspring can be produced. Passive abilities: Experience Return, Attribute Enhancement. Jiang Chun's eyes sharpened as he analyzed the details. His spiritual master talent could accelerate Little Nine's devouring and experience gain, allowing him to grow stronger at an astonishing rate. On top of that, her passive ability boosted all his attributes by 20%. A smirk played across his lips. Who needed a combat class when he had this? Lifting his hands, he activated his abilities. At once, countless insects crawled from his palms, swarming forward like a tide. Watching them skitter across the ground, Jiang Chun felt a surge of excitement. As long as he could continue devouring and evolving, he would soon command an unstoppable force. His gaze then shifted to the great spiritual tree. The system had referred to the insects of the abyss as a calamity capable of rivaling natural disasters. Though the full details were unclear, one fact was obvious: this power couldn't be exposed. If the world discovered the truth, he would instantly be labeled a threat to humanity. Stuffing his hands into his pockets, Jiang Chun stared at the towering tree in thought. For now, it was best to keep his true abilities hidden. He would maintain the facade of a creation class talent while secretly using Little Nine's poisonous miasma and devouring ability to hunt and grow stronger. But hiding forever? That wasn't his style. One day, he would stand at the peak, powerful enough that there would be no need for secrets. Before he could think further, the waters of his sea of consciousness trembled. Sensing the disturbance, Little Nine sprang into the air, her wings spreading wide. She scanned the surroundings before turning back to Jiang Chun with a sly grin, her golden eyes glinting with anticipation. Something was coming. A threat. A moment later, Jiang Chun snapped back to reality, his consciousness returning to the real world. And the first thing he saw made his breath hitch. A man stood before him. He was tall, towering over Jiang Chun, with jet black hair, a rugged beard, and a long scar running over one eye. His presence was suffocating, each step forward carrying an oppressive weight. Their eyes met, and Jiang Chen's instincts screamed at him. This man was dangerous. For several tense seconds, the towering man said nothing, his sharp gaze locked onto Jiang Chen. Then, in a calm but commanding tone, he finally spoke. Was the awakening phenomenon that shook the entire city caused by you? Jiang Chen's jaw tightened. This man wasn't just strong. He was at least master rank, possibly even higher. His sheer presence was suffocating, pressing down like an invisible force. Jiang Chen instinctively became alert, scanning for any clues as to why this man had approached him. Around them, murmurs spread through the crowd. Even from a distance, the man's powerful aura radiated outward, glowing with a faint green energy. Onlookers exchanged glances, whispering about his rank. Why was someone this strong questioning Jiang Chen? Was there a conflict? The silence stretched on, the man's unwavering stare only adding to the pressure. Was he probing for a reaction? Testing him? Before Jiang Chen could respond, Little Nine suddenly appeared at his side, idly licking her finger. But the moment her golden eyes landed on the man, her expression darkened. She leaned in close, and with a voice dripping with murderous intent, muttered, "This one's a threat." Then, as if sizing up prey, she added, "But he looks delicious." Jiang Chen's pulse quickened. Something was seriously wrong. His system instantly reacted, flashing urgent warning notifications. The insect mother had identified a high-value target for devouring. Before Jiang Chen could process the situation, Little Nine shifted her stance, preparing to attack. A surge of energy exploded outward from Jiang Chen's body. A cold, sinister force rippled through the area, sending chills down the spines of everyone nearby. The students who had mocked him earlier instinctively shielded their faces, their expressions twisting in shock and fear. "Why does Jiang Chen's aura feel so wrong?" one of them stammered. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, his mind racing. He had just realized a major flaw. When the insect mother's devouring value was too low, her aggressiveness spiked. If he didn't find monsters for her soon, she would start viewing people as prey. Yet, despite the tension, the man in front of him remained unfazed. Instead, he simply smiled. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. So that's it. This guy had been provoking him on purpose. But in doing so, he had unwittingly triggered Little Nine's instincts. The situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen forced himself to suppress the insect mother's urges. A system notification popped up, confirming her temporary restraint. But this was only a short-term fix. If he didn't start the devouring process and breed new insects soon, this would only keep happening. The man kept his hands tucked in his jacket pockets, his gaze sharp as he studied Jiang Chen with clear interest. Then, after a moment, he gave a nod of approval. Despite having just awakened, Jiang Chen had already faced his test and even pushed back. That was no small feat. "You truly are worthy of a divine awakening," the man remarked. "Your future is limitless." Jiang Chen remained silent, carefully analyzing every word. A wave of relief washed over him. This man hadn't uncovered his true abilities. Taking a cautious step forward, Jiang Chen met his gaze. "Who are you?" he finally asked. The man's smile widened as he extended a hand. "Ji Gang," he introduced himself, leader of the Night Watch. Then, with a glint of admiration in his eyes, he made an offer. "Jiang Chen, how about joining us?" Jiang Chen's eyes widened slightly. Night Watch? He hadn't expected this. The Night Watch was an elite force under Long Xiao's command, tasked with fending off demon invasions and beast hordes. Whether it was a sudden monster tide, an unexplored dungeon, or the emergence of a secret realm, they were always the first to step in and the first to eliminate threats. But their job came at a price. The mortality rate was staggering, and most people avoided joining at all costs. For Jiang Chen, however, this was exactly what he needed. The insect mother required a steady supply of monster flesh and blood to build up her devouring value and begin reproducing. Once that process started, it would be impossible to predict the scale of destruction that would follow. A battlefield teeming with wild beasts? That was the perfect breeding ground. As Jiang Chen stared at Ji Gang's outstretched hand, a small smile formed on his lips. This wasn't just an invitation, it was the perfect cover. Meanwhile, the watching students erupted into hushed whispers. "Is he out his mind? No one volunteers for the Night Watch," one muttered. "The death rate is insane," another scoffed. "No way he's actually considering it." Ji Gang overheard their doubts and chuckled. He let out a small sigh before reassuring Jiang Chen. "Those rumors are outdated. A lot has changed. Besides," he paused, then added, "divine rank awakeners like you get special treatment. Comprehensive training, exclusive resources, opportunities others can only dream of." Without hesitation, Jiang Chen reached out and clasped Ji Gang's hand. "Leader," he said firmly. There was nothing more to discuss. Looking straight into Ji Gang's eyes, Jiang Chun spoke with unwavering conviction. To restore the glory of the Night Watch, our generation must not shy away from its duty. And with that, his decision was made. He was now a member of the Night Watch. Ji Gang blinked, momentarily caught off guard. He hadn't expected Jiang Chun to accept so easily. Most recruits hesitated, bargained, or outright refused. But this kid? No resistance at all. What Ji Gang didn't know was that Jiang Chun had his own plans. The Night Watch wasn't just an opportunity. It was the perfect environment to grow his insect army. Still, Ji Gang had to ask, "Are you serious?" Before Jiang Chun could respond, his system bombarded him with notifications. Then another, and another. The insect mother had appeared, and she was furious. Golden eyes blazing, Little Nine stomped toward Jiang Chun, her arms crossed in clear displeasure. "Master, I'm not happy about this," she declared. Then, with a murderous glare, she turned to Ji Gang. "I wanted to eat him." Jiang Chen's heart nearly stopped. Forcing himself to stay calm, he exhaled slowly and turned back to Ji Gang. "Yes," he said, reaffirming his decision. "I meant what I said." Before Ji Gang could press him further, Jiang Chen quickly excused himself, claiming he had urgent matters to handle. As he walked away, he threw a casual wave over his shoulder. "In 3 days, I'll report to Night Watch headquarters. Don't be late, leader." Ji Gang watched him disappear into the distance, standing still for a moment. This was too easy. He had expected negotiations, reluctance, maybe even some level of pushback. Instead, Jiang Chun had agreed immediately, without question. Something didn't add up. Before Ji Gang could dwell on it further, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky, landing beside him. One of them was a high-ranking elder from the martial arts academy. Ji Gang turned to face them, his expression unreadable. "If you're here to steal talent from the Night Watch," he said flatly, "then you're already too late." The 8th elder ignored the remark, cutting straight to the point. "Where's the boy who awakened a divine rank creation class?" Ji Gang's brow furrowed. "Creation class?" He glanced at the elder, confused. "What are you talking about?" The old man stepped forward, locking eyes with Ji Gang. There was disbelief in his gaze, mixed with something else, shock. "You're seriously planning to let a divine rank creation awakener join the Night Watch?" The elder scoffed. "That's nothing short of a death sentence." Ji Gang's expression darkened. Divine rank creation class? Realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Chun, who had joined without hesitation, had awakened a class of that level. Elsewhere in the city, Jiang Chun strolled through the streets, blending into the crowd when a voice suddenly called out to him. "Kid, were you the one who caused that awakening phenomenon in the main city?" He turned to see an older man, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It was Wang Yi. Jiang Chun gave a small nod. "Yeah." Before Wang Yi could say another word, a young woman with striking purple hair appeared. She placed a hand on her hip, letting out an exasperated sigh. "Lower your voice, old man," she warned. "If the wrong person hears, you might bring trouble down on yourself." Wang Yi chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "Ah, don't mind her. I just have a habit of talking too much." Jiang Chun closed his eyes briefly before offering a small smile. "It's all right, Wang Yi. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Wang Yi studied him for a moment before exhaling softly. "Well, even if the creation class isn't suited for combat, I hear there's plenty of demand for spiritual plant cultivators. If your parents were here, they'd be proud of you." Jiang Chen's expression softened. The people in this building had helped him get by all these years. With a warm smile, he reassured them. "I won't forget any of you in the future." Wang Yi waved him off. "No need to get sentimental, kid." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, his eyes lit up. "Actually, you came at the perfect time. We're about to enter a beginner-level secret realm to gather some gear. Why don't you join us? It'll help you level up faster." Jiang Chen nodded. "Sound good. Thanks for the invite." Just then, a system notification appeared, confirming the team formation was complete. Minutes later, inside the secret realm, as they stepped through the portal, Jiang Chun took in his surroundings, hands casually resting in his jacket pockets. So this was the inside of a secret realm? Before he could take a closer look, torches lining the area flared to life, signaling that the matchmaking process was finalized. At that moment, the dungeon's monsters turned their attention toward them. They had entered the Temple of the Dead, a C-rank secret realm. A system message appeared. Guaranteed 100% drop rate for items and equipment. Experience points will be awarded upon dungeon completion. Leaving voluntarily will result in forfeiting both experience and loot. Wang Yi's expression grew tense as he observed the approaching enemies. These are undead soldiers. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead as he processed the situation. Wait, why did the system assign us to a dungeon like this? Jiang Chun studied the advancing horde and immediately understood. This wouldn't be easy. The purple-haired girl crossed her arms, stepping forward. "It's because Jiang Chun is a divine rank awakener," she stated. The celestial system automatically adjusted the difficulty. Wang Yi shot her a skeptical look. Did you forget? Jiang Qin's awakening was in the creation category. The brown-haired girl, eyes locked on the undead soldiers, hesitated before speaking. Maybe we should just abandon the dungeon. Before she could finish, Wang Yi cut her off. With a sharp glint in his eye, he unsheathed his sword, a smirk forming on his lips. There's no need to run. Secret realms like this don't come by every day. Then, with a smirk, he added, and thanks to Jiang Qin, we're about to hit the jackpot on equipment drops. The moment Wang Yi unsheathed his sword, the undead soldiers let out enraged roars. Their hollow eyes flickered with an eerie glow as they prepared to attack. But Wang Yi remained unfazed. He steadied his stance, then lunged forward, calling back to Jiang Qin. These things are stronger than your average C-rank monsters. Stay back for now. With that, he and the others charged straight toward the dungeon's core. Wang Yi's sword sliced through the air in a brutal arc, slamming into an undead soldier's skull. Cracks spread across its decayed armor from the force of the blow. Without hesitation, he turned and shouted, Lu Ying, boost me now. Lu Ying clasped her hands together, activating her ability. A faint golden glow surrounded Wang Yi, amplifying his strength. Empowered, he struck again, this time delivering a devastating blow that shattered the undead skull completely. The monster crumbled, lifeless. As Wang Yi and the others fought relentlessly, Jiang Qin stood back, watching. Day after day, these people risked their lives battling monsters, just to survive. Now, he finally understood why they always returned wounded. His gaze flickered toward Lu Ying. He had heard she became an adventurer to earn money for her brother's eye treatment. Jiang Qin clenched his fists. He needed to grow stronger. When the time came, he would repay the kindness he had received. Lost in thought, he barely noticed when Little Nine suddenly appeared beside him. Resting her chin on her hand, she studied the fallen undead with interest. Master, there's so much blood and flesh here, she murmured, her voice laced with hunger. I want to devour them. Jiang Qin remained calm, hands slipping into his pockets as he glanced at the lifeless corpses. A small smirk played on his lips. Little Nine had already sensed the bodies. It was the perfect chance to test her abilities. Raising one hand, he activated his level 1 poison barrier skill, Corrosion. A thick, dark green fog swirled in his palm, pulsing with lethal energy. Go ahead, he commanded. Little Nine's eyes gleamed with excitement as she let out a pleased hum. The poisonous fog surged forward, creeping toward the undead corpses. The moment the mist touched the corpses, they began to dissolve at an alarming rate. In mere seconds, the decayed flesh melted away, leaving nothing but a charred stain on the dungeon floor. Jiang Qin's gaze sharpened. This ability was even stronger than he had anticipated. A system notification appeared. Devouring successful. Devouring value +10. But there was a drawback. Since the undead were low-level monsters, the growth rate was frustratingly slow. Little Nine needed stronger prey. Jiang Qin shifted his focus to Wang Yi and the others. They had already ventured deeper into the dungeon, their movements precise, clear proof of experienced teamwork. His only concern was his poison mist. Since it affected a wide area, he still lacked full control. A single misstep, and he could harm his own allies. To prevent accidents, he decided to follow from a distance, quietly handling the monster corpses as they advanced. But then, Little Nine stiffened. Her expression changed. She turned to him and whispered, Master, something's coming. Jiang Qin followed her gaze. The ground trembled beneath them. A chilling presence spread through the air as shadowy figures emerged from the darkness. More monsters. Little Nine's lips curled into a wicked grin. They're fresh, she murmured, and their blood smells delicious. A system alert flashed before his eyes. New enemy identified. Level 10 shadow lurkers. Strength, 20. Agility, 15. Defense, 10. Stamina, 5. These creatures were ambush predators, lurking in the shadows and preying on isolated targets. Jiang Qin's gaze flickered toward their names, marked in red. Did that mean their level was much higher than his? Still, when comparing raw stats, these creatures were far inferior. A status window materialized before him. Status window. Name, Jiang Qin. Title, Lord of Insects. Occupation, Divine Rank Spiritual Master. Devouring Value, Level 1. Talents, O Growth of All Things, LV.1. O Divine Evolution, LV.1. O Ancestral Tree of All Things, LV.1. Equipment, none. Companion, 9 Miasma Wing, Natural Calamity Level. Stats, O Strength, 35. O Agility, 31. O Endurance, 27. O Constitution, 20. O Combat Power, 41 stars. Abilities, O Experience Return, Passive. O Attribute Enhancement, Passive. Current devouring value, 100. Current experience, 0. Jiang Chun smirked. Time to test his skills. He turned slightly, giving Little Nine a single command. Transform into poisonous mist and follow me. Without hesitation, she obeyed. Her body dissolved into a dense, eerie fog, slithering along the ground like a living shadow. The shadow lurkers lunged. Jiang Chun remained unfazed, his expression calm. He lifted his hand, allowing Little Nine's poisonous mist to swirl around his palm. He waited. The moment the creatures closed in, he moved. With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed forward. The shadow lurkers struck first, but he slipped through their attacks effortlessly, weaving between their claws with precise movements. As he passed, he lightly brushed his hand against their bodies. A second later, the monsters froze. Their heads jerked toward the spots where he had touched them, confusion flickering in their glowing eyes. The poison had already begun to spread. Jiang Chun came to a stop, smirking. Then, with deliberate slowness, he extended his hand and clenched his fist. The poisonous mist thickened instantly, seeping deep into their bodies. Screeches of agony echoed through the dungeon as their forms withered and melted into nothingness. Jiang Chun simply watched, silent and unmoved. A series of system notifications flashed before him. Shadow Lurker defeated. Special points plus 200. Devouring value increased. He glanced at the fading remains of the creatures and let out a quiet chuckle. They didn't even stand a chance. His devouring value was skyrocketing. This was exactly the kind of growth he needed. Just as he was mulling it over, Little Nine materialized from a mist, golden eyes glowing with anticipation. Master, she purred, more blood food has arrived. Jiang Chen's smirk disappeared. From the darkness, even more shadow lurkers emerged. He stood motionless, hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze sharpening as he assessed the approaching creatures. Then a thought crossed his mind, Wang Yi and the others. His eyes narrowed. If this many monsters were lying in wait here, how many more were lurking deeper inside the dungeon? A sliver of unease settled in his mind. He needed to check on them. Without hesitation, he made a decision. This fight needed to end quickly. Little Nine, he called, his voice calm but firm. Can you handle them? In response, Little Nine's lips curled into a wicked grin. Her form shifted, emerging from a mist, her presence radiating amusement. Extending a hand toward the incoming creatures, she let out a playful hum. Leave them to me, master. These things are nothing more than weak prey. Several minutes later, Jiang Chun arrived at Wang Yi's location. The moment he saw the scene before him, his expression darkened. Wang Yi was badly injured, blood trickling down his face. He and Lu Ying were completely surrounded. Wang Yi gritted his teeth, gripping his sword with both hands, while Lu Ying raised her arms, ready to activate her ability. But the monsters weren't letting up. They kept advancing, their sheer numbers overwhelming. Wang Yi clenched his jaw, eyes locked onto the approaching horde. They're getting stronger, he muttered. At this rate, we're not making it out of here. His grip tightened on his sword before he turned to Lu Ying, his expression grave. Find Jiang Chun and leave. I'll hold them off. Lu Ying's eyes widened in shock. What are you talking about? She protested. Before he could respond, a sudden blur of movement caught his attention. An undead soldier had slipped past their defenses. Its rusted sword gleamed as it slashed through the air, heading straight for Wang Yi's head. He sensed it immediately, but it was too fast. As he spun around, a chilling realization hit him. It was too late to block. Then, a thick, dark mist erupted. The poisonous fog wrapped around the undead soldier in an instant, corroding its body at a terrifying speed. The creature let out a ghastly screech before it melted away, dissolving into nothing. Wang Yi's breath caught. He turned sharply, stunned, and standing before him was Jiang Chun. You two all right? Jiang Chun asked, his voice calm. Wang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Chun? He muttered. Unbothered, Jiang Chun stepped forward. With a simple flick of his wrist, the poisonous mist surged outward. The remaining undead barely had time to react before the corrosive fog swallowed them whole. Their bodies deteriorated instantly, crumbling into dust. Silence followed. Wang Yi's grip on his sword tightened, his expression a mix of shock and confusion. Ow! His voice came out hoarse. You're in the creation class. How can you do this? Jiang Chun stopped in front of him. Energy pulsed faintly around him as he met Wang Yi's gaze with a knowing smile. I have a hidden ability called Poisonous Mist. To demonstrate, he raised his hand again. A thick, deadly fog coiled around his palm before expanding outward, consuming the last remnants of the undead in its path. But he wasn't done yet. His gaze shifted to Lu Ying and Yi Qian. Take Wang Yi and head for the portal. He's too injured to keep fighting. I'll cover your escape. The group froze. Lu Ying's eyes widened in shock. Wang Yi clenched his jaw. Even if you're a divine rank awakener. This is insane, Jiang Chun, he snapped. Lu Ying quickly nodded in agreement. You should be coming with us, not staying behind alone. As they tried to reason with him, Yi Qian remained silent, raising a hand near her lips as if deep in thought. Jiang Chun turned away from them. His aura flared, sending waves of power rippling through the air. Then, without fully turning back, he glanced over his shoulder. Relax, he said smoothly. I'll be fine. And with that, he stepped forward alone. With each step, his energy intensified, a quiet force of power as he advanced toward the approaching monsters. Just then, a system notification rang out across the secret realm. Alert! Final level conditions met. The boss of the secret realm is now being summoned. Wang Yi's eyes widened. At the same time, he watched Jiang Chun moving deeper into the battlefield, closing in on the horde of undead soldiers. His instincts screamed at him to stop the boy, but before he could speak, Lu Ying cut in. She turned to him, her expression steady yet resolute. Jiang Chun isn't reckless, she reminded him. Trust him. Wang Yi hesitated, but after a moment of thought, he sighed in defeat. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed his sword toward Jiang Chun. Take this, he said. Just make sure you return it later. Jiang Chun caught the weapon with ease, his grip firm. A smirk tugged at his lips. Don't worry, he replied. I'll bring it back. A system notification appeared. You have obtained the Novice Conqueror's Sword. Plus 25 speed. Plus 30 strength. Plus 2% attack speed bonus. Passive ability activated. Jiang Chun lifted the sword, its edge gleaming under the dungeon's eerie glow. Perfect. With this, he could extend the range of his poisonous mist. The moment the first undead soldier lunged, he was ready. The toxic mist curled around the blade as he moved, its dark energy seeping into the metal. With a swift dodge, he evaded the attack, then countered. In an instant, his sword sliced clean through the monster. The undead barely had time to react before its body corroded, dissolving into black mist. One by one, they fell. They were no match for him. After all, Jiang Chun was the best swordsman in the entire school. But then something shifted. A surge of power rippled through the battlefield. Before he could react, a far stronger presence appeared, closing in fast. A flash of steel. A monstrous figure burst forward at high speed, its blade gleaming as it struck. Jiang Chun hadn't sensed it at first, but the moment he turned, his instinct screamed. It was already too close. Thinking fast, he leapt into the air. The enemy's sword slammed into the ground beneath him, splitting the earth with a violent crack. Jiang Chun landed safely, but the enemy wasn't finished. Burning red eyes locked onto him, the monster gripping its sword even tighter. Then, in a split second, it attacked again. Jiang Chun barely raised his weapon in time. The impact was brutal. A powerful shockwave tore through his arms, sending a deep, jarring pain straight to his bones. Then, a sickening crack echoed through the battlefield. Jiang Chun's eyes widened. The Novice Conqueror's sword had snapped in half. The sheer gap in strength was overwhelming. The force of the attack sent him flying backward, but he quickly twisted midair, regaining control before landing in a sharp skid. He glanced down at the broken blade in his grip. The boss wasn't his biggest concern right now. The real problem? Explaining this to Wang Yi. Before he could process further, a system notification popped up. Boss monster, Undead King, level 15. Jiang Chun slowly lifted his gaze. And there it was. The Undead King stood before him, towering, clad in ominous black armor, skeletal fingers gripping a massive sword. Its hollow eyes met Jiang Chun's, radiating pure, killing intent. Then, its entire body trembled. In an instant, it vanished. Jiang Chun's pulse spiked. Where did it? Before he could react, an ice-cold presence appeared behind him. His instinct screamed. He spun around and froze. The Undead King was right behind him. Sword raised. Attack incoming. For the first time, a flicker of unease crept into Jiang Chun's mind. How? He muttered. How's it this fast? His body tensed. His thoughts raced. Then, gritting his teeth, his gaze hardened. He shouted one name. Little Nine. Just as the Undead King's blade came down, she appeared. With a swift motion, she caught the sword in her bare hand. Golden eyes burned with intensity as she met the Undead King's gaze. A dangerous glint flickered across her face before she turned to Jiang Chun. Master, may I eliminate him? She asked, almost too eagerly. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. Do it. Little Nine's grin widened. Then, without so much as a flinch, she crushed the Undead King's sword with her bare hand. A massive shockwave erupted, rattling the battlefield. Extending her arms slightly, her aura surged outward in violent waves. Sensing the shift in power, the Undead King tensed. Weaponless, it had only one option left. Fight with its fists. Seizing the moment, it lunged at full speed, aiming for a decisive strike. But just as its attack was about to land, Little Nine's eyes snapped open. Her entire presence changed. The battlefield flooded with murderous intent. Then, from her back, razor-sharp tentacles burst forth. She had switched to pure offense. The undead king never stood a chance. Little Nine's tentacles lashed out like blades, cutting through its body with ruthless precision. First, she severed its left arm, then the right. Finally, with a single swift strike, she decapitated it. Without hesitation, she skewered the severed head on one of her tentacles and turned away, showing no interest in the corpse that collapsed behind her. Silence filled the battlefield. Jiang Chun stood motionless, watching in awe. A secret realm boss had just been annihilated, and yet Little Nine had remained completely unfazed. He couldn't help but smile. There was no doubt in his mind anymore. She was a monster. But before he could let his guard down, a bright energy crystal materialized in the air before him. His eyes narrowed. What is that? The crystal hovered, then suddenly began absorbing magic from the countless corpses strewn across the battlefield. His heart pounded as he realized something was terribly wrong. Within moments, the crystal pulsed violently, and an enormous figure emerged, towering over them at 20 times their size. A system notification flashed before his eyes. True boss identified. Undead Tyrant. The undead tyrant slowly lifted its head, glowing red eyes locking onto them, its sheer presence sending a wave of dread through the air. Jiang Chun clenched his fists. So this was the real boss all along? Then his gaze shifted back to the crystal inside the creature. That was the key. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Little Nine, destroy the energy crystal inside it. But before she could act, the undead tyrant let out a deafening roar and swung its massive mace down toward her. In an instant, she vanished. Using the force of the attack, she propelled herself off the wall, dodging with ease as the mace slammed into the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Jiangchen barely had time to react before the giant raised its weapon again and swung. Little Nine leapt into the air, avoiding the attack just as the earth split apart beneath her. Still midair, her gaze turned cold. Without hesitation, she unleashed her tentacles, razor-sharp, and aimed straight for the undead tyrant's massive body. But to Jiang Chen's shock, the creature dodged effortlessly. His breath caught. This thing, it's huge. Yet, somehow it was unbelievably fast. He clenched his fists, his mind racing for a strategy. Then, his eyes landed on something. Several plants scattered among the debris. A chance. This was their only shot. The undead tyrant was too fast, its sheer power devastating. Every swing of its mace carried enough force to shatter the ground beneath it. Right now, it rampaged like an uncontrollable beast, its movements wild and destructive. But that also meant it had a flaw. Little Nine struck again, her razor-sharp tentacles slicing through the air, but the undead tyrant spun with inhuman speed, dodging effortlessly. Using that momentum, the massive creature lunged forward, its massive form thundering toward Jiangchun like an unstoppable force. His heart pounded. It was moving too fast. And then it leapt. Jiangchen's head snapped up, his instincts screaming danger as the monstrous figure soared toward him, its mace clutched tightly in both hands. This was bad. But then he felt it, deep beneath the battlefield, hidden within the soil, lay dormant roots waiting to be awakened. This was his moment. The undead tyrant plunged toward him, its overwhelming force about to crash down. But Jiang Chun stood firm. He waited just a little closer. Closer. And then now, his hand shot toward the ground, and a glowing green symbol flared in his palm as he activated his spiritual master talent. In an instant, the hidden spiritual roots erupted from the earth. For massive roots surged upward, piercing straight through the undead tyrant's body, suspending it midair. The creature let out an ear-splitting roar, struggling violently, but it was already over. It was trapped. Jiang Chun stood tall, his hands still raised, radiating absolute control. His aura flared, his gaze burning with sharp determination. Without turning, he spoke, Little Nine, it's your turn. In a blink, she moved. She landed atop the immobilized beast's head, pressing one hand firmly against it while the other extended forward, claws gleaming under the dim battlefield light. Her gaze locked onto the helpless creature, her intent murderous. Understood, Master. The undead tyrant's glowing red eyes widened in realization. It knew what was coming. Panic flickered across its monstrous face as it struggled, desperate to escape. But it was too late. Before it could react, Little Nine struck. A vicious grin spread across her face as she drove her claws deep into the undead tyrant's chest. Then, with a swift flick of her tentacles, she ripped its massive body clean in half. The spiritual roots crumbled away, their purpose fulfilled, and the monster's remains crashed to the ground in a ruined heap. Jiang Chun exhaled slowly, lowering his hand as he gazed at the fallen boss. For the first time, true pride swelled within him. This battle had proven something important. His abilities weren't just for support. If used correctly, he could command the battlefield just as well as any frontline warrior. Just as that thought settled, a system notification flashed before him. Growth acceleration is now on cooldown for 8 hours. The spiritual roots gradually faded, sinking back into the earth as the battlefield returned to silence. And then, from the undead tyrant's remains, a core emerged, pulsing faintly with lingering energy. Jiang Qin's gaze sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, seizing the core before it could escape. His fingers tightened around it, and with a single decisive motion, he crushed it into dust. As the fragments scattered to the ground, he stared at his palm, his expression cold and unwavering. The battle was finally over. The silence was quickly broken by a flurry of system notifications. Congratulations! You have cleared the C-rank Secret Realm, Temple of the Undead. A moment later, the system began calculating individual contributions. After a few seconds, the final rankings appear before him. Jiang Chun, Level 0, Spiritual Master, S rank. Wang Yi, Level 12, Swordsman, B rank. Lu Ying, Level 11, Warlock, A rank. And Lin, Level 10, Boxer, B rank. With the rankings finalized, the heavenly system proceeded to generate team rewards. A glowing system window materialized before Jiang Chun, displaying several weapon options. 1 dagger, 2 scepter, 3 heavy axe, 4 light axe, 5 hammer. As the spiritual roots fully disappeared beneath the soil, Jiang Chun studied the selection screen, lost in thought. After a brief pause, he reached forward and selected the dagger. A new notification appeared. You have obtained Edmu's Swift Dagger, rank D, plus 50 attack points, plus 5% speed bonus. Bonus, 2 professional attributes related to swords. Jiang Chun turned the dagger over in his hands, testing its edge. It was sharp, well-balanced, nothing extraordinary, but solid enough. This would be a good replacement for Wang Yi's broken sword. However, as his eyes flicked back to the reward screen, he noticed something strange. All of the weapons were combat-focused. A slight frown crossed his face. Wasn't there anything more suited for creation-class awakeners? His curiosity piqued. He reached back into the system window and began scanning through the remaining options. His gaze landed on the hammer. The moment he pulled it out, the weapon dropped with a thunderous crash, embedding itself into the ground. Jiang Qin's brow furrowed. It was absurdly heavy. A new system notification flashed before him. You have obtained Call of the King, Legendary Hammer. Plus 100 strength. Minus 100 agility due to extreme weight. Effect, 10% chance to trigger 5x critical damage. Jiang Chun tightened his grip and attempted to lift it, but even using both hands, the hammer barely budged. Just then, another system notification flashed before Jiang Chun's eyes. Experience rewards calculated. Distributing earned experience. His breath caught. The system was now processing the experience points gained from the Secret Realm. Within moments, he felt a surge of energy course through his body, a powerful transformation taking place. The weight of the hammer in his grip began to shift, growing lighter and lighter, until within seconds, he could lift it effortlessly. A new notification appeared. United ability activated. All attributes increased by 20%. A powerful aura enveloped Jiang Chun as his strength surged. With one hand, he casually held the massive hammer, while the other slipped into his pocket as if the weapon weighed nothing at all. He studied the hammer in his grip, testing its balance. Thanks to Little Nine's passive ability, his level had skyrocketed to level 6. And with that increase, the effects of United had amplified even further. Not only had all his attributes been boosted, but his physical combat prowess was evolving alongside his rising level. As he stood there, deep in thought, Little Nine suddenly tugged at his shirt, snapping him back to reality. She pointed at the glowing system window, eyes shimmering with curiosity, and asked if she could eat everything inside. Jiang Chun set the hammer down and met her eager gaze. After a brief moment of consideration, he shook his head. The equipment was meant for Wang, Yi, and the others to sell for money. If she devoured it all, she'd probably end up with a terrible stomachache. Hearing this, Lil Nine pouted. She placed one hand behind her back while touching her lips with the other, clearly disappointed. But her mood quickly shifted as her gaze landed on the massive corpse of the undead tyrant. Her eyes sparkled with renewed interest as she turned back to Jiang Chun, her voice filled with anticipation. Could she eat that instead? Jiang Chun had nearly forgotten about the boss's remains. The devouring value was too valuable to waste. His aura flared slightly as he turned to the towering corpse, considering her request. In the end, he gave a simple nod. It was hers to claim, after all. Without hesitation, Little Nine approached the enormous carcass. Jiang Chun observed her closely, realizing just how massive the undead tyrant truly was. If she relied on her poisonous mist to break it down, the process might take a while. But then, without warning, she stretched out her arms, closed her eyes, and murmured something about digging. Her body trembled for a brief moment before shifting. In an instant, she reverted to her true form. Now, standing in her monstrous, natural state, she locked onto the undead tyrant's remains with a ravenous gaze. Then, with a single, earth-shaking motion, she lunged forward. The sheer scale of her true form was beyond comprehension. Compared to her, the undead tyrant suddenly seemed insignificant. A chill ran down Jiang Chen's spine as he watched. With a deep, guttural roar, Little Nine sank her fangs into the corpse, devouring it with terrifying speed. The sheer force of her feeding sent powerful gusts of wind surging through the battlefield, scattering debris in every direction. Jiang Chun took advantage of the chaos, swiftly retrieving all the equipment from the system window before anyone could notice. With his hammer in one hand, he raised the other to shield his face from the forceful winds stirred by Little Nine's relentless feeding. Her deafening roar echoed through the battlefield, and for a brief moment, he couldn't help but think. If this had happened in the main city instead of a secret realm, there would have been no way to hide the commotion. As the last remnants of the undead tyrant vanished, a new system notification appeared, awarding Jiang Chun 400 devouring points. He peeked out from behind his arm, watching as the devouring value surged. As expected, consuming a boss-level creature provided a massive boost. If they wanted to push it even further, they would need to take down more monsters of this caliber. Before he could dwell on the thought, the sound of approaching footsteps snapped him back to reality. His expression tensed. Wang Yi and the others were on their way, no doubt drawn in by the noise Little Nine had caused. He quickly checked the devouring value. 8,876 points. So close to being full. Without hesitation, he rushed over to Little Nine, urging her to revert to her humanoid form before the others arrived. Grinning playfully, she nodded. Understood, Master. Jiang Chun sighed. What a waste. If only they had a little more time. Moments later, Wang Yi and the others reached them. Their eyes swept over the battlefield, immediately taking in the scattered equipment. Clear proof that Jiang Chun had taken down the boss on his own. Not wanting to draw unnecessary attention, Jiang Chun casually explained that his sword had broken during the fight, but to make up for it, he handed Wang Yi a dagger. The swordsman accepted it without hesitation, his expression shifting when he realized it was a rare item. Instantly, any concern over his damaged sword disappeared. This was more than a fair trade. Meanwhile, Lu Ying picked up a necklace from the loot and inspected it closely. After a brief pause, she remarked that it was also a rare item, something that would fetch a high price. On the other hand, Yi Qian was still in shock. She demanded to know how Jiang Chun had managed to defeat the boss by himself. Jiang Chun scratched the back of his head, offering a nonchalant answer. His poison just happened to be especially effective against monsters like this. But even as he spoke, his expression darkened slightly. The secret realm had now been fully cleared, meaning it wouldn't refresh again. If he wanted to continue increasing his devouring value, he would have to seek out another powerful boss. The desert seemed like the next logical destination. Wang Yi studied him for a long moment before letting out a quiet sigh. It was a shame. Someone like Jiang Chun, who had defeated a boss monster despite not even being level 1 yet, would be unbelievably strong once he truly started leveling up. If only he weren't heading toward the research department. Curious about Jiang Chen's next move, Wang Yi couldn't help but ask about his plans. Turning to him with a smile, Jiang Chen admitted he hadn't mentioned it before to avoid causing unnecessary worry, but he was preparing to join the Night's Watch. The revelation stunned Wang Yi. He immediately pressed for confirmation. Was Jiang Chen truly serious about enlisting in the Night Watch? Without hesitation, Jiang Chun placed a hand on his head and nodded. He would be leaving in 3 days. But before that, he intended to increase his level, which meant heading into the wilderness soon. The response sent a wave of shock through the group. Yi Qian covered her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief, while Lu Ying reached out with a concerned expression. She warned him that the wilderness was far too dangerous, but before she could finish, Jiang Chun cut her off. Clenching his fist, he allowed a faint wisp of Little Nine's poisonous mist to seep through his palm. His voice was calm but resolute. He knew exactly what he was doing. Instead of worrying about him, they should be worrying about the real problem, the monsters lurking beyond the city's borders. Later that day, a few hours after their conversation, Jiang Chun boarded a train bound for the outskirts of the city. As it gradually slowed to a stop, the conductor's voice echoed through the carriage, announcing that all travelers heading into the wilderness should disembark. Stepping off the train, Jiang Chun pulled his cloak tightly around himself to avoid drawing attention. He paused, scanning his surroundings. Ahead, a long bridge stretched out before him, crowded with awakeners preparing for their respective journeys. The energy in the air was heavy. Some were eager, others tense, but all shared the same purpose: survival. Ever since awakening his system, Jiang Chun had noticed an unusual change in his appetite. He was constantly hungry. But what intrigued him even more was that, despite the unstable nature of his devouring value, he had discovered a curious pattern. His value increased slightly whenever he ate. Testing the theory once again, he pulled out a loaf of bread and took a bite. As he chewed, his system flickered, and sure enough, his devouring value ticked up by 2 points. Just then, little Nine materialized beside him. She glanced at the bread in his hand, grimaced, and put a hand near her mouth in disgust. Her unimpressed expression said it all. His food looked terrible. Jiang Chun smirked at her reaction. If she was this picky, he would have to find something better for her. Without wasting time, he summoned a map and unfolded it, allowing little Nine to look on as well. He hadn't expected Wang Yi to be so generous. Aside from leaving him with most of the equipment, he had also provided 2 invaluable gifts: a storage ring and a detailed map of the region. Considering that Jiang Chun was heading straight into the desert, these items would be critical for his survival. As Jiang Chun strode across the bridge, Wang Yi's warning echoed in his mind. The wilderness was deeply influenced by the heavenly way, a force that rendered all electronic devices useless. Out here, it was almost like an apocalyptic wasteland, where monsters roamed freely, constantly migrating between their nests. Even the most detailed maps had an extremely short lifespan. Without up-to-date intelligence, tracking down monsters, let alone powerful boss creatures, was nearly impossible. Glancing at the map Wang Yi had given him, Jiang Chun took note of the dominant creatures in the area. Firebirds and thunder rhinoceroses were the most common, their movements easily traceable due to their sheer size and elemental abilities. However, his eyes lingered on a particular section marked with a question mark. That was a place Wang Yi had explicitly warned him to avoid at all costs, a location believed to house an extremely dangerous nest. Instead, Jiang Chen's focus shifted to a far more suitable target: the Goblin Dungeon. It was populated with low-level monsters, had decent numbers, and, most importantly, wasn't a popular hunting ground for other awakeners. Clenching his fist with determination, he allowed a small smile to form. With a map in hand, tracking down the dungeon would be simple. Just as he was lost in thought, a sharp voice cut through the air, snapping him back to reality. "Hey, stop right there." Jiang Chen's instincts flared. Immediately on alert, he turned his head to face the speaker. A cloaked man had approached him, placing a firm hand on his shoulder with an unmistakably aggressive stance. The man's eyes were sharp, his expression unreadable, but one thing was clear. He had been calling out for Jiang Chun for a while. "You ignoring me or something?" the man demanded, his tone laced with irritation. "I just need to ask you something." His grip tightened slightly before he continued. "Have you seen a girl with golden hair around here?" Jiang Chen's gaze turned cold. Without hesitation, he answered he hadn't seen anyone like that. Then, narrowing his eyes, he added a sharp warning. "And you should be careful with how you speak." At that moment, a faint wisp of little Nine's poisonous mist seeped from Jiang Chen's shoulder, clinging to the man's hand. The effect was immediate. The man yanked his hand back, his face twisting in confusion as he clenched his fingers. His brows furrowed. Poison? That didn't make sense. Jiang Chun hadn't even reached level 10 yet. How could he possibly wield such a dangerous ability? Yet, despite the clear power gap between them, the man being a level 27 main defense warrior, Jiang Chun remained completely unfazed. Without so much as a backward glance, he spoke in a calm, almost casual tone. "You might want to find a healer fast. That poison isn't easy to cure." Then, with a smirk, he added, "And next time, take better care of your brain." With that, Jiang Chun turned and walked away, leaving the man standing there, teeth clenched, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. The man's face twisted with fury, his teeth clenched, and his eyes burned with rage as he barked after Jiang Chun, demanding to know who had given him permission to walk away. Jiang Chun paused mid-step. Slowly, he turned his head, his gaze now laced with a murderous intensity. The air around them grew unervingly heavy, suffocating. The man took a step forward, his aura flaring with power as he sneered, eyes locking onto Jiang Chun. "How dare you lay a hand on a Shao family?" Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. The Shao family? Could this guy be talking about that Shao family, the one from the Battle of Heaven? Before he could fully process the thought, the man lunged forward, his full strength behind the attack. But Jiang Chun had already predicted his move. Just as the man's fist came crashing down, Jiang Chun sidestepped, leaping away in one smooth motion. The ground beneath them shattered on impact, sending debris flying, in every direction. Still airborne, Jiang Chun lifted a hand in front of his face, his gaze darkening as he studied his attacker. What exactly did the Shao family want from him? The man clenched his teeth, his frustration evident, but instead of hesitating, he doubled down. His speed increased as he unsheathed his sword, his movements sharp and precise. Not bad, he muttered under his breath, acknowledging Jiang Chen's reflexes. Jiang Chen's expression remained unreadable as he reached to pull back his hood. At the same time, he extended his hand to the side, summoning a swirl of little nine's poisonous mist. His voice was calm, yet absolute. It was no longer necessary to hold back. Within seconds, little nine materialized from a mist, her eyes gleaming with a murderous glint. She didn't need further instructions. Understood, she responded, her tone carrying an eerie finality. But rather than backing off, the man, now revealed as Zheng Tai, became even more aggressive. His expression twisted into a sneer as he let out a mocking laugh. You think the same cheap trick will work on me again? His grip on his sword tightened. Poison won't scare me twice. Jiang Chun smirked. That confidence was about to cost him. Just as he prepared to strike, a sharp voice sliced through the tension. Zheng Tai. The name echoed through the air like a thunderclap. Zheng Tai froze. His entire demeanor shifted in an instant. The raw fury in his expression faded, replaced by something dangerously close to fear. Slowly, he turned his head, his jaw clenched so tightly that veins bulged along his temple. Jiang Chen didn't move. Who was this? A man with striking blue hair, dressed in a hooded cloak, had appeared behind Zheng Tai. His presence alone carried a weight of authority, his sharp eyes locking onto Zheng Tai like a predator eyeing weak prey. His expression was ice-cold, but his voice was laced with irritation as he demanded, "What the hell are you doing here?" His eyes flickered with barely restrained anger. "I told you to find someone, not start a damn scene." Zheng Tai visibly trembled. He opened his mouth to explain himself, but before he could utter a single word, the blue-haired man scoffed and turned away slightly. "Trash," he muttered, his voice filled with disgust. "All you do is cause problems." Zheng Tai's fear spiked. He barely had time to react before a brutal uppercut smashed into his chin. Blood spurted from his nose as he stumbled backward, gasping in pain. Jiang Chun watched the exchange in silence. This man wasn't just affiliated with the Shao family. He was someone with real authority. Someone far above Zheng Tai. The blue-haired man's energy flared ominously as he fixed Zheng Tai with a sharp, deadly glare. "You're nothing but a dog of the Shao family. You have no right to even speak our name." Zheng Tai, still dazed from the hit, could do nothing but tremble. Then, realizing there was no other option, he dropped to his knees, bowing his head in submission. His voice shook as he apologized profusely, swearing that he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Now that the confrontation had de-escalated, Jiang Chun calmly pulled his hood back on, his expression unreadable as he observed the two men. Something was off. He had never sensed the blue-haired man's presence before. That alone told him all he needed to know. This guy was far more dangerous than the so-called warrior he had just dealt with. As Zheng Tai shakily got back to his feet, the blue-haired man turned his attention toward Jiang Chun. His tone, surprisingly, was polite. "Apologies," he said smoothly. "My dog has a bad habit of biting things. Consider this a formal apology. I'd be happy to make amends." Jiang Chun didn't even hesitate. "No need," he replied simply. The man smiled, taking a step closer. "Are you heading to the desert?" His aura subtly intensified, his gaze locking onto Jiang Chen's. "Want to travel together?" For a long moment, Jiang Chun said nothing. Then, without a word, he turned his back and walked away. The blue-haired man watched him go, his expression unreadable. He didn't try to stop him, nor did he seem offended. Instead, he found Jiang Chun interesting. He already knew the truth. Jiang Chun had awakened the divine class ability known as Spiritual Master. Once Jiang Chun had disappeared into the distance, Zheng Tai hesitantly approached, his voice cautious. "Should I keep searching for the target?" The man barely glanced at him before shaking his head. "No, by the time you find her, it'll already be too late." His tone was cold yet certain. "Besides, I already have a clue. The girl escaped the city. She's probably trying to cross the desert to reach the next station." With that, he raised a hand and pulled down his hood, revealing his full face. As he began walking away, he gave one final order: make sure she never arrives. Zheng Tai pressed both hands against his chest, lowered his head, and closed his eyes in submission. "Understood," he responded solemnly. The world had changed. Once, humanity had spread across the planet, building vast cities and civilizations. But with the arrival of the awakened era, everything was upended. Waves of beasts, secret realms, and dungeons emerged, invading human territories. Ancient settlements were either abandoned or repurposed into fortresses designed to withstand chaos. Now, only the awakened, those who sought strength, ventured into these forsaken lands, fighting monsters to level up and claim wealth. These perilous regions were now known as the Wildlands. Jiang Chun moved steadily through the desolate ruins, occasionally encountering mutant rats scurrying in the shadows. Hours passed, and eventually, he arrived at a crumbling, abandoned sector of the city. He paused, scanning his surroundings. Did I get lost? His original destination was the Goblin Beast's nest, but after what felt like an eternity of walking, the sun had already set, and he still hadn't reached it. Meanwhile, Little Nine, who had grown increasingly restless from hunger, took matters into her own hands. She hunted down a stray rat, perched herself atop Jiang Chen's head, and took a bite. But the moment she tasted it, her expression twisted in pure disappointment. Chewing slowly, she reached a heartbreaking realization. Not all food was worth eating. Jiang Chun continued onward, but something became increasingly clear. The monsters here were weak. None of them provided a meaningful boost to his devouring value. If he didn't find a proper beast boss nest soon, this entire trip would be a waste. And with his impending enlistment into the Night Watch, he couldn't afford to waste time. Lost in thought, his expression darkened. Then, without warning, the sky shifted. Heavy storm clouds rolled in, plunging the ruins into darkness. Within seconds, rain began to fall. Jiang Chun extended his hand, allowing the raindrops to collect in his palm. Immediately, he sensed something unusual. The rain carried traces of magical fluctuations. His eyes flickered with intrigue. This wasn't ordinary rainfall. It was proof that beast slayers had been operating nearby. A mistake in navigation had led him straight to what he had been looking for, the beast nest. Now, all that remained was hunting down a monster strong enough to finally fill his devouring bar. At that moment, something in the darkness stirred. A giant spider had been lurking nearby, and now it had sensed his presence. Moving slowly, it descended from the shadows, its many gleaming eyes locking onto Jiang Chun with unmistakable killing intent. Jiang Chun turned his head, meeting the creature's piercing gaze. The two stared at each other in tense silence. Then, Little Nine materialized beside him, her sharp eyes narrowing. Her voice was calm, yet laced with anticipation. Do you want me to handle it? Jiang Chun lifted his chin slightly, studying the monster before him. Despite its massive size, its actual level wasn't high. It was just big. Without breaking eye contact, he responded calmly, no need. As if taking those words as a challenge, the spider slammed into the ground with a heavy thud, its razor-sharp legs flexing as it prepared to strike. Its beady eyes gleamed with predatory hunger. Then it lunged, its bladed legs slashed toward him in a flurry of lethal strikes. But Jiang Chun barely exerted any effort. His movements were smooth, almost effortless. Each attack missed as he twisted and dodged with precision, weaving through the rain like a dancer. Sensing an opening, he suddenly gathered momentum and propelled himself into the air. In the blink of an eye, he was above the monster. The spider's head snapped back, its many eyes widening in pure panic. What is he doing? Before it could react, Jiang Chun clenched his fist tightly and brought it down with devastating force. Boom! The impact shook the earth, shattering the stone beneath them. The spider's massive form collapsed instantly, crushed under the sheer power of his strike. Jiang Chun remained standing atop its lifeless body, momentarily lost in thought. Then, Little Nine appeared beside him, placing a hand on her forehead as if sensing something. More monsters are coming, she warned. Her voice snapped him back to reality. He turned his head and immediately understood what she meant. The force of his attack had drawn attention. From the dark corners of the ruins, more giant spiders emerged, creeping closer. Their many eyes glowed with hunger and malice, their gleaming fangs poised to strike. Still standing atop the fallen beast, Jiang Chun calmly stretched his hand to the side. A swirl of poisonous mist coiled around his fingers as he summoned the dagger he had obtained from the secret realm. He and Little Nine locked eyes, watching the horde close in. A smirk tugged at his lips. It's time for a good meal. Jiang Chun turned to Little Nine, his expression sharp. Ready? She met his gaze, her own eyes gleaming with anticipation. Always. Without wasting another second, Jiang Chun activated Little Nine's poisonous mist and lunged forward. In an instant, he was among the spiders. His dagger flashed through the air, slicing through their bodies with ruthless precision. The mist seeped into their wounds, spreading like a deadly plague, corroding them from the inside. The battle was swift, brutal. Those that weren't immediately slaughtered collapsed moments later, their bodies convulsing as the poison did its work. By the time the last spider fell, the battlefield was reduced to a massive pile of corpses. Their levels had climbed rapidly. At this rate, they could easily level up 2 more times before making their way back. Jiang Chun stepped forward, glancing at the remains of the fallen spiders before gesturing toward them. Go ahead, little nine. Devour them all. Little nine's eyes lit up with delight. Stretching her arms out excitedly, she beamed at him. Thank you. But just as she was about to begin, she suddenly froze. Her expression shifted as she tilted her head slightly. Her focus locked on something in the distance. Something big, powerful, and delicious is coming, she murmured. Jiang Qin's gaze sharpened. If she was this excited, then there was no doubt about it. The boss was approaching. Turning toward the incoming presence, he extended his hand, allowing poisonous mist to swirl around his fingertips. His voice was steady yet commanding. Prepare to attack. Through the thick fog, a shadowy figure emerged. Without hesitation, little Nine obeyed, launching herself forward like a predator striking its prey. Then, a sharp cry of pain tore through the air. Jiang Qin's brow furrowed. That didn't sound like a monster. His eyes flicked toward the source of the sound, and what he saw made him pause. A woman. Little Nine had miscalculated. Instead of attacking the boss, she had struck an unknown woman, shredding part of her clothing in the process. Within seconds, the stranger collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Jiang Chan remained still, observing her closely. What kind of magical creature is this? Several seconds passed before the woman stirred. Her eyes fluttered open, filled with confusion as she gazed blankly up at the darkened sky. Where am I? She wondered. Slowly, she pushed herself upright, pressing one hand against her forehead as if trying to gather her scattered thoughts. She had no memory of how she ended up in this place. Jiang Chan approached and casually sat beside her, resting his elbows on his knees. He closed his eyes briefly before flashing a relaxed smile. You're awake. The sound of his voice sent a jolt through her. Her body tensed as her mind raced. Who is he? Without a moment's hesitation, she scrambled to her feet, instinctively putting distance between them. She assumed a defensive stance, her wary eyes never leaving him. Who are you? Don't come any closer. Jiang Chun stood up as well, but remained completely calm. Facing her directly, his voice remained even and measured. Relax. I'm just a job changer. I came to the desert to hunt monsters. He paused briefly before adding, I have no intention of harming you. The woman hesitated, her sharp gaze scanning him. But then, her expression suddenly shifted. A spark of recognition flashed in her eyes. She clutched her chest with one hand while pointing at him with the other. I know you. You were the one who attacked me. Her voice carried both shock and certainty as she stared at him intently. Jiang Chun let out a small, uneasy laugh. Closing his eyes for a moment, he gave a polite smile and admitted, That was my mistake. I thought you were a monster. Hearing this, she spun toward him, her lips pursed in a pout. Seriously? How could you mistake someone as stunning as me for a monster? She huffed. That's just rude. Then, as if realizing something, her expression shifted to panic. She hurriedly ran her hands over her face, touching her nose and ears to make sure everything was still intact. Jiang Chun said nothing, quietly observing her. He had used his full strength in that attack, yet she was standing here completely unharmed. His curiosity deepened. Just who was she? Once she confirmed she was fine, she finally relaxed. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, and the golden ring on her finger glowed, releasing a faint green energy. A holographic screen flickered to life, displaying the time. The moment she saw it, her face darkened. I've wasted too much time, she muttered under her breath. Without sparing him another glance, she turned on her heel and hurried away. Jiang Chun didn't stop her, but his sharp eyes tracked her every move. Where was she rushing off to? More importantly, who was she trying to avoid? She had almost disappeared from sight when she suddenly halted. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face as she bit her nails, covering her mouth. Jiang Chun instantly sensed something was off. Without hesitation, he approached. Something wrong? He asked, scrutinizing her. Her body tensed. Still facing away, she hesitantly peeked over her shoulder, forcing an awkward smile. Oh no, there are monsters up ahead, she stammered. And since, fighting isn't really my thing, I figured I'd turn back and let you handle them. The moment those words left her mouth, her nervous act vanished. Without another glance, she casually waved over her shoulder. Well, that's that. See ya. And just like that, she bolted. Jiang Qin stood there, blank-faced. After a brief silence, he sighed. Her acting was absolutely terrible. At that moment, the rain grew heavier, and she disappeared into the downpour. Jiang Chun continued walking, shifting his focus. If there were monsters up ahead, good. He welcomed them. They were no threat to him, and each battle meant more devouring points. But there was another issue at hand. Jiang Chun turned his head slightly, his gaze darkening. Dealing with monsters was one thing. Handling other job changers? That was a different kind of trouble. The desert had always been a lawless wasteland, a place where killing wasn't limited to beasts. Many who came here weren't just hunting monsters. They were hunting people taking whatever they wanted through bloodshed and violence. His thoughts drifted back to the woman from before. Would it be worth capturing her and getting some answers? As he mulled over the idea, Little Nine suddenly materialized beside him, her expression serious as she pointed ahead. A lot of monsters are coming this way, she warned. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a grin. That's the best news I've heard all day. But his excitement was short-lived. As he turned his attention forward, his eyes narrowed in shock. From the shadows, hundreds of giant spiders crawled into view, identical to the ones he had just taken down. But towering over them was something far worse. A massive spider, much larger than the rest, loomed at the center of the swarm. Its many eyes gleamed with killing intent, locking onto him with an eerie stillness. Jiang Chen's energy flared instinctively as he analyzed the situation. This wasn't good. Fighting a few was manageable, but an entire horde? That was another story. His mind flicked back to the woman's warning. So, she wasn't lying after all. Even surrounded, he felt strangely at ease. He'd much rather face monsters than deal with the treacherous battles between job changers. Then, without warning, the swarm attacked. The air filled with ear-piercing screeches as the spiders lunged, their grotesque forms rushing toward him with terrifying speed. Jiang Chen's grin returned. Run? Why would he? These creatures were walking treasure troves of devouring points. His hands tightened around his daggers as his energy surged, a suffocating aura spilling out around him. Little Nine, he commanded, his voice calm. Release the poisonous mist. Understood. A thick, venomous fog seeped from his daggers, curling through the air like a living entity. The first wave of spiders reached him. Their fangs glistened, their jaws stretching wide, ready to tear into him. Jiang Chen didn't flinch. For a moment, he stood perfectly still, letting the mist coil around him. Then, one of the spiders lunged. In an instant, Jiang Chen vanished. Reappearing midair, he swung his blade in a single, fluid motion. The spider split clean in half. Its body dropped to the ground in two lifeless pieces, the poison seeping into its wounds before it could even react. Still hovering, Jiang Chen swept his gaze across the swarm. Something wasn't right. These spiders were faster than before. Why? Before he could process it, another one lunged, its speed far beyond what he expected. Jiang Chen immediately sensed the incoming attack. He glanced back, slightly surprised by how quickly the spider had closed the gap. But unfortunately for the creature, catching him off guard was impossible. Just as it lunged, he moved. In a single, fluid motion, his daggers flashed through the air, slicing effortlessly through its body. The spiders remained scattered across the ground, lifeless before they could even react. Seconds later, Jiang Chen landed with a steady stance, both daggers still dripping with venomous mist. His gaze swept over the fallen bodies around him, taking in the aftermath. But something felt off. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a faint sting against his skin. A thin cut ran across his abdomen. It was barely a wound, but the fact that one of them had managed to land a hit at all was a problem. Something had changed. Suddenly, the smaller spiders surged forward. This time, they weren't just attacking at random. Their movements were precise, coordinated. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. They were working together. He quickly scanned the swarm, searching for the cause. Then he spotted it. A massive spider looming in the darkness, far larger than the rest. Unlike the others, its 6 glowing eyes burned with intelligence. The boss. It didn't take long for Jiang Chen to piece things together. This wasn't just another monster. This thing was controlling the swarm. And then, as if responding to its command, more spiders emerged from the shadows. Thousands of them. In an instant, he was completely surrounded. Jiang Chen remained motionless, shrouded in the poisonous mist from Little Nine. Now everything made sense. These creatures weren't just relying on overwhelming numbers. They had strategy. This was why no one dared set foot in this place. His gaze locked onto the boss. If he wanted to end this quickly, there was only one option. Kill the leader, and the swarm would fall apart. But with this many enemies, even that wouldn't be easy. As he weighed his options, Little Nine emerged from the mist beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Her sharp gaze remained fixed on the boss. I understand now, she said, her voice steady. These creatures, they're trying to challenge their master. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, turning toward her. Challenge? What do you mean? Little Nine scoffed, folding her arms. How arrogant. Without another word, she spread her arms wide, tilted her head back, and unleashed a thunderous roar. The reaction was immediate. The swarm, once moving in perfect harmony, suddenly froze in place. And then chaos. Panic set in. The spiders scattered in every direction, their formation crumbling as they desperately tried to flee. Jiang Chen blinked, momentarily stunned. Wait, they're running? Jiang Chen's mind raced. Monsters or not, these creatures were still insects. If that was the case, then, Little Nine turned to him, a smug expression crossing her face. I severed the connection between the boss and its swarm, she announced. Jiang Chun hadn't expected her abilities to work this way, but with the horde in complete disarray, their battle had just become much simpler. He tightened his grip on his daggers, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Nice work, he praised. Now let's finish this. Little Nine began shifting back in her true form, her predatory gaze locked onto the boss. Understood, master. With his body still radiating poisonous mist, Jiang Chun gathered momentum and launched himself forward. In a blur, his daggers tore through the chaos, cutting down the now disorganized spiders with ease. Without the boss directing them, they were nothing more than scattered prey. And Jiang Chun, he was the predator, moving at lightning speed. He carved through the remaining monsters, his movements precise and efficient. With each slash, more spiders fell before him. The battle had shifted entirely in his favor. Then, without hesitation, he propelled himself into the air, locking onto his final target, the boss. The massive creature let out a deafening roar, its murderous gaze fixated on him. But Jiang Chun didn't falter. He met its glare with unwavering confidence, knowing this was the last obstacle in his path. More importantly, this boss held the highest devouring value. The beast attempted to defend itself, but before it could react, Jiang Chun struck. Both daggers plunged into its skull, sinking deep as Little Nine's poisonous mist infused its wounds. The boss twitched violently, but it was already over. Despite its immense size, the monster collapsed within seconds, its lifeless body hitting the ground with a resounding crash. Jiang Chun landed smoothly atop the fallen beast, his dagger still in hand as venomous mist curled around him. Staring at the lifeless corpse, he knew it was time. The moment had come to breed the swarm of insects. Just then, a system window flashed before his eyes. He had leveled up. Now, at level 14, his power evaluation had skyrocketed to 127 stars. His passive abilities and level-up effects remained active, enhancing his combat potential even further. Clenching his fist, he felt the rush of newfound strength coursing through his body. A smirk tugged at his lips. With 127 stars, his combat power was already rivaling that of a level 25 professional in the combat class. But he wasn't done yet. Glancing across the battlefield, he noticed the remaining small spiders had begun to scatter in fear. The remaining spiders weren't foolish. Sensing Jiang Chun's overwhelming power and the terrifying aura radiating from the mother insect, they knew they had no chance. Though he could have hunted them down for additional devouring points, he chose not to. There was something far more important at hand. It was time to begin the process. Stepping toward the fallen monsters, the poisonous mist thickened around him. Little Nine slowly emerged from the haze, her presence exuding a lethal energy. Jiang Chun's gaze locked onto the boss's massive corpse. Clenching one fist tightly, he raised his other hand toward the sky. With a firm declaration, he granted the remains to Little Nine. She immediately acknowledged his command with gratitude before shifting into her true form. In a single bound, she lunged toward the lifeless body, sinking her fangs deep into its flesh. As she feasted, a system window materialized before Jiang Chun. Devouring complete, plus 600 devouring points. Watching the notification disappear, Jiang Chun turned away, lost in thought. Elite monsters like this one were leagues above ordinary creatures, providing significantly higher devouring value. This battle had proven something crucial. Hunting these powerful foes, while simultaneously growing his insect swarm, was the most efficient way to gain strength. Moments later, another system notification flashed before him. Devouring value has reached maximum capacity. Initiate insect breeding. Jiang Chun's eyes narrowed. That was fast. The value had filled up in record time, confirming what he had already suspected. Elite monsters were the key to exponential growth. Little Nine soon returned to her human form. Kneeling before him, she placed one hand on the ground and lowered her head in reverence. She calmly reported that she was ready to reproduce and requested permission to continue following him, now with even greater power. Jiang Chun remained silent for a moment, his aura radiating dominance as he processed the information. Then, a faint smile crossed his lips. It was time. Right on cue, another system notification appeared. First-generation mass insect breeding has begun. A sudden surge of energy erupted between them. Both Jiang Chun and Little Nine emitted powerful waves of aura as the system announced that two of his passive abilities, accelerated growth of talents and blessing of the growth of all things, had now taken effect. Jiang Chun turned his gaze toward Little Nine, immediately recognizing how drastically his abilities were enhancing the breeding process. Then, something unexpected happened. A strange mark appeared on his hand. He didn't need to think twice to understand what it was. A system notification instantly confirmed his suspicion. Exclusive abilities unlocked. insect nest, and dominion. Before he could fully grasp the implications, another message popped up. Breeding process accelerated. Time remaining 8 seconds. Jiang Chun lifted his head toward the sky, his eyes widening in shock. The sight before him was nothing short of astonishing. Little Nine stood with her arms spread wide, and in the blink of an eye, the air around them was engulfed by an overwhelming swarm of insects. Thousands of tiny, winged creatures filled the sky, their bodies shimmering with energy. A system notification flashed before his eyes, confirming the result. The first insect swarm had been successfully bred. Total count, 2,300. Jiang Chun turned to the side, observing the massive colony in awe. A grin slowly spread across his face. He hadn't expected the first breeding cycle to produce over 2,000 offspring. And this was only the beginning. If this was the result of the first generation, how vast would his swarm become by the third, or the fourth? As he stood there, one of the newly born insects fluttered toward him. Sensing its presence, Jiang Chun instinctively reached out, gently stroking its tiny head. Surprisingly, he found himself growing fond of these creatures. However, their abilities felt distinctly different from Little Nine's. Almost as if responding to his curiosity, a status window appeared before him, revealing the swarm's official designation. Son of Nine, Wings of Miasma. Alongside the name, 4 powerful abilities were listed. 1. Poisonous Mist, a corrosive toxin capable of devouring anything it touched. 2. Camouflage, a skill that allowed the insects to blend seamlessly into their surroundings by reflecting light off their wings. 3. Fury, an ability that consumed devouring value in exchange for temporarily enhancing strength and speed. 4. Self-destruction, a last resort attack where the insect would detonate its body, unleashing deadly toxins and causing massive damage. Jiang Chun carefully analyzed the swarm's newfound abilities, focusing on camouflage and self-destruction. Both had immense potential in battle. With these, his swarm would be far more than just a brute force attack. They could ambush, infiltrate, and even deliver devastating final strikes if necessary. As he mulled over these possibilities, he barely noticed when Little Nine silently approached from behind. Without a word, she wrapped her arms around him in a gentle hug, her eyes closed, a soft smile on her lips. Her warmth pulled him from his thoughts. Turning slightly, Jiang Chun glanced at her, and for a brief moment, a rare sense of calm washed over him. Facing her fully, he reached out and lightly ruffled her hair. Something about her felt different now, stronger, more connected, but in many ways she was still the same. With a bright, joyful expression, Little Nine placed her hands over her chest and informed him that the insect breeding process was complete. Then, without hesitation, she clasped his arm with both hands and made an unexpected request. She wanted to rest. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Rest? He hadn't expected that. Before he could ask for clarification, Little Nine's body began to fade. Startled, he looked down at his hand, watching in confusion as she completely disappeared. A system notification popped up at that moment, explaining what had happened. Little Nine had returned to the insect nest. Jiang Chun stared at the mark on his hand, then let out a small chuckle of relief. So that's how it worked. The system space was truly remarkable. It could house entire insect swarms, meaning Jiang Chun no longer had to worry about them being exposed to outsiders. With this ability, his forces could remain hidden until the perfect moment. Insect Nest was already at its maximum level, which meant it couldn't be upgraded any further. But even as it was a game changer. However, what intrigued him more was his other newly acquired skill, Dominion. He needed to test it. Extending his hand to the side, he activated the ability. Immediately, a suffocating aura erupted from his body, sending an invisible shockwave through the air. His eyes glowed ominously as the power surged within him. The insects surrounding him reacted at once. One by one, they turned toward him, their gazes filled with an eerie, murderous intent. But Jiang Chun wasn't intimidated. Instead, he met their stares with an unwavering intensity. Then, he raised his hand toward the sky. The moment Dominion was fully unleashed, the swarm responded in perfect synchrony, absorbing completely into his control. A realization struck him. Manipulating this ability was as natural as moving an arm. But what truly fascinated him was the depth of his connection. Not only could he command his insects with absolute authority, but he could also see through their senses. His perception expanded in an instant. The entire area became clear. Every shadow, every hidden movement, every lurking danger was now laid bare before him. Monsters filled the landscape, hiding in wait for their next prey. Jiang Chun turned his head slightly, observing through the eyes of his insects. A smirk formed on his lips. They were just as eager as he was. With a deadly glint in his eyes, Jiang Chun locked onto the monsters. The poisonous mist of Little Nine coiled around him as he issued a simple command. Attack! Thousands of insects swarmed forward in unison. Their first act of destruction? A nearby abandoned building. Within moments, the structure collapsed into rubble, the deafening sound echoing through the landscape. The impact was deliberate. It served one purpose: to lure the hidden monsters out of hiding. And as expected, it worked. One by one, creatures stirred from their hiding places, drawn by the commotion. Some turned their heads curiously, while others immediately began closing in, eager to investigate. Jiangchen saw no reason to wait any longer. With Little Nine's poisonous mist swirling around him, he advanced. The monsters quickly realized something was wrong. Their instincts screamed at them to run, but it was already too late. Before they could retreat, the deadly mist surged forward, engulfing them in seconds. The corrosive toxin clung to their bodies, seeping into their flesh. Agonized cries filled the air as they struggled in vain, their bodies rapidly dissolving into nothingness. The mist devoured them whole, and Jiangchen, he simply kept walking. Jiangchen walked toward the fallen creatures, his gaze locked onto their remains. With his swarm at his command, there was barely any need for him to lift a finger anymore. The poisonous mist had become even deadlier, consuming its targets faster and more efficiently. And with dominion, his shared vision with the insects ensured that no common monster could hide from him. As he watched the mist dissolve the corpses, a satisfied smile crossed his lips. Soon, he would have enough devouring value to breed even more insects. That thought reminded him. He hadn't checked how much was required for the next breeding cycle. Opening the system window, he expected to see the usual calculations. Instead, his eyes widened in shock. Something unexpected had appeared on the interface. What was this? Before he could process it, the scene suddenly shifted. Not far from Jiangchen's location, inside an abandoned warehouse, a hooded man with green hair burst through the entrance. His face was pale, his breathing ragged. Without wasting a second, he rushed forward and dropped to one knee before his leader. The tall, braided-haired man narrowed his eyes. "You're late," he said coldly. "Now, tell me, what's really going on in the spider's nest?" The green-haired subordinate swallowed hard, struggling to find his words. His voice trembled as he finally spoke, revealing the unthinkable truth. The entire spider's nest had been annihilated. A complete, merciless massacre. Not a single monster had survived. The room fell silent. Frustrated, the leader made a quick decision. If they couldn't complete their mission, they would recoup their losses another way, by robbing some unfortunate souls on their way back. One of the men beside the leader stiffened, his body tense with unease. A nervous sweat formed on his brow. Something about this situation felt off. Just as they were discussing their next move, the warehouse door creaked open. The sudden noise sent a jolt through the three men. Instinctively, they snapped their heads toward the entrance. The green-haired man tensed, his instincts kicking in as he quickly warned the others. They had an unexpected visitor. Their minds raced. Who could it be? A figure stepped forward, pushing the door open with deliberate slowness. His calm, steady voice echoed through the dimly lit warehouse. "Finally, I found some professionals." The leader's eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" The newcomer, Jiangchen. Without hesitation, he strode toward them, his movements unhurried, exuding quiet confidence. As he walked, he dropped something onto the ground with a dull thud, a severed arm. Extending his hand casually, he spoke in a composed tone. There was no need to be alarmed, he assured them. He wasn't here to start trouble, just to level up. In fact, he was even looking to trade food. The leader exhaled slightly, glancing at his men. Jiangchen was alone. That, at least, was a relief. Studying him carefully, the leader smirked and agreed to an exchange, remarking that food in the desert wasn't cheap. Then, with a casual air, he asked what Jiangchen had to offer. But not everyone was convinced. The man standing beside him tensed, his posture shifting, his stance growing more aggressive. His sharp gaze locked onto Jiangchen, his grip subtly tightening. Jiangchen remained unfazed. Stepping closer to the leader, he met his gaze directly, his expression calm. A faint smile played on his lips as he reassured them. There was no need for hostility. He claimed to have truly valuable items for trade. For a brief moment, the tense man's expression flickered, first with doubt, then with curiosity. What exactly was Jiangchen hiding? The leader, equally intrigued, gave a nod. "All right," he said, his voice laced with skepticism. "Show us these trade goods of yours." The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere shifted. The two men beside him subtly adjusted their grip, their hands drifting toward their swords. With eerie smiles, they slowly began unsheathing their blades. Jiangchen barely reacted. He simply tilted his head slightly, watching them from the corner of his eye, and let out an amused chuckle. As expected, he had never trusted them to begin with. Without hesitation, He activated his ring. Raising his hand, he released its contents. In the blink of an eye, several wolf spiders emerged. Their gleaming eyes locked onto the men, piercing, predatory, and ready to strike. Jiang Chun turned his back on them, his voice laced with mockery. "So do my products interest you?" The reaction was immediate. The men stiffened, their smirks vanishing in an instant. Their hands twitched, hesitating over their swords, but instead of drawing them, they instinctively stepped backward. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads as a wave of unease washed over them. They knew exactly what these creatures were, wolf spiders. But that didn't make sense. The spider's nest had been completely wiped out. There shouldn't have been a single one left alive. Then, a terrifying realization struck them all at once. Was Jiang Chun the one responsible for the massacre? Jiang Chun, now at level 17, turned his head slightly. His eyes gleamed with an overwhelming, almost suffocating presence. A knowing smirk curled on his lips as he spoke again. "Don't think I don't know what you were planning." Then, with complete nonchalance, he strode over to a nearby rock and sat down, resting an arm on his knee. The silence that followed was unbearable. After a brief pause, he spoke again, his tone far too calm for comfort. "I'm in a bad mood right now, so I'd suggest you pick up your things and get lost." The three men didn't need to be told twice. In a blind panic, they grabbed their belongings, spun around, and bolted for the exit. As they ran, they shouted apologies over their shoulders, swearing they meant no harm and promising never to cross paths with him again. Minutes later, once the warehouse had fallen silent, Jiang Chun lazily stretched out his hand. Little Nine's poisonous mist seeped into the air, swirling around him like a living entity. He issued a single command, summon the swarm. Still seated on the rock, he lifted an arm and let the mist release 2 of his insects. The creatures fluttered into the air, their murderous gazes scanning the surroundings for any hidden threats. Jiang Chun reached for a discarded bowl nearby, sipping the leftover soup from a man who had fled. His hunger had worsened, and he realized he should have expected this. When he first obtained Little Nine, he had never considered that leading a swarm of insects would come with side effects like this. As he drank, a system notification suddenly popped up. Devouring value, 2,768/1 million. The system advised him to increase it as soon as possible. Jiang Chun frowned. Originally, he had assumed that once his insect swarm doubled, his devouring value would increase at an even faster rate. But he hadn't expected one critical drawback. The cost of the next reproduction cycle had also doubled. This complicated things. At this rate, even if he wiped out every beast nest outside the city, it still wouldn't be enough to reach the required devouring value. Even elite monsters were now just a drop in the bucket. Jiang Chun lowered his gaze, lost in thought. He recalled rumors about the Night Watch, whispers that they controlled powerful beast nests in secret realms, but none of it was made public. If he truly wanted to strengthen his swarm at an accelerated pace, there was only one option. He had to join the Night Watch as soon as possible. His gaze shifted to his hand, where Little Nine still hadn't stirred. Seeing this, he quickly concluded that the burden of reproduction must have been immense, far greater than he initially expected. Then his instincts flared. Someone was approaching. Jiang Chun's expression darkened as he snapped his head to the side. His body tensed, his muscles coiling like a spring, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The scent of battle thickened in the air. Someone was being pursued. Seconds later, a girl, her presence nearly undetectable under an invisibility spell, stumbled into the warehouse. Before she could react, she crashed directly into him. The impact knocked her off balance, sending her tumbling to the ground. Jiang Chun's eyes narrowed. It was her. Supporting herself with one hand, she winced, pressing the other against her head. Jiang Chun frowned in confusion. Why was she here? Lifting her head, the girl's gaze locked onto his, recognition flickering in her eyes. Then fear. "Don't tell anyone you saw me here," she pleaded, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiang Chun was caught off guard. He turned to her, shock flashing across his face. She had been so close, and yet he hadn't sensed her presence at all. His mind worked quickly, piecing things together. The person being hunted, the one that blue-haired man had been chasing, was her. He had to get her out of there. But before he could move, he felt it. Another presence. Jiang Chun's body stiffened. His gaze shifted toward the warehouse entrance. It was too late. Moments later, several figures entered the warehouse. Leading them was Zheng Tai, and beside him stood a man with striking blue hair, a member of the Xiao family. As they stepped forward, Zheng Tai's eyes landed on Jiang Chun. Recognition dawned in an instant, and a chill ran down his spine. Panic flickered across his face as he hurriedly pointed at Jiang Chun, urgently informing his leader. "It's him, the same person we encountered before." The blue-haired man casually slipped a hand into his pocket, a smirk tugging at his lips. Amused, he praised his subordinate for having such a sharp sense of smell. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun remained unfazed. Without a word, he sat back down on a nearby rock, resting his hands on his knees, and waited. The blue-haired man took a slow, deliberate look around the warehouse. Aside from Jiang Chun, who sat there as if he were casually camping alone, the place was completely deserted. Zheng Tai's expression darkened, his anger barely restrained as he glared at Jiang Chun. He wasted no time demanding answers. Had a girl entered the warehouse moments ago? His voice carried a clear warning. If Jiang Chun didn't respond immediately, this time there would be no mercy. Before Zheng Tai could escalate the situation, the blue-haired man raised a hand, signaling for patience. Zheng Tai hesitated but reluctantly stepped back. Then, with quiet amusement, the man took a seat on a rock directly in front of Jiang Chun. His sharp gaze studied him carefully. Jiang Chun's energy signature was unmistakable, spiritual masterclass. But what truly piqued the man's interest was the speed of his level growth. Less than a day ago, Jiang Chun had been significantly weaker. Yet now, level 16. Impressive. Intrigued, the man decided to set that thought aside for now. There was a more pressing issue to resolve. Leaning slightly forward, he unsheathed his sword, the cold steel gleaming in the dim light. Without hesitation, he aimed it at Jiang Chun's neck. His expression turned serious. "Tell me," he said casually, "did a girl with black hair pass through here?" Behind him, his subordinates remained silent, watching the exchange carefully. Jiang Chun met his gaze without the slightest hint of fear. In that instant, he understood something. This man's aura was overwhelming, far beyond level 30. And more than that, his ability to accurately gauge Jiang Chun's class and level suggested one thing. He was using a detection artifact. A brief pause filled the air. Then, Jiang Chun turned his head slightly and pointed toward the back door of the warehouse. "I saw a shadow moving in that direction," he said calmly. "But I couldn't tell if it was the person you're looking for. I'm not from the perceptive class." The blue-haired man studied him for a long moment before slowly rising to his feet. He was skeptical, but, for now, he chose to believe Jiang Chun. However, he wasn't about to leave without a warning. Stepping away, he spoke with deliberate slowness. "Next time, be more honest." Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, slightly amused by the remark. The man turned his back, but cast one final glance over his shoulder. His gaze carried an unmistakable threat. "If I find out you helped that girl, the Shao family will make sure you pay the price." Jiang Chun's smirk deepened, unfazed, unmoved, unbothered. A few moments later, the blue-haired man and his subordinates exited the warehouse. Jiang Chun watched them fade into the distance, his thoughts drifting. The Shao family was dangerous, no doubt about that. But in Jiang City, they were the true powerhouse. Jiang Chun fixed a piercing gaze on the blue-haired man, his mind racing. The city's great clans had deep roots, their history stretching back to ancient times. They operated like feudal lords, rarely showing themselves unless disaster loomed. Some of their strongest warriors were rumored to wield power strong enough to tear the heavens apart. And this man, he was even more formidable than Jiang Chun had expected. Being remembered by someone like that? Definitely not a good thing. After a few silent moments, Jiang Chun subtly turned his head toward the warehouse exit. The men had already left. Seeing no reason to stay any longer, he prepared to leave as well. But just as he was about to step forward, "Hey!" The girl emerged from her hiding spot, hands on her hips, flashing him a grateful smile. "Thanks for saving me," she said cheerfully. Jiang Chun stood up, turned to face her, and said nothing. Then, without warning, he grabbed her arm. The sudden action made her stiffen, her mind racing with panic. What was he planning? His sharp gaze locked onto hers as he leaned in slightly, his tone cold and firm. "You almost tricked me last time." She swallowed nervously. Jiang Chun's grip tightened slightly. "Since I help you again, I want answers. Why were they after you?" With him standing so close, she felt heat rush to her cheeks involuntarily. Looking away, she hesitated before finally telling the truth. Her family was drowning in debt. That blue-haired man had tried to steal the valuables they were transporting and intended to kill them all to keep the secret buried. But she had managed to escape. Now, he was hunting her down to silence her. After finishing her explanation, she glanced at Jiang Chun warily. Then, in a quiet voice, she asked, "Are you planning to silence me, too?" Jiang Chun let go of her arm, turned his back on her, and began walking away. Seeing him leave, she placed a hand over her chest, then slowly reached out toward him. Her voice carried sincerity. "I'll always remember what you did for me. I'll be forever grateful." Jiang Chun kept walking, his eyes closed for a brief moment, his fists clenched. He had no intention of getting tangled in her problems. But just as he was distancing himself, something felt off. His instincts flared. He stopped. His eyes snapped open. The girl noticed it, too. Her face paled as she whispered in alarm, Someone just cast a barrier spell around the warehouse. Outside, an unseen figure gave the order. Within seconds, the shadows began to move. Jiang Chun turned his gaze toward the warehouse entrance. Escape was no longer an option, and even if the girl claimed she didn't know him, their enemies wouldn't believe her. Activating insect perception, Jiang Chun scanned the surroundings. A cold realization settled in. There was no way out. They were completely surrounded. His expression darkened as he slowly turned toward the entrance, bracing himself for the fight ahead. The girl, sensing the incoming danger, clutched her chest in fear. Then, like a storm rolling in, the blue-haired man and his subordinates reappeared. Their presence was suffocating, the air thick with unmistakable killing intent radiating from their bodies. The blue-haired man locked eyes with Jiang Chun, his expression twisted with anger. He had seen through the lie. Without hesitation, his voice came like a blade, hand over the girl. His words dripped with venom, his disgust apparent as he spat out his next sentence. "You bastard. You really thought you could deceive me." Jiang Chun stood motionless. His gaze remained fixed on the blue-haired man, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the girl's face drained of all color the moment she saw him. Panic set in. Fear gripped her like a vice. Her voice trembled as she finally spoke. "This man, he already stripped the Luo family of everything we owned. And yet, that still wasn't enough for him." Summoning what little courage she had left, she clenched her fists and demanded, "Why are you so determined to kill me?" The blue-haired man regarded her with eerie calm. Then, with a mocking chuckle, he responded, "Do I really need a reason?" Jiang Chen's gaze subtly shifted to the girl. "Luo family?" His eyes deepened as he studied her intently. From their position on the second floor of the abandoned warehouse, Jiang Chun and the girl watched the blue-haired man and his subordinates standing below on the first floor. She clenched her fists, extending one arm defensively. Her voice carried unwavering resolve as she warned, "If you kill me, the Luo family will never forgive you. They'll hunt you down. You'll never live in peace." Jiang Chun, standing just behind her, simply let his arms fall to his sides. Watching, the blue-haired man suddenly threw his head back and laughed. His subordinates followed, smirking at her words. Mocking her, he scoffed. "You actually believe the Luo family has the power to seek revenge?" One hand rested on his waist while he covered his face with the other, his laughter echoing through the warehouse. The very thought that a second-rate family with a bit of wealth considered themselves a threat was hilarious to him. Then his tone darkened. His next words made the girl's blood run cold. "Without the protection of the Shao family's ancestors a century ago, your Luo family would have been wiped out long ago." One of the subordinates drew his sword while the others continued mocking with smug grins. Zheng Tai stood with his arms crossed, watching Jiang Chun with an amused expression. The blue-haired man slowly lowered his hand from his face and lifted his head, his sharp gaze locking onto the girl. To the Shao family, she and her kin were nothing more than insignificant peasants, disposable, like cattle awaiting slaughter at their whim. Jiang Chen's eyes darkened, his hatred simmering beneath the surface. The sheer arrogance of this man was infuriating. Smirking, the blue-haired man suddenly raised his hand, and a surge of red energy flared to life, crackling as it spiraled toward the sky. His gaze remained fixed on the girl as he taunted her. What could the Luo family possibly uncover if nothing remained of them? In an instant, the energy expanded, forming an impenetrable barrier around the abandoned warehouse. The dragon prison formation, a technique exclusive to the Shao family. The girl's breath hitched as realization dawned. She clutched her chest, her hands trembling in fear. There was no escape. Jiang Chun lifted his head, studying the barrier. Though the situation was dire, he couldn't help but acknowledge the blue-haired man's skill. This was no ordinary opponent. From their vantage point on the second floor, Jiang Chun and the girl looked down as Zheng Tai unsheathed his sword. His cold gaze locked onto the girl, his voice filled with ruthless finality as he ordered his men to follow their young master's will. No one was to leave this place alive. Understood, his subordinates responded in unison. The blue-haired man remained silent, watching from the side. Just as Zheng Tai prepared to strike, he suddenly raised a hand, signaling him to stop. His focus shifted back to Jiang Chun, a smirk playing at his lips. "The girl from the Luo family dies today," he declared, though his true interest lay elsewhere. He had already realized Jiang Chun wasn't just an ordinary fighter. He possessed the divine rank creation class. His smirk deepened as he glanced at Jiang Chun with newfound intrigue. Unlike most, he understood the value of a spiritual master. With an air of casual confidence, he extended a hand and made his offer. If Jiang Chun handed over the girl, his life would be spared. Not only that, but he would be granted the opportunity to serve under the Shao family, an offer that promised him the chance to claim everything under the sky. With a confident smile, the blue-haired man posed his question. So what do you say? The girl, hands resting on her waist, froze in disbelief. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, let his arms drop to his sides, his expression unreadable. For a brief moment, he remained silent. Then, a quiet chuckle slipped past his lips. Lowering his gaze, he shook his head before muttering a mocking remark. The Xiao family truly had a talent for making such offers. The girl immediately turned toward him, her heart pounding. Was Jiang Chun actually considering it? Panic flickered in her eyes as uncertainty gripped her. But then, his demeanor shifted entirely. His gaze snapped up, sharp and filled with murderous intent. Take your Xiao family and go to hell. His voice dripped with contempt, his fists tightening at his sides. Almost instantly, a thick, poisonous mist began to seep from his body, its eerie aura spreading through the air. The toxic energy coiled around him like a living force, making his stance unmistakably clear. I refuse. His tone grew even colder. If you want to fight, come and get it. The girl gasped and instinctively stepped back, pressing her hands to her chest. The venomous aura curling around Jiang Chun sent a chill down her spine. She didn't understand what was happening, but one thing was clear. This was no ordinary ability. The blue-haired man's smirk disappeared, his expression twisting with anger. To reject his offer so brazenly, it was nothing short of an insult. His voice turned icy as he barked a single command. Kill him. Without hesitation, his subordinates launched into action. Blades were drawn, boots struck the ground, and within moments, figures surged forward, leaping through the air with deadly precision. Among them, Zheng Tai's sharp eyes locked onto Jiang Chun, his voice cutting through the chaos as he warned his comrades. Be careful, this one won't fall easily. As the enemies closed in, Jiang Chun stood motionless, his piercing gaze tracking their every move. There was no sign of fear, no instinct to retreat, just calculated stillness. In mere seconds, they reached the second floor. Zheng Tai's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of the poisonous mist still lingering around Jiang Chun. Wasting no time, he barked another warning. Jiang Chun was capable of using poison. A direct assault would be dangerous. Realizing that a fight was inevitable, the girl quickly took shelter behind Jiang Chun. At that moment, the poisonous mist around him dissipated. Instead, he raised his hand, and a surge of vibrant green energy crackled to life around him. His gaze locked onto Zheng Tai, unwavering as he revealed something shocking. Not only could he wield poison, but he possessed an even greater talent ability. The girl, still behind Jiang Chun, instinctively stepped back, pressing a hand to her chest. Confusion filled her mind. She had no idea what kind of ability this was. Then, without warning, green spiritual roots burst from the ground, twisting and spreading like living vines. Zheng Tai gripped his sword tightly and lunged forward, ready to strike. But the moment he glanced down and saw the massive roots surging toward him, his movements faltered. His eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Before anyone could react, the roots coiled around him and his subordinates, trapping them in place. Panic erupted as they struggled against the sudden entanglement, their confusion mounting. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stood firm, his hands still outstretched. With an air of calm authority, he explained, this was his ability, the evolution of all things. The roots constricted even tighter, wrapping around Zheng Tai's body with increasing force. He clenched his teeth, gripping the vines in a desperate attempt to break free. His mind raced. A divine rank class? He had known Jiang Chun could use poison, but this was something else entirely. Realizing he had no time to waste, Zheng Tai tightened his grip on his sword and, summoning all his strength, slashed at the roots. One by one, they snapped under the force of his blade. The others quickly followed suit, hacking away at their bindings. Attack the roots. They're fragile. Zheng Tai barked. The severed roots collapsed onto the ground near the blue-haired man, who idly pushed them aside, clearly unimpressed. But as his fingers brushed against them, something clicked in his mind. His expression darkened. You idiot, he suddenly snapped at Zheng Tai. This is just a distraction. But his warning came too late. While they had been preoccupied cutting through the roots, Jiang Chun had already set his next move in motion. A low hum filled the air as a swarm of insects emerged, their gleaming eyes locking onto their prey. Poisonous mist began to swirl around Jiang Chun once more as he calmly extended his hand to the side, his intent unmistakable. You're already too late. The girl, still on the ground, leaned back on her hands, her head tilting upward. The moment she saw the swarm, her eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Zheng Tai's subordinates remained focused on cutting the last of the roots, completely unaware of the imminent danger. Then, Zheng Tai turned slightly, only to freeze. His breath caught in his throat. Sweat gathered on his forehead, as his gaze locked onto the incoming swarm. What are those things? Before he could react, the insect surged forward with blinding speed, descending upon him and his men in a relentless assault. Reacting on instinct, Zheng Tai raised his sword to block the oncoming attack, but his confidence shattered just as quickly as his weapon. The swarm tore through the blade, as if it were nothing more than brittle parchment. He froze in disbelief, his wide eyes fixed on the broken hilt in his trembling grip. Jiang Chun had just destroyed his sword. A cold sweat formed on Zheng Tai's forehead as he took a closer look. This wasn't just poisonous mist. No, it was something far worse. These weren't mere toxins. They were summoned creatures. A sinking dread settled in his gut. Before he could fully grasp what was happening, something loomed behind him. A faint chittering noise sent shivers down his spine. His instincts screamed at him, his body stiffening as a chilling presence crept closer. He snapped his head up just in time to see it. An insect, mandibles wide open, ready to strike. Panic overtook him. His voice broke into a desperate scream. This isn't poison, it's monsters. But his warning came too late. Jiang Chun remained still, his hand outstretched as he controlled the swarm with an eerie precision. His gaze never wavered from Zheng Tai, cold and merciless. A slow, knowing smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. He had them exactly where he wanted them. Just as the insect lunged for its prey, a sudden force crashed down onto Zheng Tai's shoulder. A foot. A voice followed, dripping with disdain. Trash. Get lost. Zheng Tai barely had time to process what was happening before confusion clouded his face. Even Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Standing over Zheng Tai, effortlessly holding him down, was none other than the blue-haired leader of the Shao family. Without hesitation, the man unsheathed his sword with a single hand. Then, in one fluid motion, he launched himself forward. A fiery orange aura ignited around his body as he shot toward Jiang Chun with blistering speed. This was the first form of the king's 9 forms. Jiang Chun remained silent, his form still shrouded in Little Nine's poisonous mist. Nearby, the girl gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. Fear widened her eyes as she watched the scene unfold. Jiang Chen's head lifted slightly. In that moment, a realization hit him like a crashing wave. This man was faster than the mist. His expression tensed, his teeth clenched, and a bead of sweat traced down his temple. There was no time to think. Summoning his energy, the blue-haired man activated one of the Shao family's most formidable techniques, chasing dragons. In an instant, a massive dragon, forged entirely from spiritual energy, materialized before him. Its blazing eyes locked onto Jiang Chun, filled with pure, destructive intent. Then it struck. The sheer force of the attack obliterated the ground where Jiang Chun had stood, reducing it to rubble. Smoke and dust billowed through the warehouse, swallowing everything in a dense, suffocating cloud. The blue-haired man stood at the center of the devastation, his sword extended without a hint of hesitation. His sharp gaze remained locked on the swirling smoke, a smug grin creeping onto his face. Bastard, he muttered under his breath. He had known from the start that Jiang Chun would be a challenge. But in the end, it didn't matter. Jiang Chen's level wasn't high enough, and his speed couldn't compare. With this sword alone, he was certain he could finish the job. But then, as the dust began to settle, something changed. His body tensed. His breath caught in his throat. Because when the smoke finally cleared, he saw something that made his blood run cold. Jiang Chun was still standing. The only reason he was alive was because of the girl. She had used her hidden profession ability, Earth Eternal Shield, just in time to conjure a barrier. But the strain was clear. Her trembling hands were still outstretched, her face pale as cracks spread across the shield's surface like fractured glass. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips as she turned to Jiang Chun, her voice barely above a whisper. It hurts. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. He had never realized she was a defensive type. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man, who had all but dismissed her existence, now seethed with rage. His attack had been stopped. His teeth clenched, his gaze darkened, and without a second's hesitation, he prepared to strike again. But Jiang Chun saw his chance. Without wasting a moment, he extended his hand to the side, releasing a thick poisonous mist. Then, with a swift movement, he landed on the ground, ready to counter. Just then, a panicked voice rang out. Be careful! One of the blue-haired man's subordinates collapsed on the ground, reached out desperately. The leader barely turned his head before realizing what the warning was about. Dozens of Jiang Chen summoned insects were closing in fast. Reacting in an instant, he reached for the nearest subordinate and yanked him forward. The man barely had time to gasp before he found himself thrown ahead, used as a human shield. The swarm, too single-minded to recognize the trick, sank their fangs into the unfortunate man instead. A blood-curdling scream tore through the warehouse. The sheer force of the attack sent both bodies flying backward. When the chaos settled, the blue-haired man dropped to one knee, his sword digging into the ground for support. Blood dripped from his mouth as he coughed, his gaze lowered. From the second floor, Jiang Chun watched in silence, his expression unreadable. But inside, a single thought ran through his mind. What a disgusting bastard. Without hesitation, he had sacrificed his own subordinate. The fallen man, now lying in a pool of his own blood, let out a weak, ragged cough. His chest had been torn open, his body on the verge of collapse. Yet somehow, he was still clinging to life. The blue-haired man turned slightly, casting a brief glance at his dying subordinate. "You endured well," he muttered. Slowly, he rose to his feet and took a step forward, but not before looking back at the lifeless body behind him. "I didn't train you for nothing," he added coldly. "You were strong, but strength alone wasn't enough." Moments later, the man drew his final breath. Ignoring the corpse entirely, the blue-haired man reached into his pocket, retrieved a dragon yuan pill, and swallowed it without hesitation. He hadn't expected to be pushed this far, but Jiang Chun had forced his hand. The pill's effects kicked in almost instantly. His energy surged, a wave of power pulsing through him. With slow, deliberate steps, he advanced toward Jiang Chun, dragging his sword along the ground. The blade scraped against the stone, its sharp edge carving a harsh, grating sound into the air. Small rocks trembled and lifted from the ground, responding to his overwhelming aura. Jiang Chun's senses sharpened. Recognizing the danger, he immediately shifted into an offensive stance. Nearby, the girl remained on the ground, gripping the wound on her arm. She barely moved, her breathing shallow. The blue-haired man lifted his sword, pointing it directly at Jiang Chun. His eyes burned with pure, murderous intent. "This next strike," he growled, his voice thick with killing intent, "will take your head." Jiang Chun didn't flinch. His gaze remained steady, locked onto his opponent, his body tensed and ready. The Dragon Yuan pill had taken full effect. Behind the blue-haired man, the elemental dragon flared to life, growing larger, its burning gaze fixed on its master's target. Its energy crackled through the air, coiling and writhing like a beast preparing to strike. Then, with a thunderous stomp, the blue-haired man shattered the ground beneath him. The sheer force of his power sent debris flying, the energy in the air becoming suffocating. His grip tightened around his sword. This time, he would finish Jiang Chun for good. Jiang Chun's eyes flickered toward the massive dragon. For the first time, doubt crept into his mind. Could he withstand this attack? The moment of hesitation was all the blue-haired man needed. In a single motion, he unsheathed his sword once more. This time, he activated the second form of the Nine King Styles, Descending Dragon's Cut. A devastating surge of power erupted from his body. The elemental dragon let out a deafening roar, its massive form tearing through the air as it lunged forward, jaws open wide, ready to consume Jiang Chun in a single, final strike. But then, the girl moved. Stepping in front of Jiang Chun, she raised her trembling arms and activated Earth Eternal Shield once more. Jiang Chun instinctively lifted an arm to shield himself from the impact, but his eyes widened in shock as he turned toward her. Despite her injuries, despite her exhaustion, she was still willing to take the hit. A brilliant green shield materialized around them just as the dragon struck. The ground cracked beneath them, the sheer force of the attack sending a shock wave through the air. A thick curtain of dust and debris exploded outward, swallowing everything in its path. With her arms still outstretched, the girl clenched her teeth, her entire body trembling. The strain was unbearable, yet she refused to fall. Gritting through the pain, she turned her head slightly toward Jiang Chun, her voice weak but determined. "The Dragon Yuan pill. It's made the Shao family's technique several times stronger." The girl gasped, her breath ragged. "My shield, it won't hold." Cracks continued to spread across the barrier, each new fracture splintering outward like shattered glass. Knowing she couldn't stop what was coming, she forced herself to endure, pushing beyond her limits to buy even a few more seconds. Jiang Chun, meanwhile, tightened his grip on his cloak, his eyes locked onto the energy dragon overhead. The sheer force behind each of its attacks was staggering. Even the previous strike had been overwhelming. Yet somehow, this man had even more power to unleash. Above them, the blue-haired man soared through the air, his sword raised high. The moment he saw the barrier weakening, a cruel smirk crossed his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed multiple descending dragon's cuts in rapid succession, each strike slamming into the shield with devastating force. Jiang Chun exhaled sharply and lifted his gaze. No more hesitation. He raised his hand toward the sky, activating the swarm of insects mark. Against an enemy like this, there was no room for mercy. The barrier shattered. Then, a deafening buzz filled the air. From Jiang Chun's outstretched hand, Thousands of insects erupted, flooding the sky like a living storm. The blue-haired man's arrogant smirk disappeared in an instant. His body tensed, his eyes widening in shock as the realization hit him like a crashing wave. What is this? The swarm continued to pour from Jiang Chen's palm, their wings beating in chaotic unison, filling the warehouse with an eerie, droning hum. Jiang Chen's voice cut through the noise, calm, unwavering, and laced with menace. Get ready. The girl, still on the floor, clutched her wounded shoulder, her breathing shallow. She stared in disbelief at the countless creatures circling Jiang Chen. Until now, she had assumed he was of the creation class, but now, she wasn't so sure. Several of the insects turned, their piercing gazes locking onto the blue-haired man. Their bodies tensed, poised to strike. Jiang Chen stepped forward. Attack. At his command, the swarm surged toward their target. For the first time, the blue-haired man felt something foreign crawl into his chest. A flicker of panic. He had no doubt, if this many insects attacked at once, survival would be impossible. But he refused to back down. With a sharp breath, he unsheathed his sword, shifting into a defensive stance. His eyes remained locked onto Jiang Chen as he prepared his counter. Channeling his energy, he swung fiercely, activating Descending Dragon Cut. A massive arc of energy exploded from his blade, slicing through the incoming horde. They're just disgusting little bugs, he spat, cutting down dozens with every swing. But Jiang Chen remained unshaken, his body still cloaked in Little Nine's poisonous mist. He extended a hand, amusement flickering in his gaze. Do you really believe that's enough? Then, something horrifying happened. The severed insect bodies began to regenerate. The blue-haired man's breath hitched. What? The insects reformed almost instantly, resuming their relentless assault without a moment's hesitation. The blue-haired man's eyes flickered with frustration. He swung his blade again, slicing more of them apart, but each time, they regenerated, stronger, faster, and more vicious than before. Jiang Chen watched him struggle, amusement glinting in his cold gaze. Let's see how long you can last. Behind him, the girl turned her head, astonished. Just how powerful was Jiang Chen? Fury twisted across the blue-haired man's face as he clenched his sword tighter. With a deafening roar, he unleashed another Descending Dragon Cut, this time aiming at a massive insect lunging straight for him. The spiritual dragon materialized once more, its glowing maw opening wide as it swallowed the creature's whole. Unlike his blade, the dragon's energy didn't merely slice through the insects. It devoured them completely, preventing them from regenerating. For the first time in this fight, a smirk tugged at his lips. But that brief moment of confidence cost him dearly. An insect darted in from behind, its fangs sinking deep into his exposed arm. A sharp, searing pain shot through his body. His sword slipped from his grip. His head snapped to the side, eyes widening in sheer horror. This isn't good. The venom spread fast, numbing his right hand almost instantly. His fingers twitched uselessly, and for the first time, genuine panic settled in his gut. Without his sword, his situation had just gone from bad to worse. Desperate, he reached into his robes with his uninjured hand, but the insects saw the opening. They surged toward him, ready to finish what they started. But just before they could land another blow, a brilliant red glow erupted from his body. The incoming swarm was blasted backward as a powerful energy shield surrounded him. Jade protection of life. Yuan Wu sneered, his confidence instantly restored. His gaze met Jiang Chen's, his voice dripping with arrogance. Did you really think a few pathetic insects could kill me, the great Xiao Yuan Wu? Jiang Chen remained silent, his eyes locked onto Yuan Wu, his face unreadable. Slowly, he extended a hand toward him, speaking in a calm, measured tone. What kind of treasure is that? He tilted his head slightly. How does it hold such power? Without waiting for an answer, his fingers curled slightly, and he gave a single command. Devour him. The swarm responded instantly, launching forward in a black wave of writhing bodies. But the moment they reached him, they stopped. A faint, translucent shield pulsed around Yuan Wu's body, its surface shimmering with an ancient, divine aura. The insects attacked relentlessly, their fangs and claws tearing at the barrier. Yet, no matter how fiercely they struck, they couldn't leave so much as a scratch. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. This wasn't normal. Still gripping his injured arm, Yuan Wu glanced at him, lips curling into a smirk. You're wasting your time, he said smugly. This is the Jade Treasure, an inherited relic of the Xiao family. It possesses divine power. Jiang Chen didn't flinch. He didn't back away. Instead, his voice cut through the air once more, cold, unwavering. Attack again. The swarm obeyed without hesitation, launching another relentless assault. But once again, the barrier held firm, repelling every strike. Yuan Wu stepped forward, completely unfazed, his movements deliberate and unhurried. I have to admit, he said, his tone laced with amusement, you've impressed me. To think you could push me this far, even forcing me to use an ancestral artifact. His smirk widened as he met Jiang Chen's gaze. But no matter what you throw at me, it won't change the outcome. As long as the shield stands, you won't even touch me. Jiang Chen remained silent, his expression unreadable as he observed the insect struggle in vain against the barrier. Beside him, the girl hesitated before gripping his sleeve, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Yuan Wu wiped the blood from his lips, then let out a low chuckle. You're strong, but you lack foresight. Taking another step forward, his confidence only grew. I'll make you an offer, he continued smoothly. Swear loyalty to the Shao family, and I'll grant you the Shao surname, an honor most would kill for. His eyes gleamed with superiority. Think carefully. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jiang Chen didn't respond right away. Instead, he simply stared at Yuan Wu, his expression calm, almost as if he were considering the offer. Several moments passed in silence. Then his gaze darkened. A quiet, simmering fury lurked beneath the surface as he looked at Yuan Wu, a man so intoxicated by his own power that he failed to realize the danger closing in on him. The girl glanced at Jiang Chen, noticing the subtle shift in his demeanor. Her brows furrowed in confusion. What was he thinking? Yuan Wu extended a hand, his smirk unwavering. Enough with the pride, he said. Whether you accept or not doesn't matter. Even if I spare you today, the Shao family's influence stretches across the entire nation. You can't run. You can't fight us. Eventually we will. Jiang Chen suddenly interrupted, his voice smooth yet sharp. Didn't you say something earlier? Yuan Wu frowned slightly, caught off guard. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smirk. You said no one can investigate something if there's nothing left to find. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Yuan Wu's face. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly. So, tell me, what happens if you die here, leaving no trace behind? A thunderous impact shook the ground. Yuan Wu's eyes widened as he instinctively turned. From deep within the insect swarm, something massive emerged. A grotesque, towering tentacle slammed into the ground behind them, the sheer force of it fracturing the stone beneath. His breath caught in his throat. What? Yuan Wu's body went rigid, his pulse hammering in his chest. Slowly, he lifted his gaze. Towering above him, emerging from the writhing swarm, was the insect mother. She was monstrous. Her twisted, towering form cast an overwhelming shadow across the battlefield, her many eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. The girl gasped, her knees giving out as she collapsed onto the ground, staring in sheer horror. Yuan Wu, too, felt his entire body tense, cold sweat trailing down his face. And for the first time in his life, he felt fear. Jiang Chen's expression remained cold, unwavering. His voice was calm, yet absolute. Devour him. At his command, Little Nine let out a delighted hum, her serpentine form slithering forward with eerie excitement. Finally, she purred. I'm starving. Yuan Wu's face twisted in sheer terror. A fear unlike anything he had ever known gripped him as the monstrous creature loomed over him, her writhing tentacles curling hungrily in the air. Then, with a wicked smile, she struck. Her massive tentacle slammed against Yuan Wu's barrier with crushing force. The impact sent him hurtling backward, his body smashing through the warehouse wall, shattering it into rubble. A blood-curdling scream ripped from his throat. This can't be real, he gasped, his voice trembling. What kind of monster is she? Jiang Chen, completely unfazed, responded with chilling indifference. She just finished reproducing. You, and that jade treasure of yours? You're exactly what she needs to satisfy her hunger. Yuan Wu's breath hitched. Little Nine wasted no time. Her tentacles lashed out again and again, each strike unleashing shockwaves that sent dust and debris billowing into the air. The warehouse trembled under the sheer force of her relentless assault. Yuan Wu's so-called impenetrable shield cracked. His confidence shattered along with it. No, this is impossible, he choked, blood spilling from his lips as he collapsed onto the ground. Panic overtook him. The Shao family's jade treasure, an ancient relic said to be indestructible, was crumbling before his very eyes. If this shield failed, if he fell here, the Shao family would lose everything. The last fragments of the barrier disintegrated. Little Nine loomed over him, her predatory gaze locked onto her helpless prey. With slow, deliberate movements, she raised her tentacle for the final blow. Jiang Chen remained motionless, watching in silence. Then, a devastating strike. The ground beneath them shattered into countless pieces, the impact leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. And when the dust finally settled, Yuan Wu was gone. All that remained was a pool of blood. Little Nine lifted her tentacle from the ground, a satisfied expression crossing her face. Jiang Chen exhaled slowly. No one could ever find out about this. With that thought, he raised his hand toward the sky, activating the swarm mark. Little Nine's massive form shimmered. Within seconds, she transformed back into her human appearance. Smiling sweetly, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen, pressing close to him in an affectionate embrace. Delicious, she murmured, closing her eyes. Thank you, Jiang Chen. You really are the best. Then, with a playful smirk, she added, and don't forget, I'm the one who loves you the most. A few feet away, the girl on the ground turned her head toward them. The sight of Little Nine in her human form left her completely bewildered. A mixture of confusion and fear flickered across her face. Jiang Chen said nothing. Without a word, he turned his back on her and started walking away. But after a brief pause, he glanced over his shoulder. He still had unfinished business. The girl tensed instantly. Her heart pounded as a chilling realization set in. She had seen everything, and now that she knew his secret, there was only one question left. Would he let her live? Jiang Chen's gaze darkened as he studied her, deep in thought. His body tensed slightly, and a faint wisp of Little Nine's poisonous mist curled into the air. Behind him, several insects emerged from the shadows, their sharp eyes locking onto the girl. Their intent was unmistakable. He took a slow step toward her. Give me one good reason, he said quietly, his tone unreadable. Why I shouldn't kill you right now? The girl's breath hitched. Panic overtook her. Without a second thought, she dropped to her knees, trembling. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a handful of gold coins, her entire fortune. Head bowed, she held them out with both hands, her voice unsteady. This is everything I have, she stammered. It's worth millions, practically my entire life. Please take it. Take all of it. Just let me live. Jiang Chen picked up a gold coin, rolling it between his fingers as he examined her. She seemed sincere, but sincerity alone wasn't enough. She had seen too much, lied too many times. Killing her would be the safest choice. Sensing the danger, she suddenly sprang to her feet, eyes shut tight. With one hand raised toward the sky, she swore loudly. If I'm lying, may the heavens strike me down with 5 thunders. My name is Luo Sandow. Jiang Chen arched a brow, mildly amused yet skeptical. Luo Sandow? He wasn't even sure that was a real name. After all, deception seemed to come naturally to her. Without hesitation, she stepped closer and held out an identification card. Her expression was serious, her gaze unwavering. I'm telling the truth, she insisted. I don't know what my parents were thinking when they gave me this name, but I'm not lying. Jiang Chen took the card and lifted it for a closer look. His eyes landed on the image. A round-faced, chubby girl stared back at him. He blinked. His gaze flickered between the photo and the girl standing before him. Are you sure this is you? Luo Sandow let out a dramatic sigh. Grabbing strands of her hair, she twisted them into makeshift ponytails. Puffing up her cheeks, she closed her eyes and struck a pose. That was 2 years ago, she exclaimed. I hadn't grown yet, and I hadn't lost weight either. Jiang Chen stared at her for a long moment. Then, a deep, genuine laugh erupted from him. He turned away, shaking his head as he laughed out loud. Even the insects hovering behind him seemed momentarily confused. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, regaining his composure. His laughter faded, and his expression turned serious as he looked at Luo Sandow once more. Still, he said, his voice calm yet firm, I can't trust you. His gaze darkened. This secret is something only the dead can keep. Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Sandow suddenly leaped forward. A portal appeared beside her as she activated her storage ring. Without hesitation, she reached inside and pulled out a scroll. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as she approached, her usual carefree demeanor replaced by an unusual seriousness. Don't worry, she said, gripping the scroll tightly with both hands. His gaze flickered toward it. What is that? She carefully unrolled the parchment, revealing intricate markings along its surface. This is a sealing scroll, she declared. Jiang Chen's expression shifted slightly. She continued, her voice unwavering. If I reveal your secret, I will die immediately. Jiang Chen studied her carefully. There was no trace of deception in her eyes, only genuine fear. She wasn't bluffing. Then, a system window appeared before him. Luo Sandow has sworn to protect your secret with her life. If she reveals it, she will be executed immediately. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Something like this actually existed. He picked up the scroll, narrowing one eye as he examined it closely. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Fine. She had signed a literal life-binding contract. For now, he would let her live. Hearing Jiang Chen's verdict, Luo Sandow exhaled deeply, her shoulders sagging with relief. Thank you, she said quickly. Jiang Chen, however, turned his head toward her, his expression unreadable. "How much does this scroll cost?" he asked. She tapped a finger on her cheek, thinking for a moment before responding. Around 10 million. Jiang Chen's grip on the scroll tightened. His eye twitched. This meant she had just used the most valuable item in her storage ring. Luo Sandao noticed a sudden shift in demeanor and immediately panicked. She waved her hands frantically, forcing out a nervous laugh. "But if you take me home, my parents will definitely reward you. They'll treat you really well and give you way more than just 10 million. Jiang Chun turned his back on her, unimpressed. "I don't have time for that," he said flatly. "Tomorrow morning, I need to report to the night watch. I can't waste any more time." With that, he started walking away. "Good luck." Luo Sandao scrambled to her feet, watching him disappear into the distance. Without hesitation, she shouted after him. Wait. At least take me home." Jiang Chun stopped but didn't turn around. "My house is much closer than the night watch headquarters," she explained hurriedly. "And there's a teleportation station nearby. You'll still make it on time." At first, he dismissed her words, but after a moment of consideration, he changed his mind. Several hours later, Jiang Chun and Luo Sandao arrived at the Luo family mansion. It was breathtaking, massive, elegant, almost like a castle. Towering walls surrounded the estate, and intricate carvings adorned its grand pillars. Despite the late hour, the entire place was well lit, giving off an air of prestige and power. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, a solemn tension filled the grand hall. Hooded men knelt in submission before a regal woman seated on an ornate throne. Her expression was cold, unreadable, as she listened to the hushed reports of her subordinates. A man stepped forward, bowing deeply before delivering urgent news. "Your daughter has returned." At first, the woman was stunned. Impossible. The Xiao family was ruthless. They didn't just steal, they killed without hesitation. And yet, now they dared to spread falsehoods as well? Fury simmered beneath her composed exterior. Her fingers tightened against the armrest, her aura growing oppressive. Sensing the rising storm, the messenger quickly interjected. "Please, my lady, I am merely the bearer of news. I'm not the one who caused your suffering." A tense silence followed. Then, the doors swung open. Luo Sandao ran into the hall, her steps unsteady, her face streaked with tears. Without hesitation, she rushed to her mother's side, sat beside her, and buried her face in her lap, sobbing uncontrollably. The regal woman, her hardened expression softening, placed a gentle hand on her daughter's head. She stroked her hair in comfort, though the cold glint in her eyes did not fade. This would not go unanswered. Her mind was set. The Xiao family would pay for this. Just then, a man stepped forward, her husband. Unlike his wife's quiet fury, his presence was calm, measured. He placed his hands at his sides before speaking, his voice steady. "For now, we must remain calm." His gaze met his wife's, unwavering. "The most important thing is that Luo Sandao has returned safely." Taking a deep breath, he continued. "The Xiao family is one of the most powerful forces in this country. We cannot afford to act recklessly. We are merchants, not warriors." Jiang Chun stood silently to the side, watching the scene unfold. So, her real name really is Luo Sandao. Moments later, Luo Sandao's father turned toward him. With a respectful nod, he handed Jiang Chun a black card. "Take this." Jiang Chun took the card, turning it over in his hand as the man smiled, closing his eyes slightly. "This is our token of gratitude," he said warmly. "Thank you for saving our daughter." His tone grew firmer. "Do not lose this card. It may come in handy in the future." At that moment, Luo Sandao's mother shifted her gaze toward Jiang Chun. The fury from earlier had faded, replaced by a graceful warmth. With a kind smile, she spoke. "You are our benefactor. As thanks, I have prepared a meal for you. Eat, rest, and then you may use our teleportation station to continue your journey." Jiang Chun accepted the black card with a small nod, closing his eyes briefly as he smirked. "I won't be staying to eat," he said casually. But the moment he finished speaking, Growrel, a loud stomach growl echoed through the grand hall. Jiang Chun froze. A faint redness crept up his ears as he awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. With a sheepish grin, he quickly changed his mind. "Actually, maybe just a little." Luo Sandao's father chuckled, gesturing toward the dining area. "Come on in. The food will be ready in no time." Meanwhile, her mother covered her mouth with a hand, closing her eyes as she smiled knowingly. Minutes later, the finest chefs of the Luo family had prepared an extravagant feast. Jiang Chun didn't waste a second. Plate after plate, dish after dish. He devoured everything in sight at an astonishing speed. Before long, a towering stack of empty plates loomed in front of him. A passing waiter, carrying another dish, stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes widened in disbelief. Was Jiang Chun stacking his plates into a tower? Completely unfazed, Jiang Chun leaned back slightly, one hand resting on the table while the other clutched a massive cut of meat. As he continued eating, a realization crossed his mind. The stronger my insects get, the hungrier I become. Across from him, Luo Sandao watched in stunned silence, a mixture of amusement and disbelief playing across her face. Slow down, she chuckled. No one's stealing your food. Seated nearby, her parents exchanged a knowing glance, sipping their tea as they observed Jiang Chun quietly. As the meal went on, Luo Sandao found herself stealing glances at him. Without realizing it, a faint blush crept on her cheeks. Her mother, casually swirling her cup of tea, finally spoke. Sandao mentioned that Jiang Chun is from the creation class and even possesses a divine rank. She turned to her husband. That's quite remarkable, don't you think? Her father rested his chin on his hand, studying Jiang Chun with interest. Indeed, he murmured, our daughter hasn't shared much, but I have a feeling Jiang Chun isn't as simple as he appears. There's something more to him. After a brief pause, he added, and he's quite handsome too. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. If Jiang Chun had the power to challenge the Shao family, if he could protect their daughter for a lifetime, then perhaps he was the perfect match. Just then, Luo Sandao's mother leaned forward, her eyes twinkling with curiosity as she flashed Jiang Chun a warm smile. So, tell me, Jiang Chun, she asked pleasantly, do you have a girlfriend? Jiang Chun, mid-bite, nearly choked. Before he could even react, she continued cheerfully. You know, our Sandao is single too. Luo Sandao tensed instantly. She's incredibly talented, her mother went on smoothly. A brilliant businesswoman, a financial expert, and, of course, extremely responsible. Her father, now standing behind Jiang Chun, gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up. And her figure is quite. Wait, what? Jiang Chun turned slightly, sensing something was very, very off. Absolutely stunning, her father finished proudly. Her measurements are 36-24-36. Luo Sandao practically exploded. Dad, but he wasn't done. In fact, he added excitedly, we've even picked out names for your future children. Jiang Chun had just taken a sip of water when, puffed, he spat it out instantly. Coughing violently, he slammed his glass onto the table, his eyes wide in sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, Luo Sandao turned as red as a ripe tomato. Her hands flew to her burning cheeks as she shrieked internally. What is even happening right now? Without hesitation, Jiang Chun shot up from his seat and bolted from the dining hall. Thank you for your hospitality, he called over his shoulder, moving at full speed. His excuse? He was full and had urgent matters to handle. Reality? He just needed to escape. Luo Sandao's father watched him disappear and quickly called out, wait, we still have things to discuss. Before he could finish, Sandao rushed forward and clamped a hand over his mouth. Shut it, she hissed, her face burning hotter by the second. Her mother, however, simply turned to her daughter, her expression shifting into something mildly disappointed. Calmly, she settled back in her chair and let out a small sigh. Meanwhile, her father pried Sandao's hand away and muttered, our son-in-law just ran away. Then, with a teasing smile, he added, as his wife, shouldn't you chase after him and at least say goodbye? Sandao's entire body stiffened. Before she could argue, her mother chimed in smoothly. No need to worry, she said with a knowing smirk. He has the black card. No matter where he runs, we can track him. Sandao immediately grabbed her knees, clenched her eyes shut, and let out a frustrated scream. Just stop talking. Lowering her head, she groaned, her thoughts spinning wildly. Yes, Jiang Chun was powerful. Yes, he was ridiculously good-looking. But he was also downright terrifying. Then again, even if he was terrifying, there was no denying how strong and handsome he was. Meanwhile, within the Shao family estate, Shao Yuan Shan, the head of the family, sat rigidly in his chair, fingers digging into the armrests. His face darkened as he received the news. His grandson, Shao Yuan Wu, was dead. A dangerous fire flickered in his eyes. His voice was ice-cold as he gave his order. Find out who's responsible. Immediately, his suspicions landed on Shao Zhenluo, another formidable figure within the family. Without hesitation, he instructed his other grandson to send men to investigate him. As one of his subordinates knelt before him, another figure casually stepped into the room. Shao Beihan, hands tucked into his pockets, he strolled forward, amusement glinting in his eyes. With a smirk, he lifted a hand to the side and spoke. Grandfather, let's be real here. Yuan Wu was already over 20 and had barely reached level 30 of the second transformation. His tone was indifferent as he continued. He was dead weight. Then, turning slightly, he glanced at his grandfather and shrugged. Is his death really worth mourning? Shao Yuan Shan remained seated, resting both hands on his knees as he studied Xiao Beihan carefully. After a long silence, he finally spoke. You're right. Yuan Wu was nothing special, nowhere near your level. His voice was calm, but cold as he leaned forward slightly. But in the end, he was still my grandson. His eyes darkened, a dangerous glint flashing across them. When disciplining a dog, you must always consider its owner. His fingers curled slightly as he continued, his tone sharp. I want to know, who in this country had the audacity to kill someone from the Xiao family? Xiao Beihan's smirk widened at those words. Stepping forward, he slowly raised his hand, letting a sinister, dark energy swirl around his palm. Grandfather, there's no need to trouble yourself over something so minor. He turned his hand slightly, watching the energy shift between his fingers. Once we're done wiping out the Tianjiao camp, it won't matter who did it. His smile grew sharper. I'll take care of it. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had already arrived at the night watch office. Pushing open the heavy doors, he stepped inside. The dimly lit room was filled with figures waiting for him. Among them, Ji Gang and several high-ranking officers. Ji Gang turned, slightly surprised by Jiang Chen's arrival. Jiang Chun introduced himself as the newest member of the Night Watch, casually scratching the back of his head as he glanced around. He couldn't help but wonder why so many people were gathered. Ever the charismatic leader, Ji Gang stepped forward with a welcoming grin. He placed a hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder while dramatically extending his other arm outward. We've all been waiting for you. Jiang Chen was caught off guard by the unexpected attention. Without wasting time, Ji Gang began introducing him to the team's key members. First was Yun Xiaoku, a level 45 healer in the second stage. Ji Gang teased that she used to be the youngest, until Jiang Chun took her spot. Flustered, Yun Xiaoku stole a glance at Jiang Chun, her cheeks tinged red. She had to admit, he was the most attractive teammate she'd ever worked with. Next was Duan Feng, a level 49 archer, also in the second stage. Stoic and confident, he placed one hand on his hip and gave a polite salute with the other. Welcome to the team. Then came Chu Bulang, a level 49 warrior whose small stature belied his incredible strength. A natural talker, he stood before Jiang Chun with a wide grin, his eyes closed in amusement. It's an honor to have someone of your divine-level skill on our team. Finally, Ji Gang introduced Tanjin, the sub-commander, a level 61 master in the third stage and a formidable fire class expert. She carried herself with both authority and warmth. She approached with a playful smirk, ruffling both Chu Bulang and Jiang Chen's hair. Just call me Aunt Tang, she said with a smile. And don't worry, I'll make sure you eat well every day. Jiang Chun humbly introduced himself as a spiritual master from the creation class, downplaying his worth despite his divine-level power. He knew all too well that the creation class was often undervalued, and he had no intention of boasting. Sensing his self-doubt, Ji Gang dismissed such concerns with a wave of his hand, scoffing at the opinions of narrow-minded critics. He assured Jiang Chun that his abilities were respected here, no matter what others thought. Tanjin, ever the warm presence, chimed in with a bright smile. She reminded Jiang Chun that what made him special wasn't just his power, it was his choice to join the Night Watch. With a reassuring nod, she declared that from now on, this team was his family. The mood shifted as Ji Gang addressed an important matter. If Jiang Chun wanted to enroll in the prestigious Tianjiao training camp, he needed to reach level 20. He hesitated for a moment, uncertain of Jiang Chen's current status. But with calm confidence, Jiang Chen revealed that he was already level 17. An impressive feat considering he had only switched jobs 3 days ago. Ji Gang's eyes widened in surprise. Gripping Jiang Chen's shoulders, he let out a hearty laugh, his face lighting up with excitement. He had been right to recruit him. With Jiang Chen's divine talent, reaching level 20 in just 3 days would be effortless. Without another thought, he made the decision. Jiang Chun would be enrolled in the Tianjiao Genius Camp. But just as the energy in the room soared, everything suddenly fell quiet. Ji Gang slowly opened his eyes, turning his head as he noticed the shift in atmosphere. The others stood still, their expressions unusually serious. Sliding a hand into his pocket, Ji Gang's gaze settled on Jiang Chun, his tone turning grave. He asked if Jiang Chun had made any powerful enemies in the past 3 days. Without waiting for a response, he revealed that an unknown third-grade master was using divine class abilities to track his whereabouts. Jiang Chen's eyes darkened as he lowered his gaze, his mind racing. Could it be someone from the Xiao family? The thought sent a chill through him. Meanwhile, Ji Gang, ever the leader, wasted no time taking action. Crossing his arms, he instructed Yun Xiaoku to handle the situation. Without hesitation, Yun Xiaoku raised her hands toward the sky. Almost instantly, a surge of green energy pulsed outward, forming a protective barrier around their headquarters. The air shimmered as the energy expanded, securing the space from any outside interference. Turning to the group, she explained that the barrier would prevent any form of espionage, allowing them to speak freely. Jiang Chun stood motionless, silently observing the display of power. What kind of ability did Yun Xiaoko possess? Her energy spread rapidly, reinforcing the barrier until it enveloped the entire area. Ji Gang stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Jiang Chun's shoulder. With a warm smile, he spoke gently, asking if there was something Jiang Chun was keeping from them. His voice carried no accusation, only understanding. The rest of the team remained silent, waiting for Jiang Chun's response. Jiang Chun exhaled deeply, lowering his head as his fingers ran through his hair. His expression darkened before he finally spoke, revealing the truth. Just yesterday, he had killed Xiao Yuanwu of the Xiao family. Though he had erased all traces of the event with great care, he couldn't be certain if the Xiao family had other means of tracking him. Silence gripped the room. No one spoke, but their expressions said everything. Tanjin's face tightened in disbelief as she locked eyes with Jiang Chun. Her voice carried urgency as she asked if he had truly eliminated a member of the Xiao family. Ji Gang's reaction was just as intense. His eyes widened as he reached out slightly, his voice edged with shock. He questioned whether Jiang Chun had really killed Xiao Yuanshan's grandson, a cultivator who had reached the terrifying 8th stage of cultivation. The weight of the revelation settled over the group like a storm. Xiao Yuanwu had been no ordinary opponent. How had Jiang Chun, at his level, pulled off such a feat? Jiang Chun, seeing their stunned reactions, let out a quiet sigh and ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Had he just dragged them all into trouble? But Ji Gang showed no fear. Crossing his arms, he addressed the team with a steady voice. He reminded them that the Xiao family had long been infamous for their corruption, their younger generation causing countless problems over the years. From his perspective, Jiang Chun had done the world a favor by taking out someone like Xiao Yuanwu. His expression remained serious as he acknowledged the power of an 8th-stage master. But from what he had heard, Yuanwu was the weakest and least favored among Xiao Yuanshan's descendants. That being the case, there was a chance that the old master wouldn't personally intervene. Tanjin placed one hand on her waist while extending the other toward Jiang Chun, her gaze unwavering. With absolute confidence, she assured him that if the Xiao family sought revenge, the Night Watch would stand by his side. After all, they weren't weak either. Jiang Chun looked at Ji Gang, warmth flickering in his eyes. A rare smile formed on his lips. For the first time, he felt something he had never truly known, a sense of belonging. As an orphan, he had relied on the kindness of neighbors, but this was different. This felt like home. However, Ji Gang had other concerns. Turning his back to Jiang Chun, he took a few steps away, lost in thought. Even if Xiao Yuanwu had been incompetent, reaching the 2nd level of cultivation meant he wasn't entirely weak. Then, as if struck by realization, Ji Gang suddenly spun around. Stepping forward, he grabbed Jiang Chun firmly by the shoulders, his gaze sharp with disbelief. His voice was demanding as he asked the question on everyone's mind. How had Jiang Chun, a level 17 Awakened of the Creation class, managed to kill a level 30 Combat class cultivator? Jiang Chun hesitated, rubbing the back of his head in discomfort. A nervous sweat formed as he raised a hand, signaling Ji Gang to calm down. He admitted that, in that critical moment, someone had stepped in to help him. Ji Gang immediately leaned in, pressing for details. Who had come to his aid? With a strained smile, Jiang Chun finally revealed the truth. It was the 3rd daughter of the Luo family from Jiangnan. She had awakened a hidden defense class. A heavy silence fell over the group. Their eyes locked onto Jiang Chun, stunned by his words. The Luo family? The wealthiest merchants in Jiangnan? Could he really be referring to Luo Sandao? Ji Gang wasted no time. He grabbed Jiang Chun by the shoulders and started shaking him, bursting into laughter. Even if the Luo family wasn't known for producing warriors, their immense wealth made them a formidable power. If Jiang Chun ever found himself in danger, having them as allies would be a massive advantage. Still being shaken, Jiang Chun could only sweat nervously, wondering what had gotten into Ji Gang. But then, something shifted. A powerful surge of purple energy erupted from Jiang Chun's body. Ji Gang's laughter cut off instantly. His hands released Jiang Chun as his eyes widened in shock. A single bead of sweat rolled down his face. If Luo Sandao had awakened a defense class, then she lacked offensive abilities, which meant the one who had actually killed Yuanwu was Jiang Chun. As if reading Ji Gang's thoughts, Jiang Chun raised his hand. A dark mist of poison swirled ominously in his palm, its presence heavy in the air. Without hesitation, he revealed the truth. He wasn't just an awakened of the creation class. He had also mastered a 2nd, hidden class, poison. Duan Feng, who had been silently observing from behind, took an involuntary step back, his face reflecting his disbelief. He wasn't alone. The entire group stood frozen, struggling to process what they had just witnessed. Ji Gang, however, wasn't finished. He reached out again, attempting to shake Jiang Chen's hand, half laughing as he asked just how many more secrets Jiang Chen was keeping. Jiang Chen quickly pulled his hand away, warning him that the poison mist was highly lethal. Even Ji Gang might not be able to withstand its effects. The group remained tense, their eyes locked on Jiang Chen. But before he could say another word, Ji Gang suddenly grasped his hand without hesitation. Closing his eyes, he smiled reassuringly and told Jiang Chen not to worry. He knew how to handle poisons. As the venomous mist from Little Nine touched Ji Gang's skin, Tanjin's eyes sharpened. She observed the scene closely, tension evident in her gaze. What kind of poison was this? A few moments later, Ji Gang finally released Jiang Chen's hand, only to notice the spreading poison already creeping across his skin. His expression hardened. This was bad. Jiang Chen sighed, placing a hand on Ji Gang's shoulder and shaking his head. With his eyes closed, he muttered that Ji Gang had really gone too far this time. But Ji Gang didn't seem the least bit concerned. Gripping his own wrist, he glared at Jiang Chen and snapped at him to stop making a fuss. He hadn't even tried to resist the poison in the first place. Behind them, Tanjin chuckled softly, her amusement clear as she closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Bulang crouched near Ji Gang's poisoned hand, studying it intently. His curiosity was obvious. What kind of poison was this? Realizing the situation was escalating, Ji Gang turned abruptly and called out to Yun Xiaoku for help. Without hesitation, she deactivated the protective barrier around her, its green energy fading away. Placing a hand near her mouth, she laughed lightly before agreeing to assist. Jiang Chen, however, felt the need to remind Ji Gang once again. This poison wasn't something to take lightly. He sat down on the couch, resting one hand on his knee while extending the other to the side, showing how the poison's effects still lingered. Yin Xiaoku approached with a calm smile, closing her eyes before raising both hands toward Jiang Chen's affected hand. A soft glow radiated from her palms as she worked to cleanse the poison. As she healed him, Ji Gang turned his gaze toward Jiang Chen, his expression unreadable. Then, after a brief silence, he forced a smile and admitted that the poison was actually quite impressive. The more skills Jiang Chen had, the better it would be for him in the long run. Chu Bulang, who had been quietly observing from a distance, moved closer. He rested both hands on the arm of the sofa, watching Jiang Chen intently without saying a word. Once Yin Xiaoku had completely neutralized the poison, Ji Gang's demeanor shifted. His usual confidence faded into something more serious as he met Jiang Chen's gaze. He acknowledged Jiang Chen's talent, but strongly advised against enrolling in the Tianjiao camp. With the Xiao family now involved, it was simply too dangerous. The camp might offer valuable resources, but a prodigy from the Xiao family would undoubtedly be there as well. The risks far outweighed the benefits. Behind him, Tanjin crossed her arms and nodded in agreement, closing her eyes as if to seal the decision. But Jiang Chen wasn't convinced. A puzzled expression crossed his face as he asked Ji Gang what exactly he meant by resources. Still rubbing his wrist, Ji Gang patiently explained. The camp provided access to rare materials, fierce beast blood, advanced equipment, and other valuable items. But for those who ranked among the top participants, the real rewards were far greater. Mysterious fruits and scrolls leading to hidden realms. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Was Ji Gang serious? His mind raced, weighing the possibilities. If what Ji Gang said was true, then these resources were far beyond what he could obtain by simply hunting fierce beasts in the wild. Perhaps the insects could even reproduce again. That thought lingered as he met Ji Gang's gaze, his resolve unwavering. Surrounded by the faint traces of poisonous mist, he firmly declared his decision. He was enrolling in the camp. Danger didn't scare him. He had complete confidence in his abilities and knew he could protect himself. Ji Gang studied him for a long moment before exhaling a sigh. Raising a hand, he signaled for Jiang Chen to wait. He needed time to think this through. Meanwhile, in the middle of the vast West Lake, an imposing temple stood in isolation, its very presence exuding power and reverence. Suddenly, the calm waters rippled and parted as a figure approached, using immense force to carve a deep crack in the lake bed. The surrounding water trembled as the man strode forward, making his way toward the temple. This was Xiao Beihan, the grandson of Xiao Yuanshan and the undisputed strongest genius of the Xiao family. His combat prowess had reached terrifying new heights, leaving even seasoned warriors in silent awe. As displaced droplets fell around him like rain, he stood tall, gripping his sword with one hand. Without turning fully, he cast a sharp gaze over his shoulder his voice cutting through the air as he ordered his subordinates to stop their pointless chatter. Then, with a serious tone, he demanded to know if they had found what they were searching for. 3 hooded men stood before him, hands resting on their abdomens as they bowed respectfully. One of them stepped forward and spoke, revealing the crucial information they had uncovered. Young Master Yuan Wu had been pursuing a woman named Luo Sandao before his disappearance. However, she had not been alone. Traveling alongside her was a man named Jiang Chun. Beihan's eyes darkened as he absorbed the revelation. He knew the girl from the Luo family wasn't a combat-class warrior. That meant only one thing. Who exactly was Jiang Chun? One of his subordinates immediately responded. Jiang Chun had awakened a creation-class ability of divine rank, and the most recent reports placed him at the Night Watch headquarters. Another hooded figure stepped forward, placing a hand over his chest in a formal salute before adding another detail. Both Jiang Chun and Luo Sandao had recently enrolled in the Tianjiao camp. However, there was still no definitive proof linking them to Yuan Wu's death. A slow, sinister smile crept across Beihan's face. His gaze sharpened as he stared into the distance. Evidence? That was irrelevant. As far as he was concerned, those two were already guilty. What intrigued him even more was Jiang Chen's divine rank awakening. Someone like that was worth his attention. But with them already heading to the camp, there was no need for him to personally seek them out. His mind settled with cold determination. 3 days from now, he would eliminate them both at the camp. Back in Ji Gang's office, the atmosphere was thick with contemplation. He and Jiang Chun sat on the sofa, the weight of their earlier conversation still hanging in the air. Ji Gang rested one arm on his knee while extending the other to the side, his gaze carefully studying Jiang Chun. Despite already arranging for Jiang Chen's enrollment in the Tianjiao camp, Ji Gang couldn't shake his concerns. However, he had taken precautions. He had secured a strong ally for Jiang Chun, someone who could provide both protection and valuable connections. That person was Mu Hanxiu, the little princess of the Mu family. A 7th-level transformation cultivator, she was one of the camp's most formidable participants. But before heading to the camp, Jiang Chun would first accompany her on a mission, an exploration of a secret realm. Not only would this give him the chance to grow stronger, but it would also help him establish relationships with potential allies before officially entering the camp. Jiang Chun sat across from Ji Gang, his elbows resting on the arms of the sofa. He remained silent, listening intently. Then, with a mischievous smirk, Ji Gang leaned in, grabbed Jiang Chen's hand, and grinned. He casually mentioned that Mu Hanxiu wasn't just strong. She was also known for her breathtaking beauty. Since she was the same age as Jiang Chun, Ji Gang playfully suggested that he should try to win her over with his charm. Jiang Chun stiffened, a nervous sweat forming instantly. His expression tensed as he forced an awkward smile. Completely caught off guard, he scratched the back of his head before hesitantly replying that he'd give it a try. Before the conversation could go any further, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Ji Gang casually granted permission to enter, and soon, 2 figures stepped inside. One of them was a young woman, Mu Hanxiu. With her elbow resting on one hand and her chin propped on the other, she studied Jiang Chun with a scrutinizing gaze. Wasting no time, she stated plainly that Ji Gang had asked her to escort someone to a secret realm. Beside Mu Hanxiu, a man with a laid-back demeanor placed his hand behind his head, closing his eyes with a smile as if he found the whole situation amusing. Mu Hanxiu, however, turned to Ji Gang with an impatient look, questioning whether he had changed his mind about their arrangement. Ji Gang, ever the smooth talker, responded with a charming smile, saying it was an honor to meet her in person. Mu Hanxiu crossed her arms, glancing at the ground in mild confusion, while the man next to her continued to stand there, his hand on his head, still smiling as if enjoying the moment. Watching their odd reactions, Jiang Chun couldn't help but wonder what exactly was going on. Both he and Ji Gang stood up. Without hesitation, Ji Gang draped an arm over Jiang Chen's shoulder, his other hand resting casually on his waist. With a confident stance, he explained his delayed response. Yesterday, he had been angry with Mu Hanxiu's grandfather, which was why he hadn't given an answer. But today, he was willing to agree to the arrangement, with one special condition. Mu Hanxiu would have to take Jiang Chun with her. Jiang Chun's expression shifted immediately, surprise flashing across his face as he tried to grasp the situation. Mu Hanxiu placed a hand on her hip and stepped forward with a confident stride. She reminded Ji Gang that she had already given him a level 30 secret realm scroll. Then, raising an eyebrow, she asked if he still intended to add more conditions. Ji Gang remained relaxed, giving a small shrug. Everyone has their own conditions, he replied casually. Mu Hanxiu considered this for a moment before coming to a conclusion. Ji Gang wasn't trying to push her. He was simply looking for someone reliable to help Jiang Chun level up. Since Jiang Chun couldn't enter a secret realm lower than level 50, it made sense why Ji Gang was insisting on her assistance. Meanwhile, the man behind her walked forward, placing his hands behind his back. His amused smile never wavered as he silently observed the conversation. Turning her full attention to Jiang Chun, Mu Hanxiu locked eyes with him. Without hesitation, she asked what level he was and what class he had awakened. Jiang Chun met her gaze calmly and answered without flinching. He was level 17 and had awakened the creation class. Hearing this, Mu Hanxiu placed a hand on her waist, pointed at him with her other hand, and openly scoffed. Her expression filled with disdain as she dismissed him outright as trash. Jiang Chen's patience snapped. His irritation flared instantly, and in his mind, he had already labeled her a spoiled brat. Before Jiang Chun could respond, Ji Gang's mood shifted instantly. His expression darkened, his fists clenched, and pure rage burned in his eyes. Without hesitation, he snapped, calling Mu Hanxiu an empty-headed brat and demanding that she show some respect. He reminded her that Jiang Chun had awakened a hidden divine rank ability, something far from trash. The air in the room grew tense, but before Ji Gang could take action, the man beside Mu Hanxiu swiftly stepped in. Moving quickly, he grabbed Ji Gang around the waist, closed his eyes, and with a forced smile, urged him to calm down. He explained that Mu Hanxiu's outburst wasn't personal. She was just lashing out because her boyfriend had recently dumped her. Mu Hanxiu flinched slightly at his words. She turned her head away, and for the first time, hesitation flickered in her eyes. Perhaps she had gone too far. Jiang Chun, still processing Ji Gang's unusually intense reaction, felt a mix of surprise and confusion. Since when did Ji Gang get this worked up on his behalf? Feeling the weight of the situation, Mu Hanxiu quickly turned toward Ji Gang. Closing her eyes, she extended both hands in a formal gesture of apology. Her voice was noticeably softer as she sincerely asked him to let it go. Jiang Chun rubbed the back of his head, finding the whole exchange strange. But despite the tension, there was still a mission ahead. The secret realm they were headed to was called the Village of Light, a level 30 realm with strict entry conditions. Only 5 people below level 50 could enter. The objectives were clear: eliminate all the monsters, defeat the boss, or destroy the sacrificial altar. Several hours later, the group arrived at the portal leading to the Village of Light. Duan Feng stood at the front, resting a hand on his waist as he turned to face everyone. His expression was serious, and without wasting time, he asserted his authority. This time, he would be the leader. His instructions were firm. If anyone got separated or found themselves in danger, they were to return immediately to the teleportation point. The chances of the realm becoming unstable were low, but they couldn't take any risks. If anything went wrong, retreating was the top priority. Mu Hanxiu stood with her arms crossed, listening silently. A faint, amused smile played on her lips, as if the entire situation entertained her. Meanwhile, Chu Bulang stepped toward Jiang Chun, reaching a hand toward the glowing portal. With a smirk, he closed his eyes and casually mentioned that a level 30 secret realm scroll was worth at least 1 billion. A clear reminder of just how valuable this opportunity was. Yin Xiaoku stood nearby, one hand resting on her elbow, silently observing the conversation. Mu Hanxiu, however, had other thoughts. Turning to Jiang Chun, she shot him a smug look before calling him a newbie. With a condescending tone, she warned him not to start crying once they entered. She didn't want him holding the team back. Jiang Chun simply stared at her without responding. With that, the group stepped into the portal. As they vanished into the swirling energy, Chu Bulang turned back with a reassuring grin, casually telling Jiang Chun not to worry. He'd protect him. Jiang Chun took a step forward, but despite this being only a level 30 secret realm, an uneasy feeling crept over him. Something about this place felt off. After several minutes, the group emerged into a vast, open landscape. They stood atop a lush green mountain, surrounded by thick forests and rolling hills. In the distance, nestled between towering snowy peaks, lay a mysterious village. The view was breathtaking, almost too peaceful. Standing at the back of the group, Chu Bulang admired the scenery, commenting on how beautiful the village looked. But as his gaze wandered, a question lingered in his mind. Where were the monsters? Jiang Chun remained silent, his eyes locked on the eerie village below. Duan Feng, his hand still resting on his waist, studied the scene carefully. After a moment, he made an unsettling observation. The monsters were likely hiding inside the villagers' houses. Without hesitation, he decided they would need to search each house one by one. The group cautiously made their way down the mountain toward the village. As they walked, Duan Feng reassured them not to worry before quickly assigning roles. Chu Bulang would take the vanguard position, drawing enemy attention. Duan Feng himself would focus on dealing damage. Yin Xiaoku would be in charge of healing. Jiang Chun and Mu Hanxiu were to stay close behind and not stray from the group. Everyone nodded in agreement, responding with a firm, understood. Deeper within the village, a strange stone sat atop a large rock. Inscribed upon it were the words, Guangming Village. Yet, instead of radiating light or warmth, the stone pulsed with an eerie, malevolent aura. Duan Feng, Yin Xiaoku, and Jiang Chun approached cautiously. The moment they got closer, Duan Feng's instincts screamed at him. Immediately, he raised his hand, signaling the others to stop. His gut told him this was no ordinary rock. There was something deeply unnatural about it. His voice was firm as he urged everyone to proceed with extreme caution. Yin Xiaoku stood beside Duan Feng, gripping her magical staff tightly. A deep frown formed on her face as she admitted she hated the atmosphere of this village. Something about it felt wrong, as if something unnatural lurked beneath its surface. Jiang Chun said nothing, his sharp gaze fixed on the unsettling scene before them. After a brief pause, Yin Xiaoku made a decision. Before they moved any further, she would apply a purification buff over the entire village. Closing her eyes, she extended a hand toward the sky. Instantly, a surge of blue magical energy erupted from her palm, spreading like mist through the air. The entire area became bathed in shimmering magical dust, coating every surface with a faint glow. Jiang Chun instinctively raised a hand to his face, watching as the glittering particles danced around him. A flicker of surprise crossed his expression. This buff was powerful, far stronger than he had expected. It didn't just clear the mind, it also boosted attributes and energy significantly. Suddenly, an ominous wind howled through the village. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. A dense, swirling cloud of smoke gathered in the sky, twisting violently as the once clear air darkened. The sky above turned a deep, blood-red hue, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. The village lanterns, which had been lifeless moments ago, suddenly flickered to life. Shadows danced across the stone walls, moving unnaturally as if they were alive. Above them, the evil energy thickened, pulsating like a living entity. Everyone tensed. Their instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. Duan Feng's sharp eyes locked onto the source of the disturbance, the mysterious stone they had examined earlier. In that instant, a horrible realization struck him. This wasn't just an ordinary artifact. It was the very source of the corruption. His expression turned grim as he whipped around, his voice urgent as he shouted for everyone to run. But before he could finish, the stone unleashed a powerful force. A sudden, invisible pull gripped Duan Feng, dragging him toward the stone like a vortex. Caught off guard, he struggled, fighting against the unnatural force, but it was too late. His body was yanked forward, the energy swallowing him whole. With his final breath before disappearing, he yelled desperately, "Stay away from the stone. Call for reinforcements immediately. This is a mutation." Then he was gone. A blinding light shot down from the sky, crashing into the center of the village. The impact sent a shockwave outward, forming an immense magical barrier that rapidly expanded, sealing off the entire area. There was no escape. At that moment, multiple system windows flashed before everyone's eyes. Warning! The secret realm, the beautiful town, has undergone a mutation. It is now classified as the Village of the Dead. Difficulty level, Nightmare. New completion conditions. Eliminate all the undead in the Village of Light. Kill the final boss. A final system message followed. The light fades away. Darkness flourishes. That is when the door to the Kingdom of Death will finally open. The thick smoke suddenly dispersed, and before Jiang Chun could react, he found himself teleported into a dimly lit house. His breath came unsteady as he processed the system messages flashing before him. His mind raced. This wasn't just an increase in difficulty. The realm had jumped straight from normal to nightmare level. Worse, the group had been scattered. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He clenched his fists. At level 17, facing nightmare-level enemies alone was suicide. He quickly recalled Duan Feng's strict orders. If you get separated or find yourself in danger, return to the teleportation point immediately. Jiang Chun wasn't about to take any reckless risks. He made a snap decision. Getting out of here was the priority. Without hesitation, he turned toward the wooden wall. Gathering his strength, he launched a powerful kick. Crack! The wooden planks splintered apart. But instead of an exit, he found himself in another dimly lit room. The unsettling atmosphere made his skin crawl. Faint lamps swayed eerily from the ceiling, casting flickering shadows across the floor. Scattered throughout the room were old, decayed coffins, their lids covered in thick layers of dust. But what caught Jiang Chen's attention was the framed painting hanging on the wall. It was a portrait of an old man, Something about it sent a chill down his spine. The man's expression was blank, lifeless. But then, the old man in the painting moved. His lips curled into a sinister smile. Jiang Chen's body tensed instantly. His instinct screamed at him. Something was terribly wrong. Is this an illusion? He wondered. Before he could react, a loud creak echoed through the room. One of the coffins shifted. The lid slowly slid open, and from within, a clawed hand emerged, its razor-sharp fingers glinting under the dim light. Jiang Chun spun around, his muscles coiled, ready to react. His confusion deepened. What the hell was happening? Then, the silence shattered. The other coffin suddenly burst open. From within, several necromancers emerged. Their skeletal frames were wrapped in tattered robes, dark energy radiating from their bodies. Their hollow eyes glowed with a haunting light as they fixated on him. The system instantly identified them. Level 30 necromancers. Abilities: charge, decapitate, corrosion. Main characteristic: immune to normal physical attacks. Jiang Chen's heart pounded. Immune to physical attacks. That meant swords, fists, and conventional weapons were useless. The necromancers moved fast, their clawed hands twitching as they closed in on him with unnatural speed. But Jiang Chen wasn't about to stand there and wait for death. His expression darkened as he raised his hand. A thick, purple mist began to swirl in his palm. The poisonous mist of Little Nine. His gaze locked onto the approaching enemies. If normal attacks don't work, then I'll just use poison. The hunt begins, Little Nine's feast. Just as the necromancers prepared to strike, Jiang Chun moved first. With lightning speed, he unleashed the poisonous mist of Little Nine, flooding the entire room in seconds. The thick, toxic fog spread rapidly, enveloping the undead figures in its lethal embrace. Without wasting a second, Jiang Chun bolted out of the house, leaping effortlessly onto the roof of a nearby building. From his vantage point, he kept a sharp eye on the house below, waiting to see the effects of his attack. Then they emerged. The necromancers walked straight out of the mist, completely unharmed. Their skeletal bodies remained intact, their eerie, glowing eyes still fixed on him. Jiang Chun frowned. So it was as he suspected, poison was still considered a physical attack, making it useless against them. He needed another approach. If he wanted to deal with these creatures properly, he had to find Yin Shaoku as soon as possible. Only a mage's magic could truly counter the undead. As he weighed his next move, a familiar presence stirred beside him. Little Nine had manifested. Clenching her tiny fist close to her chest, she stared down at the necromancers with an intense, hungry gaze. Drool trickled from the corner of her mouth as she eagerly licked her lips. "Can I eat them?" she asked, her voice filled with excitement. Jiang Chun turned to her, momentarily caught off guard. He hadn't expected that reaction. With a confused expression, he hesitated before asking, "Wait, you can devour necromancers? Wouldn't that still count as a physical attack?" Meanwhile, the necromancers advanced, their hollow eyes locked onto him with eerie determination. Little Nine's body pulsed with a dark, twisting aura. Her gaze remained fixated on them, like a predator sizing up its prey. Then, a wicked grin stretched across her face. "I can eat them. They're delicious." Jiang Chun studied her carefully before giving a slow nod. "All right, give it a try, but don't push yourself. If you get into trouble, I'll get you out." Little Nine's grin widened into something almost sinister. Without another word, she launched forward at terrifying speed, her expression twisting into something hungry. From the rooftop, Jiang Chun watched closely. She was fast. Before the necromancers could even react, Little Nine tore through them, her strikes razor-sharp and precise. She ripped them apart with an almost playful aggression, devouring them piece by piece. The battle ended in moments. Once it was over, she casually sat down on the ground, pulling her knees together and resting her chin on her hands. Closing her eyes, she let out a satisfied sigh, smiling like she was in heaven. To her, the necromancers weren't enemies. They were just a delicious meal. Jiang Chun, watching from above, couldn't help but be amazed. His mind drifted back to what he knew about Little Nine's origins. She came from the abyss, meaning she was, at her core, an undead being herself, a creature of darkness. Now that he possessed divine evolution, she would only continue to grow stronger, eventually becoming the mistress of the abyss, a being whose very essence would surpass these low-level necromancers entirely. Remembering this, Jiang Chun made a decision. Stretching out his hand toward the battlefield below, he let his body release the poisonous mist of Little Nine once more. A smirk formed on his lips as he looked down at her. If she could devour these necromancers, then it was time for the others to feast as well. A powerful surge of energy coursed through his body, making him tremble slightly. Then, in an instant, thousands of insects erupted from his body. The swarm of dark, Venomous creatures spread like a plague, descending upon the necromancers without mercy. Their movements were swift, calculated, and precise. Jiang Chun issued a single command. Spread out. Feast. But don't let the others see you. Like a well-coordinated army, the insects obeyed without hesitation, tearing into the necromancers and devouring them whole. System notification. Your spiritual pets have killed 3 low-level necromancers. You have gained 15,210 points. Little Nine has devoured additional necromancers. She has gained 4,602 points. As the last of the necromancers vanished beneath the writhing swarm, another system window materialized before Jiang Chun. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Level 17, level 18. +1 to all attributes, +10 potential points. Jiang Chun stepped back inside the house, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Extending one hand to the side, he clenched the other into a tight fist, feeling the raw power surging through him. A satisfied grin spread across his face. This is insane. In mere seconds, he had racked up over 500,000 experience points and leveled up instantly. This secret realm wasn't just a challenge. It was a paradise tailored for him. With the necromancers wiped out, Jiang Chun turned his gaze back toward the old man's painting. Before, the old man had been smiling, but now, the smile was gone. The old man's expression had twisted into one of sheer terror, his entire body trembling inside the frame. Jiang Chun placed his hands on his waist, smirking as he mockingly asked, "Why aren't you smiling anymore?" At that moment, Little Nine materialized beside him. Glancing outside, she casually reported, "Everything's already been eaten." Jiang Chun flashed her a thumbs up. "Good work." Then, he turned back to the trembling photo. With a sly grin, he asked, "Hey, can you eat this too?" Little Nine's eyes gleamed with hunger. She stared at the painting as if it were her next meal. The moment the old man in the painting saw Little Nine's hungry gaze, his trembling intensified. And then, bang! The photograph exploded into pieces. Both Jiang Chun and Little Nine flinched, momentarily caught off guard. A system window popped up. "Congratulations. You have successfully scared off the level 35 Elite Death Guardian. You have earned 8,701 experience points." As the shattered remains of the photograph fell to the ground, Jiang Chun and Little Nine stood there, staring at the pieces. A strange sense of disappointment settled over them. For some reason, they both felt a little let down. Elsewhere in the village, Duan Feng was fighting for his life. With a powerful swing, he smashed a necromancer across the face with his bow, sending it staggering backward. More undead swarmed toward him, their glowing eyes fixed on their prey. Teeth clenched, Duan Feng gripped his bow tightly, using it as both a weapon and a shield. He swung fiercely, striking another necromancer hard enough to send it crashing to the ground. Suddenly, one lunged at him from behind. Reacting instantly, he twisted his body and used the sharp string of his bow to slice clean through its outstretched hand. His heart pounded. If I didn't have a longbow, I wouldn't even be able to fight these things. As he continued battling, his mind drifted to the others. Most of them were strong enough to hold their own, but Jiang Chun, he wasn't even level 30 yet. Duan Feng clenched his jaw. If something happened to Jiang Chun, how would he even explain it to Ji-Gang? Just as that thought crossed his mind, a system window appeared in the sky. Teammate has killed a lower-level Spectre and an elite rank Guardian, level 35. You have earned 12,161 points. Duan Feng's head snapped up. His body froze. Wait, what? A Spectre? An elite Guardian? A level 35 boss? His hands trembled as his mind raced. Who? Who could have done this? Before he could process it, another horde of necromancers rushed toward him. No time to think, he turned and ran. As he sprinted, his mind replayed the system message. Someone was wiping out monsters instantly. And that person had to be insanely strong. At first, he suspected Chu Balang, but no, his combat stats were too passive. Then, he considered Yin Xiaoku, but while she was a mage, she wouldn't have been able to take down so many enemies this fast. Finally, he thought of Muhan Xiao. Was she this powerful? If so, then there was hope. The necromancers closed in fast, forcing him to pick up his pace. At least now, with a hidden powerhouse on their team, there was a real chance to save the others. Still, he could only hope that Jiang Chun could hold on a little longer. Somewhere else in the village, a lone figure staggered through the darkness, one hand clutching a deep wound on her shoulder. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, her body covered in scratches and bruises. It was Muhan Xiao. Behind her, a horde of necromancers relentlessly pursued her, their hollow eyes glowing with eerie malice. She was barely holding on. Every step felt heavier than the last. Her strength was fading fast, and even her primary ability, speed, had become useless in her current state. Her breaths came in ragged gasps. She didn't want to die. I can't die here. I still have to participate in the young talent camp. I have to revitalize my family. But no matter how much she struggled, her hope was slipping away. For the first time, she wanted to go home. Tears welled up in her eyes as she forced herself forward, her legs trembling beneath her. Then, something strange happened. The necromancers behind her stopped chasing. In fact, they turned and ran. Mu Hanchio's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Was it one of her teammates? Did someone just wipe them out? Summoning the last of her strength, she pushed forward, forcing herself to move faster. A few moments later, she reached the end of an alley. But then, a thick purple mist began to drift around the corner. The moment she felt its presence, her heart pounded. This energy, it's powerful. A wave of relief washed over her. If this was coming from one of her teammates, then I'm saved. She just had to hold on a little longer. But luck wasn't on her side. Her legs finally gave out. She collapsed onto the cold ground, arms barely supporting her weight as more blood dripped from her wounds. Her vision blurred. This isn't good. The necromancers closed in. Their skeletal hands reached for her, their deathly aura suffocating. Panic surged through her as she stretched her hand forward, her eyes filled with desperation. Help, please. And then, Jiangchen appeared, his sharp gaze locked onto her, his expression unreadable. Mu Hanchio's breath hitched. The necromancers. They were running away from him. Her trembling hand reached for him, her mind struggling to process what she was seeing. What? How is he this strong? But the undead weren't going to wait. They lunged. With the last of her strength, she desperately reached for Jiangchen. Save me. For a brief moment, Jiangchen remained silent, staring at her with a look of deep thought. Then, just as the necromancer's claws dug into her arm, he grabbed her wrist. With one powerful motion, he yanked her away from danger. Get out of here, he commanded, his voice cold and firm. And stop interfering. Before she could even process what had happened, he threw her back. She hit the ground hard, tumbling across the dirt until she finally came to a stop. Groaning, she pushed herself up, wiping the dirt from her face. Her breathing was heavy as she lifted her gaze to him. Jiangchen, you're insane. But then, the air changed. Jiangchen, crackling through the air. Mu Hanchio's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched him extend his hand. Before she could process what was happening, a massive swarm of insects burst forth, sweeping toward the necromancers like a living tide. The undead barely had a moment to react before the swarm descended, tearing them apart with ruthless efficiency. Behind Jiangchen, Mu Hanchio sat frozen, her heart pounding. Poisonous mist coiled around him, blending with the writhing insects under his command. The sheer dominance he displayed left her shaken. Was this really the same so-called failure from the creation class? Ji Gang had mentioned Jiangchen possessed the second class, but she had never given it much thought. Until now. This wasn't just some insignificant trick. This was raw, terrifying power. A realization settled over her, and an unfamiliar warmth spread through her chest. She placed a hand over her mouth, unable to take her eyes off him. In that moment, admiration bloomed into something deeper. She was falling for him. 30 minutes later, the rest of the team regrouped, their battle with the remaining necromancers finally over. Chu Buelang slumped over, resting his hands on his knees as he struggled to catch his breath. Damn, these necromancers weren't messing around, he muttered between gasps. Duan Feng, however, wasn't as relieved. He rubbed his temple, deep in thought. Something about this whole situation felt wrong. He hadn't encountered a single necromancer since leaving that house. Why? Yin Xiaoke tightened her grip on her staff, turning toward Duan Feng. Could it be that Mu Hanchio can control necromancers? She suggested hesitantly. It was a wild guess, but considering the circumstances, it wasn't entirely impossible. They had no idea if she had some hidden ability. Nothing about this battle had felt normal. Before they could dwell on the idea, Yin Xiaoke suddenly pointed ahead. Look over there, she exclaimed. The group's attention snapped toward the battlefield in the distance. The ground was scorched and torn apart, signs of a brutal clash not long ago. Chu Buelang furrowed his brows. What the hell happened here? But Duan Feng wasn't focused on the destruction. His mind was on Jiangchen. Not far from them, the remains of necromancers lay strewn across the ground, their bodies still cloaked in a lingering poison mist. The moment Yin Xiaoke saw the scene, she froze. Duan Feng's expression darkened, a sinking feeling twisting in his gut. This isn't good, he murmured. If Jiangchen was here, we need to find him. Now, a tense silence followed before urgency took over. If something had happened to Jiangchen, there was no way they could face Ji Gang. Without wasting another second, the team split up and began their search. After several minutes of tracking, the group followed the trail through the village. As they turned a corner, they all came to an abrupt stop, their eyes widening at the sight before them. Duan Feng stood frozen in shock. Yin Xiaoke could barely find the words to speak. Even Chu Buelang, normally the most carefree of them all, stared in sheer disbelief. Sitting casually on a small stairway was Jiang Chun. His elbows rested on his knees, his head propped up by one hand, looking as if he had all the time in the world, completely at ease. But what truly stunned them was the person behind him. Mu Hanxiu, granddaughter of a king, was clenching her fists tightly as she massaged Jiang Chen's back. The sheer absurdity of the scene made Chu Bueling lean toward Duan Feng, whispering, is that really Jiang Chun? Still pointing at the sky as if reality had just shattered. Yun Xiaoka managed to confirm, it's him. But Duan Feng didn't move. His instinct screamed that something was off. There was no way Mu Hanxiu, prideful and arrogant, would willingly lower herself to serve Jiang Chun like this. His grip on his bow tightened. Don't move, he ordered, eyes narrowing. Something isn't right. This had to be a trick, a deception created by the boss of this secret realm. Behind Jiang Chun, Mu Hanxiu continued her massage, unaware of the silent tension building. But the moment she and Jiang Chun noticed the group standing there, they both froze. Jiang Chun stood up lazily, jerking a thumb toward the side. The boss is in the backyard, he said in an easygoing tone. Instead of relief, the group only grew more tense. Duan Feng immediately raised his bow, his expression dark. Nobody move. Chu Bueling clenched his fists, preparing to strike, while Yun Xiaoka gripped her staff even tighter. She locked eyes with Jiang Chun, her voice firm. One question. Answer honestly. Jiang Chun and Mu Hanxiu exchanged puzzled glances, but before he could say anything, Mu Hanxiu suddenly stepped forward. Spreading her arms protectively in front of Jiang Chun, she shot the group a determined glare. If you want to hurt Jiang Chun, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Jiang Chun blinked, caught completely off guard. What's she doing? For a moment, he could only stare at her, baffled by her sudden protectiveness. Then, with a sigh, he placed a hand on her face and gently pushed her aside. Stepping forward, he met Duan Feng's gaze directly, closing his eyes for a moment before pressing a hand to his chest. With a playful smirk, he spoke calmly. I know what you're thinking. Relax, I'm not a monster. I just have a little more charm than most. The group remained quiet, their gazes fixed on Jiang Chun, unreadable. Seeing their skepticism, Jiang Chun decided to put their doubts to rest. Your boss is Ji-Gang. Aunt Tang's cooking is amazing. At those words, Yun Xiaoka immediately stepped forward, placing both hands on his chest. Are you hurt? She asked, scanning him for any signs of injury. Jiang Chun simply touched his head, closed his eyes, and gave a relaxed smile. Seeing this familiar expression, Chu Bueling let out a long sigh of relief, finally easing up. Duan Feng, however, still looked wary. Meanwhile, Mu Hanxiu, who had been hiding behind Jiang Chun, tightened her grip on the edge of his cloak, her face burning with embarrassment. Don't be mad at me, she mumbled, barely audible. I was just being obedient. Duan Feng's sharp eyes landed on her. Tell the truth and stop lying. His directness caught the others off guard. Even Yun Xiaoka raised an eyebrow, surprised by his blunt tone. But before anyone could react, Duan Feng smirked. I see. So this is Jiang Chen's real talent, winning over women. Chu Bueling snorted, shaking his head. Hopeless. Jiang Chen's face darkened. Enough already, he snapped, exasperated. Aren't we supposed to be fighting the boss? The group chuckled, finally letting go of their teasing. Yeah, let's go. A short while later, they reached the backyard of the village. Jiang Chun stepped forward, determination in his eyes, and delivered a powerful kick to the door. Bang! The heavy door swung open, revealing the battlefield beyond. The air grew tense as they stepped inside, their footsteps cautious. And there it stood. A towering figure loomed before them, its crimson eyes glowing with a murderous aura. The boss of the secret realm. Its massive form barely shifted as its cold gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. A system window materialized before them. Boss encounter, the undead god. Rank boss. Level 40. Jiang Chun tilted his head up, staring at the monstrous entity before him. The others stood frozen, stunned by the sheer size of the creature. Duan Feng's voice broke the silence, his tone serious. This is a level 40 boss. Everyone, stay on high alert. Without hesitation, he assigned roles. He would engage the boss first, drawing its attention. Mu Hanxiu was to stay close to Jiang Chun and keep him protected. Yun Xiaoka was reminded to apply buffs and watch for incoming attacks. This isn't a game, Duan Feng warned. One mistake, and we're dead. The boss remained still, observing them. Then, it moved. Duan Feng's instincts kicked in. It's moving. Stay sharp and spread out. The team tensed, ready for battle. But instead of attacking, the boss crouched down. It lowered one massive elbow to the ground, then slowly bowed its head. And in complete silence, it prostrated itself before them. The entire team stood frozen, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Duan Feng muttered under his breath, still trying to process the situation. What is happening? His mind raced, searching for an explanation. Chu Buelang was equally dumbfounded. Why is it begging for forgiveness? Even Mu Hanxiu, who had mentally prepared herself for an intense battle, found herself at a complete loss for words. Jiang Chun, however, remained calm. Taking a slow step forward, he extended his hand toward the kneeling boss. As he did, a familiar poisonous mist began to seep from his body, Little Nine's toxic aura spreading through the air. The rest of the team was still injured from their previous battles, so Jiang Chun decided to handle the boss on his own. This was the perfect opportunity. He smirked slightly and called out, "It's time to eat." In an instant, Little Nine materialized in her full insect mother form. Her massive form loomed over the boss, her grotesque mandibles opening wide. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, prepared to devour the creature whole. The undead god's head snapped up in horror. Its glowing red eyes darted to the side, as if searching for an escape. But it was too late. Little Nine's jaws clamped down, engulfing the boss entirely in a single, terrifying gulp. Silence fell over the battlefield. Jiang Chun watched with a quiet smile as his pet finished her meal. A series of system notifications appeared before him. Congratulations. You have slain the boss, god of the undead. Rewards, 76, 61, 90 experience points. A second message followed. Little Nine has transferred 31,224 experience points to you. In an instant, Jiang Chen's level shot up from 25 to 26. His attributes increased across the board, and he received 10 additional potential points. The poisonous mist coiled back into his body, and the boss was gone, completely erased from existence. Then, another system notification appeared. Secret Realm cleared. You have completed Village of the Undead, Nightmare difficulty. As Jiang Chun absorbed the messages, the reality of what had just happened finally hit the rest of the team. Not only had Jiang Chun eliminated the boss in an instant, he had also wiped out every necromancer in the village. Jiang Chun scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. Oh yeah, total coincidence. My poison just happens to work well against necromancers. The system finished calculating their performance, and a final status window appeared. Team evaluation rankings. Duan Feng, level 49, C rank. Chu Buelang, level 49, D rank. Yin Xiaoka, level 46, D rank. Mu Hanxiu, level 36, E rank. Jiang Chun, level 26, triple S rank. A golden metal materialized in the sky, radiating a soft glow. The entire team stood in stunned silence. They had just cleared a level 30 Nightmare difficulty secret realm with a triple S rank evaluation. Then, as if that wasn't enough, the system rewarded them with a rare item. Item obtained, Dead Soul Metal. Effect, can withstand one deadly attack. Bound to player. Cannot be transferred or sold. Duan Feng's jaw nearly hit the floor. This is insane. Even their standard individual rewards had already been impressive. But now, they had also received a top-tier survival item. Something like this had never happened before. None of them had ever received such an incredible reward. And it was all thanks to following Jiang Chun. They had won without even lifting a finger. Without hesitation, the entire team stepped forward, bending slightly at the waist, hands resting on their knees. Thank you, they said in unison. Jiang Chun rubbed the back of his head, laughing awkwardly. Aha, it was nothing. But in truth, he had gained the most. Among his many rewards, the system had granted him an impressive haul. 2 skill books, a metal glove, a magic scroll, a mysterious crystal, a scythe, a necklace, a ring, a shield. As he crossed his arms, his eyes scanned over the collection. No wonder this secret realm had such a high death rate. The rewards were worth billions. But among all the treasures, one item stood out the most. Invisibility Cape, Platinum Quality. Plus 80 Agility. Plus 50 Energy. Grants invisibility for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was perfect. Not only was it practical, but it was also stylish. Without a second thought, he reached out and claimed the cape for himself. As for the other items, most weren't particularly useful to him. He made a mental note to sell them once he returned. He could use the money to buy pure blood for his insects. Just then, a portal shimmered into existence above them, accompanied by a system notification. Due to the mutation of the secret realm and the successful completion of the challenge, this realm will soon disappear. Please exit immediately. Jiang Chun quickly checked his devour value. It had risen significantly. Just a little more blood, and his insects would be ready for their second reproduction cycle. But there was no more time. Night had fallen by the time they returned to Night Watch headquarters. After arriving, the team immediately reported to G Gang. They informed him of 3 critical things. 1. The secret realm had mutated. 2. Jiang Chun had single-handedly cleared it. 3. Mu Hanqiu had been conquered, a detail they made sure to emphasize with teasing smirks. Ji Gang remained silent as he listened. When they were done, he exhaled sharply and waved his hand. Everyone except Jiang Chun leave. Duan Feng, standing just behind Jiang Chun, nodded. Understood. One by one, the others exited the office, leaving Jiang Chun alone with Ji Gang. The moment the door shut, Ji Gang turned, his sharp gaze locking onto Jiang Chun. His voice was calm, yet heavy with authority. Confess everything now, and I'll be lenient. If you resist, he took a step forward, his presence exuding an overwhelming pressure. I'll have no choice but to punish you severely. Jiang Chen's body stiffened. His voice wavered slightly. What exactly am I supposed to confess? Ji Gang's eyes narrowed. Jiang Chun had told the others that the Venom class was naturally strong against necromancers. But Ji Gang wasn't fooled. That was a lie. A convenient excuse meant to mislead Duan Feng and the rest. Ji Gang could see right through him. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he took another step closer, his tone dangerously quiet. What are you hiding? Jiang Chen's forehead grew damp with sweat. His mind raced, trying to find a way out of this situation. Inside his consciousness, Little Nine trembled. Are the insects about to be exposed? The abyssal insects were an ancient, forbidden plague, so dangerous that if anyone discovered their existence, Jiang Chen wasn't sure they'd let him live. Ji Gang took another step forward, his gaze sharp as a blade. Speak. Jiang Chen's heart pounded violently. He hesitated, trying to find the right words. But before he could even stutter out an excuse, Ji Gang suddenly grinned. And then, he burst out laughing. Loud, unrestrained laughter filled the room. Jiang Chen blinked. What? Completely thrown off, he could only stare as Ji Gang casually placed one hand on his hip and clapped Jiang Chen's shoulder with the other. The tension in Jiang Chen's body slowly eased. Wait, why was I even so nervous? He had slaughtered monsters without a second thought. Yet here he was, sweating like a guilty criminal. For a moment, his entire body had tensed in fear. But now, he realized, Ji Gang had just been messing with him. Letting out a long sigh, Jiang Chun collapsed onto the sofa, one arm draped lazily over the backrest. Extending his other hand toward the ceiling, he exhaled. You weren't really pressuring me. You just didn't want to force me into talking. Ji Gang remained silent, watching him carefully. But it's fine, Jiang Chun continued, placing a hand over his chest. I promise you don't have to worry. I'll tell you when the time is right. For now, he wasn't ready to reveal anything. But in return, I'll get you an epic-level piece of equipment, Uncle Ji. Ji Gang's laughter started up again. An epic-level piece of equipment? Did Jiang Chun even understand how rare that was? Jiang Chun smirked at his reaction. I'm serious. Ji Gang's laughter slowly faded, and the atmosphere shifted. His expression hardened as he raised a hand toward the ceiling, activating a magic circle. The air grew heavy. It's good that Jiang Chun has a hidden ace up his sleeve, but there are things he still needs to understand. A moment later, thud. 3 corpses wrapped in bandages crashed onto the floor in front of Jiang Chun. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. What the hell? His gaze flickered between Ji Gang and the lifeless bodies. Uncle Ji, what is this? Ji Gang crossed his arms, his voice calm but firm. These guys were all at least 3rd-grade masters, level 60 or higher. 2 of them were even 4th-grade grandmasters, above level 90. Jiang Chun felt an icy chill crawl down his spine. Even Ji Gang himself wouldn't have been able to handle people like this easily. A drop of sweat rolled down Jiang Chen's cheek as he gulped. His thoughts raced. Were all these guys sent to kill me? But before he could voice that suspicion, Ji Gang rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. These guys weren't after you. They were after Mu Hanqiu. Jiang Chen's head snapped toward Ji Gang. Mu Hanqiu. Ji Gang reached into his coat and pulled out a tightly rolled scroll. Without a word, he tossed it toward Jiang Chun. Read it. Jiang Chun caught the scroll with both hands, carefully unrolling it. The moment his eyes scanned the text, his expression darkened. Great Summer Hunting List. First place, Ing Zhan, level 46, Invincible Descendant. War Zone, Capital Zone. Reward, 3 Celestial Rewards. Second place, Ji Xinyue, level 46, Invincible Descendant. War Zone, Demon City Zone. Reward, 3 Celestial Rewards. Third place, Jiang Wushuang, level 45, Invincible Descendant. War Zone, Jiangnan Zone. Reward, 3 Celestial Rewards. 12th place, Xiao Beihan, level 41, National Defender Descendant. War Zone, Jiangnan Zone. Reward, 2 Celestial Rewards. Jiang Chun furrowed his brows. What is this list? He didn't recognize a single name. His eyes narrowed as he examined the scroll more closely. Then his gaze froze. A familiar name appeared. Xiao Beihan. His heart skipped a beat. Turning to Ji Gang with a surprised look, he asked, "Wait, isn't this guy from the Xiao family? The ones who protect the country?" Ji Gang met his gaze with a grave expression. Yes, all of the names on this list belong to the top geniuses of their generation, and Xiao Beihan is one of them. A chill ran down Jiang Chen's spine. Ji Gang continued, his voice grim. Xiao Beihan will also be participating in Tianjiao camp, but more importantly, he will be in the Yangtze River Southern War Zone, the same one as you. Jiang Chen's body stiffened. Ji Gang didn't stop there. Listen carefully. If someone reaches the 7th transformation, they are considered a king protector. If they reach the 8th transformation, they are a country protector. And if they reach the 9th transformation, they are considered invincible. Jiang Chen clenched his jaw. The weight of those words wasn't lost on him. The top 100 prodigies of Great Xiao were all descendants of sealed kings. And Mu Hanxiu, despite her lineage, was ranked 77th. His grip on the scroll tightened. There was information about her as well. Rank 77, Mu Hanxiu, descendant of a sealed king. Current location, Jiangnan War Zone. Bounty, celestial level reward. Jiang Chun slowly exhaled. This wasn't just a ranking. This was a hit list. Ji Gang glanced at him, his tone unwavering. If the descendants of sealed kings are already this powerful, then imagine how terrifying the Xiao family is. Jiang Chun silently finished reading the rest of the scroll. Several minutes passed before he finally stepped forward, returning it to Ji Gang. His expression was serious as he spoke. You showed me this, so I wouldn't be completely unprepared in Tianjiao camp, right? Ji Gang took the scroll and nodded. Exactly. The stronger you appear, the more danger you'll attract. Don't reveal your power recklessly, unless it's absolutely necessary. Jiang Chun clenched his fists, his gaze dropping as he absorbed everything. Unlike the so-called geniuses around him, he had no influential family to support him. Ji Gang was his only guardian, strong, yet limited to a 3rd-grade master. Even Ji Gang himself seemed troubled, admitting, I had a good master, but I never truly mastered the arts. I'm only at the 3rd level. A pause followed before he hesitated. I don't know if I can protect you properly, Jiang Chun. But Jiang Chun merely lifted his head and smiled. I understand, Uncle Ji. I won't reveal my power in Tianjiao camp. Deep down, he recognized Ji Gang wasn't just allowing his secrecy. He was actively shielding him. Knowing Jiang Chun was hiding something significant, he still stood by his side. That alone earned Jiang Chen's respect. Resting his hand under his chin, he smirked. If word got out about his performance in the secret realm, he might even surpass Mu Hanxiu in the rankings. Yet, strangely, she had remained silent. Not a single word to anyone. Why was she keeping a secret? Ji Gang suddenly stood up, stepping toward Jiang Chun with an amused glint in his eyes. He leaned in with a mischievous smirk. Now, be honest with me, Jiang Chun blinked. What? Ji Gang's smirk widened. What exactly did you do to Mu Hanxiu? Jiang Chun froze. Ji Gang sighed dramatically. There were only necromancers in that secret realm. So, your taste must be pretty unusual, huh? Jiang Chun stiffened. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he realized he needed an escape. Without hesitation, he turned on his heel and waved over his shoulder. I'm taking a shower and getting some sleep. I need to rest. Ji Gang, still confused, called after him. Wait, did I ever say it was a bad thing? But Jiang Chun was already gone, disappearing down the hallway. As night fell, he stood before a table covered in jars, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 33 units of 3rd-level blood. 14 units of 4th-level blood. He had sold most of his equipment to obtain these resources, but it was worth it. This amount would be enough for his insects to reproduce a 2nd generation. Picking up a jar, he removed the lid and poured the thick, purple blood onto his arm. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips. All right, little ones, time to eat. He started with the 3rd-level blood, the equivalent of devouring a human master at level 60 or higher. Each jar required hundreds of ferocious beasts to produce. With a sigh, he chuckled and told his insects, your father worked really hard for this. At that moment, Little Nine appeared, climbing onto Jiang Chen's head and fixating on the blood coating his arm. Her glowing eyes gleamed with hunger. I want to eat too, she whined. Jiang Chen glanced up, amused. Not yet. You still have a long way to go before you can reproduce. The instant she heard that, her pout deepened. Her tiny hands clutched his hair as tears welled in her eyes. Then, like a spoiled child, she burst into exaggerated sobs. Jiang Chun exhaled in resignation. Fine. He plucked her off his head and casually tossed her onto the table. In an instant, she brightened, grabbing a jar of blood with excitement. You're the best, Dad, she giggled, popping the lid open. A tiny straw appeared in her hand, and she happily sipped the blood as if it were a luxurious drink. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun grabbed another jar and removed the cap, this time pouring the thick, fourth-level blood onto his arm. This blood was different. Equivalent to a level 90 human master, it carried a potent energy that instantly triggered a response from the insects inside him. Thousands of them surged out, eagerly drinking their fill. A system window materialized. System notification. Reproduction process of 9 wings insect larvae has begun. Each insect can reproduce between 40 and 60 larvae. Divine evolutionary acceleration is in progress. Jiangchen remained silent as he watched the process unfold. More and more insects emerged, feeding greedily on the blood. Minutes later, another notification appeared. System notification. Reproduction process completed. Total new offspring 100,000. Jiangchen's hand trembled. Then, without warning, a thick, purple mist erupted from his palm. But this wasn't ordinary mist. It was alive. His breath caught as he stared at his own hand, instincts screaming that something had changed. His expression darkened, his entire body going on high alert. What is happening to me? For a moment, he was frozen. Then, to his horror, the insect larvae began pouring out of his hand in waves. His eyes widened. Panic set in as he clutched his wrist, trying desperately to stop them. But it was futile. The 100,000 newborn larvae burst from his arm, flooding the apartment in an instant. They swarmed the air, devouring everything in sight. Jiangchen's gaze snapped to the ceiling. It was already being eaten away. His heart pounded. Were they rebelling? Gritting his teeth, he raised his fist toward the ceiling and roared. Return to the nest. Now, the insects froze midair. Then, as if obeying an invisible command, they swirled back toward him, rushing into his arm like a wave retreating into the ocean. Jiang Chun let out a slow, steady breath. Turning his head, he saw the damage. The insects had already devoured part of the table and an entire painting. A chilling realization sank in. These creatures were far more dangerous than he had imagined. If he lost control for even a second, they could consume everything. On the table, Little Nine happily licked the last drops of blood from a jar, completely unfazed by the chaos around her. Jiang Chen's eye twitched. Are you serious right now? He shot her an exasperated glare. You were too busy stuffing your face to keep an eye on your own offspring. But Little Nine ignored him entirely, letting out a satisfied sigh as she hugged the empty jar like a child after a big meal. Jiang Chen groaned. She's hopeless. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to his status window. A glowing system panel appeared before him. Jiang Chen status. Level 26. Title, Sovereign of Insects. Profession, Divine Rank Creation Class. Talents, Growth of All Things, Level 1. Divine Evolution, Level 1. Ancestral Tree. Unawakened. Another status window flashed open, this time for Little Nine. Little Nine's status. Level 21. Title, Insect Mother, 9 Wings of Miasma. Disaster Rank. Offspring Count, 100,000 units. Combat Power, 197 stars. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Her combat power had skyrocketed. At 197 stars, she was already approaching the level of a 3rd-level master. A grin spread across his face. This is insane. The growth rate is too fast. His body buzzed with energy as he clenched his fist. Everything is ready. Tomorrow, he would enter Tianjiao camp. Once he reached level 30, he could finally complete Little Nine's 2nd reproduction cycle. His mind drifted to the possibilities. The next mother insect, a dangerously alluring presence. His smirk deepened. Things are only going to get more interesting from here. Meanwhile, at the Night Watch headquarters, Tanjin sat across from Ji Gang, her brows furrowed in concern. Are you seriously thinking about calling Chana Wang for this? There was disbelief in her voice. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over Jiang Chun? Ji Gang lounged on the sofa, one hand resting on the armrest while the other supported his chin, his gaze unreadable. I'm doing this just in case. Tanjin's expression tensed. Ji Gang's voice dropped. In the Yangtze River Southern War Zone, Jiang Chun will cross paths with Xiao Beihan, the prodigy of the Xiao family. He tapped his fingers against the sofa. But that's not the real problem. His voice grew colder. The real danger is Tianjiao camp itself. Tanjin stiffened at his words. Ji Gang's eyes darkened. There are no secrets in Tianjiao camp. His tone was heavy, almost cautious. And there's something about Jiang Chun that terrifies me. Tanjin frowned. You're exaggerating. Ji Gang shook his head. No, I don't think I am. He leaned forward, voice dropping to a near whisper. It's his poison. His expression turned grave. Jiang Chun is hiding many secrets. Tanjin's breath hitched as she locked eyes with Ji Gang. And for the first time, she saw something unsettling. Fear. A chill crept down her spine. Are you trying to scare me? She asked, her voice unsteady. Old memories surfaced, clouding her mind. She recalled the events from 600 years ago, a time when the Devourer had plunged Great Xia into chaos. To counter the threat, the kingdom had established the forbidden professions, banning and exterminating those who practiced them. Anyone found wielding these abilities was executed on sight. The thought alone sent another shiver through her body. She stood abruptly, eyes sharp with unease. If Jiang Chun really had a forbidden profession, it would have been detected the moment he awakened, she argued. You're overthinking this, Ji Gang. But Ji Gang remained silent, his hands clasped together, gaze locked on the ground. His expression held nothing but pure terror. I hope she's right. I hope I'm just being paranoid. The next morning, Jiang Chun stepped out of his apartment and made his way toward a dense forest. Holding a map in both hands, he squinted at the markings. Which way is the right one? He frowned. Had he gotten lost again? Before he could figure it out, a frantic voice pierced the morning air. Help! Someone help me! Jiang Chun turned his head, brows knitting together. Who the hell is screaming this early in the morning? He looked toward a towering tree nearby. A sword was stabbed into the ground at its base. At the very top, a white-haired man clung desperately to a branch, his entire body trembling. Please, help me. I'm afraid of heights. Jiang Chun stood still, his mind momentarily blank. Did I hear that right? This guy climbed all the way up, only to realize he was afraid of heights. Is he an idiot? Jiang Chun sighed. Whatever. He might as well help the fool before he died of his own stupidity. Raising his hand, he activated Growth of All Things Vine. Thick branches shot up from the ground, weaving their way toward the man. Just as he lost his grip and tumbled downward, the vines coiled around him, gently lowering him to safety. Once on the ground, the man collapsed onto his hands and knees, panting heavily. I was so scared, he gasped. Jiang Chun folded his arms, watching him with a blank expression. The man continued, voice still shaking. I just wanted to save a bird's nest. I thought it wasn't that high, but when I climbed up, I realized it was really high. Jiang Chun blinked. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. So, let me get this straight. This guy is afraid of heights. Yet he still climbed a massive tree. Just to save a bird's nest? He inhaled deeply. This man is definitely an idiot. The older man dusted off his clothes and extended a hand toward Jiang Chun, offering a pleasant smile. Thank you for saving me. Then, as if getting stuck in a tree was the most normal thing in the world, he casually added, So, what do you want in return? Jiang Chun, still struggling to comprehend this man's existence, scratched his head. Actually, I'm just trying to find my way to Tianjiao camp. Do you know the way? The man turned his back, closing his eyes as he walked away with a calm smile. Follow me. I'm heading there too. I have a task there. Jiang Chun sighed in relief. Thanks. He put a hand behind his head and fell in a step behind the old man. As they walked, curiosity nagged at him. The man carried a sword on his back instead of storing it in his system inventory, an unusual choice. Extending his hand toward him, Jiang Chun asked, Are you a job changer too? The old man chuckled and shook his head. Nope, I never change jobs. I'm just an enthusiast who loves practicing with the sword. Jiang Chun blinked. Seriously? The man's smile didn't waver. When I was young, I didn't have talent. I failed to change jobs. He turned slightly, meeting Jiang Chun's gaze. For 10 years, I fought and struggled, but I couldn't even afford to buy a bathroom in the city. Jiang Chun's eye twitched. That's an oddly specific way to describe being broke. The man continued, his tone suddenly nostalgic. At my lowest point, I ran to the mountains, found a small, abandoned cabin, climbed onto a table, and Jiang Chun's expression tensed. You were going to... The man nodded. Yeah, I was ready to hang myself. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A sword. Jiang Chun frowned. A sword? The old man's smile returned. Something inside me changed. I decided to live. From that moment on, I trained with the sword every single day. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he continued. I practiced drawing the sword for 20 years. Then, I practiced fencing for 30 years. Jiang Chun stared at him, waiting for some profound conclusion. The man paused dramatically. And one day, I had a revelation. Silence stretched between them. Jiang Chun forced a polite nod. Yes, that's certainly something. Beaming, the old man gripped the hilt of his sword. Want to learn a special move? I can teach you right now. Before he could even finish naming the technique, Jiang Chun immediately cut him off. No thanks. The old man froze. Then, with a calm chuckle, he slowly sheathed his sword. You're a bit impatient, huh? His tone was lighthearted. It's fine. I'll wait. One day, you'll come asking me to teach you. Jiang Chun ignored the old man's cryptic remark and turned his eyes toward the sky. That's when he saw it, Tianjiao camp. His eyes lit up with excitement. Look, isn't that Tianjiao camp? He turned to the old man, expecting a response, only to find nothing. The man was gone. Jiang Chun froze, his head snapping left and right. But there was no sign of him. He frowned. Where the hell did he go? That old man was far too strange. At the entrance of Tianjiao camp, helicopters hovered overhead, their blades slicing through the air. A long line of participants stretched toward the registration desk, where a receptionist addressed the crowd with a sharp, professional tone. All geniuses entering the camp must line up for registration. Each of you will receive an identification bracelet. Once worn, it cannot be removed unless you are eliminated. Jiang Chun joined the queue, waiting patiently until it was his turn. When he stepped forward, the receptionist glanced at his registration details. Jiang Chun from Chujiang City. He handed over the identification bracelet, which Jiang Chun promptly secured around his wrist. Just as he finished, a strange sensation washed over him. Two intense gazes burned into him. Turning his head slightly, he locked eyes with Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao. Both girls stood with their hands over their chests, their faces slowly turning bright red, their dreamy eyes fixated on him. Jiang Chun blinked. What is happening? He understood why Luo Sundao was looking at him like that. He was her benefactor, after all. That made sense. But Mu Hanxiu, what was she doing? Before he could make sense of the situation, the two suddenly turned on each other. Their expressions darkened as the tension between them escalated in an instant. What are you doing here? Luo Sundao snapped. I should be asking you that. Mu Hanxiu shot back. Their stares sharpened into full-blown hostility. Luo Sundao crossed her arms, irritation clear in her voice. Why are you even calling Jiang Chun love? She exhaled in exasperation. I told you to stop reading those romance novels. Now you're hallucinating. Mu Hanxiu smirked, flipping her hair dramatically. You're right. I was clueless before, but now I know what true love is. She tilted her chin up. Compared to me, you're nothing. Luo Sundao's eyebrow twitched. The argument escalated further, their words growing sharper by the second. Meanwhile, Little Nine materialized beside Jiang Chun, casually pulling out a slice of watermelon. She took a slow, satisfied bite, chewing leisurely as she glanced at him. This is getting good, she mumbled between chews. Jiang Chun remained completely silent. This is too much to process. Luo Sundao, still fuming, suddenly pointed at Little Nine. And why is she so close to Jiang Chun? Before Little Nine could even respond, Mu Hanxiu swooped in, grabbing Jiang Chun's arm. She smirked at Luo Sundao. Jealous much? Then, mockingly, she added, stop being so narcissistic. I'm not following him. With a teasing smile, she leaned her head against Jiang Chun's shoulder. Besides, she purred, Jiang Chun has the final say in this. Jiang Chun still didn't say a word. Luo Sundao's eyes narrowed. You told me something similar a long time ago, she smirked. And now it's actually happening. Mu Hanxiu's face turned even redder. Fidgeting, she muttered, WL, Jiang Chun is very handsome. Luo Sundao stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder with a playful laugh. So, are we good friends again? Mu Hanxiu hesitated for a moment before nodding firmly. Then, with determination in her voice, she declared, we're no longer just friends. We're rivals in love. She folded her arms. We're friend-enemies. Jiang Chun started sweating. Girls are really strange. Before things could spiral further, a loud explosion suddenly echoed across the area. Bang! The entire camp fell silent. Every head turned toward the source of the blast. Thick smoke billowed in the distance. Jiang Chun's instincts flared. What's going on? Luo Sundao narrowed her eyes. Someone's fighting. Through the fading smoke, a figure emerged. It was the black-haired man from the camp entrance. Rolling up his sleeves, he clenched his fists, his expression livid. His teeth gritted as he barked. Who the hell is fighting already? Not everyone has even entered yet. His eyes burned with fury. Is someone looking for death? Jiang Chun, standing behind the scenes, observed closely. His gaze locked onto the black-haired man. This guy, he's a patrol instructor. But what truly shocked him was the sheer power radiating from the fighters in the area. Do instructors normally have third-level master strength? The instructor stormed toward the battlefield, prepared to break up the fight. But before he could even react, bang! A devastating punch landed straight into his stomach. His body was sent flying. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. The instructor crashed into the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Clutching his chest, he forced out a hoarse command. Notify the superiors. This is getting out of hand. Silence gripped the camp. Luo Sundao stood frozen. A third-level master had been taken down in 1 second. Her voice trembled. Who did that? Mu Hanxiu's expression darkened. They're from Jiangnan's war zone. The standouts. A woman with blood-red eyes stepped forward, her form fitting assassin gear accentuating her lethal presence. Resting a hand on her hip, she stared at the fallen instructor, saying nothing. Her presence alone sent chills down people's spines. Her name was Tang Ying, an assassin. Her name carried fear for one reason. She had recently assassinated a level 4 grandmaster in Sakura country. Then, a second figure emerged, a man with fiery red hair, his body crackling with raw, destructive energy. His lips curled into a crazed smile. Apathetic. His name was by phone. People called him the little god of death. He wasn't just any prodigy. He was the personal disciple of the chief commander of the EC defense line, a future warlord. But there was one problem. He had severe psychological issues. When he lost control, he became a demon on the battlefield. And then, the third figure stepped forward. A man with deep blue hair tightened his grip on his sword, his stance unwavering. With a sharp flick, he pointed the blade straight at Jiang Chun, a smirk playing on his lips. His name was Xiao Beihan. His grandfather stood among the 7 guardians of Great Xia. His title? The Qinglian Sword Immortal, a divine rank profession. Luo Sundao's face darkened. Her fists clenched as she glared at Xiao Beihan. I know that damn dog. Her voice was laced with fury. Her eyes flickered toward the sword in his hand, an epic weapon, unmistakable. That sword, it was stolen from my house. Jiang Chun turned his gaze toward Xiao Beihan, his expression unreadable. But in that moment, he knew this wasn't just any swordsman. This was Xiao Beihan. There was no doubt now. His strength far exceeded Xiao Yuanwu's. But right now, that wasn't the most pressing concern. At the heart of the battle, a man with striking orange hair stood tall, his broad frame exposed. He hadn't moved an inch, yet his overwhelming presence only intensified. His muscles tensed, his fists clenched. Though completely surrounded, his killing, intense sword. As the dust settled, his piercing gaze locked onto his enemies. Then, boom! His fist slammed into the ground, splitting it apart. Cracks tore through the earth, shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Jiang Chen's breath caught. This guy. The entire camp fell silent. No one dared to move. Jiang Wushuang, the third-ranked, invincible descendant. Rumors claimed he possessed 3 hidden, unique professions. And now, even against 3 elite prodigies, he remained untouchable. Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao paled. Even Jiang Chen hesitated. Can my insect even take on someone like this? But before he could dwell on it, a shadow moved. Xiao Beihan shot into the air. Both hands gripped his sword as he prepared to strike. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Not good. Xiao Beihan landed with crushing force, his blade tearing through the earth. Cracks webbed out beneath him, the ground groaning under the sheer impact. Too close. Luo Sundao was in danger. Without a second thought, Jiang Chun grabbed her by the waist and leaped, narrowly avoiding the attack. Xiao Beihan barely spared them a glance. His sharp gaze shifted, locking onto Jiang Wushuang. For a brief moment, something flickered in his eyes. Your wind fist, not bad. Wushuang said nothing. But before he could react, Xiao Beihan's attention moved again. This time, his eyes met Jiang Chen's. Recognition flashed across his face. Slowly, he sheathed his sword, only to draw it again. The tip aimed directly at Jiang Chun. A deadly aura surged around him, crackling with intent. So, you're the one who killed Xiao Yuanwu. His voice was calm, but his eyes burned with cold hatred. He may have looked down on Xiao Yuanwu for being weak, but that didn't mean he would let an outsider walk away unpunished. Jiang Chen didn't flinch. With a steady hand, he reached forward. A dense, purple mist spread around him. Little Nine's poisonous mist. His voice remained firm. I may not be as strong as you, but don't act like the Xiao family isn't just as rotten to the core. Xiao Beihan smirked, shifting his sword to the side. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, his every move radiating confidence, as if Jiang Chen's resistance was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Jiang Chun held his ground. He extended both arms, ready to unleash everything he had. I promised Uncle Ji-Gang I wouldn't reveal my full strength too soon, but now I have no choice. From behind, Luo Sundao watched in silence. Then, before the battle could even begin, slash! A powerful sword strike tore through the battlefield, splitting the ground in two. A voice rang through the air. Enough. Step aside. Instantly, both Jiang Chun and Xiao Beihan withdrew their powers. Their heads snapped toward the source of the attack. A lone figure stood in the distance, sword extended. Jiang Chen's breath caught. No way. It was him. The same old man he had saved from that tree. Only now, he wasn't some helpless fool afraid of heights. He was the chief instructor of Tianjiao Camp, the Heavenly Blade King. With just one sword strike, he had forced 4 of the camp's strongest prodigies into submission. Jiang Chun broke into a cold sweat. That weird old man, is this strong? Even now, he wasn't sure if his insect had survived the shockwave. Lowering his sword, the old man gripped the hilt, his piercing gaze shifting between Jiang Chun and Xiao Beihan. Then, without a word, he sheathed his blade. At that moment, another figure stepped forward, a man in military uniform, the vice commander of Tianjiao camp, Yang Guang. With a calm expression, he spoke. All 300 geniuses have arrived. He turned toward the Heavenly Blade King. Please prepare to take the stage and lead the opening ceremony. The old man gave a small nod before making his way to the stage. All around the camp, murmurs spread like wildfire. Some newcomers trembled, their faces pale. I heard there were many Tianjiao camps in Jiangnan, but none of them ever had a king-level figure in charge. This is insane. Even from this distance, he could kill us all in a single move. Fear settled over the crowd. The Heavenly Blade King was not someone to defy. The Blade King's return, a mystery unfolds. Speculation ran rampant. A bystander muttered, "This doesn't make sense." They said the old master had gone into seclusion. Another nodded. "Yeah, why is he suddenly appearing now?" Some had overheard the instructors whispering. Apparently, the Sword King himself had chosen to come here. Could he be searching for a disciple? Someone murmured. If that were true, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But most quickly dismissed the thought. People like us should stop dreaming. If he's looking for someone, he's only taking the absolute best. Tang Ying, the infamous assassin, fixed her gaze on the old man, barely concealing her shock. He really came. Beside her, Bai Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Meeting a living legend. This was beyond anything he had expected. Meanwhile, Xiao Beihan tightened his grip on his sword, his mind made up. I'll defeat Jiang Wushuang once camp begins. I need to leave a strong impression. Jiang Wushuang, cracking his knuckles, let out a feral grin. He hadn't expected the old man to actually show up. Perfect. His goal was clear. He wanted this man as his master. Jiang Chun, still processing everything, pointed at the old man in confusion. Wait, who exactly is this guy? Luo Sundao's eyes lit up as she rushed toward him, fists clenched with excitement. You don't know? I've been hearing about his legends since I was a kid. Her voice brimmed with admiration as she recounted one of his greatest feats. There was a time when a red dragon appeared, threatening the empire. But the old man leaped onto its head and, with a single sword strike, drove his blade straight into its skull. She gestured dramatically, even mimicking the dragon's dying cries. Jiang Chen blinked. That sounds ridiculously exaggerated. But Luo Sundao wasn't finished. He's not even awakened, yet he can suppress a group of 7th transformation sealed kings. Some say his power rivals even an 8th transformation master from Xia Empire. He once killed a dragon in a single blow. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. This guy killed a dragon? Mu Hanxiu, meanwhile, rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. She added, even though he holds the power of a sealed king, my grandfather always said he was the most respected figure in our world. Then, her expression soured slightly. My grandfather once asked him to take me as a disciple, but he rejected me. Jiang Chun turned to her, surprised. Mu Hanxiu sighed. At first, I was furious, but then I found out that even the invincibles from the Jinan Empire had been rejected. Jiang Chun glanced back at the old man, curiosity creeping in. Wait, so you're saying it's really that hard to become his disciple? Mu Hanxiu shot him a serious look. Are you joking? As far as I know, both Jiang Wushuang and Bai Feng were rejected by the Sword God before. The truth about the Sword King, a disciple struggle. Jiang Chun had witnessed Jiang Wushuang's monstrous strength firsthand. If even he wasn't good enough to become the old man's disciple, then just how difficult was it? His shock was evident as he turned to Mu Hanxiu. Is it really that hard to become this guy's disciple? At that moment, Luo Sundao stepped forward. She lifted her hand, pointing toward the sky with a solemn expression. You might not know this, but the old master has only ever taken 2 disciples in his entire life. And that was over 20 years ago. Jiang Chun froze. His mind flashed back to that strange old man, the one clinging to a tree in terror. The same man who had casually sheathed his sword and asked, "Want to learn from me?" Jiang Chun shut his eyes. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. That tree-hugging lunatic, was he really the legendary king of the celestial sword? He let out a slow breath, forcing a stiff smile as sweat trickled down his cheek. Now it all makes sense. On the stage, the old man cleared his throat. The entire camp fell silent as his gaze swept across them. I am Gu Katan, Heavenly Blade King, Chief Instructor of Tianjiao Camp. He leaned forward, resting both hands on the table. His next words sent a chill through the crowd. Tianjiao Camp's recent performance has been disappointing. His voice was sharp. These fights, a joke. If you hold back in training, you'll die in real battle. No second chances. No burials. The air grew heavy. Then his grip tightened on the microphone. A smile appeared. So, from this year forward, I'm implementing a new rule. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying light. I call it the death quota. The camp erupted into chaos. Yang Guang, standing behind him, went pale. His body stiffened in shock. Wait, what? Panic surged through him as he stepped forward. Instructor Gu, you can't. Gu Katian raised a hand. The room fell silent. His smile remained. I make the rules here, and I take full responsibility. Yang Guang's heart pounded. What the hell is this? There's never been a death quota before. Why wasn't I told? Gu Katan lifted the mic again, his voice eerily calm. From now on, 10 of you will die in every round of testing. If you want to leave, do it now. Panic set in. A young boy clutched his friend's arm, his face drained of color. I can't quit. My family's honor is at stake. His friend trembled. I don't want to die. At the front, Jiang Wushuang stood motionless, arms crossed. Then he grinned. A wild, bloodthirsty glint flickered in his eyes. As expected from the senior Heavenly Blade King, Jiang Wushuang folded his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. This should have happened long ago. Nearby, Xiao Beihan turned his gaze toward Jiang Chun, his expression unreadable, until a cold grin spread across his face. This rule was made just for you. Jiang Chun remained composed, silently assessing the situation. Xiao Beihan's intent was obvious. The moment the trial began, he would come straight for him. But there was something else Jiang Chun realized. With this new rule in place, even if he took out Xiao Beihan, there would be no repercussions for Uncle Ji Gang and the others. The death quota had effectively given him a free hand. Minutes passed in silence. No one stepped down. Gu Katian, still holding the microphone, planted a hand on his waist and chuckled. Not a single coward, huh? Guess you all have some dignity. Behind him stood the 4 vice commanders, their presence heavy. Gu Katian lifted his hand high and roared. Entrance evaluation begins now. The 300 participants stiffened, awaiting further instruction. Gu Katian grasped the hilt of his sword and drew it in one swift motion. His voice rang out across the battlefield. Scattered throughout the camp are 150 advancement flags. I don't care how you get them. The test ends at dawn, day 2. If you have a flag, you move forward. If you don't, you're out. His blade gleamed under the sun as he leveled it at them, his eyes sharp with challenge. Fight how you want, alone, in groups, however you see fit. Take what's yours. Crush whoever stands in your way. Show me your hunger for battle. Then, with a swift motion, he raised his sword high. Begin. Chaos erupted instantly. The moment the test started, bodies scattered in all directions. Some, knowing their strength wasn't enough, vanished into the shadows, hoping to snatch a flag unnoticed. Survival came before pride. But Xiao Beihan had a different plan. As his body surged with blue energy, his lips curled into a grin. He drew his sword and strode forward, step by step, closing in on Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun stood still, flanked by Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao. Then, without looking at them, he extended his arms to the sides and gave a firm command. Find a flag. Leave him to me. Mu Hanxiu's grip tightened around his arm, her voice unsteady. Are you sure? Jiang Chun didn't answer. Instead, he took a defensive stance and gave a single, sharp order. Go. Now. Seeing the resolve in his eyes, Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao hesitated, then turned and ran. Xiao Beihan's blade crackled with blue mana as he let out a mocking laugh. A rookie who hasn't even reached his second transfer thinks he can play hero? His voice dripped with scorn. He wasn't taking Jiang Chun seriously. Jiang Chun's face remained unreadable. Without a word, he slowly raised his hand to the side. A thick, purple mist seeped from his palm. Little Nine's poisonous mist. Xiao Beihan's sword radiated a terrifying aura, but Jiang Chun stood firm. He had survived worse. Still, a thought lingered in his mind. Even though I'm stronger now, can I handle Xiao Beihan using only poison without exposing the mother insect? Jiang Chun remained still, the poisonous mist swirling around him. His eyes locked on Xiao Beihan as he spoke calmly. Enough with the useless talk. Xiao Beihan's smirk faded. His grip on his sword tightened, his gaze burning with fury. TCH, no need to waste words on the dead. Then, he swung his sword with full force, unleashing a devastating slash toward Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun prepared to counter, but before the attack could land. Stop! A rain of throwing knives tore through the air, shattering Xiao Beihan's attack on impact. Jiang Chun's eyes narrowed. Standing in front of him was Tang Ying. She gripped more throwing knives, her cold gaze fixed on Xiao Beihan. Her eyes burned with anger. Xiao Beihan's expression darkened as he clenched his sword. What the hell are you doing? Jiang Chun remained wary, turning toward Tang Ying. Was this really the infamous assassin? Before he could say anything, Tang Ying placed her hands on her hips and snapped. Did you forget the deal with by phone? Her tone was sharp, unyielding. The plan was to kill Jiang Wushuang the moment camp started. Yet here you are, wasting time on pointless fights. She crossed her arms, eyes narrowing. Be honest. Are you just making excuses because you're afraid of Wushuang? Xiao Beihan's aura flared as he gritted his teeth. Who said I was afraid? Tang Ying smirked. Then prove it. She turned, pointing toward the dense forest. Wu Shuang ran that way. Bai Feng is already on his trail. Xiao Beihan let out a frustrated sigh, then turned away from Jiang Chun. Fine, I'll handle Wu Shuang first. He cast one last glance at Jiang Chun before walking off. There's plenty of time to take care of you later. With that, he and Tang Ying disappeared into the trees. Jiang Chun exhaled, the poisonous mist fading from his hands. That was close. His eyes followed Tang Ying's retreating figure. Just before she vanished into the shadows, she turned her head, pressed a finger to her lips, and winked at him. Jiang Chun stiffened. She helped me. But why? They weren't even allies. Unnoticed by the others, Tang Ying's expression shifted. Her gaze lowered, a flicker of sorrow passing through her eyes. She was Tang Jin's niece. Before the camp had even begun, Tang Ying's aunt had given her a secret mission, protect Jiang Chun. But with her current abilities, she couldn't take on Xiao Beihan directly. The best she could do was buy time and shift his focus elsewhere. For now, Jiang Chun was safe. She could only hope that Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao would continue to protect him. As Xiao Beihan walked away, a black-haired man named Huang Yongchao stepped forward. A bow was slung across his back, and in his hands, he held 3 advancement flags. Then, he knelt before Xiao Beihan. My father is a loyal subordinate of your grandfather, he declared. These 3 flags are a token of my dedication to you. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes as he watched. Tang Ying, standing nearby, remained silent, observing carefully. Xiao Beihan barely glanced at the kneeling man, his voice cold. I don't need the flags. Then, his expression darkened. But if you really want to prove your loyalty, there is something you can do for me. Tang Ying tensed. This was bad. If Xiao Beihan gathered more allies, it would only make things more difficult for Jiang Chun. She could only hope Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao were strong enough to protect him. Meanwhile, Luo Sundao had just secured 2 advancement flags. She held them up, smiling in satisfaction. Turning toward Jiang Chun, she beamed. I just found 2 flags. She hurried over and placed them on the table. Jiang Chun, resting one hand on his waist, spoke calmly. You 2 take the flags first. I need to check something elsewhere. Luo Sundao frowned, pressing both hands against the table. We'll help you find one together. Mu Hanxiu remained silent beside her, arms crossed. Then, whiz, a deadly arrow tore through the air, heading straight for them at high speed. Jiang Chen's instincts flared. His eyes sharpened. Be careful. Without hesitation, he grabbed the table and hurled it upward. Boom! The arrow struck the table, shattering it into splinters. Wood and debris rained down around them. Luo Sundao gasped, her heart racing. She quickly ducked behind Jiang Chun, gripping his arm tightly. Peeking out slightly, she whispered, What's happening? Jiang Chun stepped forward, his voice turning cold. Who's attacking? His sharp gaze swept the area. Are you after the flags? Beside him, Mu Hanxiu unsheathed her twin daggers, gripping them tightly as she took a defensive stance. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, her muscles tensed for battle. Then, a figure leaped into view. A man wielding a bow, his gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. The arrow he knocked pulsed with powerful energy. The attacker's identity was revealed. Huang Yongchao. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. So it's him. Luo Sundao and Mu Hanxiu recognized him immediately as well. That's Huang Yongchao, they muttered urgently, turning to Jiang Chun. He has the hidden profession, extreme archer of the Sunchasur. He's level 39, Mu Hanxiu added grimly. Luo Sundao's expression darkened. His father is a 6th transfer venerable who serves under Xiao Beihan. She clenched her fists. My eternal earth shield might not even be able to stop his attacks. Huang Yongchao's cold, calculating gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. Then he fired. Boom! The arrow surged with energy, its glowing blade slicing through the air at terrifying speed. Jiang Chun knew there was no time to hesitate. He turned to Luo Sundao and Mu Hanxiu. Step aside. Then, he leaped forward. His eyes gleamed with determination as he charged toward the incoming attack. Extending his hand, his palm released thick, dark purple mist, Little Nine's poisonous mist. His voice was low, filled with icy resolve. I can tolerate a lot of things, but if you want to take my life, don't blame me for being ruthless. His aura surged violently. After all, someone has to fulfill the old master's death quota. Luo Sundao clutched her chest, fear creeping in her eyes. Mu Hanxiu, gripping her daggers tightly, swallowed hard. Her heart pounded as she stared at Jiang Chun. What is he planning to do? Jiang Chun thrust his hand forward, unleashing a wave of Little Nine's poisonous mist. The dark purple fog surged, colliding head-on with Huang Yongchao's arrow. Boom! The arrow shattered instantly, completely overpowered by the corrosive mist. But Jiang Chun didn't stop there. The poisonous mist kept advancing, rushing toward Huang Yongchao like a living entity. Still hovering in midair, Huang Yongchao's eyes widened in horror. His grip on his bow tightened, but his entire body stiffened. This wasn't what he had been told. Wait, poison. His voice trembled. Wasn't he supposed to be a life-type awakened? Panic gripped him. Desperately, he tried to call for backup. Stop hiding. Attack together. But he never finished his sentence. The mist reached him. It coiled around his body like a living nightmare, corroding his flesh instantly. Aha! His agonized screams tore through the battlefield. Then, the swarm came. From within the mist, countless insects burst forth, devouring him piece by piece. His so-called allies? They turned and ran. Terror filled their hearts. If even a long-range expert like Huang Yongchao couldn't survive, then those with close combat professions had zero chance. They had to escape before they became the next victims. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stood unmoving, his hand effortlessly guiding the swarm. Within moments, the insects finished their feast. Huang Yongchao's body was gone, completely devoured. Inside the monitoring room, Chief Instructor Gu Katian and Vice Commander Yang Wang observed the battle through the surveillance feed. Gu Katian's sharp gaze followed Jiang Chen's movements, taking in how easily he had killed his opponent. A grin spread across the old man's face. Impressive. He leaned back, crossing his arms. Not only a creation class user, but also poison class. Behind him, Yang Guang stood frozen, his mouth slightly open in disbelief. A second transformation prodigy, eliminated in mere seconds? His mind reeled as he tried to process what had just happened. Jiangchen wasn't just strong. He was terrifying, a complete unknown. Why didn't Shu City's Night Watch report anything about him? He muttered under his breath. As Yang Guang's thoughts spiraled, Gu Katian turned toward him, his expression serious. Go, inform the others. Yang Guang snapped out his daze. Right away. But just as he turned to leave, wait. Gu Katian cleared his throat. Yang Guang hesitated, turning back. A creeping worry settled in his chest. Was the old man regretting his decision to let Jiang Chun enter? But Gu Katan simply rubbed his chin, staring thoughtfully at the ceiling. Then, in a calm yet commanding voice, he issued another order. Bring in 10 third-level ferocious beasts. Yang Guang's eyes widened. What? Gu Katan's smirk widened, and released them separately. Then, he leaned forward, his eyes glinting with amusement. Oh, and one more thing. Place the advancement flags on the beasts. The battlefield shifts, a new challenge begins. Yang Guang turned sharply, gave a military salute, and, despite his clear confusion, responded with a firm, understood. Internally, he couldn't help but be impressed. The old man's move was brilliant. By placing the advancement flags on the beasts, Gu Katian would force the strongest contenders in a battle first. This way, those monsters would be too busy tearing each other apart before they could turn their weapons on the weaker participants. It was both strategic and ruthless. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Jiang Wushuang stood surrounded by Tang Ying, Bai Feng, and Xiao Beihan. All three had drawn their weapons, prepared to strike. Jiang Wushuang, however, remained unfazed. His arms were crossed, his stance unwavering. He had been locked in battle with Bai Feng for several minutes now. Even though he was injured, his confidence hadn't wavered for a second. Bai Feng clutched his chest wound, his breathing heavy and labored. Jiang Wushuang smirked. I already told you. His eyes glinted with amusement. Even if you gang up on me, you still won't win. Then, with a mocking tilt of his head, he added, do you really think victory in a 3-on-1 fight is something to be proud of? Xiao Beihan gritted his teeth, his grip on his sword tightening. His blue energy surged, making his blade glow ominously. His eyes darkened with focus. Winning this way isn't honorable, but fighting strong opponents is the only thing that keeps me entertained. At that moment, a sharp crackle rang through the air as the camp loudspeakers activated. A mechanical voice echoed across the battlefield. Participant Huang Yongchao has been eliminated by Jiang Chun. For a brief moment, silence. Then, shockwaves rippled through the entire camp. Jiang Chun had landed the first kill, and not just any opponent. He had taken down a level 39, second transformation genius. The crowd struggled to process it. Xiao Beihan's confident smirk faded, his face darkening. That fast. Huang Yongchao might not have been the strongest, but he was still ranked among the top 50 talents in camp, far superior to Xiao Yuanwu. And yet, he was eliminated in mere seconds. Tang Ying tightened her grip on her throwing knives, a chill running through her. This isn't right. Jiang Chun was supposed to be level 26 in the creation class, but somehow he had effortlessly wiped out a level 39 combat class prodigy. Even she, an assassin, would have struggled to take Huang Yongchao down so cleanly. Bai Feng, still catching his breath, glanced up at the sky and let out a low chuckle. Heh, looks like this year's Tianjiao camp is crawling with hidden monsters. Not far away, Jiang Wushuang tilted his head, a grin playing at his lips. Are you sure you should be wasting time with me? Shouldn't you be more concerned about that other guy, Jiang Chun? Xiao Beihan ignored him. The three warriors gripped their weapons tighter, their stances shifting, ready to strike. But before they could, the camp's loudspeaker crackled to life. Attention! 10 third-level ferocious beasts are being released onto the battlefield. Each beast carries an advancement flag. Acquiring a flag will grant additional ranking points. The top 10 contestants will receive exclusive rewards. First place will be awarded 100 million. The moment the announcement ended, Xiao Beihan, Bai Feng, and Tang Ying all stepped back. Jiang Wushuang let out a low chuckle, arms still crossed. The king of the celestial sword just gave us a new game to play. His smirk deepened. All right, I'm in. His eyes locked onto the blue flag. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stood in the distance, absorbing the announcement. A 100 million reward? Then it hit him his insects. If he secured first place, it wouldn't just be about the money. He'd gain resources. And with more resources, his insects could evolve even faster. A giant beast falls from the sky. The battlefield shifts. Suddenly, boom, a thunderous crash shook the ground. Jiang Chun, just a short distance away, snapped to attention. His eyes sharpened. What is that? The dust settled, and standing before them, a monstrous mutant wolf. Luo Sundao, standing beside him, braced her shield. It's one of the ferocious beasts. Jiang Chun studied it carefully. His brows furrowed. A third-level beast. Nearby, Mu Hanqiu's face turned pale. Her voice trembled with urgency. Be careful. This thing is as strong as a level 90 awakened. The massive beast trembled, its enormous frame still paralyzed from the fall. Luo Sundao narrowed her eyes before turning to Jiang Chun. It's still regaining consciousness. Should we take advantage of this? Jiang Chun's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, his hands releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. Move back. He was ready to strike. But, swoosh, a powerful slash came slicing through the air toward him. Jiang Chun's reflexes kicked in instantly. He leaped back, narrowly dodging the sudden attack. Landing firmly on the ground, he clenched his fist, his mind racing. Who just attacked me? Then he looked up. Standing atop the beast's head, gripping his sword, was Xiao Beihan. Xiao Beihan's eyes locked onto Jiang Chun as a smug smile curled his lips. Not only did you kill Huang Yongqiao in seconds, his gaze darkened. Now you're trying to steal my flag? Jiang Chun didn't waste time with words. Without hesitation, he thrust his hand forward, unleashing Little Nine's poisonous mist. If you're here to fight, stop talking. Xiao Beihan laughed. Then, he jumped high into the air, his sword raised above his head. Heaven and Earth Wind Dragon Slash. A swirling blade of wind roared through the battlefield, slicing apart everything in its path. It collided with Jiang Chun's poisonous mist, dispersing it in an instant. Xiao Beihan landed back on the beast's head, his sword glowing with a blue aura. His confidence was unwavering. No wonder you're so arrogant. His eyes gleamed as he smirked. Turns out you have the hidden poison class. He chuckled, shaking his head. Too bad for you. He raised his sword slightly. Poison is unstable, difficult to control, and in front of my wind, his smirk widened. It's nothing. Mu Hanqiu clenched her fists, her expression tense. She turned to Luo Sundao. This isn't good. Wind counters poison. We need to help him. But before she could move, Luo Sundao grabbed her arm. Her expression was serious. No. Mu Hanqiu froze. Luo Sundao's voice was calm but firm. Jiang Chun's poison isn't ordinary poison. If we interfere, we'll just get in his way. Jiang Chun took an offensive stance, his entire body engulfed in a dark green mist. His eyes locked onto Xiao Beihan. This had gone on long enough. It was time to end it. Then, he unleashed his technique. Poisonous Mist Dragon. From the swirling toxic mist, a massive poisoned dragon emerged. Its serpentine body twisted through the air, its sinister green eyes glowing with deadly energy. With a deafening roar, it opened its mouth, ready to consume everything in its path. Seeing the sheer size of the dragon, Xiao Beihan's confidence wavered. T-Sage, this isn't good. He knew. Just slicing it apart wouldn't work. So instead, he made a bold decision. Gripping his sword tightly, he ran his fingers across the blade. The winds howled around him. Then, he lifted his sword toward the sky, activating a forbidden technique. Immortal Swordsman of Blue Lotus. A massive, glowing blue lotus bloomed behind Xiao Beihan, radiating with immense sword energy. The petals shimmered, absorbing the incoming poison dragon with ease. A smirk spread across Xiao Beihan's face. Watch as my sword's energy consumes your poison. Jiang Qin's eyes gleamed as a smile crept onto his lips. Are you serious? Xiao Beihan had just created the perfect meal. Within the mist, little Nine manifested, her eyes twinkling with delight. She licked her lips, hunger flashing in her gaze. Then, she lunged straight at the lotus, mouth wide open. Crunch! She sank her teeth into the petals, tearing them apart one by one. Sword energy, poison, raw power, it didn't matter. The blue lotus was delicious. Jiang Qin's devouring value skyrocketed. Plus 2,000. He glanced at little Nine, grinning. She's eating the entire thing. Xiao Beihan's smirk vanished. His eyes widened in horror. What? In an instant, the blue lotus shattered. The sword energy collapsed, releasing a thick surge of poisonous mist. Boom! The toxic cloud erupted, engulfing Xiao Beihan. His body was flung backward. Slam! He crashed into ground, gasping for breath. His sword trembled in his grip, his nerves screaming in pain. A sharp, burning sensation spread through his chest as the poison took hold. Impossible! His mind reeled. How could poison overpower sword energy? Above him, the poison dragon had grown even larger, its serpentine body twisting through the sky. Its eerie green eyes locked onto him. Then, it lunged. Xiao Beihan's mind raced. He knew, if that dragon touched him, he was dead. So, he activated his life gem, hugging himself tightly as a radiant shield surrounded his body. Boom! The poison dragon crashed into the barrier. But the life gem held strong. Xiao Beihan gritted his teeth. He had survived. Now, it was Jiang Qin's turn to die. Jiang Qin assessed the situation. Xiao Beihan had used a life gem. Poison alone wouldn't break through. And with battlefield cameras recording everything, he couldn't risk revealing his insects. He needed cover. Turning to Luo Sundao, he spoke calmly. Can you create an opaque earth shield around this area? Luo Sundao clenched her fist before nodding. I'll try. She raised her hands to the sky. Energy surged. Then, earth protection, shield cover. A dome of earth formed, sealing off the battlefield. Xiao Beihan looked up confused. What is he doing? Luo Sundao collapsed to her knees, breathing heavily. The technique had drained her energy. Jiang Qin turned his gaze back to Xiao Beihan. With the cameras blocked, it was time to finish this. Jiang Qin remained calm, his hands releasing a fresh wave of little Nine's poisonous mist. His eyes bore into Xiao Beihan. Can you guess how Xiao Yuanwu died? Xiao Beihan's expression twisted in rage. Trapped within his magical barrier, he extended his sword to the side, his voice dripping with disdain. You think that worthless trash's death compares to mine? His grip tightened. Naive, Jiang Qin remained silent. For a few moments, he simply observed. Then, little Nine reappeared, her sinister grin stretching as she locked eyes with Xiao Beihan. Jiang Qin's voice was calm but firm. Are you really comparing the past me to the current me? His gaze darkened. Now, that's naive. He was done with this. Turning to little Nine, he spoke without hesitation. Teach him a lesson. Little Nine's body pulsed with energy. Poisonous mist surged from her outstretched hands, filling the air with its deadly presence. Then, she charged. Xiao Beihan narrowed his eyes, gripping his sword tightly. Who is she? Little Nine's speed was terrifying. Her attacks came from all directions, left, right, above, below. But Xiao Beihan's blade met every strike. No matter how fast she moved, his defensive swordplay was flawless. Jiang Qin's eyes flickered with surprise. He's using protective sword energy? This was unexpected. Xiao Beihan's defensive mastery was far beyond what he had anticipated. Then, a deafening roar shook the battlefield. The massive mutant beast lunged forward, its gaping jaws aimed straight at little Nine. Both she and Xiao Beihan turned, instantly shifting to high alert. Jiang Qin reacted without hesitation. His hands surged with poisonous mist as his gaze locked onto the beast. It had fully awakened. Now it was time to go all in. Jiang Qin extended his hand, summoning two poisonous mist dragons. They slithered through the air, their glowing green eyes brimming with lethal intent. Then, he unleashed his small insect swarm. That's top-quality fierce beast meat. His smirk deepened. First to arrive, first to eat. The insects surged forward, their buzzing wings filling the battlefield with an eerie hum. Now, the battle had turned into pure chaos. Xiao Beihan's eyes darted between the converging threats. His once impenetrable sword energy had been corroded. His advantage was slipping. He could no longer keep up with little Nine. The beast let out a warning roar, turning its attention to Xiao Beihan. But little Nine was already in motion. She closed the distance instantly, her devilish grin widening. Then, she threw her full strength into a punch. Boom! Her fist slammed into Xiao Beihan's magical barrier. Cracks spread across the shimmering shield. She didn't stop. Another punch, then another. With each impact, the barrier trembled. Xiao Beihan's strongest defense was starting to crumble. Jiang Chun stood calmly, arms crossed, watching the battle unfold. He had realized something. Xiao Yuanwu had been weak because the Xiao family played favorites with their descendants. But Xiao Beihan? He was one of their true elites. Defeating him would not be easy. Yet, Little Nine's relentless onslaught was proving otherwise. Punch after punch, her attacks tore into his protective barrier. The cracks spread wider. Her gleaming eyes revealed she could smell victory. Inside the fading shield, Xiao Beihan was drenched in sweat. His breath came in ragged gasps. His panic grew. He knew, if before she had needed 3 seconds, now she needed at most 3 minutes. His grip on his sword tightened. He couldn't believe it. His life gem's protection was actually breaking. Meanwhile, inside the Tianjiao camp surveillance room, Yang Wang's expression darkened. On the monitors, a massive blue magical barrier covered the battlefield. This anti-vision shield blocked their view, preventing them from seeing what was happening inside. And he knew exactly what that meant. Xiao Beihan was at a disadvantage. Yang Guang turned sharply toward Fang Chengyuan. His voice was firm and commanding. Conduct a manual investigation. If the situation becomes too dangerous, stop the fight immediately. Fang Chengyuan, a 4th-level great master of the spatial system, pressed his fingertips together and nodded. Understood. In the corner of the room, Gu Kaitian, known as the King of the Celestial Sword, sat with one leg crossed, his chin resting lazily on his hand. His expression was unreadable, but there was a glint of curiosity in his eyes. Are they really this desperate to protect the Xiao family's grandson? Yang Guang turned toward him, hands clasped behind his back. His tone was measured but heavy. You don't understand. It's not about favoritism, it's about consequences. If Xiao Beihan was injured or killed, no one knew how the Xiao family would react. Gu Kaitian raised an eyebrow, smirking slightly. Then, in a calm but pointed voice, he asked, Are you really prepared for war with the Jinghua Empire? Yang Guang froze. A chill ran down his spine. Jinghua, if word got out about what happened inside Tianjiao camp, things could spiral out of control. His jaw tightened. His hands clenched. No information leaves the camp. His voice was cold, decisive. Not until this ends. Gu Kaitian leaned back, eyes drifting toward the ceiling. He wasn't sure if Jiang Chun could actually kill Xiao Beihan, but he was curious. Why had Jiang Chun created an anti-vision barrier? What was he hiding? Back at the battlefield, Jiang Chun stood beside the collapsed mutant beast. The giant wolf lay motionless, its body engulfed in poisonous mist. His arms were still crossed. His expression, indifferent. Powerful? Sure, but against his insects? It had met its natural predator. At the same time, Little Nine's attacks had reached their peak. Xiao Beihan's barrier was crumbling. The once impenetrable shield was now covered in deep fractures. A particularly large crack split down the center. Xiao Beihan tightened his grip on his sword. His panic turned to dread. No, this can't be happening. The life gem's protection was actually failing. Jiang Chen's sharp gaze locked onto the barrier. Then he saw it, the weak point. In a calm but firm voice, he spoke. Little Nine attacked there. He pointed directly at the largest, deepest crack. That was the breaking point. Just as Jiang Chun was about to deliver the final blow, a voice echoed in his mind. Don't play around too much. Fang Chengyuan, the great master of the spatial system, has arrived. Jiang Chen's expression shifted in an instant. His eyes widened as realization struck, and his heartbeat quickened. A spatial master was here? That meant someone was watching. If they saw the insects, he'd be exposed. There was no time to hesitate. Without a second thought, he extended his hand toward Little Nine. Return. Little Nine, mid-strike, suddenly froze. Her fist was just inches from shattering the barrier when an unseen force pulled her back. Confusion flickered in her eyes. Huh? What's going on? She muttered, but she didn't resist. In the next moment, her form dissolved into a poisonous mist, retreating into Jiang Chen's body. Now, he had to finish this fight immediately. He raised his hand, and a massive insect materialized before him. Without pause, it crawled toward Xiao Beihan's protective barrier. Then it began to glow. Inside the barrier, Xiao Beihan's breathing turned ragged as he watched the strange creature approach. His brows furrowed in confusion at first, but then his expression changed. His face paled, his entire body tensed, and cold sweat began to form. A sinking feeling filled him as he stammered. What is that? But by then, it was too late. Boom! The insect detonated in an instant. A violent shockwave erupted, piercing straight through the magical barrier. But that wasn't the end of it. The moment the barrier collapsed, boom! A second explosion followed, far more powerful than the first. The force was like a miniature nuclear blast, tearing through the battlefield with overwhelming destruction. Luo Sundao's earth shield barely held up for a moment before it crumbled under the impact. She gasped in pain, clutching her stomach as she was thrown backward. Luo Muhanshio rushed forward without hesitation, catching her before she hit the ground. Her eyes were filled with worry as she steadied her. "Are you all right?" she asked urgently. Luo Sundao forced a weak smile, struggling to regain her breath. "I'll be fine," she muttered. As the dust settled, the battlefield was left in ruins. The ground was shattered, and advancement flags were scattered everywhere. But the most telling sign of the battle's outcome, the only thing left of Xiao Beihan, was his severed arm and his sword. Jiang Chun stepped forward, scanning the remains. He bent down and picked up the sword, his expression unreadable. Then his eyes narrowed. "Did he die?" he murmured. "Or had the spatial master intervened at the last second?" He wasn't sure, but just in case, he picked up the severed arm as well. He walked toward Luo Sundao and, without much thought, tossed her the sword. "Take good care of your family's weapon," he said casually. The blade spun in the air before Luo Sundao instinctively reached out and caught it. A faint flush appeared on her cheeks as she clutched it tightly. Her voice was soft but sincere. "Thank you." Meanwhile, Mu Hanchio had finished gathering the fallen flags. She turned to Jiang Chun, her face bright with excitement. "We made it into the top 10, she exclaimed. Jiang Chun glanced at the flags in her hands. Without hesitation, he offered to split them. But Mu Hanchio shook her head. "No," she said firmly, her eyes filled with determination. "I want to see you surpass Jiang Wushuang and take first place." Luo Sundao smiled beside her, gripping the sword in her hands. "I don't need the flags either," she added. "Getting this back is enough." Jiang Chun smirked. A loud bang echoed through the room as a fist slammed onto the table. Yang Guang's face was twisted in fury, his teeth clenched tightly. Beside him, Fang Qingyuan remained still, his expression unreadable. Yang Guang's voice, filled with anger, cut through the silence. "What the hell happened?" he snapped. "Why didn't you teleport Xiao Beihan in time?" Fang Qingyuan closed his eyes briefly, as if replaying the events in his mind. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, yet tinged with resignation. The poison was too strong. He had tried. He had barely managed to extend his spiritual energy towards Xiao Beihan. But the moment it touched the poisonous mist, it began corroding at an alarming rate. His vision had been clouded. He hadn't seen anything clearly. And then, boom, the explosion erupted. He had done everything in his power to teleport Xiao Beihan to safety. But it was already too late. Yang Guang's face darkened with disbelief. His fingers shot out in accusation as his voice rose. "How the hell can poison corrode mental power?" he barked. "Stop making excuses. You failed to do your job." Then, a deep, commanding voice cut through the room. "Shut up, Yang Guang." The word sent a chill down Yang Guang's spine. His body tensed, his breath hitched. Slowly, he turned toward the source of the voice. And then, he froze. Gu Katian, the king of the celestial sword. Gu Katian's sharp gaze locked onto him, filled with undeniable authority. His voice was steady, yet every word carried weight. "Do you know why you're stuck at the peak of the fifth transformation?" Yang Guang gulped, but said nothing. "It's because you always follow the powerful," Gu Katian continued. "Because you lack the heart to stand on your own." He folded his arms, his tone growing even sharper. "A moment ago, you were talking about consequences about commanders and generals, but do you even understand what a real battlefield is?" His gaze darkened. "Even those who have reached the ninth transformation can die in battle. Xiao Beihan was no exception." Yang Guang took several steps back, his confidence shattered. His face paled as he stammered. "I wasn't talking about the great general. I only meant Commander Duan." But Gu Katian had already turned his back to him. His voice, calm yet commanding, filled the room once more. "Report everything inside the camp first. All information is to remain strictly confidential. Until tomorrow at 6 a.m., before the evaluation ends, no one, not even Xiao Beihan, is allowed to leave the camp." With that, he strode toward the door. Before stepping out, his final words echoed behind him. "I'm heading to the Southern Command." Silence settled over the room. Yang Guang and Fang Qingyuan remained frozen in place, neither daring to speak. Then, a sudden glow filled the sky outside. A system window appeared, its golden letters stark against the night. "Xiao Beihan has been eliminated by Jiang Chun." Silence. Then, shock. Every gaze turned upward, eyes wide with disbelief. The words before them felt impossible to process. Xiao Beihan, eliminated? By Jiang Chun. It didn't make sense. He was the legitimate grandson of the great general of the nation, one of the strongest participants in the evaluation. And yet, he was gone. Elsewhere, a massive boar-like beast charged forward with incredible force. But Tang Ying and Bai Feng moved swiftly, dodging the attack with ease. The beast crashed head first into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tang Ying, however, stood frozen in place, her gaze locked on the sky. Her mind struggled to process what she had just heard. Jiang Chun actually eliminated Xiao Beihan, she murmured in disbelief. Beside her, Bai Feng remained composed. His expression darkened as he narrowed his eyes. Something's not right, he muttered. Meanwhile, a white lion-like beast lunged from the shadows, its powerful claws aimed straight at a lone figure. Then, bam! A single punch sent the beast flying. Its body tumbled through the air before crashing into the dirt, motionless. Standing over its lifeless form was none other than Jiang Wushuang. Arms crossed, he tilted his head slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. Interesting, he muttered to himself. In a quiet room, the lid of a teacup was lifted slowly. A fragrant wisp of steam curled into the air. The man holding the cup took a slow sip, his expression thoughtful. He was none other than Duan Xinghai, commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan military district. Seated across from him was Gu Katian. Duan set down his cup, his voice calm, yet curious. So, have you found someone remarkable? Is that why you call me here so urgently? Gu Katian didn't respond immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and lifted his hand toward the sky. A surge of energy pulsed from his palm as he activated forbidden listening, a powerful ability that formed a protective barrier around them, ensuring that no one could eavesdrop on their conversation. Duan Xinghai watched in silence. Once the barrier was set, the two men shifted to another room and sat down to continue their tea. Duan leaned back, crossing his legs. He took another slow sip before glancing at Gu Katian with sharp eyes. You're being cautious, he noted. That means the situation is more serious than you're letting on. Gu Katan rested one hand on the chair, the other on the table. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. His voice was calm, but his words carried weight. Can poison corrode mental strength? Duan Xinghai's hand froze midair. Slowly, he lowered his cup. His expression remained neutral, but there was a flicker of interest in his eyes. Theoretically, it's possible, he admitted, but it would be extremely difficult. He leaned forward slightly, his fingers tapping against the wooden table. Poisonous mist and miasma typically target the physical body, he explained. Mental strength, however, is different. It comes from a soul, formed by pure thought and intent. Pausing for a moment, he shook his head. For poison to corrode something like that, his tone turned serious. I can't even begin to estimate the level of toxicity required. Gu Katan studied him closely, his expression unreadable. Then, in a measured tone, he asked, Have you ever seen someone accomplish this? Duan Xinghai placed a hand under his chin, lost in thought. His gaze drifted downward as memories surfaced in his mind. After a long silence, he finally answered, No, I once knew a poison king at the peak of the fourth transformation. He paused, his voice carrying a hint of intrigue. Even he couldn't do it. Duan Xinghai lifted his head, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. His eyes gleamed with amusement as he leaned back slightly. Are you telling me that Tian Jiao Camp has produced a poison prodigy with such terrifying power? He mused. His fingers tapped lightly against the wooden table. If someone can truly corrode spiritual energy, he paused, his smirk deepening. Then they are holding a weapon more lethal than any blade. Gu Katian, arms crossed, remained unmoved. Then, he slowly shook his head. His eyes closed briefly as he steadied his thoughts. It's too soon to draw conclusions, he said firmly. Duan stayed calm, but his instincts told him something was off. Gu Katian had always been cautious, but this time it felt different. There was hesitation, uncertainty, even, and that only meant one thing. He wasn't telling the whole truth. Duan's sharp gaze locked onto him. His voice carried a new weight. What's happening? He asked. And why aren't you telling me everything? Gu Katan met his gaze. He studied Duan for a long moment before speaking. Then, what if the poison had its own consciousness? Duan froze. Then he laughed. A hearty, amused chuckle as he reached out, patting Gu Katan's shoulder. You're joking, right? But then his laughter faded. His expression turned serious. Poison doesn't have consciousness, he muttered. Unless. His voice trailed off. His breath slowed. Then, a single drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. His mind pieced together a terrifying thought. His voice dropped to a whisper. Unless it's not actually poison, but something else entirely. A forgotten calamity. The 9 wings of miasma. Duan Xinghai's eyes darkened as an old memory surfaced. A memory buried deep within the past. He pictured an ancient ruin, a place lost to time. Ruin number 0. Inside its crumbling walls, he had once come across a record. An ancient text describing something beyond human comprehension. A calamitous creature. A being known as the 9 wings of miasma. It was said that this entity could transform into a poisonous mist. a force so deadly, its birth had nearly destroyed the world itself, a calamity from an era long forgotten. Then, another vision appeared in his mind, a small, shadowy figure, curled up, hugging her knees, a pair of glowing eyes staring from the darkness, a creature born in the depths of the nine hells, the very same existence recorded in ruin number 0. And now, it had reappeared. Gukation's entire body tensed. His mind raced, possibilities forming at an alarming speed. His voice, barely above a whisper, carried a grim certainty. This is bad. Very bad. Duan Xinghai suddenly threw his arms wide, letting out a loud, amused laugh. His voice brimmed with amusement. What? Are you scared? He teased. Then he smirked. Come on, old friend. This type of calamity has been extinct for a long time. There's no way it still exists. Gukation remained silent, his expression unreadable. But deep down, he wasn't so sure. Then, a portal tore open in midair, a crack in space itself. Energy surged around its edges, distorting the air with its sheer force. Gukation immediately stood up from his chair. His movements were precise, controlled. Without hesitation, he turned his back on Duan and strode toward the portal. Duan reached out a hand. Wait, I haven't told you the good news yet. Gukation ignored him. Without a single word, he stepped into the portal and disappeared. Duan let out a long sigh before shaking his head. There was no stopping Gukation when he made up his mind. Inside the portal, Gukation crossed his arms and closed his eyes. His thoughts drifted toward her. Little Nine, a walking disaster. And then, Jiang Chun, the boy who had awakened at the divine level class, growth of all things. It was no surprise that he had climbed to the top of the hunter list. But even now, Jiang Chun was still shrouded in mystery. There were too many unanswered questions about him. Then, another memory surfaced. A conversation from just a few days ago. Ji Gang had approached him, grinning as always. His words had seemed casual at the time. I have someone named Jiang Chun, Ji Gang had said. His talent is incredible, but he's still developing. Oh, and he got into trouble with the Xiao family. So, I need you to watch over him while he's at Tianjiao camp. Back then, Gukation had simply listened, thinking little of it. But now, as he moved through the dimensional corridor, the truth became painfully clear. Ji Gang hadn't asked him to watch over Jiang Chun. He had asked him to cover for him. That old bastard. Gukation emerged from the portal, his mind set. With a single snap of his fingers, a gust of wind surged around him. The sword was a weapon of death, but it could also be used to protect. He murmured under his breath. Buddha and demon exist in the same heart. Then his eyes sharpened. I've made my decision. From now on, Jiang Chun is under my protection. But even if he had resolved to protect Jiang Chun, a calamity should never be underestimated. He needed proof, a final confirmation. Raising his hand, he conjured an arrow and released it into the sky. The arrow flew backward, cutting through space before vanishing into the horizon. This arrow carried an urgent message, a direct command to Hong Yao. Go to ruin number 0. Investigate the 9 wings of miasma. Find out the truth. Because this concerns my new disciple. Gukation stepped into the surveillance room. His gaze locked onto the screens, his mind already shifting to the next problem. With a calm yet curious tone, he asked, How's the entrance evaluation progressing? Yang Guang turned toward him, his face composed. It's nearly over, he reported. The ordinary awakened are still struggling for flags, but the elite talents have already defeated 9 of the fierce beasts. Now, only 1 remained. On the screens, the strongest participants displayed overwhelming power. Lei Zhe and Lu Jiezi had teamed up against a massive beast. As the creature lunged at them, Lei Zhe met it with a devastating punch. The beast slammed into the ground, its massive body going limp. Defeated instantly. Elsewhere, Tang Ying and Bai Feng worked in perfect sync. Tang Ying leapt onto the back of another fierce beast, moving with practiced ease. With a single precise strike, she ended its life in an instant. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang stood atop a mountain of beast corpses. 3 fierce beasts had already fallen before him. Their lifeless bodies sprawled at his feet. He didn't linger. Without hesitation, he turned and began walking toward one destination. Jiang Chun. In the surveillance room, Gukation's sharp eyes remained locked on the screens. Where is Jiang Chun? He asked. Yang Guang responded immediately. He's already taken down 2 fierce beasts. The 9th one was just released near him. A shadow loomed over the battlefield. From the sky, the final beast descended. Jiang Chun looked up, eyes glinting with anticipation. Instead of fear, he smiled. Time to eat, little 9. The beast roared and lunged forward. But before it could even strike, Jiang Chun extended his hand. Poisonous mist surged outward. In an instant, little 9 materialized. Without hesitation, she pounced. Her jaws opened wide, and in one swift motion, she devoured the beast whole. A system notification flashed before Jiang Chen's eyes. Plus 2,000 devouring value. Little Nine chewed happily, her form glowing as energy surged through her. Then, she leveled up. Now, level 22. A satisfied grin spread across her face. Jiang Chen chuckled, pleased with the outcome. But his moment of joy was short-lived. A sudden force stirred the air. A massive fist, formed from pure spiritual energy, materialized in the sky and came crashing down toward them. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened. An attack. Mu Hanxiu reacted instantly. She drew her daggers, stepping into a defensive stance, her voice sharp with urgency. Jiang Chen, it's a surprise attack. Luo Sundao wasted no time. Determination flashed in her eyes as she extended her hand. Earth Protection Shield. A powerful green barrier rose around them, forming a protective dome. But the moment Jiang Chen got a closer look, his expression darkened. This technique, it was Wang's fist style. The energy fist smashed into the barrier with terrifying force. Cracks spread across its surface instantly. Then, boom, the shield shattered completely. The force sent Luo Sundao and Mu Hanxiu flying backward. They crashed against the ground, blood spilling from their lips. Jiang Chen was the only one left standing, but he didn't falter. His fists clenched. Poisonous mist surged around his body, swirling like a storm. Then, he threw his hand forward. Little Nine's poisonous mist exploded outward, colliding with Wang's attack. But even with the poison, the sheer force was overwhelming. Jiang Chen was blasted backward. His feet dug into the ground as he slid, his body resisting the impact. With a sharp motion, he raised his arm defensively. And then, he waited for the next strike. The last remnants of the attack dissipated into smoke. From within the fading haze, a figure emerged. His body radiated terrifying energy. His fists clenched tightly. His gaze, filled with power and confidence, locked onto Jiang Chen. It was Wang. Behind Jiang Chen, Mu Hanxiu groaned in pain, her body hitting the ground. Luo Sundao struggled to rise. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from his lips. His gaze didn't waver. Instead, he smirked. It's no wonder they call you the third genius of Daxia. Then, he tightened his fist. Poisonous mist coiled around it, swirling like a viper ready to strike. His smile sharpened. So you came to steal my beast? Jiang Wushuang let out a low laugh. His body pulsed with red energy, raw power crackling in the air. No need to misunderstand. He cracked his knuckles, stepping forward. I know your poison already killed the beast. Jiang Chen's expression darkened slightly. What do you mean? Jiang Wushuang's grin widened. Jiang Chen extended his hand, slicing through the thick, swirling poison mist conjured by Little Nine. His cold gaze locked onto Jiang Wushuang. Are you really willing to risk your life just to satisfy your curiosity? His voice was razor-sharp. Jiang Wushuang clenched his fists, a confident smirk forming on his lips. Of course, if you're not willing to stake your life, are you even truly living? Jiang Chen's eyes darkened. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, sending the toxic mist surging toward Jiang Wushuang. But instead of retreating, Wushuang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He planted his feet firmly, inhaled deeply, and suddenly struck forward. The sheer force of his punch tore through the air, unleashing powerful shockwaves. Just as the venomous mist closed in, Jiang Wushuang stomped down, unleashing 1,000-feet wall. A powerful energy barrier erupted in front of him, not only stopping the poison, but obliterating it completely. Without missing a beat, he launched another devastating strike at Jiang Chen. The incoming energy blast roared forward like a raging tide. Caught mid-motion, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. His outstretched hand trembled as he registered the sheer force behind the attack. Just before it could strike him full force, he instinctively leaped backward, raising his arms to shield himself. He barely avoided the brunt of it, but the residual impact still sent him skidding across the ground. His boots carved deep grooves into the dirt as he struggled to stabilize himself. His breathing was ragged, his body aching from the blow. Damn, this guy's fists are ridiculously fast and brutal, while my poison is slow and not nearly strong enough. Jiang Chen frowned, mind racing for a new approach. On the sidelines, Little Nine clenched her hands near her chest, eyes filled with worry. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from his mouth, his clothes in tatters and dust clinging to him. He smirked and muttered, Hey, Little Nine, if you devoured Jiang Wushuang, how many levels do you think you'd gain? He's got plenty of meat on him. Within his consciousness, Little Nine materialized, pressing her hands to her chest. Her usual playful demeanor was gone, replaced by an unusual solemnity. Even if I leveled up dozens of times, I still wouldn't be able to beat him, she admitted. But if it comes down to it, I'd rather die than let you get hurt. Jiang Chen blinked, startled. This is the first time I've ever seen little Nine this scared. Sweat dripped down his forehead as exhaustion seeped into his limbs. His legs felt like they were made of lead, his arms numb. There was only one option left, the self-destruction ability of the insects. But he hesitated. If this failed, there would be no second chances. Jiang Chen clenched his jaw and shook his head. No, little Nine, hide. I'll figure something out. Reluctantly, she obeyed, vanishing into the shadows. Jiang Chen exhaled slowly, steadying himself even as his body trembled. Pressing a hand against the ground, he struggled to gather his strength. Smoke billowed around him from the impact of Jiang Wushuang's attack, briefly obscuring his figure. As the haze gradually cleared, Jiang Wushuang stepped forward, his gaze sharp and calculating. He frowned slightly. Was this really the man who defeated Xiao Beihan? He had expected a greater challenge. Wasting no time, Wushuang placed his palm against the ground. His eyes gleamed with power as thick vines erupted from the earth, twisting and expanding at an alarming speed. Just as he was about to strike, the vines shifted, not attacking Jiang Chen, but forming a protective barrier around him instead. Wushuang halted, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, so this is your divine talent. He let out a low chuckle, using a barrier to deceive your opponent. Clever. No wonder Xiao Beihan fell for it. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, a group of observers monitored the battle closely. Fang Qingyuan turned to Gu Kaitian and reported, Jiang Chen has blocked our view again. Gu Kaitian stood behind him, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. He responded calmly, stay alert. Be ready to step in if necessary. Fang Qingyuan straightened, offering a sharp salute. Understood. Yang Wang, watching the screen, wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. Judging by the fight, neither of them should need saving. But Gu Kaitian remained skeptical. He glanced at Yang Guang and muttered, You're only saying that to protect Jiang Chen, aren't you? Yang Guang raised an eyebrow. And isn't that a bit hypocritical? Gu Kaitian cut him off with a firm tone. Enough. Jiang Wushuang is level 46. Jiang Chen is only level 26. He's my disciple. Of course, I want to protect him. Back inside the barrier, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and forced himself to his feet. Raising his hand toward the sky, he issued a silent command. Instantly, a massive swarm of insects burst forth from his palm, filling the air like a dark tide. Jiang Wushuang's smirk faded as he looked up, his body tensing. His expression shifted. This was different. This was Jiang Chen's true power. Jiang Chen remained silent, his eyes locked onto his opponent as more insects poured from his fingertips. The swarm hovered for only a moment before diving toward Jiang Wushuang, their razor-sharp mandibles gleaming ominously. Jiang Wushuang didn't flinch. Instead, he planted his feet firmly, golden energy pulsing around him as he activated Move Mountains and Overturned Seas, preparing to withstand the incoming onslaught. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with determination. With a sharp gesture, he commanded even more insects forward. The swarm expanded, surging like a tidal wave toward its target. Wushuang's grin widened. Not bad, but let's see if your bugs can handle this. He clenched his fists, leaned back, and then slammed both hands into the ground. The earth roared in response. Countless energy-formed fists erupted upward, each one colliding with the incoming swarm. Insects were crushed instantly, obliterated by the sheer force of the technique. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Time to change tactics. With a flick of his fingers, the swarm shifted course. While Wushuang focused on pummeling the ground, a portion of the insects weaved around the attacks, slipping past his defenses at lightning speed. Wushuang glanced up, just in time to see the swarm closing in. His confident expression flickered, the first sign of surprise breaking through. Jiang Chen smirked. Got him. Boom. The swarm detonated in midair, unleashing a thick smoke screen that swallowed the battlefield. The explosion rattled the ground, sending shockwaves in all directions. Jiang Chen exhaled, satisfied. That had to do some damage. But before he could relax, a shadow flickered above him. Wushuang emerged, soaring through the air, completely unharmed. His movements were smooth, his expression unreadable. Jiang Chen's smirk vanished. He's still standing? How? Wushuang, now plummeting toward him, let out a low chuckle. Now I get it. This must be how Xiao Beihan lost. With a sudden thrust of his hands, he unleashed Wind Fist. A surge of golden energy howled through the battlefield like a hurricane. Jiang Chen's instinct screamed, danger. He barely managed to raise his arms before the full force of the attack slammed into him. The pressure was immense. His body shook violently, knees nearly buckling under the crushing force. His breath came in ragged gasps as he fought to stay upright. This guy, he's on an entirely different level. Jiang Chen quickly realized this Wind Fist wasn't like the one before. It was stronger, several times stronger. Even after two of his insects had self-destructed near Wu Shuang, the man remained completely untouched. Not a single scratch. His body was reaching its limit. His breathing was uneven, his vision blurring at the edges. But his mind kept racing. If I really want to take him down, I'll need dozens, no, maybe even hundreds, of insects to self-destruct at once. That was the problem. Raising these insects had taken time, patience, and countless resources. To sacrifice them all in a single gamble. Damn it. He clenched his fists. No other choice. A series of explosions erupted around Jiang Wushuang, one after another, flames and smoke engulfing the battlefield. But Wushuang, sensing the danger, swiftly maneuvered back, dodging each blast with ease. Unfortunately for him, that was exactly what Jiang Chen had planned. Bracing himself with one hand on the ground, Jiang Chen thrust his other forward. In an instant, vines burst from the earth, surging toward Wushuang at breakneck speed. But just before they could ensnare him, Wushuang casually extended a hand and stopped them effortlessly. He glanced at Jiang Chen and shook his head. No need to push yourself any further. This fight is over. Jiang Chen, still catching his breath, frowned. What do you mean over? Wushuang stood tall, his posture relaxed. You're strong. Even though you're only in your first transformation, you managed to push me hard enough that I had to use 80% of my strength. He grinned. I can't wait to fight you again when you're stronger. Jiang Chen placed a hand on his knee, slowly pushing himself upright as the realization hit him. So that whole betting his life thing was just a setup? He never intended to fight to the death. He just wanted to test if I was worth his time. Wushuang let out a long yawn, rubbing the back of his neck. Man, I'm exhausted. Think I'll go take a nap. Stretching lazily, he glanced at Jiang Chen. Mind dealing with the last fierce beast for me? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Are you handing me first place? Wushuang chuckled, shaking his head. Nah, I'm just tired. Gotta find a good place to sleep. Without another word, he turned and strolled away as if their battle had never even happened. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, frustration bubbling up. He's messing with me. Don't give me that crap, he shouted. I'm not some idiot blinded by pride. Stop pretending. Wushuang didn't stop. He simply smirked, closing his eyes. Yep, this guy's interesting. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Gu Kaitian watched the scene unfold, arms crossed. One shouldn't use strength to oppress the weak, he mused. Jiang Wushuang. He truly is an invincible descendant. Today, I see him in a new light. On the other side of the room, Fang Qingyuan, still recovering from being poisoned earlier, suddenly started foaming at the mouth again. Yang Guang rushed over, slapping him on the back. Gu Kaitian turned away from the screen and issued a command. Release the 10th fierce beast. Let Jiang Chen take first place. A monstrous creature descended from the sky, a grotesque fusion of centipede and scorpion, its massive, twisted body coiling in the air. Then it opened its mouth wide. Jiang Chen stood his ground, eyes fixed on the monstrous creature looming above. He inhaled deeply, extending his hand in silent preparation for the coming battle. Meanwhile, in Heritage Zero, a desolate, fog-shrouded village lost to time, night had fallen. A red-haired woman stood atop a jagged rock, her sharp gaze sweeping across the eerie landscape. Hong Yao, the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Blade King and elder sister of Jigang, frowned. Even with her formidable strength at the 7th transformation, this place felt wrong. Annoying, she muttered. The energy here was suffocating, warped, unstable. Anyone below the 6th transformation wouldn't even survive stepping foot in this cursed land. Suddenly, shadowy figures flickered into existence around her, drawn to her presence. Hong Yao wasted no time. She lunged forward, gripping her blade tightly. Let's make this quick. Her movements were a blur. With precise, lightning-fast strikes, she tore through the spirits, reducing them to nothing in mere seconds. As the last one dissipated, she landed lightly before an ancient tombstone, its cracked surface pulsating with an eerie, sinister energy, an energy that felt disturbingly similar to Little Nine's poison mist. Her eyes narrowed. This is it. Even in its damaged state, the tombstone's presence was overwhelming. It wasn't just old, it was ancient, at least 100 years old, yet its power remained strong. Activating her divine consciousness, Hong Yao commanded her system to analyze the relic. In an instant, glowing blue windows materialized before her, filling with text, diagrams, and historical data. She activated speed reading, absorbing everything within seconds. Then, an image flickered onto the screen, a detailed sketch of an insect. A translucent sheet printed the image and floated down. As it reached her hands, Hong Yao instinctively caught it, then froze. Her fingers trembled. Sweat beaded on her forehead. No way. This is a mother insect. Not just any mother insect. The 9 miasma wings. A creature born from the deepest abyss of the Jew realm. An ancient monstrosity that in the 4th century had nearly wiped out the world. Its black-purple body, its 9 razor-sharp wings, and its venom, so corrosive it could dissolve even spiritual voids, had made it one of the most feared creatures in recorded history. Hong Yao's jaw clenched. This is bad. She turned back to the tombstone, now fully wrapped in malevolent energy. The eerie glow of the moon only intensified the unease creeping through her. Her grip tightened around the paper. Jiang Chun, you're harboring a calamity. There was no time to waste. She needed to report this to her master, immediately. At Tianjiao camp, the fierce beast let out a final, deafening roar, its massive jaws poised to strike. But a moment later, its body collapsed. The insects swarmed over it like a living tide, devouring it completely within seconds. Jiang Chun stood beside the fallen creature, one hand resting on his waist as he calmly surveyed the aftermath. This was the 4th beast his insects had consumed. Their devouring value had surged, pushing him closer to his 2nd transformation, far sooner than he had anticipated. Turning to Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sandao, he casually raised his hand. 10 blue flags floated around him. These are more than enough to keep me in first place, he remarked. Then, without warning, he flicked his wrist, tossing one flag to Mu Hanxiu and another to Luo Sandao. Take these, he said. At least this way. You'll both make it into the top 10. The 2 warriors caught the flags, momentarily stunned. But as they looked at Jiang Chun, their expressions softened. Closing their eyes, they smiled in quiet gratitude. Thank you, they said in unison. Without lifting a finger, they had just secured their spot in the rankings. Elsewhere in the camp, Bai Feng and Tian Ying stood victorious over the corpse of a fierce beast shaped like an eagle. Tian Ying, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground beside the fallen creature. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, her chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. She let out a long exhale, a satisfied smile forming. We actually did it. Bai Feng, standing nearby, glanced toward the camp's main scoreboard. The entrance evaluation was about to end. He had no doubt Jiang Wushuang would take first place. Just then, the camp's loudspeaker crackled to life. The entrance evaluation has officially ended. All participants who have advanced report to the central square. Those eliminated must leave the camp within 3 minutes. Offenders will be executed. Jiang Chun tilted his head, slightly surprised. It's over already? It didn't take long for him to figure it out. All 10 fierce beasts had been slain. The air around him was still thick with little Nine's poison mist. He thought for a moment. Even the leftover remains of the beasts were valuable. Without hesitation, he issued a silent command. Go. Search the camp. Find whatever remains of the fierce beasts and consume everything. Avoid people as much as possible. His swarm responded instantly, scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, a team of medics arrived to retrieve the injured. Among the wounded was Xiao Beihan, strapped to a stretcher, his severed arm tightly bandaged. He was alive, but barely. Pain and fury twisted his features as he lay there, staring up at the sky. Anger burned inside him, but beneath it, a quiet relief. At least I'm leaving this damn camp. Through clenched teeth, he muttered, Jiang Chun, just wait. When I get home, we'll see how my grandfather deals with you. Gu Kaitian stepped forward, instantly commanding the attention of everyone present. With his arms crossed and an unreadable expression, he spoke firmly. Those who have advanced, follow me to the Forbidden Zone for the next trial. The announcement sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. The Forbidden Zone? No one had expected this. Not even Gu Kaitian had hinted at it before. China's 8 great Forbidden Zones were infamous, filled with untold dangers, but also priceless treasures. Some participants were eager, while others couldn't mask their unease. Entering such a place was no small feat, let alone with so many people. As the murmurs grew, Gu Kaitian calmly reached for his sword. Without a word, he unsheathed it, the blade gleaming under the light. He raised it high, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The crowd immediately fell silent. This wasn't a random decision. Hong Yao's research had confirmed it. Jiang Chun carried the forbidden calamity, the 9 wings of miasma, and only the celestial sword could suppress it. With swift, unreadable movements, Gu Kaitian swung his sword. Each strike was precise, carrying an unseen force. Then, as dawn's first light broke over the horizon, he dropped to one knee, eyes fixed ahead. The moment had come. His sword touched the ground. Then the earth itself trembled. A sudden, violent shift occurred. The very land beneath them cracked and began to rise, breaking free from the ground. Gu Kaitian had been prepared. This was the only way to counteract the time distortion. Rocks floated around him, his aura surging with raw power. Without hesitation, he activated Imperial Sword Flight. His sword, now glowing with a fierce orange light, lifted him into the air. He shot southward, straight toward the forbidden zone of Dream Lake. Meanwhile, the rest of the landmass, carrying all the participants, continued moving toward the mountains. The sheer magnitude of this feat left everyone stunned. This was the power of Daxia's first king. The entire Tianjiao camp was being transported, something only the legendary Wang Tanda had ever achieved. Jiang Chun turned to Luo, Sandao, and Mu Hanxiu, curiosity flickering in his eyes. How much do you know about Dream Lake's Forbidden Zone? Luo, Sandao hesitated before shaking his head. Not much. Mu Hanxiu, after a brief pause, finally spoke. My grandfather mentioned it once. Dream Lake is extremely dangerous. It might be the least deadly among China's forbidden zones, but it has its own unique threats. She took a deep breath before continuing. The real danger isn't from lurking enemies. It's the distortion of time and space itself. Jiang Qin's brows furrowed. Distorted time and space? Mu Hanxiu explained. Dream Lake is filled with dimensional fragments, all linked by unstable portals. Each fragment holds a space even vaster than the blue planet itself. But they shift constantly. If you get lost in there, there's no coming back. Jiang Chun stepped closer, his gaze sharp. If the space is unstable, does that mean time is affected too? She gave a solemn nod. Yes, time inside those fragments flows differently from the outside world. There's an old tale of a worker who entered Dream Lake 100 years ago, ready to risk it all. He returned just 2 hours later, transformed into a 7 transformation king. But in reality, over 2 centuries had passed. Jiang Qin's breath caught. 2 hours inside, 200 years outside. Mu Hanxiu continued. My grandfather once explored Dream Lake. He was in there for 3 days. But outside, 3 years had gone by. A bead of sweat trailed down Jiang Qin's cheek. In Dream Lake, survival wasn't just about strength. Luck played a terrifying role. Sensing his unease, Luo Sandao reassured him. Relax. If old man Wang Tanda is leading us in, that means he's already mapped out a safe path. Jiang Chun forced a small smile. Let's hope you're right. The danger was obvious, but Jiang Chun couldn't shake the suspicion that Gu Kaitian had chosen this place because of him. Under the vast, starry sky, Gu Kaitian stood with his arms crossed. Now that Hong Yao had confirmed the Nine Wings calamity, it was only a matter of time before Zio's zenith surpassed him. And once that happened, this secret wouldn't stay hidden. Dream Lake would buy him time. Time to gather allies. The next day, a group of men arrived at what used to be Tianjiao camp. But instead of a thriving training ground, they were met with a gaping void. Perched on a rock, they scanned the empty space in disbelief. The king of the celestial sword had taken everything. Tianjiao camp wasn't just any camp. It was the strongest training ground for the next generation in the southern war zone. Had he turned traitor? Something was off. One of them frowned. Why isn't Commander Duan here yet? Just then, a figure soared through the air. Commander Duan, with his hands clasped behind his back, he landed smoothly among them, his face unreadable. Gu Kaitian, that reckless fool. Was he really asking him to stake his life on this gamble? 2 minutes earlier, Gu Kaitian had sent an urgent message. The situation had escalated, and he was taking the younger warriors into the Forbidden Zone for their next trial. He assured Duan he'd handle any consequences. As Duan arrived, tension hung thick in the air. Warriors stood anxiously, their panic clear. The commander is here, one man announced nervously. Duan silently observed their fear, sensing their worries immediately. We arrived too late, one warrior said, desperation in his voice. What if we can't reach them in time? Another clenched his fists, voice shaking. My son is still there. If anything happens. Duan stepped forward firmly, raising a hand for silence. Enough. He spoke with authority, reassuring them. The Celestial Sword King took them for a selection test. They'll return by day's end. There's no reason to panic. Stunned silence followed. However, behind Duan's calm facade, his mind raced. Was this sudden trial truly just for that invincible prodigy? Or was Gu Katian hiding something more troubling? The realization hit Duan hard as he recalled Gu's exact words. The 9 wings of miasma. If this was truly involved, it wasn't merely a test, it was something far greater. Meanwhile, an arrow streaked across the sky, landing directly at Night Watch headquarters with a secret message for Ji-Gang. Jiang Chun carries a great calamity. As his master, I'm taking him to a forbidden zone to keep him hidden. Gather allies from the Sealed Kings. War approaches. Ji-Gang's eyes widened, dread setting in as he read. Calamity? How had things escalated so quickly? Hours later, Ji-Gang sat, lost in thought. Events replayed rapidly. Jiang Chun had slain a Hong family member, severed Xiao Beihan's arm, and now harbored a potential apocalypse. It wasn't just difficult. It felt impossible. Tianjin joined him, gently placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. No challenge is easy, she encouraged softly. But we'll overcome this. You chose to protect Jiangchun, so don't dwell on the past. Focus on what lies ahead. She paused, reassuringly adding, I spoke with my father. He's with us. Ji Gang lifted his head, processing Tianjin's words. Allies began to appear clearly in his mind. Duan, Hongyao, Gu, Katian. 4 sealed kings stood with them now. Enough strength to face whatever came next. Determined, Ji Gang stood up, eyes resolute. My sister's already gone to see Master. Now it's my turn, he said firmly. I'll visit the sealed king of the Mu family and Merchant Luo. Even if I have to lie, I'll gather as many allies as I can for Jiangchun. Tianjin watched silently, recognizing the fierce determination she hadn't seen in years. Pausing at the door, Ji Gang looked back, his expression unwavering. If things spiraled further, he'd fight as he had when storming into the Shao family. This time with everything he had. Tianjin smiled faintly, seeing the fire return to his eyes. Hours later, at sunrise, Gu Katian's sword expanded, lifting the floating island toward the Forbidden Zone. He glanced at Hong Yao beside him. What do you think we should do when we return? She casually blew a bubblegum bubble. Honestly, Jiangchen's 9 miasma wings seemed pretty cool. Wish I had one. Annoyed, Gu Katian flicked an energy arrow, popping her gum instantly. Can you be serious, just once? Hong Yao's playful demeanor faded slightly. You already know, don't you? Grand Xia won't tolerate calamities. If even you can't fix this, what makes you think I could? She smirked again. But tell me, could you defeat a great Geno general with one strike? Irritated, Gu Katan lightly smacked her head. Watch your tone. Hong Yao dramatically rubbed her head, pretending pain. Ouch. So mean. Ignoring her theatrics, Gu Katian's thoughts drifted. His disciples were an odd mix, each troublesome in their own way. Hong Yao, playful and reckless. Ji Gang, stubborn beyond reason. Jiang Chun, a divine talent who insisted on dancing dangerously close to the forbidden. Interrupting his thoughts, Hong Yao teased again. Why do you care so much about protecting Jiang Chun anyway? Gu Katian turned away, gazing at the horizon. Do you really want to know? Without waiting for an answer, he lifted his eyes toward the distant sky, preparing himself for what lay ahead. Gu Katian turned slightly toward Hong Yao, a faint smile on his lips. When I took you as a disciple, it was simply because of your red armor. I thought it looked cheerful, nothing more. Hong Yao blinked, stunned. Wait, what? He continued quietly, eyes distant. And Ji Gang, that was even more random. I mistook him for an ordinary client outside a club. But later, when the Shao family heir tried forcing Tianjin into marriage, Ji Gang stood his ground, and I was ready to risk my life for him. He paused, recalling that chaotic night. Ji Gang fighting fiercely, protecting Tianjin as enemies closed in from all sides. Gu Katian sighed, a rare hint of sadness flickering in his gaze. Sometimes there's no logical reason, he said softly. I protect Jiang Chun because I genuinely care. From their very first meeting, he'd recognized Jiang Chen's determination, exactly like Ji Gang's had been back then. If Ji Gang wanted Jiang Chun protected, then he'd do just that without hesitation. Hong Yao's playful demeanor softened, replaced with quiet admiration. She moved closer, gently placing her head on his shoulder. You know, you might just be the best master in the world. Gu Katian scoffed, hiding a smile. Stop flattering me. She shook her head softly, closing her eyes with a faint smile. No flattery. But you know, there's only one way to truly protect Jiang Chun. Her eyes reopened, voice quieter yet firm. We need his grandfather's help. The martial god, Jiang Xinji. Meanwhile, deep within Pijun Cave, a fierce battle raged, soldiers shouting amid chaos. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave shook the cavern, scattering warriors like leaves in the wind. At its center stood a towering figure in a red cape. Invincible, unstoppable. The martial god, Jiang Xinji. He calmly surveyed the battlefield, enemies unconscious around him, energy radiating from his powerful figure. Without breaking a sweat, he'd ended the fight instantly. This was Jiang Chen's grandfather, the ultimate protector, and perhaps their only hope. Without hesitation, Jiang Xinji stood firm amidst the battlefield, a fierce aura radiating from him. The martial god's presence alone silenced his enemies instantly. He addressed his warriors calmly, authority clear in his voice. Secure the entrance. No one gets through. His warriors responded immediately. Understood, martial god. But suddenly, Xinji sensed an unexpected energy, one similar to Jiang Wushuang's. Confusion flashed in his eyes. Why now? Jiang Wushuang should still be at Tenu camp. In that moment, a projection of Gu Katian appeared, his expression calm but unreadable. What do you want? Shinji asked coldly, instantly on guard. If you're contacting me here, something serious has happened. Speak. Gu Katian's voice remained steady. I've taken a new disciple, Jiang Chun. Shinji narrowed his eyes, recalling the name immediately. He possesses a divine-level creation class. Gu Katan continued cautiously, but he also carries the 9 miasma wings. A tense silence followed. Xuanji's face hardened instantly, fists clenched tightly at his sides. The ancient calamity? His voice shook with restrained anger. You dare ask me to protect a calamity? Great Xia's law is clear, he added coldly. We eliminate calamities. We don't protect them. Gu Katian met his gaze unwaveringly. I ask you to protect his life. Shinji scoffed bitterly, eyes sharp. You expect me to protect a calamity? Great Xia's principle has never changed. It's better to destroy a threat than let it spread. But Gu Katian remained firm, his tone unwavering. Martial God, I wouldn't ask if the situation weren't serious. Xuanji's glare intensified. Explain yourself clearly. Why involve Wang to contact me directly? What's happened? Gu Katian's eyes narrowed. Have you ever heard of Taishu in Yunmeng Marsh? At that moment, something shifted subtly in Xuanji's expression, an unmistakable recognition. Gu Katian spoke with certainty. I'm the only one who knows the way to Allgrandia. I can take Jiang Wushuang there and give him an extraordinary opportunity. Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he envisioned Taishu Hall, the fabled sanctuary of celestial Tao. If Jiang Wushuang gained entry, his cultivation would soar. Slowly, Shinji extended his hand, his cloak billowing as his aura surged. Fine, but on one condition. His voice turned icy. Jiang Chun is forbidden from using the 9 miasma wings during the prodigy tournament. His gaze darkened, and if he fails to claim the top rank among Great Xia's prodigies. A chilling pause. I'll throw him onto the battlefield of the mixed races. He'll have to survive on his own. Gu Katian's expression stiffened, his head tilting slightly. Shinji had already turned away. His voice carried a final warning. If you truly want to keep Jiang Chun alive, this is your only option. Gu Katian clenched his jaw. Sending Jiang Chun to the battlefield was still better than leaving him at the mercy of General Shao and the others. His fists tightened. Damn it. After a long silence, he let out a slow breath. Fine. Shinji continued forward, his thoughts shifting. The 9 miasma wings, a rare and ancient entity. It wouldn't become a true disaster just yet. Besides, this generation of Great Xia already had 3 divine talents. Jiang Chun was only the 4th, and his power lay in creation. Without his calamity, he had no chance of passing Wang's trial, let alone securing first place. And even if Jiang Chun somehow stirred up chaos, Xuanji's eyes grew sharp. He could eliminate any threat in an instant. His cloak swayed as he walked, his resolve firm. If Jiang Chun became a problem, I'll handle it myself. Meanwhile, the floating island drifted into the forbidden zone, where shimmering portals twisted and shifted unpredictably across the landscape. Jiang Chun scanned his surroundings, his eyes narrowing in realization. They had already entered Yunmeng Marsh. He turned to the others. Does anyone remember how we got here? Mu Hanqiu, stunned, shook her head. Memorizing the path? Impossible. These dimensional fragments shift constantly. The Celestial Sword King guided us purely by sensing aura. She folded her arms, her expression grim. They say Yunmeng Marsh has 10 levels. The 9th and 10th are relatively safe, but the deeper you go, the easier it is to lose your way. My grandfather once ventured to the 7th level and vanished for years. Jiang Chun frowned slightly before exhaling. If the path couldn't be traced by sight or memory, there was only one way. Without another word, he sat cross-legged on the ground, pressing his palms together. Meditation. Mu Hanqiu and Luo Sandao exchanged glances before following Jiang Chun's lead, closing their eyes and steadying their breaths. Jiang Chun sank into his consciousness. Inside his mind, the tree of all things loomed tall, its presence absolute. The world within was eerily still, no wind, no motion. Then he noticed something. The tree was shifting, slowly, deliberately, toward something unseen. He couldn't tell what it was, but he could feel it. Something lay ahead, and the tree yearned for it. Fixing his gaze on the tree of all things, he noticed something unusual. A fruit had bloomed, shaped like a delicate rose. Just as he reached for it, a system window flickered before him. You have obtained a red functional fruit skill copy card. His eyes widened as he read the description. This card allows you to randomly copy one ability from a target. The copied ability has no class restrictions. It could belong to anyone. The result is unpredictable. The ability might be weaker, stronger, or altered. The copy must be completed within 3 hours, or the card expires. Jiang Chun stared at the system prompt, stunned. A skill copying ability with no class limits? His mind raced. The Tenu camp was filled with top-tier prodigies. If he copied someone powerful, it could be a game-changer. Jiang Wushuang, Bai Feng, Tianing, any of them could be the perfect target. But then, hesitation crept in. It was random. What if he ended up with something completely useless? He closed his eyes, weighing the risk. Before he could decide, Gu Katian's voice cut through his thoughts. Standing atop a rock, the old man addressed the group. We've reached the 6th layer of Yunmeng Marsh, Taishu Realm. He gestured ahead, his eyes gleaming. And that, he pointed toward an ancient structure in the distance, is Taishu Hall, the very reason I brought you all here. Jiang Chun looked up, his mind sharpening. So this was it, the legendary hall. A smirk tugged at his lips. Maybe now was the perfect time to test the skill copy card. His eyes flickered toward Gu Katian. The old man was always boasting about some secret technique, even claiming he wanted to take Jiang Chun as his disciple. Fine, Jiang Chun thought. I'll copy from him. Consider it an early lesson. Not long after, the floating island drifted toward an awe-inspiring temple atop another floating island. The only way up? A staircase of magical, floating steps. Excited murmurs spread through the crowd. This is it, the legendary Taishu Temple. The temple's reputation was unparalleled. Stories spoke of a legendary field king who had ascended in a single step, rising to become one of Great Xia's 3 invincibles. Even the great dreamer had once attained enlightenment here. Beyond the temple, towering mountains loomed, guarding another test, the Hall of Great Emptiness. Gu Katian extended a hand toward the temple. There are 3 levels to this trial. 1. The first level, the 1,800 steps, each offering a chance at a heavenly reward. 2. The second level, the Steel of the Great Void, a challenge so difficult that only the great dreamer had ever succeeded. 3. The third level, the temple's inner chamber, a place no one had ever entered. This is the final test, Gu Katian announced. Out of the 150 of you, only the top 10 will earn the right to represent the Jiangnan War Zone in the Great Xia Genius Finals. The crowd erupted with excitement. As soon as the trial began, participants surged forward, eager to take the first step. Luo Sandao was among them, until a firm hand stopped her. Slow down, Jiang Chun said, smirking. The temple isn't going anywhere. Unlike the others, Tang Ying, Bai Feng, and another youth didn't rush ahead. Instead, they calmly sat down, pressing their hands together in meditation. Jiang Chun glanced at Luo Sandao. Look carefully, he said. They're not in a hurry. They're preparing their minds first. She hesitated, then nodded. He had a point. Without another word, she, Mu Hanxiu, and Jiang Chun followed suit, sitting down and pressing their palms together. Mu Hanxiu murmured, in a place like Taishu Temple, you only get one chance to ascend. We should be in peak condition before taking that step. Meanwhile, Hong Yao had her own approach. She sat cross-legged atop her floating spear, casually spinning it beneath her like a seat. Above them, Gu Katian stood tall, hands behind his back, watching the younger generation. Seeing some of them choose patience over recklessness, he gave a rare nod of approval. Jiang Chun exhaled slowly. Now's the time. His gaze flickered toward Gu Katian. Before setting foot on the steps, he had to use the skill copy card. The timer was running out. He had to act now. Without hesitation, he activated the copying process, selecting Gu Katian as his target. A system window appeared before him. Warning, the copied skill may degrade or improve during the process. Do you wish to continue? Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. Yes. He wasn't hoping for an upgrade or fearing a downgrade. He just wanted the real thing. The system began processing. Another window flashed. Copying skill. Opening of the sky. Legendary quality. Jiang Chun's eyes widened slightly. It worked? A wave of relief washed over him. The old man wasn't bluffing. This technique was real. Just as the copying completed, a sudden pull yanked him out of reality. His vision blurred. Then, everything changed. A vast forest stretched before him, the wind whispering through the trees. He was shirtless, a sword gripped tightly in his hand. A strange realization settled in. He wasn't just standing there. He was practicing. Each movement felt both foreign and familiar, his body flowing through techniques instinctively. With every slash, his sword sliced through space itself. Leaves drifted down around him. He exhaled, steadied his stance, and swung. A single leaf split cleanly in half. Time blurred. He lifted the sword high above his head. The blade trembled, pulsing with power, as if answering his call. Then, he slashed downward. A blizzard of sword energy erupted. The ground shattered beneath his feet. Mountains in the distance split clean in half. More time passed. He caught his reflection in a stream. His hair had grown long. His face bore the signs of age. A beard framed his jaw. How much time had passed? Yet, he didn't question it. Raising his sword once more, he murmured, "Man follows the earth follows the sky follows the Tao." A progress bar in his vision reached 120%. Then, everything snapped back to reality. The skill copying was complete. A final system window appeared. You have obtained the following skills. 1. Man strength, purple quality. 2. Earth knife, purple quality. 3. Sky knife, legendary quality. 4. Great path power, shadow knife quality. Jiang Chen clenched his fist. Power surged through him. Not only had he copied opening of the sky, he had broken it down into 4 distinct techniques. Unbelievable. Still seated in meditation, he exhaled slowly, his mind racing. Hong Yao turned to Gu Katian, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Jiang Wushuang and the others have already started climbing, she noted. Only Jiang Chun is still sitting there. The best rewards come at the start of the trial. Did he fall asleep or something? Gu Katian remained silent, watching Jiang Chun closely. Minutes passed. Jiang Chun, Luo, Sandao, and Mu Hanxiu remained completely still. Gu Katian's brows furrowed. Adjusting one's mental state shouldn't take this long. Something wasn't right. Then, Hong Yao's spear trembled violently in her grip. Her heart skipped a beat. What's going on? She instinctively went on alert, snapping her gaze toward Gu Katian. Master, my spear's heart is resonating. Gu Katian's eyes flashed with shock. Not just your spear, he muttered. Beneath the floating island, the celestial sword itself began to tremble. Hong Yao's breath caught. No way. This is because of Jiang Chun. Her mind raced. Years ago, she had attempted to break down the celestial sword's technique, believing it could be separated into 4 distinct movements. But her understanding had been too rigid. Because of that, she had been stuck at master level for years. And yet, Jiang Chen had actually done it? Gu Katian's eyes darkened. The sensation that had just flickered and vanished was far too familiar. This shouldn't be possible. An illusion from the temple? Before he could dwell on it further, Hong Yao's sharp voice cut through the air. Master, look, Jiang Chun is moving. Jiang Chun rose to his feet. His gaze lifted toward the floating steps. Calm, composed, and ready. Hong Yao's pulse quickened. Which step will he reach? She clenched her fists. Even after years of training, she had only reached step 3001. And Ji Gang? He had failed miserably, stopping at step 298. As for the great dreamer, the only person to ever reach the top, his feat had been so terrifying that no one understood how he had done it. Then, a golden list materialized in the sky, displaying the current rankings. 1. Jiang Wushuang, step 2089, invincible descendant. 2. Bai Feng, step 1253, little godkiller of the east. 3. Lu Tanjing, step 1248, Tanji killer. 4. Lai Zhe, step 2011, young master of 10,000 Demon City. 5. Mu Hanxiu, step 1199. 6. Luo Sandao, step 1170. The crowd buzzed with whispers. If we had known we were coming here, we would have brought mind potions. The first 100 steps are just illusions, but after that, it gets brutal. Every step beyond that feels like carrying a mountain on your back. Jiang Chun simply cracked his knuckles, inhaled deeply, and placed his foot onto the first step. The murmurs among the crowd intensified. Quiet down, someone hissed. The poisonous demon, Jiang Chun, is about to start climbing. A few chuckled. Others watched with curiosity. Let's see if he's just another Jiang Wushuang, struggling on the first few steps. Jiang Chen ignored them. His focus remained locked on the stone steps ahead. The first trial was illusion-based. If that was the case, his mental strength should be more than enough to handle it. With that thought, he stepped forward. The instant his foot touched the first step, his world shattered. A suffocating aura swallowed him whole. From the darkness, a towering figure emerged, eyes gleaming with pure, killing intent. Xiao Beihan's grandfather. His presence alone sent a crushing wave of pressure down on Jiang Chun. The old man unsheathed his sword with one hand, his gaze burning with hatred. You dare lay a hand on the rightful heir of the Xiao family? Jiang Chen's breath hitched. Xiao Xinghua. Before he could react, a flash of steel. Jiang Chun instinctively raised his arms to block. Bam! The force of the strike sent him flying. He crashed onto the ground, pain ripping through his body. Xiao Xinghua strode forward, sword gleaming as he prepared to strike again. Then, a group of figures appeared between them. Ji Gang, Luo Sandao, Mu Hanxiu, Jiang Chun, run, they shouted, forming a shield between him and the monstrous elder. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in horror. No, get out of here. But before they could move, Xiao Xinghua blurred. Xing. His sword cleaved through them like air. Blood splattered onto Jiang Chen's face. His entire body went numb. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. His friend's gone. Xiao Jinghua towered over him, blade raised for the final blow. Jiang Chun collapsed onto the step, hands shaking, tears streaming down his face. Outside the illusion, Hong Yao and Gu Katian watched intently. Did he get stuck on the first step? Hong Yao asked, frowning. Gu Katian shook his head. No. This step tests all 4 dimensions: spirit, physicality, agility, and strength. He crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. Most prodigies here have been tempered since childhood with celestial materials and earthly treasures. But Jiang Chun, he's self-taught. This trial is going to be far harsher for him than for anyone else. Hong Yao clenched her fists, unease creeping in her chest. If he fails, the god of war will throw him onto the battlefield. Inside the illusion, Xiao Jinggua's sword lunged forward. Jiang Chun knelt on the ground, unmoving. His eyes were hollow. So this is it. He had hurt too many people. Maybe it was better to just accept it. The blade neared his chest. Then, a white branch burst through Xiao Jinggua's chest. The old warrior froze, eyes wide in shock. His form flickered, then shattered into light. Jiang Chun, still on his knees, stared blankly. What just happened? Was this all just an illusion? Xiao Jinghua vanished completely, and the illusion collapsed. Back in reality, Jiang Chun gasped, snapping back to the real world. His hand clenched into a fist. The first step had been nothing but a trick, but it felt too real. His friends had died, and instead of fighting, he had given up. Frustration burned in his chest. Never again. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun took a deep breath and stepped onto the next step. Inside the illusion, Jiang Chun gritted his teeth. This world was mocking him. Fine. If the illusions wanted to play dirty, then he'd beat them down personally. Summoning the spiritual tree, he prepared to fight back. But before he could move, 2 system windows flashed before his eyes. His instincts went on high alert. You have obtained 5 star wish fragments. Jiang Chen's eyebrow twitched. Star wish fragments? A system prompt appeared. 1,000 fragments could be combined into 1 complete star wish. If a skill was level 1 to 3, consuming 10 fragments could increase it by 1 level. If a skill was level 4 to 6, it required 100 fragments per level upgrade. Jiang Chun stared at the window, then grinned. These fragments were worth millions on the market. He had barely started the trial and was already racking up high-value rewards. Forget skill upgrades. If he sold them, he could feed his little insects for months. Now that's a real treasure. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the second step. Several seconds passed. No illusion appeared. Instead, Jiang Chun found himself within his subconscious mind. Slowly, the branches of the spiritual tree began to grow, and grow, and grow. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with realization. The spiritual tree, of all things, had blocked the illusion entirely. This tree is amazing. He stood motionless on the second step, watching the tree effortlessly nullify the illusion. The other geniuses, still at the base of the staircase, watched Jiang Chun with bewildered expressions. Wait, wasn't this guy struggling on the first step just a moment ago? And now he's just standing there, grinning like a fool? He was stuck for ages, barely moving. And now he's laughing on the second step? It didn't take long for them to reach a conclusion. Jiang Chun was the weakest of them all. Up in the sky, Gu Katian and Hong Yao remained silent, their eyes fixed on Jiang Chen's every move. Hearing the ridicule from the crowd, Jiang Chen's gaze flickered with determination. All right, laugh all you want. I'll show you the difference between us. But then, he caught sight of Gu Katan watching him closely. Jiang Chun instantly steadied himself. No need to draw too much attention. Right now, his focus was on catching up to Jiang Wushuang, who had already reached step 300. Hong Yao sighed. Looks like little Jiang Chun is stuck on step 2. He won't even make it past step 10. Gu Katian, however, didn't respond. His brows furrowed as he observed Jiang Chun. Something wasn't right. Shut up, he muttered. Just watch. Jiang Chun moved forward. Once again, the spiritual tree blocked out the illusion. This time, he clasped his hands behind his back, started humming a tune, and without a care, began walking up the steps. Effortlessly, as if the entire test was nothing more than child's play. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Their jaws dropped as Jiang Chun breezed through 100 steps in an instant, all while casually humming. It didn't take long for the truth to sink in. He had stayed on the first 2 steps on purpose, because he enjoyed the illusions. Now, there was no doubt. Jiang Chun was, without a doubt, the true master of poison. In the blink of an eye, he overtook Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sandao. As he passed, he waved nonchalantly, still humming that ridiculous tune. I'll climb 300 steps without a second thought. Mu Hanxiu froze, her face turning crimson. Was he singing to encourage her? Her heart pounded wildly. Feeling an unexpected surge of motivation, She clenched her fists and pushed forward. I can't fall behind now. Meanwhile, Luo Sandow was just as stunned, but had a different reaction. My benefactor is incredible, but this song is way too embarrassing. Above them, Hong Yao's arms were crossed, but her fingers trembled slightly. Master, is there something wrong with the Taishu Hall test? She asked hesitantly. Jiang Chun had already passed 200 steps, and he wasn't even slowing down. Gu Katan watched in silence, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he shook his head. I've never seen anyone climb like Jiang Chun before. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun continued his effortless ascent, passing 2 more geniuses who stood frozen in shock. What just happened? Are we even climbing the same staircase? This has to be an illusion. Someone wake me up. Further ahead, near step 299, Jiang Wushuang, Tang Ying, and Bai Feng had all come to a stop. They weren't moving forward. Jiang Chun immediately took note. Why do they stop here? Sensing his confusion, Gu Katian's voice rang out. Every 300 steps mark a new threshold. Even for celestial geniuses, this is where the real challenge begins. Hong Yao let out a dry chuckle, recalling her own struggle. I had to push myself to the limit just to get past that step, she admitted. After that, every step felt like I was carrying a mountain. Now the real question was, who will be the first celestial genius to break through? Jiang Chun reached step 298. Immediately, Jiang Wushuang, Tang Ying, and Bai Feng turned their attention to him. Jiang Wushuang smirked. You didn't disappoint me, Jiang Chun. Tang Ying, seeing him arrive so quickly, felt a wave of relief and happiness. Bai Feng, however, said nothing. His gaze remained locked on Jiang Chun, unreadable. Then, Jiang Wushuang stepped forward. The moment his foot touched step 300, a powerful force erupted from his body. Suddenly, glowing chains materialized around him, binding his limbs. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Chains? What kind of power is this? He possessed a divine-level class himself. Yet Jiang Wushuang's energy felt different. Could he be hiding a second divine class? He had never heard of such a thing before. Then, snap! One of the chains shattered. Jiang Wushuang's face remained calm, but his clenched fist revealed the effort he was exerting. Crack! One by one, the chains broke apart. As he stepped forward, his arms slowly spread open. A deep purple energy surged toward him, flowing into his chest. Bai Feng's eyes sharpened. A reward? Tang Ying, though impressed, wasn't surprised. After all, this was Jiang Wushuang. Wushuang exhaled, his voice steady. In the Palace of Emptiness, each section contains 180 steps, but every 300 step is different. It determines if you're worthy to continue. His purple aura pulsed as he turned slightly. People assume this step tests willpower, but in reality, it measures soul strength. Jiang Wushuang's gaze lingered on Jiang Chun. Your foundation is weak, he murmured. Unlike us, you weren't refined by heaven and earth's treasures from birth. Compared to our foundations, yours is flawed. He sighed before adding, you should be careful. Don't rush through barriers. Move at your own pace. Find your own way among us. Before he could finish, Jiang Chun casually stepped on a step 300. Silence. Every genius froze in place. Jiang Chun glanced around, then turned to Jiang Wushuang, his brows knitting together in confusion. Wait, was this supposed to be difficult? Tilting his head, he added, am I supposed to struggle like you guys? Jiang Wushuang's face twitched. A strange mix of disbelief and fury burned within him. How? How did Jiang Chun step onto the 300 step like it was nothing? Before he could react, a translucent screen materialized in front of Jiang Chun. Congratulations. You have climbed 300 steps of the Taishu Hall. You have received an origin crystal. A vibrant green crystal appeared in his palm. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. An origin crystal. He tightened his grip around it, a flicker of excitement in his gaze. This was no ordinary reward. It was priceless. His insects couldn't use it, but he knew how valuable it was. Uncle Ji Gang had been trapped in the 3rd transformation for years, until he obtained one of these and advanced to the 4th transformation. This was leagues above Jiang Wushuang's reward. Then, Little Nine suddenly appeared, her crimson eyes gleaming with hunger. Jiang Chun, she whined. Climb faster. I want to eat the trail. Jiang Chun blinked. The trail? Little Nine pointed upwards, flicking her tail impatiently. Up there, at the top of the hall. I can smell it. Jiang Chun followed her gaze toward the peak of Taishu Hall, his face puzzled. Before he could ask further, grew a soul. Her stomach let out a deep, rumbling growl. Jiang Chun sighed, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Hold on. Just because you're hungry doesn't mean you can rush me up there. Little Nine pouted, wrapping her tail around his arm. Meanwhile, Tang Ying and Bai Feng turned toward them, utterly speechless. Jiang Wushuang, however, was far from amused. his fists clenched so tightly that his veins bulged, his entire body shaking with rage. I won't let Jiang Chun surpass me. A fierce energy erupted from him as 8 phantom arms materialized behind his back. Then, he charged ahead like a madman, climbing step after step at a reckless speed. Bai Feng scoffed as he watched. Annoying, his gaze darkened, and a suffocating aura began to seep from his body. People like them should just disappear. Lifting his hands toward the sky, his voice rang out. Blood of gods and demons, dye the sky blue. A bone-chilling energy surged around him. Ghostly figures swirled in the air, their eerie whispers filling the space. Exhaling a frosty breath, Bai Feng's eyes sharpened. I won't let them get ahead of me, either. Then, he exploded forward, tearing up the steps with terrifying speed. Moments later, 2 more geniuses arrived, stopping in confusion at the sight before them. Jiang Wushuang and Bai Feng were locked in a mad dash upward. Yet, Tang Ying stood completely still, watching them without moving an inch. One of the newcomers furrowed his brows. Why aren't you climbing with him? Tang Ying turned, her expression unreadable, calm, serene. I'm an assassin, she said plainly. I can't be compared to those ogres. One of the men exhaled in relief, nodding. Oh, I thought. Tang Ying suddenly smiled. Then, her form began to shift. Before their eyes, her body elongated, her limbs vanishing as shimmering scales replaced her skin. In mere seconds, she had transformed into a massive snake, her cold, piercing gaze locking onto the steps ahead. Without hesitation, she slithered upward at an astonishing speed, her chilling aura leaving the air heavy with danger. The 2 men standing nearby, they froze in place, their bodies trembling. Then, without exchanging a single word, they clung to each other in sheer terror. Mr. Tiger was right. These monsters are beyond comprehension. Among the 4 top geniuses, each possessed an ability more insane than the last. Jiang Wushuang, with his 8 phantom arms, stormed up the steps like a raging war god. Bai Feng, consumed by bloodlust, released a suffocating energy that distorted the air around him. Tang Ying, now a terrifying serpent, slithered her way upward with effortless grace. And then there was Jiang Chun, who simply walked, leisurely, as if he were taking an afternoon stroll. At this point, he was the most terrifying of them all. Hong Yao's expression tensed as she observed the madness unfolding before her. Jiang Wushuang unleashed ghostly hands. Bai Feng had gone berserk. Tang Ying had turned into a snake. And yet, Jiang Chun was the one making them lose control. Her heart pounded. Gu Katian, watching from above, suddenly burst into laughter. No wonder, he said, his eyes shining with amusement. That's my favorite disciple. In a flash, Jiang Chun reached the top, the second person in history to ever do so. A wave of relief washed over him. Finally, he let out a slow exhale, letting his body relax. But before he could enjoy the moment, Hong Yao's face twisted in horror. Wait, what is Jiang Chun doing? Jiang Chun calmly raised his hand toward the sky. A dark mist began to swirl. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he released them. His insects, all of them. The swarm surged forward, rushing straight for the Taishu steel. Hong Yao's breath hitched. Did he just release the 9 miasma wings? The Taishu steel was no ordinary artifact. It was an ancient relic so powerful that even the invincible dreamer had once used it to gain enlightenment. And now, Jiang Chun's insects devoured it. Completely. In mere seconds. Not even a trace remained. Gu Katian's face drained of color. For once, he was speechless. Jiang Chun had absorbed the Taishu steel by himself. Something even he couldn't fathom. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang had climbed several more steps, only to stop. His gaze locked onto Jiang Chun, his expression unreadable, dark, full of unspoken rage. He had lost, but he refused to appear weak. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to accept it. For now, next time, at the Great Xia Prodigy ranking, he would not lose again. Saying nothing, Jiang Wushuang turned and began his descent. Seeing this, Bai Feng and Tang Ying quickly came to a decision. This isn't worth it anymore, Tang Ying muttered. She had nearly burned herself out just making it this far. Pushing her limits any further would only damage her essence. With that, she and Bai Feng withdrew. Down below, Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sandao beamed with pride. Master is unbelievable. They had both achieved their goals, but this was beyond anything they had ever imagined. Jiang Chun had reached the top. Then, a golden ranking window materialized in the sky. Final results. 1. Jiang Chun, 1,800 stages, first place. 2. Jiang Wushuang, 623 stages, second place. 3. Bai Feng, 609 stages, third place. 4. Tang Ying, 600 stages, fourth place. 5. Lai Zhe and Liu Biji, 534 stages, 5th place. 6. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu, 300 stages, 6th place. At the very top, Jiang Chun stood alone, unrivaled, unmatched. And yet, this was only the beginning. Gu Katian stood with his arms crossed, a rare smile playing on his lips. Without Jiang Chun, none of them would have made it this far. Meanwhile, Hong Yao's gaze softened. To her, Jiang Chun was truly extraordinary. This new generation was stronger than hers had ever been. But then, several minutes passed. Jiang Chun remained completely still, just standing there. Hong Yao frowned. Why isn't he moving? Everyone else already came down. Her confusion deepened as she watched him. Inside Jiang Chen's subconscious, the Taishu steel had been transported to the insect nest. Little Nine, now curled around a massive hunk of metal like a child with her favorite stuffed toy, purred in satisfaction. Her level shot up from 22 to 25, her devouring value increasing by several thousand. Jiang Chun stood there, arms crossed, watching her cling to the artifact with an amused smirk. Not only had Little Nine leveled up, but the devouring values of all his insects had skyrocketed. At this rate, the third generation would be born soon. Then, a new status window appeared before him. Taishu Steel, originally an abyssal anchor stone found at the bottom of the abyss. A condensed artifact and a fundamental essence of the abyss itself. Jiang Chen's eyes darkened. The Taishu Steel came from the abyss. His gaze flickered to Little Nine, still wrapped tightly around the artifact, her tail swaying happily. If she was the ruler of the abyss, then it made sense why she wanted it more than anyone else. It was tied to her very existence. Blink. Jiang Chun was back in reality. But the moment he returned, a dense, poisonous mist began rising from where the Taishu Steel had once been. His body tensed. What's happening? Before he could react, his vision twisted. The world around him shifted. In an instant, he found himself in an entirely different space. Then, a voice echoed in his mind. You have been recognized as the master of the Taishu realm. Jiang Chen stiffened. Master of the Taishu realm? A flood of knowledge surged into his mind. With a single thought, he could teleport to the Taishu realm from anywhere. No one could open the doors of Taishu Hall except its master. The Taishu Hall was now his ultimate trump card. Jiang Chen's fingers twitched. This wasn't just a power boost. It was a hidden sanctuary, a secret weapon, a place no one could touch. He took a slow breath. For now, this had to stay hidden. Too many eyes were watching. With a single leap, he exited the realm. The moment he reappeared, two figures grabbed him. Hong Yao, Gu Katian. Before he could react, they pulled him into the sky. Come with us. Higher and higher they flew, vanishing from sight. Down below, the remaining participants stared in shock. The Celestial Sword King took Jiang Chun. It must be about the Taishu Steel. Serves him right for acting so high and mighty. But none of them truly understood. Jiang Chun had just gained something far beyond their comprehension. Cold winds howled through the snow-capped mountains. Far from prying eyes, Gu Katian and Hong Yao had brought Jiang Chun to a remote peak. Gu Katian's gaze bore into him, heavy and unreadable. His presence alone was suffocating, yet Jiang Chun remained still, his mind racing. The Dreamer, one of Grand Xia's 3 invincible figures, was the only person who had ever studied the Taishu Steel for enlightenment. Yet, Jiang Chun had absorbed it. And now, Gu Katian wanted answers. His voice was calm, but sharp. How did you use the 9 miasma wings to absorb the Taishu Steel? Jiang Chen's breath caught. So he knew. His body tensed. Was this a trap? Had they brought him here to kill him? A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. But then, Gu Katian smirked. A rare, amused expression. Did you really think you could turn the miasma wings into poisonous mist and fool everyone? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Hong Yao, standing beside them, chuckled softly, closing her eyes. Your face just now, so cute. Jiang Chen blinked. Wait, they're not planning to kill me? He exhaled slowly, steadying himself. Since they weren't hostile, hiding the truth would only be a waste of time. His expression turned serious. The 9 miasma wings and the Taishu Steel, they both originate from the abyss. They share the same essence. Or rather, the Taishu Steel originally belonged to the 9 miasma wings. Gu Katian didn't even flinch. His expression remained eerily calm. Gu Katian's voice was steady, yet heavy with meaning. You do understand Great Xia's stance on calamities, don't you? Then, he laid out Jiang Chen's choices. 1. Live in exile forever. Stay hidden in Yunmeng Swamp, constantly running, constantly surviving. A life spent in the shadows. 2. Return and fight. Face an entire world that wanted him dead, including those at the general and invincible level. Jiang Chen's stomach twisted. This was worse than he thought. Even the strongest figures, People who stood at the absolute peak of power would see him as a threat. His very existence was a crime. He swallowed hard, his mind racing. Gukatian had traveled all this way just to offer him an escape. Why? Would things have been different if they had met sooner? Lost in thought, he barely noticed Hong Yao stepping closer. She jabbed a finger against his forehead, her frown deepening. "What are you spacing out for?" she demanded. "Master asked you a question." Her voice snapped him back to reality. Jiang Qin's eyes sharpened. Then, without a second thought, he made his decision. "I'll return." His voice was unwavering. Even if the world called him calamity, he had only ever killed those who deserved it. His conscience was clear. There was no reason to run. For a moment, Hong Yao simply watched him. Then, a smile tugged at her lips. Gu Katan, arms still crossed, let out a booming laugh. "I expected nothing less from my disciple." Then, smirking, he added, "As much as I hate to admit it, Ji Gang wasn't as good as you back then." Jiang Qin blinked. "Wait, what does Uncle Ji Gang have to do with this?" Hong Yao let out a sigh, resting her fist on his shoulder. "Remember," she said with a smirk, "I'm your older sister. And Uncle Ji Gang? He's your second older brother." Jiang Qin stared. Her tone softened. "Back then, Ji Gang nearly lost his life at the hands of General Shao. He attacked the Shao family to steal the ant tank, but..." Her gaze darkened. "Master told him to stay put. He didn't listen. He didn't want to drag the master into his problems, so he acted alone. In the end, he was exiled to Chujiang City." Jiang Qin's expression shifted. So Uncle Ji Gang had his own grudge against the Shao family. Before he could speak, Gu Katian turned away, his presence calm, yet resolute. "Old grudges don't matter anymore," he said. "Whether they are invincibles or generals, as long as your will is strong, we'll face them together. When we return to Jiangnan, my sword will carve a path for you." His words ignited a fire in Jiang Qin's chest. His fist clenched. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees, lowering his head. "Master, please accept the reverence of your disciple." In Jiangnan City, the morning sun bathed the skyline in golden light, illuminating a high-rise conference room where the region's top military leaders had gathered. At the head of the massive table sat Duan Xinghai, supreme commander of Jiangnan's war zone, his fingers interlocked as he observed the room with an unreadable expression. He wasted no time. Since all 12 titled kings of Jiangnan are present, except for Gu Katian and Hong Yao, I'll get straight to the point. The room fell into a heavy silence, the tension palpable as everyone leaned in, waiting for his next words. His gaze sharpened as he delivered the revelation. "Based on our research, Jiang Qin's poisonous mist isn't ordinary. It's the 9 miasmal wings." A ripple of murmurs spread through the generals, but Duan Xinghai swiftly raised a hand, silencing them. "According to Great Xia's taboo ordinance, anyone who awakens a calamity-type ability or controls a taboo object must be eliminated without mercy." His piercing gaze swept across the room. "What are your thoughts?" A man with fiery red hair raised his hand. Muhan Qian, grandfather of Muhan Xiao. A faint smile played on his lips as he spoke. "The 9 miasma wings have indeed caused great catastrophes in the past. However, in this era, it's unlikely to reach that level." He leaned back, his tone measured. "As long as Jiangshan is properly supervised, there shouldn't be an issue. And in the worst-case scenario," his eyes gleamed, "we can simply extract and destroy the 9 miasma wings. No need to kill the boy." Another general, Tang Wangchuan, the father of Tang Jin, raised his hand in agreement. "I support this," he said, arms crossed. His voice was firm. "The taboo ordinance was put in place 5 centuries ago when Great Xia was weak. But now, we are strong. We should approach these matters with more flexibility." As the debate unfolded, 2 generals whispered among themselves. Who was at close ties with Jiangshan from the beginning? They had heard rumors. Muhan Qian's granddaughter had grown close to Jiangshan during the prodigy camp. Then there was Ji Gang. And now, even Tang Wanchuan's daughter, Tang Jin, seemed to be involved. The realization settled heavily. The powerful families were already entwined with Jiang Chen's fate. Before Tang Wanchuan could respond, a deafening explosion shattered the tension. Boom! The doors to the meeting room blasted apart, sending splinters flying. A thick cloud of smoke filled the space, forcing the generals to their feet, hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. A suffocating presence engulfed the room. As the smoke began to clear, a lone figure emerged from the haze. An old man stood at the entrance, his presence radiating overwhelming power. His eyes burned with unfiltered hatred, and the air around him crackled with murderous intent. It was none other than General Xiao Yuanshan of the Shao family. His sword gleamed coldly as he pointed it toward the room. His voice, sharp as steel, rang out. "Anyone who dares defend Jiang Chun," his killing intent surged, suffocating the air, "must be ready to taste my sword." Duan Xinghai's face turned pale. The once disciplined meeting room erupted into chaos. He clenched his fists, his mind racing. If it weren't for General Xiao interfering, I could have negotiated a solution. But now, the tide had turned against him. If Gu Katian stubbornly chose to protect Jiang Chun, he would be dragged down as well, and Duan Xinghai had no intention of sinking with him. Hours later, near the landing site of the prodigy camp, a group of figures arrived. Ji Gang, Duan Feng, and Tang Wangchuan stood at the edge of the mountain range, their expressions grim. Ji Gang's eyes narrowed as he scanned the rugged terrain, his voice dropping to a lethal tone. General Xiao has deployed the Celestial Punishment Squadron. They're lying in wait, hidden in these mountains, ready to ambush Jiang Chun. His grip on his sword tightened. Tang Wangchuan exhaled slowly, his face darkening. This is a grand setup, he muttered. They all knew. Jiang Chun and the others would return soon. Ji Gang's fingers brushed the hilt of his blade, drawing it slightly from its sheath. His gaze sharpened, his voice laced with quiet fury. If a battle breaks out, his killing intent flared. Tang Jin and I will draw our swords. His tone turned ice cold. Old grudges, new grudges. We'll settle them all today. Then, he turned to Duan Feng. The night watch of Chujiang City is now in your hands. Duan's face turned ghostly white. His hands trembled as he frantically waved them. Not again. He had barely recovered from the mess at the wedding, and now he was getting roped into another disaster. Nearby, Xiaoku stood with her arms crossed, eyes closed, her expression unimpressed. With a scoff, she placed a hand on her hip. Why are you looking at me? Do you need a healer or something? Duan Feng, standing beside her, snorted. Get lost, he said with a grin. I love a good fight, and there's no way I'm missing this one. Tang Jin, smiling mischievously, turned to the old master. Come on, Olgu, stop being so formal, she teased. We're family, aren't we? Then, her gaze flicked upward. A bright light streaked across the sky. She narrowed her eyes, trying to make out the figure in the distance. Is that Jiang Chun and the others? On a distant mountain, General Xiao Yuanshan's squad had already locked onto their target. One of the commanders raised his hand, his voice cold and unwavering. Target confirmed. Without hesitation, he issued the order. Heavenly Punishment Squad, prepare to fire. Divine crossbows, aim at the sky. A row of elite soldiers moved in unison, drawing out massive crossbows engraved with divine sigils. Their arrows glowed ominously, charged with lethal energy. Meanwhile, the Tianjiao camp was descending rapidly from above. Hong Yao peered down at the unfolding scene, amusement flashing in her eyes. She grinned. This feels just like the wedding, she mused. The last time Ji Gang stormed in, she hadn't had the chance to let loose. This time, though, perfect. Beside her, Gu Katan remained composed, casting her a sidelong glance. At least pretend there's some courtesy before we start fighting, he said dryly. If we charge in immediately, people might start thinking our entire family is nothing but a bunch of brutes. Hong Yao smirked. His words were calm, but the aura radiating from him told a different story. A deep orange energy slowly pulsed around his body, thick with unspoken killing intent. She chuckled. Like master, like disciple. Behind them, Jiang Chun remained silent. Hong Yao arched a brow as she glanced back at him. Well, what do you think of all this? She asked playfully. No response. Jiang Chun wasn't even paying attention. His mind was elsewhere, inside the insect nest. A system window materialized before him. 9 miasma wings reproduction, complete. Mother insect level, 27. New offspring, 5.11 million. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed. The third generation had been born, before the battle had even begun. He clenched his fists. It wasn't enough to destroy an entire nation, but it was more than enough for what was coming. A sudden tap on his shoulder snapped him back to reality. Jiang Chen blinked. Hong Yao stood next to him, smirking. Don't be scared, she teased. Even if you're not strong, you've got Master and me on your side. Jiang Chen's expression twitched. I'm not scared. He turned, pointing toward the mountains ahead. Uncle Ji Gang and the others are there. I want to see them first, and give them a gift. Gu Katian nodded. Fine, we'll pass by there later anyway. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smirk. Poisonous mist surged around him as he leaped from the sky, diving straight toward the mountain below. Above, Jiang Wushuang watched his descent, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. Hey, he called out. Try not to die too soon. I haven't had enough fun with you yet. Standing nearby, Tang Ying let out a sharp breath. At this point, nothing surprised her anymore. Not even the revelation that Jiang Chun carried a calamity. No wonder he had taken down Xiao Beihan in an instant. Even Bang, usually carefree, furrowed his brows slightly. The second person in Great Xia's history to complete the ladder of emptiness. He better not die too soon. As Jiang Chun distanced himself, Mu Hanchio's gaze lingered on his retreating figure, her expression clouded with worry. Her master had gathered them all here, but would her grandfather come to aid them or stand aside? Beside her, Luo Sandow let out a quiet sigh. Worrying won't change anything, he muttered. This kind of war is far beyond us. The best we can do is not make things worse. That's already enough. Sometime later, Jiang Chen landed where Ji Gang and the others were waiting. Seeing them, a wave of relief swept over him. They had come. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, pulling a gleaming green crystal from his inventory and handing it to Uncle Ji Gang. Remember, Jiang Chen said with a smirk, I promised to gift you a set of epic equipment. His grin widened. Didn't quite get that, but this should be just as good. Ji Gang took the crystal, turning it in his palm. His breath hitched. His eyes widened in shock. An origin crystal. This was a key to the seventh realm. Before Ji Gang could even find the words to respond, Jiang Chen continued, pulling out more treasures. To Aunt Tang, he handed a set of powerful equipment. To Duan Feng, he gifted a silk scarf. To Chu Balang, a high-grade bow. To Hanky, platinum-level gear. Each item was an invaluable treasure. Meanwhile, high above, atop a cliff, a storm of killing intent brewed. Old Xiao Yuanshan stood at the edge, fury coursing through his veins. His eyes locked onto Jiangshan like a predator fixating on prey. Behind him, the Heavenly Punishment Squad stood poised, weapons ready, awaiting his command. His voice was cold as death. Prepare. Just as the order was about to be given, a figure stepped forward. Duan Feng. Raising a hand, he signaled for restraint. Wait. Old Zhao's burning gaze snapped toward him. Fury surged in his eyes, but Duan Feng remained unshaken. More than 100 days have passed since the Tianjiao camp disappeared. Duan Feng stated calmly. Gu Katian was the one in control. We can't afford to act carelessly. Old Zhao's eyes narrowed. He hesitated. Then, slowly, his gaze dropped. A long silence stretched between them, until his rage sharpened into something colder. More dangerous. They'll just kill Gu Katian too. His voice was low, final. If he doesn't know how to appreciate what he has, then he'll die along with Jiang Chen. Minutes later, the Tianjiao camp finally arrived near the battlefield. Duan Feng's voice rang across the field like a war drum. Gu Katian, surrender and hand over Jiang Chen. His command carried undeniable authority. If a battle breaks out, the city will suffer great losses. His tone grew harder. For Jiangnan's sake, it's better to sacrifice Jiang Chen. Atop the Tianjiao camp, Gu Katian inhaled slowly. His expression was unreadable, but when he spoke, his voice was steady, filled with absolute certainty. I refuse. His words echoed with unshakable resolve. In this life, I have nothing to be ashamed of. Not in Jiangnan, not in Great Xia. His gaze burned with conviction. I brought back 150 heroes from the district. I took them to the Palace of Emptiness. The crowd stirred, a ripple of shock running through them. The parents of the young prodigies tensed at the mention of the Palace of Emptiness, a place of legends and miracles. Many powerful figures had sought strength there, only to fail. Yet Gu Katian had led their children to this sacred ground, and they had succeeded. One by one, the parents stepped forward, their voices resolute. We won't betray our own. We won't join the Shao family. Even if they couldn't save Jiangnan, they refused to stand with its executioners. Duan Feng extended his hand to the side, a confident smile playing on his lips. With these 150 heroes, Jiangnan's reputation will rise like the tide. His voice rang across the battlefield, stirring something deep within the crowd. But before anyone could respond, a terrifying presence crashed down upon them. The sea trembled. The rivers twisted and roared. A suffocating pressure filled the air as old Xiao Yuanshan appeared, his gaze gleaming with raw power. His very presence pressed onto the battlefield like an unstoppable tidal wave. With a mere lift of his hand, he summoned 2 massive blocks of water, each one vast enough to drown entire cities. The very rivers and seas bent to his will, rising into a colossal sphere of crushing weight. His voice was calm, yet absolute. Jiang Chen controls a calamity, and according to the laws of Grand Xia, he must be executed. His gaze shifted to Gu Katian. And you, his tone hardened, you violated the rules, Katian. You sealed off the prodigy camp. You trapped the examiners. You protected someone wielding the forbidden. You've endangered the entire prodigy camp. The air grew impossibly heavy. Everyone looked up, watching in silent horror as the massive water sphere began its slow descent toward the camp. Among the generals, no one dared to move. Even though they were all powerful, this was different. Gu Katian and old Xiao Yuanshan weren't just strong. They were monsters among men. To choose a side now was to choose life or death. And so, they chose neutrality. Gu Katian's expression remained unshaken. Then, His voice cut through the weight of impending destruction. Jiang Chun, return. Then, he turned to Hong Yao. Control the flight path of the Tianjiao camp. Hong Yao's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, she raised both hands, her aura flaring. The Tianjiao camp trembled. Then, ever so slowly, it began to move away. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun spread his arms wide. A dense, poisonous mist surged outward, wrapping around Ji Gang and the others like an impenetrable cocoon. Stay inside, Jiang Chun said calmly. This barrier will only disappear once the battle ends. Ji Gang's brows furrowed. When did you cast this spell? Jiang Chun simply smirked. You can't break it, so don't bother trying. Above, the battlefield trembled. Gu Katan's sword gleamed, golden energy rippling from its edge. Across from him, old Xiao Yuanshan hovered effortlessly, his own sword resting lazily on his shoulder. Behind him, a massive water tornado roared like a living beast, churning violently. He shook his head, amusement flickering in his eyes. You really want to draw your sword against me? His lips curled into a smirk. I've surpassed the 8th level, and I wield over 10 forbidden water spells. His gaze sharpened. And you, he chuckled. You're just a man with a sword. Both warriors tensed, their auras colliding in the air. But, boom, before they could strike, a massive ice barrier erupted between them, halting their attacks. The sheer force of the frozen wall sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Both men instinctively pulled back, eyes narrowing. Above, a figure floated, General Duan. His fingers curled slightly, effortlessly controlling the ice. His voice was steady but urgent. Both of you, calm down. If you fight here, the camp will be destroyed. His tone grew heavier. And worse, Jiangnan itself will suffer. For everyone's sake, don't do this. Silence gripped the battlefield. Then, a cold, merciless voice echoed from the sky. No need for war. Jiang Chun and I will settle this with a duel. Heads turned. From the distance, a figure soared through the air, his body cloaked in a dark aura. Xiao Beihan. Alive. Duan's eyes widened in disbelief. You're alive? Xiao Beihan grinned, flexing his fingers. He lifted his right arm, the one Jiang Chun had severed. It was whole again. Duan's voice tightened. You regrew your arm? Xiao Beihan smirked. Someone like Jiang Chun took my arm. His grip tightened on his sword. But today, his gaze darkened. I'll be the one to take his head. Without another word, he shot forward, ready to strike. But Duan Fong raised a hand. Wait. Xiao Beihan halted, irritation flashing across his face. Duan Fong spoke calmly. For the good of the people, this should be settled between the young. His gaze swept over the battlefield. The older generation should not interfere. This is the best solution for both sides. Jiang Chun floated into the air, locking eyes with Xiao Beihan. He knew it, a one-on-one death match wouldn't be in his favor. So instead, he asked, what are your conditions? Xiao Beihan's smile widened. Smart boy. Then, with a smug expression, he laid out his terms. 1. Jiang Chun couldn't use Little Nine. 2. Jiang Chun couldn't use poison. Above them, old Xiao Yuanshan burst into laughter. As expected of my grandson. His voice boomed across the battlefield. This duel is for the peace of Jiangnan and the well-being of the people. But before anyone could nod in agreement, Xing, Gu Katian's sword unsheathed in an instant, golden energy flaring from its blade. His eyes were sharp, aggressive. Pointing his sword directly at Xiao Yuanshan, he scoffed. Stop talking nonsense. His killing intent surged. Standing on your high moral ground doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. His voice turned razor sharp. If you have the guts, stop harassing the kids and fight me instead. The tension reached its breaking point, but just before Gu Katian could charge forward, Jiang Chun grabbed his arm. Wait. Gu Katian turned, his sharp gaze locking onto Jiang Chun. His eyes narrowed. Jiang Chun smiled. We can't let them think we're just brutes. He jabbed a thumb at himself, confidence radiating from his stance. I don't need calamity to win. His grin widened. I have another way to deal with him. Xiao Beihan's smirk faltered for just a second. His amusement flickered. Oh, his gaze darkened. What other way do you have? Jiang Chen's eyes shifted toward Gu Katian. You said before, you'd teach me a secret technique. Silence. Gu Katian's entire body tensed. A secret technique? Nearby, Hong Yao almost choked on air. Her expression turned into one of pure disbelief. You're joking, right? She face-palmed, shaking her head. It took me over 10 years to learn that technique. She spun toward Ji Gang. You still haven't mastered it. Meanwhile, Xiao Beihan let out a roaring laugh. Let me guess. You want me to wait 10 years while you learn it? Jiang Chen's smirk remained unfazed. Nah, 5 minutes is enough. Silence. Then, Duan Fong snapped. You little. The sword style isn't something that can be learned in 5 minutes. Xiao Beihan's laughter only grew louder. But across from him, old Xiao Yuanshan remained silent. Jiang Chen stepped forward. He reached for Gu Katian's sword, gripping its hilt. With his other hand, he clenched his fist tightly. Then he smirked. Teach me. Gu Katian didn't move. His eyes locked onto Jiang Chen. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, the sword hummed. A powerful resonance vibrated through the air. Gu Katian's gaze shifted. This feeling, his grip tightened around the sword. Somehow, Jiang Chen had awakened the resonance of the heart of the sword. Inside the void of space, Gu Katian lowered his gaze. Jiang Chen leaned in slightly, whispering, "Trust me." Gu Katian stared at the ground. For a long time, he was silent. Then, his head lifted. His eyes met old Xiao Yuanshan's. His voice was calm, resolute. "Show me what you can do." Jiang Chen smiled. With Gu Katian's approval, the death match was set. Duan Fong raised a hand to the sky. A massive energy wave erupted, shaking the heavens. He clenched his fingers, and from the depths of the sea, a small island began to rise. The floating island ascended, stopping at the very center of the battlefield. Duan Fong moved once more, and a transparent barrier formed around it. No interference. No escape. Xiao Beihan landed on the combat platform, arrogance dripping from his posture. His smirk widened. This time, Jiang Chen wouldn't have his 9 miasma wings. This time, he would crush him in front of everyone. The battlefield was moments away from erupting. Outside the barrier, a violent impact slammed against the protective field, yet not a single crack formed. The attacker? Ji Gang. His sword flashed, unleashing a relentless flurry of devastating strikes, each one powerful enough to shatter mountains. Yet none could break through. His rage exploded. "Jiang Chen," he roared. "Do not fight him." His eyes burned with fury and guilt. This was his fault. If he had never let Jiang Chen enter the camp, none of this would be happening. His hands trembled as he struck the barrier again and again. "How could you let this happen, master?" Beside him, Duan Fong frowned, confused by Ji Gang's reaction. "The master doesn't make decisions without thinking," he said firmly. "Don't doubt him now." Inside the barrier, Gu Katian slowly unsheathed his sword. Holding it with both hands, he lifted the blade toward the sky, golden light radiating from its edge. His voice was calm, yet filled with unshakable resolve. "Jiang Chen, remember, the sword of heaven is the sword of will. You must not think. You must feel. You must let the sword guide you." Jiang Chen's gaze locked onto the blade. For a moment, he was silent. Then, he heard it, the sword's whisper. Gu Katian took a deep breath, bringing the sword closer to his face, his eyes turning razor-sharp. "Watch carefully." Then, boom, he swung his sword. A blinding golden slash erupted, tearing through the sky at unimaginable speed. The attack shot toward Xiao Yuanshan. Xiao Yuanshan's expression darkened. "So he's attacking first?" Without hesitation, he drew his own sword, pointing it toward the heavens. A crimson aura erupted around him, pulsing with overwhelming energy. Total defense. He stood firm, ready to block the incoming attack. But it never came. The golden slash missed. It passed right by his side. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes widened. "What?" Duan Fong, watching from afar, broke into a cold sweat. His heart pounded violently in his chest. This makes no sense. This was supposed to be a duel between Jiang Chen and Xiao Beihan. Then why was Gu Katian attacking? Above them, hidden in the sky, something stirred. A barrier shattered, and from within, a monstrous presence emerged. A giant dragon. The golden slash slammed into its massive tail, slicing in half. The severed tail plummeted to the ground, crashing with a thunderous impact. The dragon's roar shook the heavens. Its colossal eyes blazed with murderous fury as they locked onto Gu Katian. "You bastard!" It let out a deafening roar. Then, its body vanished into a crack in space. But its final words lingered in the air. "I will return for you." The battlefield was left in stunned silence. This was supposed to be a duel between Jiang Chen and Xiao Beihan. Yet Gu Katian was the first to attack. Duan Fong's fists clenched tightly. This wasn't part of the deal. The master swordsman rested his blade on his shoulder, his expression unreadable. "That dragon was after the 9 miasma wings," he stated calmly. "It's an 8th-grade beast, only half as strong as the wings themselves." Xiao Yuanshan's eyes narrowed as understanding settled in. This old thief, he had been ahead of them all along. Gu Katian turned, exhaling slowly before letting out a booming laugh. His gaze fell on Jiang Chen. "Well, wasn't it impressive to see your master wield his sword for the first time?" Jiang Chen stepped forward, his fists clenched, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "It was incredible." Gu Katian smirked. "So what did you learn?" Jiang Chen didn't answer immediately. Instead, he extended a hand toward the ground. A soft green energy flickered to life. A root shot forward, weaving toward Ji-gang. Ji-gang flinched at first, but soon understood. With a sigh, he handed over his sword. The root coiled around the blade, pulling it toward Jiang Chen's waiting grip. He grasped it firmly, a small smile forming. Gu Katian frowned. Why not use my sword? Jiang Chen grinned. Soon you'll understand. Then, without hesitation, he leaped onto the combat platform. His stance, his aura, everything mirrored his master's posture. Gu Katan raised a brow, amusement flickering in his eyes. This kid is seriously trying to copy me? From the sky, Hong Yao descended onto the island, her expression filled with worry. She clenched her fists tightly. How can Master allow this? Her voice shook with frustration. This is the same as sending Jiang Chun to his death. Her gaze flickered toward Duan Fong, who still stood motionless, watching it all unfold. He was benefiting from this, but doing nothing? She gritted her teeth. What kind of so-called invincible just stood by and watched? Her heart pounded. She couldn't let this happen. She made up her mind. She was taking Jiang Chen away, whether he wanted to go or not. Gu Katian stood with his arms crossed, silently observing Jiang Chun. His gaze remained steady, lost in thought. Beside him, Hong Yao had made up her mind. She was going to intervene. But, just as she was about to move, her body froze. Her eyes widened in shock. She couldn't move. What's happening to me? An unseen force locked her in place. Gu Katian's calm voice sliced through her rising panic. In this arena of life and death, only Jiang Chun and Xiao Beihan may enter. His expression was firm, unyielding. No one else. Hong Yao's heart pounded. She had underestimated the power of an invincible being. This wasn't just any battlefield. The energy sealing the arena was absolute. She had no way to break through. Her fists clenched in frustration. Regret flickered in her eyes. She had spoken ill of Master, and now she understood. Gu Katian's voice remained steady. Jiang Chun does not seek war. He turned to her, his tone unwavering. He does not want to see Jiang reduced to ruins. Hong Yao whipped her head toward him. Then why? Her voice trembled with frustration. Why must Jiang Chun risk his life for the sake of others? Gu Katian met her gaze without hesitation. Because, he said, Jiang Chun is not going to die. Hong Yao's breath caught. What? A smirk tugged at the corner of Gu Katian's lips. I just taught him how to use the celestial sword. On the combat platform, both Jiang Chun and Xiao Beihan raised their swords. Xiao Beihan burst into laughter, shaking his head. That old man is insane. His sneer returned, his eyes brimming with disdain. Does he really think you can master the celestial sword just by watching? His voice dripped with mockery. You're just trash. Jiang Chun remained unfazed. His grip on his sword tightened as golden energy swirled around him. A confident smile played on his lips. Then let's see if trash can teach you a lesson. Xiao Beihan's smirk vanished. His fingers curled into a fist, and a suffocating, malevolent aura erupted around him. His eyes burned with hatred. If you're not using the 9 miasma wings, he growled, then let's see if you can survive me. From the sidelines, Bei Feng turned to Jiang Wushuang. Who do you think will win? Jiang Wushuang's expression was unreadable. If Jiang Chun uses the poisonous mist, he'll win. Bei Feng narrowed his eyes. But according to the rules, he can't use it. Jiang Wushuang exhaled slowly. Then he'll die. Xiao Beihan has already tasted defeat once, and he came back stronger. His gaze darkened. His entire heart is now consumed by martial arts. He won't stop until Jiang Chun is dead. Xiao Beihan's sword pulsed with green energy, its aura menacing. This was no ordinary weapon. It ranked 20th among the divine weapons of Great Xia. Jiang Chun held his sword close to his face, settling into an offensive stance. Across from him, Xiao Beihan pointed his blade forward, his smirk returning with renewed arrogance. At least you have initiative, he said, twirling his sword. His voice dripped with mockery. Dying under the glow of the moon with that broken sword of yours will be an honor. Jiang Chun met his gaze, smirking. Enough talking. He raised his sword to the sky, and a deep purple energy erupted from the blade. His free hand stretched forward as he called out, his voice ringing through the battlefield. Master, watch closely. If I make a mistake, correct me. Gu Katian's brow lifted slightly. Was this brat serious? Jiang Chun channeled his strength then. Slash! A colossal wave of energy tore through the air, surging straight toward Xiao Beihan. The sheer force of the attack sent shockwaves rippling through the arena. A blinding light filled the battlefield as the onlookers instinctively shielded their faces. It burned. It cut deep. But it wasn't a physical attack. It targeted the soul. In a flash, Hong Yao appeared. With a swift motion, she summoned a red barrier around the weaker spectators. Her voice rang out urgently. Those with weak souls, close your eyes. Even she struggled to comprehend what she was witnessing. How does little Jiang Chun have this much power? For once, even Gu Katian's usual smirk faded. Though his arms remained crossed, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. He actually learned it, but his focus sharpened. The sword of humanity could only attack the soul, and Xiao Beihan was from the Xiao family, a family legendary for its unparalleled soul defenses. For a split second, Xiao Beihan's expression flickered with shock. Then he moved. With impeccable precision, his sword flashed. Clang! He deflected the attack with ease, letting out a loud, mocking laugh. This is the legendary Sky Sword? He sneered, his lips curling into a taunting grin. It's nothing, just an attack that tickles the soul. He tightened his grip on his sword. You must have forgotten, his voice turned cold. The Xiao family specializes in soul power. Against me, this move is worthless. Xiao Beihan's aura surged, and behind him, a golden moon materialized, casting its glow across the battlefield. His voice thundered. Star and moon cut. With a single slash, a massive golden arc of energy shot toward Jiang Chun. He ran a finger along the blade of his sword, his grin widening. That was just a warm-up. He adjusted his stance, eyes darkening with pure hatred. This second strike, his voice was laced with malice, will not be aimed at your soul. Jiang Chun's eyes sharpened. His stance shifted. Then, boom, his sword cleaved downward. Earth knife, a mighty energy slash surged forward, colliding head-on with Xiao Beihan's golden moon. Crack! The moon split in half. And in the same instant, Xiao Beihan staggered back, blood spilling from his chest. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief. How? The energy wave hadn't just shattered the moon. It had cut through the arena itself. Duan Fong, still keeping the island afloat with his powers, felt the tremors instantly. His face lost color. This arena, it's going to explode. The seawater rose unnaturally, swirling in the air. Sweat trickled down his brow as he clenched his fists. The second-level cultivator did this? His voice carried disbelief. Then his eyes sharpened. This was turning dangerous. I need to reinforce the battlefield. Raising both hands, he channeled his energy. The island trembled once more. Jiang Chun's attack tore through the air, surging straight at Xiao Beihan. But Xiao Beihan was ready. With a roar, he plunged his sword into the ground, summoning a golden barrier around himself. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. Gritting his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, Xiao Beihan exhaled sharply. If he hadn't blocked that, he would be dead. His eyes flared with fury. Then he spoke. One must lift their head and look toward the northwest, where the floating clouds rest. His fingers tightened around his sword. One must lean on the blade that stretches 1,000 miles. Power erupted from his body as he activated a forbidden spell, the maximum essence. A violent surge of energy burst forth, shaking the battlefield. Suddenly, across the entire arena, every sword began to tremble. Whoosh! The weapons shot into the sky, ripped away from their owners' grasps. Cries of shock echoed through the crowd. What's happening? Some tried to summon their blades back, but none obeyed. Xiao Beihan's laughter rang through the battlefield. High above, the sky darkened. A storm of swords filled the heavens, each radiating an overwhelming aura. Still gripping his blade, Xiao Beihan unleashed a divine weapon technique. Soul Moon. At his command, the sword shifted, aiming straight for Jiang Chun. Then like a relentless downpour, they began to fall. A sky full of blades. Jiang Chun's grip tightened on his weapon, his stance unwavering. He had no idea what kind of attack this was. But he knew one thing. Xiao Beihan meant to kill him. Watching from above, Xiao Beihan smirked. This was it. Jiang Chun's death was certain. Meanwhile, Duan Fong's expression darkened as he struggled to keep the arena from collapsing. His hand trembled, sweat running down his face. These two, they're insane. If this continued, the entire battlefield would crumble. He shot a sharp glance at his subordinates. Reinforce the battlefield now. Without hesitation, two cultivators beside him channeled their energy, stabilizing the crumbling space. Xiao Beihan's eyes gleamed with triumph. It's over, he declared. But Jiang Chun simply smiled, a cold, confident smile. His fingers tightened around his sword. Why do you underestimate me? Then he moved. His blade flashed through the air. Curse cutter. A golden arc of energy erupted forward, slashing through the sky. Boom. The attack collided with the falling swords, unleashing a massive explosion. A blinding light swallowed the battlefield. Xiao Beihan's face twisted in horror. His attack was falling apart. And then, so was he. His body trembled violently as cracks spread across his skin. His eyes widened in sheer terror. No, this can't be happening. He reached out desperately, only to watch his fingers crumble into dust. His legs disintegrated, his torso following soon after. How are you this strong? His voice wavered, filled with disbelief. Jiang Chun remained silent. Xiao Beihan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. And then, he was gone, his body turning to ashes, carried away by the wind. The once arrogant warrior had been erased from existence. Above the battlefield, Xiao Yuanshan, who had been watching closely, felt a chill run through his veins. His grandson, massacred, gone. His hands clenched, trembling not just with fury, but for the first time in his life with fear. Meanwhile, Ji Gang dropped to his knees, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was the dream he had chased his entire youth. And yet, Jiang Chun had reached it in mere minutes. The elites who had witnessed the battle were left shaken. Hong Yao, usually confident and composed, could only stand frozen. Her entire body trembled, sweat trailing down her face. 5 minutes, she whispered. He learned the celestial sword in 5 minutes. Her fists clenched tightly. This wasn't normal. This wasn't human. Gu Katian let out a low chuckle. His expression remained unreadable, but his fist remained clenched. His energy still isn't enough, he admitted, but a flicker of admiration passed through his eyes. He didn't just learn the techniques, he improved them. Ji Gang had spent years training and failed. Jiang Chun? 5 minutes. Jiang Wushuang exhaled sharply, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chun. A storm of emotions swirled inside him. Excitement and fear clashing together. This guy, he muttered. He's a monster. The thought of someone like Jiang Chun as an enemy. It was terrifying. Bay foam covered his mouth, his breathing uneven. Sweat dripped from his forehead. This wasn't just talent. This was insanity. Tang Ying lifted a trembling hand to her forehead, still in shock. She had seen many geniuses before, but Jiang Chun, he was in a realm of his own. On the other side, Luo Sandao and Mu Hanqiu clung to each other, tears streaming down their faces. He won. He's really that strong. The battlefield itself had changed. Jiang Chen's final attack had torn a massive gash through the island. The destruction stretched from one end to the other, leaving the land scarred and broken. High above, 2 figures hovered in the sky, watching everything unfold. They stood effortlessly in the air, their presences overwhelming. The first, a black-haired man, observed with keen amusement. His eyes gleamed as he studied Jiang Chun. Interesting, he mused. The disciple of the Celestial Sword King is quite something. A smirk tugged at his lips. Don't kill him yet. I want to use him as a stepping stone for prodigy. Beside him, a man with fiery orange hair merely shook his head, his tone casual. I never came here to kill Jiang Chun in the first place. The black-haired man kept his hands behind his back, his smirk deepening. His presence alone radiated a crushing force, one that could make even the strongest hesitate. This man was an invincible being, the god of the sword, Ji Lingxiu. His eyes locked onto Jiang Chun, his smirk widening. Even if I don't act, his gaze flickered with intrigue. Things are about to get interesting. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuanshan burned with rage. He would not stand by and do nothing. His grandson was dead, and Jiang Chun had to pay. Just as he prepared to strike, a monstrous energy erupted, surging across the battlefield. The air grew unbearably heavy. Xiao Yuanshan's instinct screamed, danger. His body tensed. He recognized this presence. The god of war, Jiang Xuanji. Beside Ji Lingxiu stood another invincible being, a man with fiery orange hair. The god of martial arts, Jiang Xuanji. He turned to Xiao Yuanshan, his tone calm but unshakable. Ji Lingxiu is right, he said. You shouldn't interfere. Xiao Yuanshan's hands clenched into fists. His mind screamed for vengeance. But Jiang Xuanji's energy only grew stronger. Then, he spoke again, his voice carrying absolute authority. If you wager your life in a death match, you must be prepared to die. Xiao Yuanshan's rage faltered. His heart sank. He knew Xuanji was right, but still, he couldn't accept it. At that moment, Jiang Chen moved. Gripping his sword, he leapt into the air. His voice rang out across the battlefield. I have a 4th technique. Get ready. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes narrowed. What? Gu Katian's face paled in alarm. Stop, he shouted. Don't be reckless. Hong Yao covered her mouth, frozen with fear. Jiang Chen had just drawn his sword against Xiao Yuanshan. Against a general. Against a legend. Jiang Xuanji, still standing with his arms crossed, raised a brow. That kid is insane. Messing with a tiger's whiskers is the same as seeking death. Ji Lingxiu, however, closed his eyes and smirked. There's no saving him now. Xiao Yuanshan's expression darkened. With slow, deliberate movements, he unsheathed his sword. His power surged, sending the sea beneath him rising into a massive wave. You dare to raise your sword against me? His voice dripped with killing intent. This is a joke. His eyes flashed with disdain. A mere 2nd-level insect challenging me? He lifted his blade, ready to end this farce. But Jiang Chen didn't flinch. His grip tightened. A violent aura exploded around him, making the very air tremble. His sword overflowed with power. Then he struck. Celestial sword technique. Defend justice, expel evil. Uppercut. With all his might, Jiang Chun unleashed 2 devastating slashes. The attacks roared toward Xiao Yuanshan like divine judgment. Then he stood still. His move had been made. Now, the world would witness the result. The battlefield fell silent. Every eye was locked onto the clash. The weight of the moment hung thick in the air. Jiang Wushuang was the first to react. His breath caught in his throat. His eyes widened in pure disbelief. He's insane. Jiang Qin's attack wasn't just strong. It was monstrous. That blow. It's comparable to a full-powered strike from a level 5 Sea King or Mountain King. Even Bang, normally unfazed, froze in place. His voice shook. He's throwing his life away. Tang Ying remained silent, sweat trickling down her forehead. Her voice was barely above a whisper. If this were the city of 10,000 demons, she swallowed hard. That monkey would have devoured him alive. Xiao Yuanshan's lips curled into a smirk. His fists clenched, and with a simple motion, he commanded the water around him. The sky twisted as countless droplets floated midair, suspended in unnatural stillness. His voice remained eerily calm, but his confidence was absolute. Even your master is no match for me. His smirk deepened. And you, he scoffed. You don't stand a chance. Then, he snapped his fingers. The water surged forward, forming a massive, impenetrable wall. Jiang Qin's attack slammed into it, completely blocked. Or so it seemed. Xiao Yuanshan lowered his arm, smug satisfaction spreading across his face. Pathetic, but then, his expression froze. Something was wrong. His instincts flared in alarm. He looked up, and his heart stopped. The sky swarmed with insects. Thousands. Millions. Descending like a living storm. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes widened. The 9 miasma wings. Jiang Qin smirked. His voice was cold. Ruthless. Did you really think I was trying to defeat you with a sword? The earlier attack, it had only been a distraction. Now that I'm no longer in the arena, he lifted his hand. There are no rules stopping me from using my real power. Xiao Yuanshan threw up his arm in defense, his breathing quick and uneven. This wasn't part of the plan. Jiang Qin's fist clenched. His grin turned wicked. Explode. Boom. The first wave of insects detonated. Xiao Yuanshan barely had time to react. Boom. 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 A chain reaction of massive explosions tore through the sky, fire and destruction consuming everything in sight. Duan Fong and the others didn't hesitate. They turned and ran. Run. The sky itself was collapsing. The sheer force of the explosions was beyond comprehension. Trapped in the chaos, Xiao Yuanshan's eyes burned with fury. He activated his power, his aura surging. The fire turned into blood. His gaze locked onto Jiang Qin, filled with raw, murderous rage. I'll kill you. There would be no more mercy. Jiang Qin had pushed him too far. Now he would end him. You think you can challenge me and live? His voice was laced with venom. Raising his hand, a dark red aura pulsed violently around him. Then, curse of water, blood explosion. Boom. A massive wave of blood erupted forward, slamming into Jiang Qin's chest. He staggered, eyes widening in shock. Then, the blood twisted, forming a barrier around him, trapping him. Jiang Qin's brows furrowed. What is this? Then suddenly, pain. Unbearable pain. His blood began seeping out, his eyes, his nose, his ears, even from beneath his fingernails. Jiang Qin stared at his trembling hands. His pupils shrank in horror. Xiao Yuanshan was controlling his blood. And worse, it wasn't stopping. The barrier thickened, draining more and more from his body. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth. His vision blurred. His strength faded. He was dying. As the smoke from the insect explosions cleared, Xiao Yuanshan's figure emerged, untouched. His cold, murderous gaze locked onto Jiang Qin. The air grew thick with killing intent. Clenching his fist, he spoke in a chilling voice. Compressed blood. Boom. Jiang Qin's body convulsed violently as his blood erupted from his eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and nails, gushing out like pressurized streams. His limbs trembled, his consciousness flickering. Panic. Pure, unfiltered panic. This was bad. Really bad. Ji Gang's fist slammed against the barrier, trapping Jiang Qin. Stop. His voice cracked with desperation. Regret burned in his eyes. This was his fault. If he hadn't allowed Jiang Qin into Prodigy Camp, this never would have happened. But it was too late. The barrier wouldn't budge, and he couldn't reach him. Jiang Qin was alone. Then, 2 figures moved. Hong Yao and Gu Katian sprang into action, weapons drawn, their eyes filled with determination. They wouldn't let Jiang Qin die. Not today. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu followed, fear replaced by courage. Without hesitation, they charged forward, ready to fight. But, whip, pure energy lashed out, wrapping around their waists. In an instant, they were yanked back, their momentum crushed. They struggled, but the force was unbreakable. Their bodies were dragged away, landing hard on the floating island. Confused, they looked around, until their eyes landed on a man with pink hair. He stood calmly, hands on his hips. His voice was flat, but firm. Rushing him like that is just suicide. Beside him, another man, the one who had summoned the energy ropes, remained silent. The battlefield grew tense. Jiang Qin was on the brink of death. And now, only a miracle could save him. Luo Sandao crashed to the ground, landing hard. She lifted her head, and her breath caught in her throat. The gray-haired man standing before her, her father. Beside her, Mu Hanxiu, who had also been thrown back, turned and froze. The other man, her grandfather. Mu Hanxiu's heart pounded. She scrambled to her feet, desperation in her voice. Grandfather, she pleaded, please save Jiang Qin. Luo Sandao wasn't far behind. She stood up, turning to her father, her tone sharp. Do we have any treasure that can save him? Luo Sandao's father remained calm, his voice steady. No. His answer hit like a hammer. Mu Hancho's grandfather let out a heavy sigh. His gaze darkened. The forbidden curse of blood explosion. His voice was grim. Once it takes hold, there's nothing left to do but wait for death. Mu Hancho's face drained of color. Her body shook. Luo Sandao bit her lip, her fists clenched tight. Their only hope was Gu Katian and the others. But even they could only try to negotiate. And Xiao Yuanshan? He wasn't going to listen. Not after Jiang Shun had killed both of his grandsons. High above, Xiao Yuanshan hovered, his fist clenched. He continued draining Jiang Chen's blood, a cruel satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, Gu Katian appeared. His sword was drawn, his voice firm. Stop! Hong Yao was right beside him, seething with fury. You old bastard, she shouted. Undo the spell now. But Xiao Yuanshan's expression remained cold. A cruel smile crossed his lips. It's too late. He gestured toward Jiang Chun, who was barely clinging to life, his body on the verge of collapse. He's about to explode. A sigh of relief escaped Xiao Yuanshan's lips. Finally, I can avenge my grandsons. Seeing that words were useless, Gu Katian struck. Slash! A golden arc of sword energy tore through the air, cutting straight for Xiao Yuanshan. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes narrowed, seeking death. Hong Yao followed immediately, her sword flashing as she unleashed. Blade that opens the sky. A devastating slash hurtled toward Xiao Yuanshan. Boom! With a single, effortless motion, he raised his hand. A massive water barrier materialized. Flow that softens the heart. The barrier absorbed both attacks with ease. Gu Katian gritted his teeth. Damn it, Xiao Yuanshan smirked. Your sword is impressive, he admitted. But do you really think it can rival me? Gu Katian wiped the sweat from his brow. Then he smirked. Let's see how many more attacks you can block. Hong Yao's grip tightened on her sword. A powerful orange energy flared around the blade, crackling like fire. Her gaze burned with determination. She inhaled deeply and whispered, Fine, then we'll just smash this guy to pieces. Together. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun screamed in agony. His hands clutched his head, his body convulsing violently. His blood draining away. The energy barrier shrank further, tightening around him like a coffin. Xiao Yuanshan watched, his smirk widening. His voice dripped with mockery. What's wrong, Gu Katian? His tone was filled with cruel amusement. Aren't you going to say your last goodbye to your beloved apprentice? Then, his fist clenched. Blood explosion. Boom. The barrier compressed violently. Jiang Chen's body swelled. Until a massive explosion shattered the sky. The battlefield felt eerily still. A thick curtain of smoke swallowed everything. For a moment, there was no sound. Then, Uncle Ji Gang collapsed to his knees. Tears streamed down his face. His hands trembled. His student, his disciple, his family, gone. Hong Yao's vision blurred with tears. Her shoulders trembled, even though she hadn't known Jiang Chun for long. He had become like a little brother to her. Gu Katian stood motionless, his eyes empty. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanchio stared in horror. Mu Hanchio's voice broke. No, this is a joke. Luo Sandao shook her head violently. Right, Jiang Chun always jokes. Her voice wavered. This isn't real. Above them, Xiao Yuanshan threw his head back and laughed like a madman. Beihan, Grandpa has avenged you. His laughter echoed through the battlefield, triumphant and unrestrained. Pure, unfiltered joy. The final victory over his greatest enemy. Gu Katian gripped his sword tightly, relishing the moment. But before he could strike, a chilling, killing intent filled the air. His eyes burned with fury as his body blurred into motion, dashing toward Xiao Yuanshan with his sword raised. Even if today was his last, he would make sure to take this man down with him. Right behind him, Hong Yao moved swiftly, refusing to let her master fight alone. If Jiang Chun had truly fallen, then they would drag Xiao Yuanshan to the grave along with them. Duan Fang's face turned pale, his heart pounding with dread. This is bad. This is very bad, he muttered. If the battle continued, the entire southern region of the Ji River would be caught in the destruction. Turning to Jiang Xinji, the god of war, he spoke with urgency. If you don't step in now, this will turn into a massacre. Jiang Xuanji's gaze darkened, his muscles tensing. Duan Fang was right. If this battle spiraled further out of control, all of Great Xia would feel its tremors. Gu Katian and Hong Yao surged forward, their weapons brimming with lethal intent. Xiao Yuanshan braced himself, his grip on his sword tightening. But just as they were about to collide, boom, a sudden burst of force erupted between them, locking their bodies in place. They were frozen where they stood. Hong Yao trembled, struggling against the overwhelming force, while Gu Katian remained still, his expression unreadable. Xiao Yuanshan's face darkened, fingers clenching around his sword hilt. Above them, Jiang Xianji watched with an unwavering gaze. His voice was calm, yet absolute. If you seek a decisive battle, this is not the place. But before anyone could react, a thick, poisonous mist began to swirl through the battlefield. From within the haze, a voice echoed, chilling and familiar. No one is allowed to interfere. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes widened as he spun around, his mind racing. That voice. It couldn't be. He had seen Jiang Chun die with his own eyes. Yet, as the mist dissipated, the impossible stood before him. Jiang Chun, alive and unharmed. His cold, piercing gaze met Xiao Yuanshan's, making the older man's face twist in shock. Impossible. He breathed. Gu Katian and Hong Yao stood frozen, struggling to comprehend what they were seeing. Had Jiang Chun truly survived? He smirked, crossing his arms. Did you really think it would be that easy to kill me, old man? His voice was laced with amusement. I have more tricks up my sleeve than you could ever imagine. Xiao Yuanshan's breath hitched, his hands trembling around his sword. This was unnatural. From the sidelines, Bei Feng broke into a cold sweat, his mind spinning with questions. Jiang Wushuang stood motionless, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had seen death firsthand, yet Jiang Chun was here, standing before them. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu collapsed to their knees, clinging to each other, tears streaming down their faces. He really was joking, they sobbed. Meanwhile, Chu Belang, who had remained silent, suddenly understood. His voice was low, yet firm. That's the aura of the dead. His gaze darkened. It's the effect of the undead metal. Xiao Ke's eyes lit up with sudden realization. Clenching her fists, she broke into a triumphant smile. That's it, she exclaimed. The undead metal we found in the village of the dead. It has an incredible effect. Now, everything fell into place. Jiang Chun hadn't just survived. He had been reborn. Jiang Chun raised his hand toward the sky, and a thick poisonous mist spread like an ominous storm. Since you failed to kill me, he said coldly. It's my turn. With a simple command, he unleashed his swarm. Hundreds of thousands of insects burst from his body, blotting out the sky. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes widened in horror. This wasn't just an attack. It was a calamity. Above, Ji Lingxiu observed with his hands behind his back. The number of insects is absurd, he murmured. Jiang Xinji, the god of war, narrowed his eyes. Didn't this boy just change jobs? His lips curled into a smirk. How'd he raise so many insects so quickly? He chuckled. Underestimated him. Ji Lingxiu's gaze flickered. So, you've made your decision? Xianji didn't reply. He simply watched. Xiao Yuanshan couldn't afford to hesitate. His body surged with power, releasing an energy wave to repel the insects. But before he could strike, Xianji moved first. A crushing force locked Xiao Yuanshan's body in place before he could unleash his power. He struggled, rage twisting his voice. God of war, why are you interfering? Jiang Qin's eyes gleamed. Don't waste my time. He waved his hand, and the insects swarmed forward. Explosions erupted around Xiao Yuanshan, the sky igniting with fire and destruction. Mu Hanxiu watched in disbelief. This doesn't make sense. Why would the god of war help Jiang Chun? Her grandfather simply smiled. Because the answer is simple. Jiang Chun raised his hand again. The insects moved as one, an unstoppable tide. Her grandfather continued. Most people burdened by calamity hide in fear. They avoid challenging the invincible. But Jiang Chun? He's different. In such a short time, he created an army of hundreds of thousands of insects. His eyes darkened. His talent is unmatched. He doesn't just break the rules. He makes his own. Mu Hanxiu's breath caught. This wasn't recklessness. It was a declaration. Jiang Chun was forcing the world to recognize him. The battlefield erupted in chaos. Xiao Yuanshan was engulfed by flames, his screams echoing through the sky. His body twisted in agony, but his eyes burned with madness. All of you must die. Da Xiao deserves death. Jiang Qin's lips curled into a wicked grin. Not so tough now, are you? Xiao Yuanshan roared in fury. Don't think you've won. His soul trembled. He still had one last ace. Clenching his fists, he activated the forbidden spell, the power of the divine soul. A terrifying shockwave shattered the battlefield. Jiang Xuanji's eyes narrowed. Jiang Qin's insects screeched as the illusion cracked. Xiao Yuanshan's body flickered as the forbidden spell took effect. He was breaking free. Jiang Chun hovered above, his eyes widening. He survived? A chill ran through him. The battle was far from over. Below, Xiao Yuanshan landed with a thunderous impact, his sword gleaming with lethal intent. His face twisted with rage and hatred as he roared. Prepare to die, Jiang Chun. Jiang instinctively raised his arm, his mind racing. How had he broken free from the god of war's seal? There was no time to analyze it. Xiao Yuanshan was closing in fast, his killing intent sharper than ever. But then, a brilliant blue flash cut through the air. Before Xiao Yuanshan could strike, a streak of pure energy pierced straight through his chest. His body jerked violently. Blood gushed from his lips as shock overtook his rage. His gaze flickered downward. An ethereal arrow had impaled him, locking him in place. From a distance, a voice rang out, calm yet absolute. "It's over." The air trembled as a new presence made itself known. The invincible sword god stood tall, radiating an overwhelming aura of authority. His gaze bore into Xiao Yuanshan, cold and unyielding. "Move even an inch," he said, his voice edged with finality, "and your head will roll. Your soul will be erased from existence." Xiao Yuanshan's mind reeled. Even Ji Lingxiu is against me? He had never anticipated this betrayal. High above, Jiang Chun had remained silent, observing the shift in battle. But as realization dawned, a ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. This was his moment. His victory was within reach. Without hesitation, he raised his hand once more. The sky darkened as another wave of insects surged forward. Xiao Yuanshan, now mortally wounded and immobilized, could do nothing but watch as the swarm closed in. Jiang Chen's voice was quiet, yet merciless. "Explode." The battlefield shook as, one by one, the insects detonated. The sky ignited with an unending chain of destruction. Xiao Yuanshan's screams tore through the battlefield, raw and filled with agony. The pain was unbearable, his once mighty body being shredded apart by endless explosions. He couldn't believe it. He, General Xiao Yuanshan, the pillar of Daxia, the warrior who had crushed rebellions, led countless battles, and even fought against the order of the ancient gods, was being devoured by mere insects. His cries gradually faded into the deafening roar of destruction. Bit by bit, his body was consumed, his powers stripped away, his very existence crumbling into nothing. His legacy, his pride, reduced to dust. A few moments later, Jiang Chun signaled for the attacks to stop. The battlefield fell into eerie silence, the air thick with smoke and the stench of blood. What remained of Xiao Yuanshan was barely human. His limbs had been devoured, his once formidable body broken, and a massive hole gaped in his chest where Ji Lingxiu's attack had struck. His shattered form slumped forward, falling to his knees. For a long moment, he simply stared at the ground, his hollow gaze lost in the dirt beneath him. Then, slowly, he lifted his head to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. His voice was weak, rasping. "Are you really going to kill an old man like me?" Jiang Chun floated down, his feet touching the charred earth as poisonous mist curled around his fingers. He let out a cold laugh. "Your body's already gone. The only thing left is your soul. And after everything you've done, you still ask such a ridiculous question?" Xiao Yuanshan remained kneeling, lowering his head. His breath was ragged, his desperate eyes flickering with something that almost resembled regret. I was wrong. The Xiao family was wrong. If you spare me, I will compensate you for everything." Jiang Chun tilted his head, amused. How quickly men begged when death was at their doorstep. But instead of answering, he turned to his companions, Hong Yao, Gu Katian, and Ji Gang, his smirk playful. "What do you guys think?" The question stunned them. Sparing the very man who had tried to kill him, who had slaughtered countless innocents. Even Jiang Xianji, who had remained silent until now, furrowed her brows. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuanshan, still kneeling, turned his gaze toward the heavens. His voice was hoarse, desperate. "War God," he called out, "if you save me, I swear, I will go to the abyss and fight until my last breath." Jiang Xianji hovered above, arms crossed, considering his words. Xiao Yuanshan wasn't just a noble. He was the general of the war district of Jiangnan. His status alone made his offer worth considering. Stepping forward, Jiang Xuanji's voice was firm, absolute. "Then answer me this. Are you willing to admit your guilt? The Xiao family has oppressed the market, seized property by force, and trampled countless innocent lives underfoot. Do you take responsibility for all of it?" Xiao Yuanshan's eyes darted between them. He could sense it, an opportunity. If admitting guilt meant survival, then so be it. Without hesitation, he nodded frantically. "Yes, I admit to everything." Jiang Xianji and the others exchanged glances before he spoke again, his voice firm and unwavering. "Given your past service to Daxia, a balance must be struck. Your family's properties will be confiscated, and you." His gaze hardened. "You will be exiled to the abyss as a vanguard soldier. You'll fight on the front lines until the day you die. No escape, no mercy." Xiao Yuanshan's already broken body trembled. Terror flickered in his eyes, but deep down, he knew there was no other choice. Clenching his teeth, he gave a slow, reluctant nod. "I accept." Jiang Chun wasted no time. Lifting his hand, he pointed a single finger at Xiao Yuanshan. A golden light flared at his fingertip, condensing into a brilliant spear of energy. Soul Seal. The energy shot forward, piercing straight into Xiao Yuanshan's back. His body arched violently as an agonized scream tore from his throat. The seal branded itself deep into his soul, ensuring that if he ever tried to flee, his very essence would shatter into nothingness. A moment later, his consciousness faded, and his body crumpled to the ground. Jiang Chun stood over him, watching in silence. Even now he was surprised. This was one of Great Xia's so-called invincibles, yet in the end, all it had taken was an illusion to bring him to his knees. With the Xiao family's threat eliminated, Jiang Chun turned away. His goal was complete. It was time to leave. As he stood lost in thought, Jiang Xianji appeared behind him, arms folded. Has this verdict calmed the fire in your heart? Jiang Chun blinked, snapping out of his trance. He hadn't expected Xianji to approach so suddenly. With a slight chuckle, he replied, "Of course. The god of war's judgment was wise. Honestly, I wasn't even that angry. I just wanted to act cool." Jiang Xianji smirked. This kid, not only was he exceptionally talented, but he also knew when to advance and when to retreat. Just for that alone, today had been worth his time. Seeing the amused look on Xuanji's face, Jiang Chun gave a slight bow. Thanks for the recognition. Before the conversation could continue, Fong suddenly rushed toward them, pointing at the sky in alarm. God of War. The poisonous mist, if it lingers too long, it could contaminate the entire region. We might be looking at an abyssal-level disaster. Jiang Xuanji's gaze dropped to the ground as he fell into silent contemplation. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun glanced up, watching his swarm of insects still hovering freely above. Yeah, this probably isn't good. Deciding it was time to act, Jiang Xianji lifted his head and snapped his fingers. A massive surge of energy erupted from his body. In an instant, a shockwave tore through the sky, wiping out every last insect and purging the lingering poisonous mist. Jiang Chun stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. He got rid of everything with just a snap of his fingers? The sheer power Jiang Xianji had just displayed sent a chill down his spine. Terrifying. Above the battlefield, Jiang Xianji hovered, arms crossed, his gaze sweeping over the gathered warriors. His voice carried absolute authority as he spoke. You have all witnessed it today. We now possess the strength to suppress anything. Therefore, from this moment forward, the law restricting taboos is abolished. Anyone who possesses a taboo, yet remains loyal to the nation, shall be recognized as an ally. Those who turn against us will be our enemies. Silence fell over the battlefield. Then, Jiang Xuanji's gaze shifted, locking onto Jiang Chun with an unreadable expression. A long pause stretched between them as he carefully considered his next words. Jiang Chun felt the weight of the moment, shifting uneasily. He glanced toward Jiang Xianji, waiting for his decision. But before anyone could speak, Mu Hanchio's grandfather stepped forward. Placing a reassuring hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder, he smiled confidently and extended his other arm outward. The god of war is wise, he declared. Jiang Chun was raised with humility. His heart is brave and just. Though he carries the taboo of the 9 miasma wings, he is no threat to Daxia. On behalf of the Mu family, I am willing to take full responsibility for him. Jiang Chun turned to him, his eyes widening in confusion. Wait, what's happening? Before he could process it, another voice rang out. Tang Wang, the representative of the Tang family, stepped forward. The Tang family is also willing to vouch for Jiang Chun. Then, a messenger from the military district of Jiangnan added, the military is prepared to welcome him into our ranks. One by one, powerful figures stepped forward, pledging their support. Above them all, Jiang Xianji remained silent, still hovering in the sky, deep in thought. Luo Sundao nudged her father insistently. Come on, Dad. Everyone's taking Jiang Chen's side. Don't just stand there. Her father hesitated, visibly sweating under the pressure. But after a few seconds, his expression changed. Clenching his fists, his face turned red with enthusiasm, and he shut his eyes before bellowing, I, too, will take responsibility for Jiang Chun. Luo Sundao sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. Useless. Absolutely useless. Meanwhile, Hong Yao, flying beside Gu Kaitian, couldn't hide her amazement. The god of war hadn't just intervened. He had outright abolished the ancient restrictions on taboos. And now, even the most prestigious elders were stepping up to defend Jiang Chun. This feels unreal. Buin, arms crossed, was lost in thought. Maybe Jiang Chun saw all this coming, he mused. Maybe that's why he deliberately crossed swords with Zhengu. Hong Yao's eyes widened. Could it be? If Jiang Chun had truly planned this far ahead, then his foresight was beyond terrifying. Yukin, his expression serious, finally spoke. The god of war has long been aware of Xiao Yuanshan's crimes. But if it weren't for Jiang Qin's extraordinary potential, he wouldn't have acted so quickly. A murmur rippled through the gathered warriors. Now that Jiang Qin's 9 miasma wings had been exposed, there was no turning back. He could no longer hide in the shadows. He would either prove himself worthy or become the target of every major faction. After all, the 9 miasma wings weren't just feared by humans. Every race in the abyss saw them as a threat. Some whispered concerns about Jiang Qin's insects being completely wiped out, but one voice scoffed. Come on, this is Jiang Qin we're talking about. You really think he doesn't have more of those things stashed somewhere? Jiang Qin smirked. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. If you're going to reveal your cards, do it with a bang. Above them, Jiang Xinji watched in silence. With so many powerful figures stepping forward to vouch for Jiang Chun, there was no need for further debate. That's enough, he declared. Jiang Chun, take care of yourself. Use your insects wisely. Jiang Chun lowered his head slightly in gratitude. I will. Thank you. Then, with his arms crossed and his gaze sharp, Jiang Xinji made his final announcement. In 10 days, the Great Prodigy Competition will begin. The champion of this edition will be named the first divine son of the prodigies, gaining privileges and resources equivalent to an 8th grade national protector. Jiang Chun blinked. That's insanely tempting. But before he could fully process it, Jiang Xinji added, however, the 9 miasma wings are forbidden in the competition. Jiang Chun met his gaze without hesitation. So that's how it is. For a brief moment, he considered whether the god of war had orchestrated all of this just for him. But he quickly dismissed the thought. No, someone of Jiang Xuanji's level wouldn't adjust the rules for a single person. That would be far too small-minded. A confident smirk curled Jiang Qin's lips. This wasn't over yet. He nodded firmly. I promise not to use the 9 miasma wings in the prodigy competition. Jiang Xuanji's lips curled into a faint smile. Good. He truly is worthy of being my apprentice. Jiang Chun, however, was already thinking ahead. Even if I can't use my insects, it doesn't matter. He had a plan. He would obtain a new mother insect while completing the second change mission. More importantly, he suspected the god of war wanted to test his raw ability without relying on the 9 miasma wings. If that's the case, I'll make sure not to disappoint him. Jiang Xinji stood with one hand behind his back, his expression unreadable. Slowly, he raised his other hand, and a faint ripple spread through the air. A massive crack in space tore open beside him, warping the very fabric of reality. His voice carried across the battlefield, calm yet absolute. It's time to clean up some unfinished business. A murmur ran through the crowd. The poisonous mist had already been wiped out, so what else was left to deal with? Jiang Xinji wasted no time. His voice echoed with authority. Great dreamer, rise and carry out your duty. The moment he spoke, a figure stepped through the spatial rift. The great dreamer, one of the 3 invincibles of Xia, appeared, clutching a stuffed rabbit in one hand. Her oversized, cat-themed outfit made her look more suited for an afternoon nap than a battlefield. A hood with cat ears covered her head, and she let out a long yawn, rubbing her eyes lazily. So many people, she muttered, barely keeping her eyes open. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, briefly pausing on the king-rank warriors. Way too much work. Silence fell over the battlefield. No one dared to speak, their minds struggling to reconcile her childlike demeanor with the reputation of one of the most powerful beings in the realm. Jiang Xinji remained unfazed. His voice carried no room for discussion. Erase the memories of everyone below king level regarding the 9 miasma wings. Once you've done that, you can go back to sleep for another year. The great dreamer's eyes snapped open, suddenly filled with excitement. She turned to Jiang Xinji, clenching her tiny fists. Wait, for real? A whole year of sleep? But just as she was about to celebrate, she froze. Her expression darkened, and she rubbed her chin. Wait, if I do this, that means I'll have to deal with the commander of the Night Watch again. A deep sigh escaped her lips. Ugh, no thanks. Too much of a hassle. She slumped her shoulders and shook her head. Pick someone else. I'm too sleepy. The battlefield fell into stunned silence. One of the strongest warriors in the land, and all she wanted was to take a nap. Jiang Xinji studied her in silence for a moment, weighing his options. Eventually, he decided on a different approach, but for now, simply gave her the order. With a tired groan, the great dreamer had no choice but to comply. She sighed heavily, then lazily snapped her fingers. A flurry of ethereal butterflies materialized in the sky, their wings shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The unexpected sight left the members of the prodigy camp speechless. They stared in confusion, trying to make sense of what was happening. Before they could react, the butterflies drifted toward them, releasing a mesmerizing magical energy. A wave of fatigue crashed over the warriors like a tide. Some swayed on their feet, their eyelids growing impossibly heavy, as if they hadn't slept in years. Others yawned uncontrollably, their resistance crumbling. One by one, they collapsed into a deep sleep, their memories slipping away before they could even realize what was happening. Hong Yao, watching in fascination, turned to the master and asked why Jiang Chun, Xianji, and the Great Dreamer were taking such extreme measures. Gu Kaitan, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke. He explained that everything was being done to protect Jiang Chun. In a place as perilous as Xia, delaying a potential disaster was crucial. He closed his eyes, conjuring a mental image of Xia's vast and treacherous lands. 8 forbidden zones, each unexplored and teeming with unknown dangers. 3 legendary caverns, constantly fought over by various races. And then, the ever-present internal conflicts, the lurking threat of the Church of the Ancient God. If Jiang Qin's existence became too public, it would only attract disaster. However, the Great Dreamer's power wasn't selective. It affected everyone below king level. That included Jiang Chun. He slumped to the ground, out cold like the others. Still puzzled, Hong Yao frowned. But why seal Jiang Chen's memories too? The Great Dreamer stepped forward, her sleepy demeanor replaced with rare seriousness. This isn't a seal, she clarified. I'm reinforcing his divine soul. If left unguarded, he's an easy target for remote assassination, curses, soul hunts, or other mystical means. His cultivation is still too low, and his soul foundation is weak. I'm preventing him from being killed in his sleep. Hong Yao's brows furrowed in understanding. It made sense, but the implications were troubling. Then, suddenly, the Great Dreamer froze. Something was wrong. Jiang Chun was still lying on the ground, but something felt off. Narrowing her eyes, she studied him closely. Then it hit her. He was faking it. Her expression darkened. Clenching her jaw, she reached for the rabbit-shaped stuffed animal she always carried, then stomped toward him. Jiang Chun, sensing her approach, broke into a cold sweat. This was bad. Really bad. A few moments ago, he had indeed felt the drowsy effect of her power, but the ancestral tree of all things within him had instinctively rejected it. Since everyone below king level had already collapsed, he figured it was safer to just play along. After all, it wouldn't hurt to show some respect to the Great Dreamer, especially since she was Uncle Ji Gang's direct superior. Inside Jiang Chen's consciousness, Little Nine had dropped to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. She had just lost a large number of her beloved insects to the Dreamer's power, and her heart ached at the loss. As the Great Dreamer loomed over Jiang Chun, the air grew tense. She wasn't one to be easily fooled, and Jiang Chun was about to find out just how unforgiving she could be. Meanwhile, seeing Little Nine so heartbroken, Jiang Chun quickly tried to console her, taking the blame upon himself. But to his shock, her mood did a complete shift. She placed one hand on her cheek, the other on her belly, and suddenly beamed with joy. Jiang Chun blinked, momentarily speechless. Hadn't she been crying just a second ago? Then realization struck. She had reached level 30. That meant she could now raise more insects. So all those tears were for nothing. Jiang Chun kept up his act, lying motionless like the rest of the warriors, until a voice shattered his illusion. All right, you can stop faking now. I know you're awake. His body tensed. That voice belonged to none other than the Great Dreamer. Even without looking, he could feel her presence looming over him, her piercing gaze cutting straight through his charade. Wake up, she ordered. A nervous bead of sweat trickled down Jiang Chen's face. Slowly, he sat up, bracing one hand against the ground. Rubbing the back of his head, he let out a sheepish chuckle. Sorry about that, Sister of Illusions, he said, doing his best to sound apologetic. The Great Dreamer, now crouched before him with her hands resting on her knees, tilted her head in mild confusion. She placed a hand on her cheek, closing her eyes as if savoring the moment. Then, without warning, she turned to Jiang Xianji. Did you hear that? She asked, her voice laced with amusement. Jiang Xianji, still floating above them with arms crossed, raised a brow. Yeah, I heard it, he replied. Despite being over 800 years old, the Great Dreamer still had a surprisingly soft heart when it came to things like this. He briefly considered cracking a joke, but ultimately decided against it. Who knew what kind of chaos she might unleash if she got too excited? Before Jiang Chun could fully process the exchange, the Great Dreamer suddenly grabbed him by the mouth. His eyes widened in confusion as she leaned in close, staring at him with an unreadable expression. Then, with a warm smile, she declared, "From now on, you're my little brother." Jiang Chun blinked. Huh, I'll protect you from all dangers in Xia, she continued. If you ever find yourself in trouble, just say my name in your dreams. Jiang Chun sat frozen, sweat forming on his brow. He was still struggling to comprehend what was happening when, out of nowhere, the great dreamer casually tossed a ring into the air. She observed him for a brief moment, then nodded to herself. Your soul is already strong enough, so no need for extra reinforcement, she mused. This ring, however, will block any spying attempts, spiritual investigations, or curse-related tracking. Jiang Chun instinctively caught the ring, staring at it in silence. Was this some sort of welcome gift? Before he could speak, the great dreamer spun around, raising a single finger with a cheerful grin. Well, I'm off to sleep now. Don't forget to visit me in your dreams. Okay? Without another word, a crack opened in space, and she stepped through it, vanishing from sight. Jiang Chun sat in stunned silence, staring at the fading spatial rift. Just like that, he had somehow become the younger brother of the great dreamer. All because he called her sister once? Hong Yao, standing beside Jiang Chun, was just as stunned. A mischievous thought flickered across her mind, and she muttered, So, if I call her sister, does that make me her sister too? Before she could entertain the thought further, Jiang Xianji turned to Jiang Chun, his gaze sharp and unwavering. In 10 days, during the Celestial Geniuses competition, if you can secure first place without using the 9 miasma wings, then it will prove you are truly worthy of being nurtured with the full resources of the nation. A storm was coming. The era of great conflicts was about to begin, and time was running out. Jiang Chun lifted his eyes to the sky, a confident smile playing on his lips. Got it. Thanks. Jiang Xianji, already turning to leave, cast a glance over his shoulder. No need for thanks. You earned this yourself. At that moment, a shimmering portal appeared. Ji Lingxiu, standing with one arm behind his back, approached Jiang Xianji. He had enjoyed watching the amusing spectacle unfold, but there were more pressing matters to attend to. Let's go, he said. We have a black dragon from the Yangtze River to deal with. Without another word, they stepped through the portal and vanished. Jiang Chun barely had a second to process what had just happened before he felt someone approaching from behind. He turned, only to find Mu Hanqiu's grandfather, her father, and Tang Ying's uncle standing before him, their expressions unusually serious. Tang Ying's uncle spoke first. Tang Ying is my niece from Aunt Tang's side of the family. A marriage between you two would bring our families even closer. Jiang Chun blinked. What? Before he could even form a response, Luo Sundao's father stepped forward with a firm nod. You're a bit late on that offer, he declared. My daughter is Jiang Chen's legitimate wife. The Dawaba house is even willing to offer 20% of our shares as a dowry. Jiang Chen's jaw nearly hit the floor. What is happening right now? But fate wasn't done with him yet. Mu Hanqiu's grandfather took a step forward, his grin wide and confident. That's nothing, he announced. My granddaughter is already pregnant with Jiang Chen's child. Silence. Jiang Chen's entire body went rigid. His eyes widened in pure, unfiltered shock. Excuse me. What? His mind raced at lightning speed, desperately trying to piece together when, where, and how this could have possibly happened. He was pretty sure he would remember something like that. Meanwhile, Hong Yao turned to her master with hopeful eyes. Master, do you think I still have a chance with Jiang Chun? Gu Kaitan, who had been watching the entire debacle unfold with growing frustration, finally lost his patience. With an exasperated sigh, he smacked Hong Yao on the head. Stop talking nonsense. Ow! Hong Yao rubbed her head, her face a mix of pain and indignation. Finally, some peace. By the time night fell, Jiang Chun finally made it back home. As soon as he shut the door behind him, he leaned against it and let out a long, exhausted sigh. Finally, some peace and quiet. Now he could focus on what really mattered, reproducing Little Nine's second swarm. Closing his eyes, he entered his consciousness, where Little Nine was cradling her belly with a radiant smile. She was pregnant with a new swarm of insects, and the joy on her face was undeniable. Jiang Chun stepped forward, placing his hand gently over hers. His expression turned serious as he activated Divine Evolution, a skill designed to accelerate insect reproduction. A warm glow enveloped Little Nine as she began floating slightly off the ground. Her smile widened, eyes shimmering with excitement. They're coming so many babies. The skill worked flawlessly. A system notification popped up. The reproduction process would take 1 hour, resulting in a total of 5,900 miasma wings. As he navigated through the system interface, Jiang Chun activated Second Transformation. Another notification appeared. He had met the conditions to change classes, reaching level 30 with a combat rating of 237 stars. The system immediately assigned him a class change mission, Celestial Tower of Magic City. The objective? Complete the Celestial Tower, defeat the boss on the 50th floor, and claim its sword. The catch? He had to do it alone, and he only had 1 day to succeed. Jiang Chun rubbed his chin and thought. If he wanted to maximize his chances, he needed serious preparations. His best move? sell off all his extra equipment, worth several billion, and exchange it for the blood of fierce beasts. This would allow him to enhance his second-generation swarm before tackling the tower the next morning. As he finalized his strategy, his gaze shifted toward the ancestral tree of all things. His eyes narrowed in surprise. On one of its branches, a vibrant red fruit had appeared. Again, curious, he reached out, and the fruit detached, falling into his palm. Instantly, a system notification revealed its effect. Void Eye. Ability. Detect and mark enemies using invisibility, illusions, or stealth-based abilities. Range. Determined by divine soul strength. Currently, 10-kilometer radius. Drawback. Consumes a significant amount of energy when used continuously. Jiang Chun smirked. Now this could be useful. Jiang Chun smirked. Not bad. This could come in handy. Tang Ying's secret. Curious to test Void Eye, Jiang Chun activated the ability. Instantly, a detailed scan of the surrounding area unfolded in his vision, revealing several nearby houses. But one person in particular caught his attention, Tang Ying. She was outside, walking aimlessly, completely absorbed in her phone. "What you doing out here this late?" Just then, a red system window flashed before him, displaying her stats. Hidden profession, Nightmare Hunter. Level, 43. Combat strength, 149 stars. Special title, Favored Daughter of the Assassin System, the precious jewel of the Tang family. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. So, she's a high-level assassin, huh? But what caught his attention even more was what she was doing. She was writing a letter? He focused in, surprised to see his name written on it. Realizing she was thinking about their arranged marriage, Jiang Chun calmly reached over and switched off the lights in his house. Out of sight, out of mind. Tonight, he needed rest. Tomorrow, he had a tower to conquer. Outside, Tang Ying stopped in front of his house. Seeing the lights go out, she hesitated, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Confusion flickered in her eyes before she eventually turned and walked away. The Celestial Tower. The next morning, Jiang Chun arrived at Celestial Tower in Magic City. The massive structure stretched impossibly high, its peak vanishing into the clouds. Inside, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Countless professionals gathered, their eyes glued to a giant scoreboard displaying the current rankings. At the top, a name stood out. Ji Xinyue, 40th floor in 12 minutes. The crowd murmured in awe. Of course, it's Ji Xinyue, someone muttered. Yeah, she's the pride of the city's war zone. No one's beaten her record from 6 months ago. Many had attempted the tower trial, but none had come close to matching her speed. Jiang Chun, standing near the entrance, cracked his knuckles. 50 floors in one day, huh? His lips curled into a confident grin. Let's see what this tower's got. His gaze shifted back to the scoreboard. Ji Xinyue. She wasn't just some random competitor. She was the second-ranked genius of Great Xia, her strength surpassing even Jiang Wushuang's. She had completely dominated the second round of the Celestial Tower, making her the one to beat. A small smirk formed on Jiang Chen's lips. All right then, when the time comes to compete for the genius ranking, I'll take her on. Just then, a system notification popped up. Participant Jiang Chun, are you ready? He hadn't expected his turn to arrive so quickly, but he didn't hesitate. Let's do this. The moment he confirmed, a magic circle formed beneath him. Bright energy surged around him, and in the blink of an eye, he was teleported to the first floor of the Celestial Tower. First floor, the trial begins. As soon as Jiang Chun materialized inside the Celestial Tower, countless monsters turned their attention toward him. Unlike other trial grounds, the Celestial Tower's difficulty scaled based on the strength of the challenger. There were no easy fights, no warm-ups, just immediate danger. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun activated Void Eye, scanning the battlefield. A status window appeared, revealing the creatures surrounding him. Fallen Elves. Level, 40. HP, 790,000. Combat Power, 42 stars. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Not bad. If the first floor already had monsters this strong, then by the 50th floor, he'd likely be facing level 90 enemies. No wonder even a prodigy like Ji Xinyue had only reached the 40th floor. But Jiang Chun? He wasn't worried. To him, these creatures were nothing more than insect food. Extending both hands outward, he summoned his swarm. The insect mother emerged alongside thousands of her offspring, their combined energy creating a low, eerie hum. Her glowing eyes locked onto the monsters, saliva dripping from her mouth. So much food, she murmured hungrily. Jiang Chun sighed. Calm down. This meat isn't even that good. I'll get you something better later. She hesitated, then reluctantly nodded. And then, the swarm surged forward. Meanwhile, in the Red Lake Cave, far away, deep within a secluded cavern, a red lake shimmered under the dim light. Droplets of crimson liquid floated in mid-air, moving in rhythm with the breathing of the man sitting at the lake's edge. His white hair contrasted sharply with the eerie glow surrounding him. His posture remained perfectly composed, his control over the lake's energy unwavering. This was Daxia's first genius, Ingzhan. Suddenly, a figure in a black suit appeared behind him, holding a document high in the air. His voice was filled with excitement. "Victory is assured," the man declared. "Come take a look at this information." But Ingzhan didn't even flinch. He remained motionless, eyes closed, fully immersed in his meditation. He didn't even turn around. "Uncle Fong," he finally spoke, his tone calm and indifferent. "It's unnecessary." He had already sensed Jiang Chen's presence, and yet he wasn't concerned in the slightest. Uncle Fong hesitated. "But, young master," Ingzhan remained composed, listening without a hint of urgency. He already knew that Jiang Wushuang had a divine-level class, but not all divine awakenings were created equal. However, when Uncle Fong mentioned Jiang Chun, Ingzhan barely reacted. A new disciple of Gu, a so-called never-before-seen divine level. He let out a quiet chuckle. It sounded like a joke. Uncle Fong, undeterred, took a step forward. He extended his hand, revealing a classified report. His voice was grim. Jiang Chun killed Xia and even drew his sword against the protector of the kingdom. Uncle Fong's eyes narrowed. And he survived. Ingzhan's usually impassive expression shifted slightly. Rising to his feet, the suspended water droplets within the cave plummeted back into the crimson lake. He took the document from Uncle Fong and flipped through its contents, his gaze sharpening with interest. Skepticism faded, replaced by curiosity. A creation class. And he accomplished all that. A red dragon emerged before him, its piercing gaze locked onto him. Yet, Ingzhan barely acknowledged its presence, his mind consumed by the revelations before him. The 9 miasmal wings, the 4 blades of heaven, the 8 transformations to purify the realm. A faint smile played on his lips. Now, this is getting interesting. Still, a trace of disappointment lingered. Jiang Chun wouldn't be allowed to unleash the 9 miasmal wings in the celestial prodigy competition. What a pity, he murmured. If he could fight at full strength, this competition might actually be entertaining. Meanwhile, in a vast training arena, a pack of dog-like beasts prowled the battlefield, their growls reverberating through the air. But their snarls were soon drowned out by the sharp twang of a bowstring. A blindfolded woman moved effortlessly among them, her golden bow glinting under the sun. This was Ji Xianyue, Daxia's second genius. She vaulted into the air, loosing an arrow that pierced cleanly through a beast's skull. Without hesitation, she spun midair, her silhouette blurring as she fired a rapid volley of arrows. Each shot found its target with unerring precision. Agonized roars filled the battlefield as the beasts crumpled to the ground one after another. Not far away, 2 guards stood atop a metal platform, watching the spectacle unfold. Their long spears rested at their sides, their postures relaxed yet vigilant. "She's terrifying," one of them muttered, already at the level of a first-level grandmaster. His companion scoffed. "You underestimate her. Don't forget Jiang Wushuang, Daxia's third celestial genius. He's taken on warriors with 5 transformations and won." The first guard fell silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. Daxia's prodigies were on another level, and soon, Jiang Chun would have to face them all. Ji Xianyue's arrows tore through the beasts with such force that their bodies shattered upon impact. Her dominance on the battlefield was undeniable. One of the guards exhaled slowly. "She's ranked just above Jiang Chun. Her strength should at least rival that of a 5 transformation master." As the last beast fell, Ji Xianyue landed gracefully. Already invincible in long-range combat, she had now begun training in close-quarters combat as well. She must be preparing to face Jiang Wushuang, one of the guards speculated. The other shook his head. "He's nothing compared to her," he stated coldly. Even the so-called number 1 genius, Ingzhan, wouldn't stand a chance. Just as their conversation continued, an overwhelming presence swept across the training field. A tall man strode toward them, a cat dangling lazily from one hand. His presence exuded an effortless yet undeniable authority. This was Ji Hongyin, the chief commander of the city's war district. With a composed demeanor, he extended his free hand toward Ji Xianyue. "That's enough for today. Take a break." The guards, recognizing his voice, immediately lowered their heads and shut their eyes in deference. Ji Xianyue, still lost in the rhythm of her training, paused and removed her blindfold. The moment she saw her father, her face brightened with excitement. "Dad," she called out, running to him without hesitation. Her voice bubbled with enthusiasm as she reported, "I improved a lot today." Ji Hongyin continued stroking his cat, casting her an amused glance. "You're pushing so hard just for an elite list ranking?" he asked casually. Being first isn't everything. Tilting his head back slightly, he added, you should take after me. If you ever get the chance to relax, don't waste it. Ji Xinyue wasn't having any of it. Her cheeks puffed in frustration as she shot back. You've been relaxing for 30 years. Yet somehow, you ended up as the general commander of the Magic Ward District and the fourth sealed king of Daxia. She crossed her arms, her sharp gaze locking onto him. Are you seriously telling me you got there by taking it easy? Ji Hongyin blinked, caught off guard by her words. Then, with a light chuckle, he chose to drop the argument. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a mobile phone. I figured you'd want this, he said, handing it to her. The prodigy profiles you asked me to check. Ji Xinyue took the phone eagerly, her excitement shifting into something more serious, something bordering on unease. As she read, her expression hardened. Her fingers tightened around the device. Ji Hongyin studied her reaction before speaking again, his voice calm, yet probing. So, do you think you can surpass Jiang Chun? Ji Xinyue remained silent, staring at the screen. Jiang Chun is strong, she admitted, but after a moment, her brows furrowed, and she added, and also strange. Something about him didn't quite make sense. A part of her feared that he might even surpass Ingzhan. Ji Hongyin, watching her closely, stroked his chin in thought. His mind drifted to the legendary sword god, Ji Lingxiu, a man well over 100 years old, yet still appearing as if he had barely aged. Turning his gaze back to his daughter, he spoke. Your great-grandfather sent me a message, he said. He warned us to be careful of Jiang Chun in the upcoming Great Prodigy competition. Ji Xinyue's gaze sharpened with resolve. She turned away from her father, her thoughts racing. If Jiang Chun was truly that formidable, there was only one way forward. She had to surpass the 50th floor of the Celestial Tower. Only then would she have a real shot at claiming first place. Ji Hongyin exhaled, shaking his head. Don't you ever get tired of being so competitive? He asked, half amused, half exasperated. Before she could respond, a family subordinate entered, bowing respectfully before clapping his fist against his palm. A silent signal that he carried urgent news. My lady, he reported, your record for the first 10 floors of the Celestial Tower has been broken. Ji Xinyue arched an eyebrow. By how much? She still remembered her time, 1 minute and 13 seconds. If Jiang Chun had beaten it, it was probably by just a few seconds, right? The guard hesitated before answering. Jiang Chun completed the first 10 floors in 37 seconds. Silence. Ji Xinyue's entire body froze. Her eyes widened in disbelief. 37 seconds? That was absurd. Even someone at her level would need at least a full minute to clear those floors. Before she could fully grasp what she had just heard, the guard checked the leaderboard again. His face shifted slightly. And now, my lady, he continued, Jiang Chun has just surpassed the 20th floor. Ji Xinyue felt like she had been punched in the gut. Shock turned to frustration. Then frustration turned to fury. She spun toward the door, her fists clenched. Jiang Chun, you bastard. You showed up early just to shake my confidence, didn't you? Trying to crush my spirit before the competition even starts? Fine. Her eyes burned with determination. Let's see who wins in the end. Without another word, she stormed out, heading straight for the Celestial Tower, ready to fight Jiang Chun with everything she had. Ji Hongyin watched his daughter storm off, a slightly bewildered look on his face. Why was she so competitive? He sighed. He had always taken life at a steady pace, never rushing, never stressing. His daughter, however, was the complete opposite. And now, Jiang Chun had completely thrown her off balance. Jiang Chun stood amid the battlefield, watching as a swarm of insects consumed the fallen beasts. Their remains vanished into nothingness. A system window popped up in front of him. Congratulations. You have broken the record for floor 20. Rewards. Spirit Arrow. A skill book available only for level 40 plus professions. Treasure map fragment of God Gi. Collect all 16 fragments to unlock a special item. Jiang Chun exhaled, placing his hands on his waist. The Celestial Tower's rewards weren't bad, but most weren't particularly useful to him. The real prize was the treasure map fragment. If he could clear the entire tower and gather all 16 pieces, he'd unlock something truly valuable. Level 21 is about to begin. Are you ready? Jiang Chun didn't pause. He pressed forward, summoning even more insects with every step. Outside the tower, awakened warriors gathered around the ranking board. As Jiang Chun's name appeared, shock rippled through the crowd. He had just shattered the record held by Ji Xinyue, the renowned princess of the Ji family. Gasps and murmurs spread like wildfire. Who is this guy? Where did this freak come from? The boss on floor 20 was level 50, and he crushed it like it was nothing. Meanwhile, in the Luo family palace, Luo Sandow lounged on her bed, casually scrolling through her phone. Then, a breaking news headline caught her eye. Mysterious young man destroys the record of the goddess of Magic City, Ji Xianyue. Her first reaction? Fake news. But when she checked the official Celestial Tower rankings, her stomach dropped. Current rankings. First place, Jiang Chun, floor 30 in 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Her phone almost slipped from her hands. The comment section was even worse. Furious voices filled the feed, branding Jiang Chun as an outsider who had barged into Magic District just to steal their glory. Leave, Jiang Chun. Magic belongs to Ji Xianyue. Take your records elsewhere. This guy's nothing but a pest. Stay away from our goddess. Luo Sandao's expression darkened. Idiots. They dared to insult the man who had once saved her. Without hesitation, she grabbed her phone and called Xiao Qiu, her voice laced with fury. Start the live stream now. Those damn Magic District fools are trashing Jiang Chun. If arguing online wasn't enough, she was more than ready to head to Magic District herself. Back at the Celestial Tower, the air buzzed with anticipation as a familiar figure arrived, Ji Xianyue. Determination burned in her gaze. She had come to reclaim her throne. The moment she stepped forward, the crowd erupted. She's here. Ji Xianyue will put that outsider in his place. With a single motion, she activated her second transformation. A glowing magic circle appeared beneath her feet, pulsing with immense power. The spectators roared in approval. The Celestial Tower ranking belongs to us. We won't let an outsider take Magic's glory. As the challenge began, one thing was clear. Ji Xianyue wasn't just aiming to reclaim a top spot. She was coming for Jiang Chun. All of Magic District firmly believed that Ji Xianyue would reclaim her rightful place at the top of the Celestial Tower rankings. The moment she accepted the challenge, a glowing magic circle formed beneath her feet, and in a flash of light, she was transported to the first floor. A swarm of monsters closed in instantly, but she didn't flinch. Instead, she drew her golden bow with unwavering confidence. Last time, I hadn't undergone my second transformation, she reminded herself, her grip tightening. My strength back then was nothing compared to what I have now. The monsters lunged. With a surge of energy, Ji Xianyue's aura ignited as she loosed a volley of devastating arrows. With her upgraded skills and powerful new equipment, taking back the #1 spot was just a matter of time. 2 minutes later, she reached the 10th floor. At her feet lay the corpse of a massive scorpion boss, its body still twitching from her last attack. A system window appeared before her. Floor 10 cleared. Time, 59 seconds. Panting slightly, she wiped a streak of dust from her cheek. Then, her expression darkened. 59 seconds. She had pushed herself to the limit. Yet even with all her improvements, it still wasn't fast enough. A knot tightened in her chest as she recalled Jiang Chen's time. 37 seconds. How the hell did he do that? Taking a deep breath, she stretched out her hand, conjuring a swirling magical portal. This wasn't just about skill. This was about professions. Her divine class, Sun Destroyer, specialized in long-range precision attacks, built to eliminate powerful bosses, not mow down waves of weaker monsters like the early floors demanded. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, used swarms of insects, perfect for tearing through hordes of enemies in seconds. Fine. She clenched her jaw. Let's see how you handle the real test. Instead of wasting more time on low-level mobs, she activated the portal and jumped straight to the 41st floor, where the real challenge began. From this point on, the only thing standing in her way was high-level bosses. And when it came to boss fights, Jiang Chun had no advantage over her. 5 minutes later, Ji Xianyue found herself staring down a nightmarish creature, a monstrous, octopus-like boss with countless writhing tentacles. The moment she moved, it struck with terrifying speed, its tentacles lashing out and coiling tightly around her limbs. Her body jerked into the air. Her eyes sharpened. She didn't need anyone to tell her this was bad. The beast's grip constricted, preparing to crush her completely. But Ji Xianyue wasn't one to go down easily. Summoning every ounce of strength, she activated her ultimate ability, Golden Crow's Fire Rain. A blazing arrow materialized in her hands, radiating with the heat of a miniature sun. She narrowed her gaze. Burn. She fired. Boom. The flaming arrow tore through the monster's skull, detonating on impact. The beast let out a blood-curdling shriek before collapsing in a charred heap, flames consuming its entire body. A system window flickered into view. Floor 50 cleared. Time, 5 minutes, 29 seconds. As the limp tentacles hit the ground, Ji Xianyue staggered back, placing her hands on her waist as she gasped for air. She had just set a new record for the 50th floor, but her mind was elsewhere. If she had struggled this much, then just how powerful was Jiang Chun? She had doubled her previous speed on the 40th floor, securing victory from Magic City. No matter how hard Jiang Chun tried, There was no way he could beat her record this time, or so she thought. In her mind, this was his first defeat against her, but she was certain it wouldn't be the last. The upcoming Prodigy Rankings competition would be another chance to put him in his place. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had already stepped onto the 50th floor. The boss barely put up a fight before it was torn apart by his swarm, its body devoured within seconds. Casually opening his system window, he scanned through his progress. The quality of the beast flesh here was excellent. With this, his insects could reproduce 3 more generations. Even better, clearing the 50th floor would reward him with a powerful sword and complete his second transformation. The second insect mother was about to arrive. Just then, a small voice broke his focus. "I want to eat too," Lil Nine pouted, her voice filled with grievance. Jiang Chun chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Be good. Let the insects have this one. When we get back, I'll sell everything and get you something even tastier." With that, he activated a magic surge and left the 50th floor, returning to the Celestial Tower. The moment he stepped out, a man nearby gasped in horror, grabbing his friend's sleeve. "The princess, she's back." His friend paled and quickly hushed him. "Keep your voice down." The fear in the air was almost tangible. Ji Xianyuan noticed their reactions, her brows furrowing in confusion. Why was everyone acting so shaken? All she had done was clear the 50th floor and update the rankings. Then, a system window popped up. Jiang Chun has cleared the 50th floor in 4 minutes and 9 seconds. Her eyes snapped to the leaderboard, and the sight made her freeze. He had beaten her record by an entire minute. Her fingers clenched around a crimson pill, her teeth grinding in frustration. She refused to let Jiang Chun take the spotlight. If she had to push herself beyond her limits, so be it. This enhancing pill would burn some of her vital essence, but right now, she didn't care. Back on the 50th floor, Jiang Chun wiped sweat from his forehead and exhaled. With his insects successfully reproducing, the hard part was over. However, he frowned slightly. "Where's the sword?" A system notification chimed. "Congratulations! For clearing the 50th floor, you have received an epic tier reward." It was either an epic armor or an epic saber, awarded at random. Seconds later, the system finalized its decision. Epic armor. Jiang Chun glanced at his new gear, while Little Nine fluttered around excitedly, still preoccupied with thoughts of food. His gaze remained fixed on the system window, his expression darkening. This damn system was really testing his patience. If he wanted another shot at the sword, he'd have to clear floors 41 to 50 all over again. With a sigh, he turned to Little Nine. "All right, time to eat." Meanwhile, Ji Xianyue had reached the 50th floor, facing off against the colossal octopus boss once more. The instant it moved to strike, she lunged forward, channeling her burning arrow technique. A blazing projectile tore through the air, piercing straight into the monster's forehead. Ding! Congratulations! You have cleared the 50th floor in 3 minutes and 7 seconds. She had just shattered the record. Wiping the sweat from her chin, she took a deep breath, exhaustion settling into her limbs. But as she looked at the system window, a wave of satisfaction washed over her. First place was hers again. Jiang Chun had taken a full minute longer than her. There was no way he could surpass her now. Or so she thought. At that moment, Jiang Chun re-entered the 50th floor. Once again, the octopus boss spawned, its massive tentacles writhing. But before the fight could begin, Little Nine had other ideas. Instead of attacking, she hovered near the monster, poking its tentacles with amusement. It's got so many legs." Jiang Chun's eyebrow twitched. "Stop messing around and eat already. I need to give you a little brother." Little Nine's playful expression froze. Her big eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Jiang Chun, utterly heartbroken. "You don't want just me anymore? Am I not enough for you?" Jiang Chun was speechless. "Where the hell did you learn this nonsense?" With a deep sigh, he rubbed his temples before explaining. "Even if I get another one, you'll still be the eldest. If he annoys you, you could just beat him up." His lips curled into a smirk. "Think about it. You were born first, you're stronger, and you've got thousands of insect minions under your command. What's there to worry about?" Little Nine sniffled, then slowly began to smile. She tapped her cheek deep in thought. A younger sibling, someone to bully and pinch all day? Her excitement surged. Without hesitation, she lunged at the boss and took a massive bite, tearing through most of its body in one chomp. As poisonous mist spread, consuming the remains, a system notification flashed before them. Little Nine has leveled up from level 35 to level 37. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Tower's main hall, a massive screen flickered with the latest ranking update. Ji Xianyue, 50th floor record, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Before the screen, a smug-looking blonde man, Hua Yunfei, dramatically placed a hand on his chest while extending the other skyward. With a self-satisfied smirk, he closed his eyes and declared, "Jiang Chun has lost. The top rank belongs to our city's goddess once again." He turned to the crowd, sneering. As for those flies from Jiang Chen's battle district, they should scurry back to their stinking city. Behind him, Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sandao stood with their arms crossed, their expressions darkening. "Shut the hell up, you bastard," Luo snapped. Jiang Chun had never treated this as a competition. He was casually clearing floors at his own pace, like a game, never once pushing himself to his limits. Then, something unexpected happened. The ranking screen flickered. Jiang Chun, 50th floor completion time, 2 minutes and 58 seconds. A heavy silence fell over the hall. Hua Yunfei froze, his smug expression twitching in disbelief. How? Meanwhile, Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu clenched their fists in excitement. And that's not even his full strength. Mu Hanxiu smirked. Ji Xinyue? Crushed like nothing. Across the hall, Ji Xinyue's face turned ghostly pale. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the floor. How had he surpassed her again? Panic clawed at her mind. Despair twisted in her chest. With shaking hands, she pulled out another red pill, her exhausted eyes burning with determination. If she had to push beyond her limits, then so be it. She would not accept defeat. But just as the pill reached her lips, the leaderboard updated again. Jiang Chun, 50th floor completion time, 2 minutes and 47 seconds. A full 11 seconds faster. Ji Xinyue's fingers trembled. Her breath hitched. And then she broke. Tears welled up, spilling over. The pill slipped from her grasp as she collapsed onto her hands and knees, sobbing like a child. The crowd gathered, murmuring in confusion, watching as their so-called goddess shattered before their eyes. Then a golden light exploded from the sky. Boom! A powerful figure descended, cloaked in divine energy. Ji Xinyue's father. The entire hall went deathly silent. No one dared to speak. His furious gaze swept across the room before settling on his daughter, curled up on the ground. His expression darkened. "Who made my little princess cry?" His voice was dangerously cold. Someone in the crowd hesitated before stammering. It was Jiang Chun. The father's face twisted with fury, his fists clenching tight. A golden aura surged around him, crackling with vengeful rage. "Don't cry, my child," he said, his voice low but filled with menace. "When Jiang Chun comes out, I'll teach him a lesson myself." His gaze flickered toward the leaderboard. Something about this didn't sit right. Was Jiang Chun really just clearing floors? Or had he discovered something deeper within the Celestial Tower? At first, he suspected that Jiang Chun had discovered the secret mission hidden within the Celestial Tower. Perhaps he was after the legendary Julie treasure. But then he shook his head. Impossible. The Emperor Julie's divine treasure had been lost for centuries, its map divided into 12 main pieces, each fragmented even further. Even if someone knew of its existence, retrieving it was an impossible feat. The Ji family had spent years scouring the world, and they had only managed to collect 4 map fragments. There was no way Jiang Chun could have gathered all 12 in such a short time, or so they thought. Meanwhile, inside the Celestial Tower, Jiang Chun casually reached into his inventory and pulled out all 12 map fragments. The system instantly began synthesizing them. Watching the process, Jiang Chun rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The Celestial Tower was a nightmare for perfectionists. Normally, players had to grind endlessly, clearing the tower again and again to piece the treasure map together. However, the real key lay in triggering hidden missions, tasks that only activated under specific conditions depending on class progression and level timing. A burst of golden light flared from the map as the system completed the synthesis. Multiple notifications flooded his vision. Mythical grade treasure map acquired. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened as he examined the details. According to the system, this ancient map originated from the Gi tribe, a lost civilization that had once split off to form the foundation of humanity. At their peak, they ranked 53rd among the 10,000 races, an astonishing achievement. Now, this treasure map, one of 12 in existence, revealed the location of a divine weapon once wielded by the legendary Emperor Ji. By activating the map, Jiang Chun could unlock the secret coordinates, with no level restrictions and no time limit. But there was a problem. The system warnings were clear. This place was unimaginably dangerous. Even with the golden sword of the Emperor as a reward, recklessly charging in would be suicide. For now, Jiang Chun made his decision. Before anything else, he needed to complete his second transformation. With all the conditions met, the system initiated his class change. Jiang Chen's vision blurred, and in an instant, he was transported into his subconscious space, standing before the ancestral tree of all things. He gazed up at the colossal tree, its ancient presence radiating an overwhelming aura. A moment later, the system chimed. Class change successful. Jiang Chun had officially achieved his second transformation. plus 100 free attribute points granted. But more importantly, the ancestral tree of all things had evolved. A new fruit had appeared. Fruit of Destiny. Jiang Qin's brows furrowed. What was the purpose of this fruit? Why had the system upgraded it now? Questions flooded his mind, but for now, he set them aside. He had something far more important to do. Summoning the second insect mother. A crack split open before him as the system issued its next announcement. Because you have completed your second transformation, you will obtain a random insect mother. A powerful red glow erupted from the crack. Then, it appeared. A calamity-level red beetle emerged, its entire body radiating an ominous crimson energy. Its wings unfurled as it hovered, exuding an aura of absolute dominance. This was no ordinary creature. It was a monster forged from the depths of eternal hell, a being that had once dwelled within the souls of gods and demons, absorbing the echoes of their resentment, defiance, and unbreakable memories. For countless eras, it had disappeared alongside the annihilation of the underworld's forgotten realm. But now it had returned. Jiang Chun extended his hand, and the calamity-level red beetle immediately flew toward him. It landed lightly on his finger, its energy pulsating with a quiet yet terrifying power. A system window materialized, displaying its unique traits. For every 10 levels, the beetle could produce anywhere from 49 to 108 offspring. Even more astonishing, with each evolution, Jiang Chun could extract one of its abilities, which would then evolve every 30 levels. Bringing his finger closer, he studied the beetle with keen interest. It was roughly the same level as Little Nine, but much smaller in size. Its design was unlike any known insect, more abstract, like something born from legend rather than nature. Intrigued, Jiang Chun raised his hand toward the ancestral tree and activated divine evolution. A golden light engulfed the beetle. In an instant, its tiny form underwent a shocking transformation. A crimson armor encased its body, a sharp horn jutted from its head, and its wings pulsed with a terrifying energy. Then, the beetle's eyes slowly opened. It crossed its arms and, to Jiang Chen's complete surprise, spoke. "Father." Jiang Chen blinked. "Wait, what?" Unlike the hyperactive Little Nine, this one exuded calm and composure, carrying the aura of a seasoned warrior rather than a playful spirit. Jiang Chen smirked. "All right, I'll call you Xia." He hadn't expected his second insect mother to evolve into a male, but then again, asexual reproduction followed no set gender rules. The final form was determined randomly. The system displayed Xia's status window. Plague-type insect. Offspring, 0. Affinity, 100. Special abilities, multiple. One ability immediately caught Jiang Chen's attention, Infernal Furnace. This skill allowed Xia to condense and refine vital essence, the energy of heaven and earth, the power of the sun, moon, and stars, and transform it into a source of life. Jiang Chen grinned. This was insane. If he could extract Infernal Furnace in the future, then, just by eating, he could grow endlessly stronger. With a calm and steady voice, Xia spoke again. "Father, you only need to help me complete my first life leap. If you do that, I won't have to wait until level 30 to unlock your first ability extraction." Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. "First life leap." Xia nodded. "To complete it, I require 10 drops of divine and demonic essential blood." Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned. This guy had barely been born, and he was already demanding the blood of gods and demons. He sighed, rubbing his temples. "You sure don't hold back, huh?" Still, Jiang Chun wasn't against the idea. The problem was, he didn't have that kind of blood on hand. "All right," he said, waving his hand. "Go check out the nest and meet your sister first. As for the divine and demonic blood, I'll ask Master about it once I leave here." Xia closed his eyes, gave a slight bow, and answered, "Yes, father." At the same time, news of Ji Xianyue's breakdown was spreading like wildfire. General Duan was casually scrolling through the latest updates when his body suddenly froze, his face turning pale. "Crap, this is bad." Sweat beaded on his forehead as he turned to Gu Katian, who was peacefully sipping tea. "I just saw a broadcast. Ji Xianyue is crying." Gu Katian barely blinked, and General Duan gulped. "You don't get it. The king doesn't care about much, but when it comes to his daughter, he loses his mind." Without another word, he summoned a portal and bolted. Gu Katian's teacup clattered to the floor. His calm demeanor shattered as he hurriedly chased after him. Wait. If you're panicking, that means this is really bad." Meanwhile, inside the Celestial Tower, Jiang Chun stepped in the main hall, and instantly, the atmosphere shifted. Every eye turned toward him, gleaming with anticipation. At the center of the hall, the king was already rolling up his sleeves, his furious gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. "You dare make my daughter cry?" he growled. "Fine. Time to teach you a lesson." Ji Xianyue, seated beside him, immediately panicked. Father, stop. This isn't necessary. He ignored her, cracking his knuckles. I know exactly what I'm doing. Jiang Chun, unfazed, kept walking forward. But as he took another step, a group of generals suddenly rushed in, grabbing him by the arms. He blinked, confused. The hell is this? General Duan and Master Gu Katian had arrived. Kid, run. General Duan hissed. We'll explain on the way. Before Jiang Chun could react, the king lunged forward. A burst of golden energy exploded from his hand, shooting straight toward Jiang Chun. Stop! Duan Jai roared, stepping in at the last moment. A wall of ice materialized, blocking the attack. The king narrowed his eyes. This brat made my daughter cry. As punishment, I demand Jiangnan surrender its territory. From now on, the 3 great dungeons in Celestial Dragon Canyon will belong to magic. Duan Jai sneered. Not happening. Stepping forward, his icy aura surged, clashing with the king's golden energy. Jiangnan has risen. This year, in the Celestial Genius rankings, its magic will be surrendering territory to us. The king's face twisted with rage. His aura flared dangerously, but before he could strike again, Jiang Chun and his group had already vanished. In the Grand Hall, the king's fury simmered as he processed the news. They ran? It doesn't matter, he muttered, his gaze darkening. I'll go to Jiang and myself. Even if they kneel and beg, it won't be enough. A sudden thought struck him. His lips curled into a smirk. Actually, I should just make Jiang Chun marry my daughter. That way, we can humiliate him day after day. The hall fell into stunned silence. Ji Xinyue's face flushed deep red. Father, what are you even saying? She stammered, mortified. Whispers spread among the gathered crowd, eyes darting between her and the king. Unbothered, the king gave a firm nod. As long as my daughter is happy, she can do whatever she wants. Ji Xinyue collapsed onto the floor, utterly flustered. But as the initial shock wore off, she clenched her fists, steeling herself. Taking a deep breath, she stood. I should go home. With that, she turned sharply and strode away. Yet, as she left, she burned Jiang Chen's name into her mind. She wouldn't forget this. If she wanted to surpass him, if she wanted to triumph in a prodigy competition, she had to become stronger. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, Gu Katan, and Duan barely managed to escape, only to come face to face with an imposing sight, Ji Xinyue and her father, standing directly in their path, still radiating fury. The king crossed his arms, his sharp gaze locking onto them. What are you doing in my house? Gu Katan exhaled slowly, closed his eyes for a brief moment, then raised a fist to his mouth and coughed lightly. We have a request. The king's expression turned cold. So, even the Celestial Sword King lowers himself to ask favors. He sighed, clearly unimpressed. Still, after a brief pause, he relented. Fine. What do you need? Gu Katian remained composed. Jiang Chun is my disciple. He requires 10 drops of divine and demonic essential blood for his profession change mission. As far as I know, only the Ji family possesses such a thing. Duan immediately raised a finger, forcing an awkward smile. This has nothing to do with earlier events. Jiang Chun just needs it for his profession change. And as compensation, we're willing to offer the Celestial Dragon Cannon. The king placed a firm hand on his daughter's shoulder, deep in thought. The Celestial Dragon Cannon, huh? He rubbed his chin before shaking his head. That's not nearly enough, not even for a single drop of divine and demonic blood. Then, a wicked glint flashed in his eyes. But I will agree on one condition. Jiang Chun must marry my daughter. Silence. Ji Xinyue went rigid. Her face burned crimson. Father. With an amused smirk, the king pressed on. Think carefully, my dear. If you have Jiang Chun by your side, you'll be even more motivated to push yourself. Seeing him every day would fuel your determination, drive you to train harder, and ensure you grow strong enough to protect our city. Ji Xinyue's face burned an even deeper shade of red, her hands trembling as she struggled to find her words. What are you even saying? Before she could process the absurdity of it all, Duan had already had enough. With a loud thud, he slammed his foot onto the table, dramatically pointing at the king. This is ridiculous. I'm taking this straight to Mahankyu and Tang Wang Chuan. If you think you can pressure us into something like this, think again. Jiang Chun, still seated, wiped the sweat off his forehead. How in the world had things spiraled this far out of control? Gu Katian's expression darkened. Mind your words, king, he warned. The king, however, remained unfazed. A grin played on his lips as he casually extended his hand to the side. Relax. Even if Jiang Chun doesn't marry my daughter, forming ties as in-laws would still be beneficial. Ji Xinyue's head snapped toward her father, her jaw dropping in utter disbelief. Her face turned an even darker shade of crimson. What are you trying to pull? She shouted. You're not actually forcing me in a marriage, are you? Because if you are, why don't you marry Jiang Chun instead? The king chuckled, his smile unshaken. Feelings can be cultivated, he mused. Young people these days don't appreciate the idea of love growing after marriage, but it's far from impossible. Ji Xianyue wasn't having any of it. Without another word, she turned on her heel and stormed toward the door. She was too furious to continue the conversation. Her father hesitated for a moment, reaching out as if to stop her, but then let his hand drop. His expression flickered between confusion and amusement. Then, as if struck by sudden inspiration, his grin widened. Turning to Jiang Chun, he leaned forward with an easygoing smile. Young man, why don't you stay at my house for a few days? Give it some time. Let's see if my daughter warms up to you. If nothing happens, you're free to leave. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. This old man is definitely up to something. Still, after a brief moment of thought, he forced a smile and accepted. There was no way Ji Xianyue would fall for him in just a few days, so there was nothing to worry about. Besides, earning the king's trust might make it easier to get his hands on the divine and demonic blood. That night, after Gu Katian and Duan left the Ji family mansion, the king kept his promise. A box was placed in front of Jiang Chun, its contents carefully arranged, several small red bottles filled with divine and demonic blood. Even without opening them, Jiang Chun could feel the immense power radiating from within. A single drop could elevate an ordinary person to a king-level cultivator in an instant. But of course there was a catch. If someone unqualified consumed it, their body would rupture, and their soul would be annihilated without a trace. The king's expression turned serious, his previous amusement gone. Be careful with this blood, he warned. It contains a terrifying will. If you're not prepared, it will devour you. Jiang Chun simply smiled. Understood. He examined the bottles in his hands for a moment before making his decision. Xia, manifest. A surge of crimson energy filled the room as Xia appeared before him. But something felt off. Xia stood with his head lowered, an air of gloom surrounding him. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. What's with that depressed look? Xia sighed deeply. Little Nine doesn't like me. What? His voice was filled with grievance. She wants to kick me out of the nest. Jiang Chun reached out, trying to console him with an awkward smile. Did she hit you? Xia's expression darkened. He turned his head away. No. There was a brief pause. Then, with a hint of pride in his voice, he added, I refuse to fight a mere insect woman. She's no match for me. That's why. I just left the nest before things got messy. Jiang Chen's confusion deepened. Xia was speaking as if he were stronger than Little Nine, but wasn't she supposed to be the dominant one? Where was this arrogance coming from? It was baffling. Xia was a terrifying existence from eternal hell. Yet here he was, sulking over a petty nest dispute. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chen shrugged. Whatever. Kids should settle their own problems. Placing a hand on Xia's shoulder, he forced a smile, then reached for the box of divine and demonic blood. Forget about it, he said. Just eat first. Xia, still brooding, let out another sigh. Understood. With a simple flick of his hand, the bottle caps popped off, shooting into the air. Thick, ancient blood began to rise from the bottles, swirling around him like living tendrils. Closing his eyes, Xia began absorbing it, his body drinking in every last drop. The moment he finished, a terrifying wave of energy erupted around him. System notifications flashed in Jiang Chen's vision. Level transition complete. Ability extraction in progress. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, watching the system work its magic. This was a gamble. He knew that. Would he obtain a top-tier ability, or would he end up with something mediocre? His heartbeat quickened as the system finalized its selection. Then everything shifted. A surge of overwhelming energy exploded from within his body, and in the blink of an eye, he was pulled into his subconscious. A notification appeared before him. You have obtained the divine body of the guardian elephant, legendary grade. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. This wasn't infernal furnace. Instead, he had awakened a divine, constitution-type ability. According to the system, the human body contained 840 million microscopic particles, each carrying the strength of a colossal elephant. If all of these particles were fully awakened, his body would transform into something akin to a divine elephant, a being powerful enough to stir the seas and rivers with a single movement, roar loud enough to make the stars tremble, leap across the moon and devour the sun itself. More importantly, Xia's body had now transformed into primordial particles, meaning he could integrate directly into Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun stared at his palm, his expression shifting between surprise and confusion. Wait, is this an upgraded version of the infernal furnace? Before he could process it further, a powerful surge of energy rushed through his body. The aura radiating from him was now identical to Xia's. He clenched his fists, feeling the immense strength coursing through him. A slow smirk crept across his face. This was huge. If he played his cards right, If his insects reproduced for just 2 more generations, he could stand on equal footing with Jiang Wuxuan. But the best part? With Xia now able to merge with him, there is no longer a need for a dominance battle with Little Nine over the insect nest. A perfect solution. Just then, Xia manifested beside him, crimson energy swirling around him as he looked up expectantly. "Father, I'm hungry," he said casually. "I want some divine or demonic meat." Jiang Chen blinked, momentarily thrown off. "Did you just ask for food?" Xia crossed his arms. "I learned it from Little Nine. I figured if I acted like her, she might accept me as her brother." Jiang Chen nearly face-bombed. This guy, a terrifying existence from eternal hell, was now mimicking Little Nine just to win her over? He sighed, rubbing his temples. "I'll deal with this later." Meanwhile, in a remote mountain range, a towering temple loomed over the barren landscape. This was the temple of the cult of the ancient sacred god of Jiangnan. Inside its grand hall, hooded figures stood in perfect formation before an imposing throne. Atop it, their leader sat, exuding an air of dominance. His voice was calm but firm. "Any new information?" One of the subordinates stepped forward. "Jiang Chun of Jiangnan's war district has mastered the celestial sword. He has already developed 4 techniques. The last one, called the Wei, may even be of divine level." Another hooded figure spoke. "We've also detected unusual activity between Jiang Chun and the great state-protecting general, Xiao Yuanshan. We attempted to investigate, but even through soul-searching, we found nothing." The air in the hall grew tense. The leader's gaze sharpened. The searchers? Dead. Silence. Then, understanding flickered in the leader's eyes. The great dreamer. Only one person could erase information so thoroughly. He leaned back against his throne, exhaling slowly. Some things are better left alone. With a decisive motion, he adjusted the cult's hunting list. The top 3 remained unchanged. Moved Jiang Chunchong to 4th place. As he descended from his throne, his presence became even more suffocating, pressing down on everyone in the hall. "Raise the reward level for the top 4. Anyone who succeeds in killing them," he declared, "will receive purification from the ancient god, ascending immediately to a stellar level of 6 transformations." The cult members shivered with anticipation, but their leader's face grew grim. "Remember this," he warned. "Ranks 2 through 5 of our church were all wiped out by Ji Lingxiu." A heavy silence fell over the room. The leader clenched his fists. "We have remained in the shadows for too long. It's time to rise." Turning away, he stepped into a dark corridor. A massive presence loomed ahead, growing stronger with every step. The air thickened with an ancient, suffocating aura. In the dim glow, a monstrous figure stirred, a being with countless glowing eyes peering from the darkness. The leader inhaled deeply before dropping to one knee. "O Great One, we are grateful for your continued presence," he murmured with unwavering reverence. His voice was solemn, filled with devotion. "The time has come. A divine opportunity awaits us, one that will allow us to fulfill the will of the ancient gods." The cavern stretched out before him, filled with dense, tangled webs, creating a nightmare of twisted silk. At the center stood a terrifying figure, the Spider Queen. A slow smile crept across the leader's face. "Allow me to introduce myself," he said smoothly. "I am the 7th seat of the Church of the Ancient Gods." His tone darkened. "And this time, I am here to propose an alliance." The Spider Queen extended one of her razor-sharp legs, her many eyes gleaming with cold distrust. She loomed over the man, making her stance clear. Humans were not to be trusted. Unfazed, the man bowed his head, pressing a hand over his chest. "We are not like ordinary humans," he said. "Our bodies may still be impure, but our souls have already been consecrated to the ancient gods." His voice was filled with reverence. "We are no longer mere mortals. We are their chosen apostles." The Spider Queen remained motionless, her overwhelming presence dominating the cavern. As one of the Abyss's top 100 races, she was feared by even the most powerful demons. The man knew this all too well, but he was also certain she had already received orders to cooperate. Their goals aligned perfectly. The Spider Queen, however, had no patience for hollow words. She clicked her mandibles, her tone sharp and cold. "Enough with the pleasantries. Speak." A wicked grin spread across the man's face. His eyes gleamed with unholy fervor. "The lands south of the river are defenseless." The Spider Queen's massive form shifted slightly as she listened. "The prodigy competition will take place soon," he continued. "That'll be the perfect moment for you to lead a horde of beasts into Jiangnan City. Burn it to the ground, reduce it to ashes, and eliminate Jiangchun." The Spider Queen stepped fully from the shadows, her monstrous figure towering over him. The man raised his arms, his voice filled with fanatical devotion. "With this offering, we will pave the way for the ancient god's descent." His eyes burned with madness. And in that moment, you may claim whatever your heart desires. The next morning at the Ji mansion, Ji Xianyue stomped toward Jiang Chen's room and banged on the door. Hey, wake up, she frowned. Was this guy seriously still asleep? But before she could knock again, the door swung open. Jiang Chen was already up and smiling. A warm, gentle smile. Ji Xianyue froze. Her face instantly turned bright red as she took a step back. What the? Why was he looking at her like that? Before she could regain her composure, Jiang Chen met her gaze and asked completely calm, "Are you here to ask me out on a date?" Her mind went blank. W what? Leaning lazily against the doorframe, Jiang Chen's voice was relaxed. Or do you just want to come inside? Her face turned scarlet. No. What are you even saying? She sputtered, flustered beyond belief. Whipping around, she refused to meet his eyes. Just hurry up and come with me. My father has something to tell you. Jiang Chun chuckled, amused by her reaction. Too easy. The Ji family's training field was as busy as ever. And there, lounging without a care in the world, was the king himself, reclining in a beach chair, completely at ease. Jiang Chun arrived with Ji Xianyue and immediately blinked at the sight. Isn't a little early for this? The king of lounging around was living up to his name. Stretching lazily, the king gestured to the group of men standing beside him. These are the prodigies of the city, he said casually. And in a few days, they'll be your enemies. Jiang Chun didn't even need to turn his head to feel the hostility radiating from them. Jealousy, resentment, unfiltered hatred. Every single one of them looked like they wanted to tear him apart. Jiang Chun sighed. Man, I just woke up, and I already have haters. The king smirked. Let's start with the first one. He gestured toward a young man with blonde hair, whose expression was full of disdain. This is Hua Yunfei, the king introduced. He possesses the only hidden profession of heroic spirit summoner. Just as he was about to reveal more, Ji Xianyue stepped forward, her sharp eyes locking onto her father. Don't just hand over information to our enemies, she scolded. That's basically betrayal. Hua Yunfei, who had been holding his breath, subtly exhaled in relief. Close call. The king chuckled, rubbing his forehead. Oh, my bad. I literally just woke up. Jiang Chun observed the interaction. The king was far too casual around him, like he wasn't even an outsider. Not that it mattered. Introductions were pointless. After all, with the eye of the void, Jiang Chun already knew exactly who he was dealing with. The king's expression suddenly turned serious. There are 8 days left until the great summer ranking competition. His words hung in the air, heavy with significance. To push your levels higher, I've decided to open a sacred relic of Gi. You will all enter and undergo its trials. Silence fell over the field. Every pair of eyes locked onto him in shock. Ji Xianyue looked completely stunned. Her father was making a massive investment in them. He was going all out. Hua Yunfei's gaze burned with excitement. The divine treasure of Gi was Daxia's most closely guarded secret. Jiang Chun, however, wasn't impressed. So he dragged me here just to say this? He rubbed his chin, thinking aloud. Wait, this isn't some elaborate scheme to get me to sell my body, right? The king ignored him entirely and continued. You'll be exploring the third divine vault of the Ji. Inside lies a 10,000 jiang long ancient divine corpse. Jiang Chen's eyebrow twitched. That's ridiculously huge. 80% of its interior has been explored, but even now, it remains extremely dangerous. The king's tone darkened. Under no circumstances should you enter the head of the divine corpse. If you do, you will die. At that moment, Xiao materialized. Father, I'm hungry, he announced again. Jiang Chun sighed, rubbing his temples. Xiao, you gotta stop. You're ruining my poker face. Xiao blinked. But Jiang Chun cut him off with a raised hand. Look, repeating the same line every time kills the mood. Xiao pouted. Jiang Chun smirked. Tell you what, if the king doesn't set any conditions, I'll take you to eat later. Deal. Xiao's wings fluttered eagerly. Deal. The king stood up and waved a hand. Enough chit-chat. Follow me. Everyone moved forward, except Jiang Chun, who remained still. The king glanced back, raising an eyebrow. What? You don't want to go? Jiang Chun grinned. Oh, I'm coming. But since you didn't set any conditions, looks like Xia's getting his food. Xia let out a happy buzz. Hua Yunfei frowned slightly, a hint of concern in his voice. Your Majesty, why is an outsider like Jiang Chun being allowed into the divine treasure? The king's expression remained unchanged. His voice was calm. For now, Jiang Chun is an outsider. But in the future, he will be someone very close to us. Then, turning back, he shot Jiang Chun a wink and a thumbs up. And that's why, my dear son-in-law, you should protect my daughter in there. Ji Xianyue's face instantly turned crimson. Father, stop saying that. Spinning toward Jiang Chun, she was still flustered. I don't need your protection. Jiang Chun just stayed silent. This was getting out of hand. Hua Yunfei's expression darkened. his face contorting with anger and jealousy as he watched the exchange. Meanwhile, far away in a desolate forest, where the trees stood bare and lifeless, a massive coffin loomed in the eerie silence. A man stood before it, his grip firm around a golden staff. His sharp eyes swept across the surroundings, his instincts on high alert. "This place reeks of danger," he muttered, tightening his hold. His voice was steady, but the tension in his stance was unmistakable. Everyone step back. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more.